You clearly possess the most extraordinary and top-tier talent in the world. Yet your father wants to drive you out of the house. Just because in this world where everyone can awaken their professions, everyone lacks understanding of talent, believing that only those who awaken powerful professions can stand at the top of the world. Your father awakened a rare profession, which indeed is a talent. He once led troops on the Abyss battlefield, defeating a clan and becoming a king in one battle. Your younger brother is a hidden class dragon knight, praised by the capital's top academy as the greatest talent in 100 years. And you, during your class change ceremony, awakened the most ordinary profession, summoner. Good for nothing. You've ruined the face of the Goof family. In the heavy, oppressive hall, listening to the angry scolding in your ears, a memory suddenly surged into your mind. It was an event where the Abyss invaded. Humans can awaken as professionals when they come of age, and as the firstborn son of the royal Goof family in Beijing. As long as your father gives the order, all the resources from the 7 cities of Beijing will be at your disposal. In the future, you could become a god-tier professional, and controlling Beijing would be within your reach. But behind this noble identity, there hides endless sadness. Since you can remember, you've lived in a remote small town called Lin City. Your adoptive farmer parents passed away one after another due to overwork and illness. On their deathbeds, the farmers gave you all their savings and urged you to enter Lin City's top high school and become a professional. Because in this world, the only way for someone of low birth to change their fate is by becoming a professional. But just last month, a couple came to your door, and that's when you discovered the truth about your origins. The man before you is your father, Gu Qingfeng, and the noble-looking woman is your stepmother, Qin Yu. As for your biological mother, she passed away shortly after you were born. The Abyss tribe invaded the Divine Empire, and at that time, Gu Qingfeng had a military mission, leaving the young Yu with a farmer family in Lin City, with people secretly guarding you. He thought it would only be a short few years before returning from the battlefield, but never did he expect it to take 18 years. Later, you learned that your father and stepmother have a son, and that brother has been by their side since childhood, now becoming a highly acclaimed genius. Your father's so-called reluctance. The top academy in Beijing accepted him. What a pity this kid is. No wonder I've crossed over to this world, you thought. The family love and care you had longed for in your previous life turns out to be nothing but a complete farce. Although you have reunited with your father, what you received was nothing but naked coldness and hatred. Bang! As you were still getting used to your original memories, Gu Qingfeng suddenly slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. In an instant, everyone in the room trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. Unfilial son, kneel down. A roar and a terrifying aura rushed toward you. You felt a strong wind rushing toward you. You looked up at that imposing figure. I, Gu Qingfeng, have fought half my life, guarding the Abyss battlefield for 18 years without slack, slaying countless enemies and being crowned the Battle King of Beijing. And you? In school, you acted recklessly, unable to even awaken as a professional. How can you still face being my son? You've shamed my face. You furrowed your brow, perhaps having digested your original memories. A surge of intense anger rose within you in response to Gu Qingfeng's rebuke. Just as you were about to retort, a series of information popped up before your eyes. The job change system is loading, about to enter the selection interface. Choice 1. The prodigal son returns, truly transformed. Apologize to your father. Gain his understanding. From now on, strive hard, reform, and become a new person. Job change to hidden profession. Red Dust Immortal. Choice 2. Endure for now. Peace will follow. Continue bearing your father's scolding. Silently endure the coldness and disdain you suffer. Job change to rare profession. Ninja God's Code. Your lips curled into a slight twitch. Ninja God's Code? I've crossed over to this world, and even the system appears. What a perfect setup for a male lead in a power fantasy. How could I endure in this kind of submissive plot? Choice 3. Today, I realize I am who I am. If the heavens want to crush me, I'll break through the heavens. If the earth wants to restrain me, I'll crush the earth. If you are a disgrace to me, then we shall sever all ties. From now on, no interaction. Randomly job change to an ordinary profession and gain god-tier talent. Looking at the 3 options presented before you, your heart had already made a decision. A true man cannot stay in this world, forever kneeling under others. If this father cannot be recognized, so be it. Then I'll choose option 3. Although it's just an ordinary profession, with god-tier talent as support, your future achievements won't be any worse. Just as you were about to check, Gu Qingfeng's furious voice echoed again. Worthless thing, you think that if you stay silent, I won't be able to do anything to you? You'll kneel in the yard for a day and a night. Don't even think about getting up without my permission. Hearing this, You raise your eyes toward the figure. Your gaze turned colder. Kneel for a day and a night? Do you even deserve that? You said coldly. You've never once fulfilled a father's duty to me. So don't act like a parent in front of me. Gu Qingfeng, furious, was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect this unfilial son to dare to defy him. His anger burned fiercely in his chest. Even so, this is no reason for you to fall. Look at you, you don't strive in school. You hang around with all those good-for-nothings. You sneered coldly. I'm just a farmer's son, covered in mud, letting myself fall. Since you've started another family, why come looking for me? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's breathing quickened, his face full of displeasure, his rage rising. As the argument between father and son escalated, Qin Yu finally spoke calmly. Gu Chun, how could you speak to your father like that? Do you know the expectations he has for you? Quickly kneel and apologize to your father. A trace of subtle mockery flickered in her eyes as she spoke. The legitimate firstborn of the royal family, unable to return home. All of this was caused by the stepmother. After all, the Gu family is the royal family of the north. As long as this firstborn remains, her son will never have a chance to stand out. You looked at her indifferently. I'm just a country bumpkin with a temper, not worthy of your noble status as the battle king of the north. From now on, you can forget you ever had a son like me. Don't worry, I won't ruin your reputation outside. You turned around and walked out without a second glance. Get out. Let him get out. From now on, I'll pretend I never had this son. Gu Qingfeng's rage burned like a fierce fire, engulfing the entire Gu family residence. All the servants trembled in fear, curled up and shaking in terror. After venting his rage, Gu Qingfeng gradually regained some calm, but his eyes revealed a complicated and hard-to-understand expression. How did his firstborn, Gu Chun, fall to such a state? He had merely given a little more care to his second son, and now his firstborn openly defies him, even resolutely cutting off all ties with the family. It was truly incomprehensible. This unfilial son is really foolish. He doesn't understand the gratitude he should have for his parents' care. If I had known, I never should have recognized him. Gu Qingfeng, with an angry face, looked towards the steward standing in the hall and shouted, "Steward, come here. What are your instructions?" The steward hurriedly stepped forward and responded respectfully. From today onward, completely remove Gu Chun from the family register. The Gu family will not allow such an unfilial son to exist. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression subtly changed. A trace of difficulty appeared on his face. What? You still want to beg for mercy for that ungrateful child? The steward's body trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. No, your majesty, it's just what? It's just that Master Gu Chin's name is not even in the family tree. How could Gu Chin's name not be in the family tree? Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, his face becoming complex. All these years, he had been busy with war affairs and had forgotten to write his son's name into the family tree. Forget it, it's not urgent. The family tree can wait until after that ungrateful child apologizes in a few days. What Gu Qingfeng didn't know was that at this moment, Gu Chun had already boarded the train leaving from Gubei City. He was returning to Lin City because he was a senior student at Lin City High School. The Empire's job transfer ceremony would finish today, and from tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., the beginner dungeons in all cities would open simultaneously. For those born from humble backgrounds, becoming a professional was just the first step to change their fate. The test of high-level institutions was the true turning point of fate. If one could enter the Empire's top-tier school in Shangjing, their future achievements would be limitless. To perform well in the high-level institutions exam, one must enter the beginner dungeon, gain experience by killing beasts, and level up. And the beginner dungeon would only be open for 10 days. Even missing a single day would be a huge loss for Gu Chun. So now, the most important thing was to return to Lin City High School before 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Gu Jia's home, Gubei City, was the center of the 7 cities of the northern border. From Gubei City to the border city of Lin City, the distance was over 10,000 kilometers. In the past life, even with high-speed trains running at full speed, it would take 2 to 3 days to arrive. Fortunately, trains in this world are powered by high-concentration energy crystals. If all goes well, I should be able to reach Lin City by late night. Inside the empty train carriage, Gu Chun looked out the window. The sunset was as red as blood, almost coloring half the sky. In this world, beasts ran rampant, wars were endless, and the lands where humans lived were mostly a mess. Only the strongest could control their own fate. The job transfer was the only way to become one of the strongest. System, I want to transfer. Gu Chun silently muttered in his mind. Among the options the system provided, he chose the third, to randomly transfer to an ordinary profession. At this moment, he could finally begin his career as a professional. Transferring your job now. You have been transferred to the summoner profession. Why did I end up as a summoner? Gu Chun frowned slightly. It was well known that the summoner was the most expensive profession, no exceptions. If Gu Chun had not fallen out with the Gu family, with Gu Qingfeng's identity as the war king of the northern border, he could have easily gathered massive resources to cultivate him into a top-tier summoner. Even being invincible at the same rank wouldn't have been impossible. After all, the greatest strength of a summoner comes from the summoned beasts. Only by acquiring top-tier summoned beasts or top-tier summoning skill books could this profession's combat power be maximized. And both of those things required huge costs. For ordinary people, becoming a summoner was nothing short of a dead end. Take the most ordinary summoning skill book as an example. After learning it, one could summon an ordinary summoned beast, and the market price generally starts at 20,000. The quality of summoned beasts could be divided into 6 types: ordinary, good, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. The higher the quality, the rarer the summoned beast, and the stronger its potential. Although the cheapest summoning skill book starts at 20,000, ordinary people can just barely afford it. But how much combat power can an ordinary summoned beast actually provide? If they can't even defeat the beginner dungeon, what future is there? Gu Chen's heart sank halfway. The reason it only sank halfway was because he still had a god-level talent. Activating god-level talent. Darkborn Bloodline. Darkborn Bloodline. Each level grants a dark bloodline, allowing you to transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. So far, the highest talent is SSS level, and currently there is only one known. It is the commander-in-chief of the Jinyuan army, the top of the Xinxia military, known as the god of war Shura, Xiao Nanfeng. Below this level are SS level, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, and E level. As for divine level, it has never been seen before. Darkborn First Blood, getting a dark bloodline at level 1. If only I could have a summoned beast to try. Dark bloodlines can transform ordinary beings into dark beings. Although he has already changed his job to be a summoner, if he hasn't learned summoning skills, he cannot summon anything. It seems that after arriving in Lin City, I need to find a way to buy a summoning skill book, but now I only have a little over 200. With just over 200, I can't even afford the cheapest summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned back in the chair, furrowing his brows. When he arrived in Lin City, it was already late at night, so he went straight to Lin City No. 1 Middle School and sneaked into the teacher's dormitory. After knocking, a cultured middle-aged man opened the door. It was Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Gu Chen, is that you? Where have you been for the past month? Jiang Songhua looked surprised and puzzled, still awake. Teacher, I have changed my job to be a summoner, and I want to participate in the novice dungeon. Gu Chen said straightforwardly. Summoner? Jiang Songhua was slightly surprised, then showed a look of melancholy. Why did you choose to be a summoner? Normally, students have 2 or 3 occupations to choose from during the job change ceremony. Gu Chen's awakening failed when he was in Gubei City, and he didn't have even one job. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Qingfeng was furious. Although a powerful summoner is comparable to a combat team, that kind of powerful combat ability is built with money and resources. Without money and resources, you can only bring the lowest level summoned beasts, and it's almost impossible to complete the novice dungeon. The school has talked about this countless times. Didn't you hear a word? Jiang Songhua's tone revealed some disappointment. The resources needed for a summoner's growth are like a bottomless pit. Ordinary people would not choose this profession except for some major powers. I only have this one choice. Gu Chen said flatly. All right. Jiang Songhua clicked his tongue, looking regretful. I will report your job change. The novice dungeon starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Jiang Songhua stopped him and took out a skill book from his personal space, handing it to Gu Chen. This is a fine-grade summoning book. Due to the poor quality, it has never sold, so I'm giving it to you for cheap now. Poor quality? Never sold? Gu Chen took a look, unconvinced. A fine-grade summoning book on the market would at least start at 50,000. How could it not sell? Gu Chen's eyes trembled, looking gratefully at Jiang Songhua. 50,000, just like that, gifted to himself? The teacher must be taking care of his pride by saying so. Gu Chen felt a wave of emotion, thinking that after he changed his job to summoner, the teacher had already given up on him. But unexpectedly, teacher, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. No need to talk about repayment. If you are lucky enough to enter a higher education institution in the future, just listen attentively in class. Jiang Songhua curled his lip. I've mentioned in class before that people who change to summoner are mostly aristocrats. In the eyes of aristocrats, fine-grade summoned beasts are not impressive, so this summoning book can't sell at all. I'm not lying to you, really. Jiang Songhua emphasized the last 2 words. Chapter 4. Dark Bloodline, Dracula. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already past midnight. Since tomorrow is the day the novice dungeon opens, many classmates have gone home after changing their jobs. Therefore, tonight, aside from the dorm manager, There were almost no students in the dorm building. Only Gu Chen remained alone in the dorm, which gave him a quiet space. His gaze fell on the summoning skill book in his hands, filled with anticipation. Skill book. Bloodthirsty Bat Summon. Level 1. Quality Fine. Effect. Contract with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Usually, the first summoned beast is very important, and noble summoners typically choose rare or higher-level beasts. But considering Gu Chen's situation, this fine-quality Bloodthirsty Bat was the best choice for him right now. Even if most summoners wouldn't think highly of it, at least it allowed him to take his first step. Gu Chen's expression turned serious. It was time to learn. The skill book shone with white light. And then, Gu Chen felt a mysterious space connect with his mind, summoning beast space. A completely black, ugly bat appeared in the summoning beast space. You have successfully contracted with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Summoned Beast, Bloodthirsty Bat. Quality Fine. Level 1. Health. 150. Attributes. Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 4, Spirit 5. Talent. Bloodsucking. Skill. Sonic Attack LV.1. The Summoned Beast can wear equipment, and equipment has a chance to drop upon the Summoned Beast death. If the Summoned Beast falls, it cannot be summoned again within a day. Glancing at the attribute panel, the level 1 Bloodthirsty Bat's health was lower than that of a level 1 mage, and its attack power was mediocre. No wonder fine-quality summoned beasts couldn't attract the nobility's attention at all. Jiang Songhua was right. With such a summoned beast, he wouldn't even be able to handle a beginner dungeon. If he couldn't contract a high-level summoned beast, the summoner career would truly be a dead end. Thinking of this, Gu Chen opened his talent interface in his mind. Divine Talent, Dark Bloodline, activate. The next second, a dark light burst forth, and crimson shadows intertwined like veins, appearing in front of Gu Chen. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Primitive. Dark Bloodline Primitive. An incredibly pure dark bloodline that can transform ordinary creatures into primitive dark creatures, granting them unmatched talents and abilities. Primitive Bloodline? That's interesting. Gu Chen looked at the summoning space and directly merged this dark bloodline into the Bloodthirsty Bat's body. The crimson light suddenly surged, bright and dazzling. Dark Bloodline Primitive Fusion successful. Summon Beast Evolution. Bloodthirsty Bat Fine. Dracula Epic. Dracula? The first-generation vampire? And its epic level. This is awesome. Gu Chen's face was filled with shock. A dark bloodline directly allowed the fine-quality Bloodthirsty Bat to leap 3 levels, becoming the epic Dracula. Is this what divine talent means? The effects are simply astonishing. With a single dark bloodline, what's a noble worth? Even a civilian summoner could become divine. And this is only a fine-quality summoned beast. If he used the dark bloodline to transform a legendary summoned beast, how far could it evolve? Is there a higher level of dark bloodline above the primitive dark bloodline? Excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he quickly looked towards the summoning beast space. There stood a figure wearing a dark red suit, tall and elegant. It was a young man with a slender face, high nose, and sharp, deep-set eyes that glowed with an evil crimson light. His arms hung naturally, each hand holding a black and shiny silver heavy pistol. These guns were identical in structure, both oversized handguns, using bullets with far greater power than ordinary handguns. Is this Dracula? Gu Chen looked him up and down, nodding slightly. The image was somewhat similar to his impression of a vampire. Then, he opened the Summon Beast panel. Summon Beast. Dracula. Quality. Epic. Level. LV.1. Health. 1800. Attributes. Strength 28, Agility 32, Constitution 30, Spirit 29. Talent. Vampire Instinct Epic. Skill I. Fatal Shot LV.10 Epic. Skill 2. Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. Epic Talent. Fully leveled epic skills. As expected of an epic summoned beast, truly terrifying. Summoned beast quality upgraded from excellent to epic, receiving attribute feedback. Summoners all attributes plus 10. When the summoned beast quality increases, the summoner also receives a certain degree of attribute boost. However, this kind of opportunity is very rare. Because the cost of evolving a summoned beast is too high in money and resources, it is often more economical to directly buy a higher quality summoned beast. Therefore, such occurrences are very uncommon in reality. After getting all attributes plus 10, Gu Chen felt completely relaxed, and his whole body was filled with indescribable comfort. He opened his character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, Summoner. Level, LV.1, 0/100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned Beast. Dracula LV.1, Epic. Excitement showed on Gu Chen's face, satisfaction bubbling inside. It's important to know that for all freshly promoted level 1 professionals, the average of their 4-dimensional attributes is at most not over 10. Yet he, a level 1 summoner, already approached an average of 20 in his 4-dimensional attributes. If this gets out, it will definitely make other professionals feel embarrassed. Moreover, under normal circumstances, summoners rarely attack directly. In most cases, they command their summoned beasts to fight. Bringing an epic summoned beast into the newbie dungeon, isn't that like playing a game? Tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to it. The next morning, Guchen arrived right on time at the newbie dungeon area of Lin City First High. Such artificial dungeons exist in nearly every key high school in the Divine Xiao Empire. Open for only 10 days per year, and only available to those who have just switched jobs and are below level 10. Though it is an artificial dungeon, the exotic beasts inside are no different from those in the abyss. Killing exotic beasts will earn experience and may drop equipment and items. Most importantly, if a player is killed by an exotic beast in the newbie dungeon, they will truly die. However, since the newbie dungeon is a trial aimed at students, schools will provide each transitioning student with a teleportation scroll to escape instantly if in life-threatening danger. At this moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, a sea of transitioning students gathered here. Though this is Lin City First High's newbie dungeon, due to limited resources, transitioning students from surrounding non-key high schools are also arranged to come here. Looking for a team, level 1 warrior, bringing a full set of newbie gear. Bought too many teleportation scrolls, selling at a low price. Come and get them. Need an archer or a gunner, priority for those with equipment and skills. Without using any shielding items, professionals can sense each other's level and profession through mental awareness. Guchen glanced around, noticing many common professions. Most are looking for teammates to form a team, which is also the way the school highly advocates to clear the dungeon. After all, even the strongest individual's fighting ability is limited. In the later stages, almost all dungeons require a team to complete. There are very few professionals who can clear a dungeon alone. At this moment, Guchen's presence caught the attention of a few people. Look, a summoner. Wow, really? He must be a noble child. No kidding, without a few million in assets. Who would switch to a summoner? Setting up? What does a commoner know about summoners? What a pity, it's really disappointing. After a few words, the hot looks in everyone's eyes turned into contempt and disdain. Once Guchen's commoner identity got exposed, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. The civilian summoner has almost no output ability and also has to share some experience. Isn't that just dragging himself down? There isn't such a thing in poverty alleviation. Actually, Guchen didn't plan to team up at all, and was about to walk toward the dungeon entrance when a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Guchen! Hearing someone calling his name, Guchen turned his head and saw a tall young man walking up to him. Lin Yuan approached, surprised as he patted Guchen on the shoulder. Hey, it really is you. Where have you been for this past month? Guchen didn't have many friends at school, and Lin Yuan was considered one of them. Nothing much, just dealing with some personal matters. Guchen casually made up an excuse. Lin Yuan glanced Guchen up and down, puzzled. I mean, why did you suddenly change to a summoner? You can barely support yourself. And now you want to raise a summon beast? Lin Yuan had changed his job to a swordsman, which was heavily reliant on equipment and focused on single-target attack and burst damage. It was considered a relatively good profession among civilians. Guchen smiled. I could only choose summoner. Lin Yuan sighed, said nothing, but his face clearly showed concern. Guchen then asked, why aren't you going into the dungeon? Your profession isn't hard to team up with, right? Lin Yuan spread his hands. It's not hard to team up, it's just that I don't have good equipment. You know Li Wenwei, the head of the key class, right? Today he actually wore a full set of rare knight gear into the dungeon. Damn, if he came out of the dungeon, wouldn't he just dominate? The quality of equipment and items is classified the same way as the qualifications of summoned beasts. Rare level is already considered to be mid-upper quality. The knight profession's novice gear consists of 7 items. Knight sword, knight shield, knight armor, knight shoulder pads, knight pants, knight shoes, and knight gloves. Don't underestimate this 7-piece set. An ordinary family couldn't afford it even if they saved up their whole life. Lin Yuan took out an excellent grade, great sword, and carefully wiped it. This is the weapon I just traded for with a teleportation scroll. My future in school or factory depends on it. Without the teleportation scroll, it meant there was no way back once they entered the dungeon. It's totally risking their lives. But this was the only way. Coming from a lower background, if they didn't push themselves, they would truly have no hope for a better life. Lin Yuan slung the great sword on his back and asked, how about, I take you with me? Guchen looked at Lin Yuan with a strange expression. Did he really need someone to carry him for a novice dungeon? But then he thought again. The novice dungeon limited the team size to 5 people. The more people there were, the higher the difficulty, and correspondingly, the experience gained would also increase. To level up quickly, he originally planned to solo it. However, Comparing it like this, it seemed that teaming up might indeed yield higher experience. Do you still have a team? Guchen asked in surprise. Yeah, Li Wenwei is the captain. I gave him 50,000 and agreed to hand over any items and equipment I got from the dungeon. That's why he agreed to take me. Wait a moment. I'll ask Li Wenwei to add you to the team. He will add me? Don't worry, I'll tell him right now. If he doesn't add you today, I'll just quit the team. Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenhui, requesting to add Gu Chen to the team. Soon, he received a message response. Li Wenhui rejected your request and removed you from the team. Damn, he kicked me out? It's just adding a person, right? Damn it. Lin Yuan's face immediately fell. Gu Chen sighed. It was expected. One was just a swordsman with a great sword, while the other was a civilian summoner. It was already a stretch for an ordinary team to accept one of them. If any team was willing to take the two of them, the captain would have to be extraordinary. Let's recruit people ourselves. Gu Chen then said, just say the summoner carries 4 teammates to challenge the SSS level evaluation. Lin Yuan's face froze. Are you kidding me? SSS level evaluation, that's something that can add points in school assessments. Don't underestimate this extra point. The school assessment is like an army crossing a single log bridge. Just 1 point can leave tens of thousands behind. If a job-changing team can achieve SSS level evaluation, the chances of its members getting into higher education will definitely soar. There's even a chance for direct admission into a prestigious school. Right now, Lingqing No. 1 High School has a direct admission spot to a capital city school. Faced with Lin Yuan's doubts, Gu Chen smiled lightly. Just say whether you believe it or not. Lin Yuan's face twisted in hesitation, but eventually chose to believe Gu Chen, then shouted to those around. The great summoner is taking 4 teammates to challenge SSS level evaluation. Those who want direct admission, hurry up. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Great summoner? Which one? Challenging SSS level evaluation? Since when does Lin Sheng have such a genius? Is that for real? I heard it's a job changer from Lingqing No. 1 High School, a commoner summoner. Hilarious. Just this guy challenging SSS level evaluation? If he can pass, I'll stand on my hands and poop. This person must be sick. Does he have the strength for SSS level? Probably too weak. Nobody wants to team up with him, try to attract attention this way. Seriously? You'd have to be crazy to team up with him. The crowd buzzed with discussions, but not a single person came forward to team up. Especially after learning about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan's backgrounds. Everyone lost hope in them. Some even mockingly called them Wulong Fengchu, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, saying any normal team with one of them wouldn't graduate smoothly. If a team has those two helping, they might as well skip the school assessment and go directly to work in a factory. Damn, this is a bit too much. Hearing the mocking words around him, Lin Yuan was furious. Before today, Wulong Fengchu wasn't used in such a way. Lin Yuan glared angrily at those around him. Forget it, I won't waste time with these silly dogs. Professionals should handle professional matters. Professionals? Gu Chen looked confused. Chapter 6. The money for professionals is so easy to earn. I can only pay for a practice partner. Hope they don't ask for too much, Lin Yuan said, operating his phone. Paying for a practice partner? Gu Chen was struck silent by those words. Is it really that easy to make money as a professional? He has to pay others to level up? This is ridiculous. He glanced around. All the students kept a distance from the two of them. Yes, they were isolated. In this situation, it seemed the only way out was indeed to pay for a practice partner. Lin Yuan acted quickly, and soon after posting a message on the forum, a bunch of people started chatting with him about the details and prices. However, when those practice partners learned that the captain was a commoner summoner, there was no further response. But one actor contacted Gu Chen privately. Yes, an actor. The kind that only chats and jokes around, never needing to get into combat, and can exit the dungeon whenever things look bad. In short, they are not strong enough and pay for experience. After a dungeon run, the captain gets most of the experience, while the actor only gets a small part, but it's still better than farming solo. So, finding a practice partner costs money, while hiring an actor means paying them. How much do they usually charge for actor services in beginner dungeons? Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan. Not sure about beginner dungeon actors. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment, about 4,000 to 5,000 per person. Lin Qingqing then pulled in another female assassin named Su Ran. The warrior profession is not friendly to civilians. Without good equipment, leveling up in the early stages is very painful. Moreover, when it comes to the formal dungeons, generally, warriors need to be 2 levels higher than other professions to be wanted. As for another assassin profession, it is even less friendly to civilians. With low defense and being quite fragile, their early output can't match that of mages or archers, making leveling slower than that of warriors. No wonder they are willing to spend money to join Gu Chen's team. It's not an exaggeration to say that among the 4 people in the current team, any one of them standing alone in the dungeon square for a day would not receive a single party invitation. unless they pay others to team up with them. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, paying 8,000 each, though a bit expensive, at least gives them a chance to clear the novice dungeon. However, Su Ran still felt a little uneasy. Qingqing, are you really going to join this team? I just heard someone say that this team leader is actually a civilian summoner. With this, they dare to say they want to challenge the SSS level evaluation? Let's hope they don't end up costing us a teleportation scroll. Lin Qingqing also felt uncertain inside, but she really had no other choice. I'm broke. Other teams start at 15,000. This team is the cheapest. Besides, the team leader has already declared they want to challenge the SSS level. They must have some skills. Let's give it a try. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. They had sent dozens of team requests, but all were like stones sinking into the sea, with no exceptions. No one was willing to team up with them unless they found training partners, but they couldn't afford to pay the market price for that. Su Ran helplessly said, "Fine, let's gamble. Even if we lose, we still have a teleportation scroll to save our lives." Although it was a novice dungeon, the death rate was also not low because a practitioner had to exit combat mode to leave the dungeon. The way to exit combat was either to pull a long distance away from the exotic beasts or to kill them. If they made a mistake, they could be caught by the exotic beasts and slowly drained of life. Actors didn't have to participate in the fight, so they could simply exit if things looked bad. With this little convenience, 8,000 for the next dungeon was definitely worth it. After Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, another acquaintance joined the team. A tall and handsome boy dressed in an excellent level fighter outfit. "Class Monitor, are you joining our team?" Lin Yuan said, astonished. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face before him, surprised as well. This tall and handsome fighter was Wu Zi, their class monitor. Wu Zi usually had a bit of pride. Although he was from a civilian background, he looked down on civilians deep down. His family conditions were not bad, but they still did not reach the noble standards. Even though he wore an excellent level fighting outfit, it was covered in battle scars, clearly bought from the second-hand market. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, he spoke in a calm tone. "Yes, I'm joining your team as an actor, but I'll say this first. If there's a situation you can't handle, I will intervene, and then I want 2/3 of the entire team's experience." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen smiled slightly. No wonder Wu Zi, such a lofty person, suddenly wanted to join his team as an actor. He was here to take advantage of the situation. Though Wu Zi's outfit was eye-catching, it was not enough to support him alone leading a team to clear the dungeon and enjoy the experience entirely. So he set his sights on Gu Chen. He joined entirely because he was betting that Gu Chen wouldn't be able to lead the team through the dungeon. Seeing through it but not mentioning it, Gu Chen agreed to Wu Zi's conditions and, after discussing the price, quickly pulled him into the team. Now, the team members were finally complete. 1 warrior, 1 swordsman, 1 fighter, and an assassin, a summoner, all at level 1. There are no output professions like archers or mages, nor are there support professions like priests or paladins. In short, this team's configuration looks a bit brain-burning. Wu Zi understood this, but he didn't care at all. He was just gambling, betting that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, had no ability to lead the team. When Gu Chen couldn't hold on any longer in the dungeon, all he had to do was make a slight move to enjoy 2/3 of the team's experience alone. Isn't this better than sharing experience in those 5-person teams outside? Moreover, even if he misjudged and Gu Chen really managed to clear the beginner dungeon alone, the worst result would only be a loss of 8,000. No, it shouldn't be called losing 8,000. It was more like buying an experience of soloing a dungeon for 8,000. Not a loss after all. Check your status. Everyone get ready, and then we will enter the dungeon, Gu Chen said in the team channel. Lin Yuan, Knight LV.1 ready. Lin Qingqing, Warrior LV.1 ready. Su Ran, Assassin LV.1 ready. Wu Zi, Fighter LV.11. Gu Chen stood in front of the space vortex at the dungeon entrance, opened the options panel, and selected hard mode. Immediately, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the space vortex, illuminating the 5 people, and their figures disappeared. As Gu Chen and the others vanished, the surrounding crowd suddenly became lively. Wow, that civilian summoner really brought people into the dungeon. Isn't that a scam? It seems he chose hard mode. Things are definitely looking grim. Aiming for an SSS level rating? He should first think about how to survive. Just watch. He definitely won't last 2 hours. I hope he doesn't come out as a pile of meat. I've seen plenty of stubborn ones. This is the first time I've seen someone seeking death. It's really harmful both to himself and others. Chapter 7. I thought you were PYNG me. You have entered the beginner dungeon. Temple ruins. Moss and vines crawled over the rubble at his feet, surrounded by broken walls and towering stone pillars, with an air of ancient mystery lingering in the atmosphere. Gu Chen stood in the ruins, subconsciously recalling some information about the temple in his mind. According to historical records, the temple was the origin of the mystery of the class change for adventurers. It was believed to hide the path to higher-level adventurers. However, the place where the temple now stood had been eroded by the abyss. Foreign races ran rampant, leaving only shattered ruins behind. This beginner dungeon replicated the true scene. This is the legendary temple? It's exactly the same as in the history book. Lin Yuan took down the heavy sword from his back, holding it with both hands, his curious eyes scanning the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and a female assassin. If judged purely on looks, Lin Qingqing was a pure and cute girl. Yet her body was full of muscles, standing almost 2 meters tall, undoubtedly resembling a towering fortress of a girl. Su Ran, on the other hand, was light and flexible, following Lin Qingqing like a little bird, their body shapes forming a striking contrast. Gu Chen gestured for Lin Yuan to put away the heavy sword, then looked at the four beside him and said, "Next, I will be responsible for killing monsters. You all follow me and don't wander around, don't loot items, and especially don't steal monsters. These are all fundamental skills for a performer. It should be no problem, right?" "No problem," Su Ran asked. "But you, a summoner, want to aim for an SSS level rating? Are you serious?" Gu Chen smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, a contract magic array automatically emerged. A tall figure shrouded in a dark red robe appeared in everyone's sight, releasing a cold and sinister aura that immediately spread. Dracula slightly bowed to Gu Chen, performing a standard noble salute, then his shadowy gaze swept over the others, dismissing any threats before nodding faintly. Lin Yuan looked astonished. "Wow. Is this a summoned beast? In human form?" Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were startled by that shadowy gaze, instinctively taking half a step back. Only Wu Zi noticed the key point and exclaimed, "Epic level. It's actually an epic level summoned beast." He glanced at his average attributes and calculated that even with equipment bonuses, he just barely passed 15 points. But Dracula's average attributes were almost reaching 30 points, nearly double his own. Doesn't that mean this summoned beast could easily crush him? Lin Yuan finally reacted, looked at the summoned beast's data, silently strapped his heavy sword on his back, his expression incredibly complex. An epic level summoned beast. In a small place like Lin City, it could already be considered the pinnacle existence. Lin Yuan exclaimed in amazement. "Wait, are you really aiming for the SSS rating?" Gu Chen turned his head. "What do you think?" Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you were just messing with me." Lin Qingqing. "Me too." Su Ran. "Me too." Gu Chen. Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded from behind the dilapidated door. Out of the ruins walked some corpses, wielding long swords and wearing tattered armor. Otherworldly. Sunken Guardian. Level 1. Health, 500. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 7, Constitution 9, Spirit 7. Skill, Heavy Strike. These were the warriors who once guarded the temple before the Abyss invasion, transformed by the Abyss's corruption after death. Though these were only the first wave of monsters with low attributes, their numbers were not to be underestimated, as 7 or 8 appeared at once, directly blocking their way. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and the others wisely stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from Gu Chen, entering observation mode. Gu Chen's face was calm, and he said lightly, "Kill." Dracula quickly loaded his dual guns, the massive black barrels aimed ahead, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Deadly shot. Dracula's dual guns are loaded with high-caliber explosive bullets, causing critical damage when hitting the target's vital points. Boom! The silvery, high-explosive bullet instantly struck the foremost guardian. Snap! The sunken guardian's head burst apart like a smashed watermelon, thick black blood spraying everywhere. Kill Sunken Guardian LV.1, experience +8. Wow! Seeing this, the usually proud Wu Zi let out a curse. Though this Sunken Guardian was only a level 1 monster, it wasn't something a newbie could just casually kill. No wonder he is an epic level summoner. The damage is simply explosive. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were filled with surprise, exchanging glances and smiling in agreement. They had indeed encountered a master this time. 8,000 per person. What a great deal. The summoned beast could kill the Sunken Guardian with a casual hit. Perhaps this dungeon could actually get an S rating. Only by achieving an S rating in the difficult dungeon could they qualify to unlock the Hell Dungeon. And after completing it, they could have a chance to earn an SSS rating. Awesome. This is going to be a slaughter. Lin Yuan excitedly rolled up his sleeves. In their eyes, Dracula just casually fired a shot and caused such terrifying damage. In reality, it was the skill of Deadly Shot that allowed him to instantly kill the Sunken Guardian. For an ordinary profession, it wouldn't be this outrageous. The Sunken Guardian itself was an undead being, highly immune to physical attacks, with 500 health and all that armor, not something a newbie could easily vanquish. The first wave of Sunken Guardians totaled 13. The strategy recommended using kite tactics, pulling 1 or 2 monsters while retreating and shooting, which would take about 40 minutes. But now, in just a minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, each headshot consecutively taking down 3 sunken guardians. If it weren't for the skill's cooldown, the first wave of monsters would have been cleared already. This damage is too high. Is this still a summoner? How can he be so powerful? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if her worldview had been completely overturned. Wu Zi shrugged and said, "It's normal. Mainly the epic-level summoned beasts are powerful. If I had an epic-level outfit, I could conquer the dungeon all by myself." The implication was clear. Gu Chun could only achieve this because of his summoned beast. Lin Yuan cheekily stepped forward and asked, "So, the question is, where's your epic-level outfit?" Wu Zi's expression faltered, and he fell silent. If he had an epic-level outfit, would he still be standing here? He glanced at Gu Chen's back, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. An epic-level summoned beast is worth a fortune. Not to mention him. Even the class monitor Li Wenhui couldn't afford one. How could a regular person like Gu Chen achieve this? On the other side, Dracula's figure moved like a ghost, fearlessly charging forward. The talent Bloodline Instinct not only granted him incredible strength and recovery ability, but also gave him sharp senses. To him, the movements of these guards were slow as a turtle. Even though he was surrounded, not a single guard could touch the corner of his clothes. At such close quarters, every shot he fired could hit the critical point accurately, with each shot delivering a critical hit. With every gunshot, another guard had their head blown apart. Kill Fallen Guard LV.1, experience +9. Kill Fallen Guard LV.1, experience +7. Kill Fallen Guard LV.1, experience +8. Several guards at the back hadn't even approached when they were blasted apart by high explosive bullets. With the last gunshot, the ground was covered in thick black blood, and the entrance of the ruins was piled high with the bodies of fallen guards. Level up. Level. LV.2, 6/200. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Constitution, 28. Spirit, 29. Summoned Beast. Dracula LV.2, Epic. Level. A notification appeared before him, and Gu Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. Talent. You can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. This is what I've been waiting for. Gu Chun immediately activated his talent. A familiar dark light burst forth before him, followed by a crimson shadow intertwining like veins, appearing in his sight. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. Dark Bloodline Descendant can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures and allows the first-generation dark creatures to obtain 1 Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Although this Descendant Bloodline wasn't as powerful as the first-generation Bloodline, it didn't disappoint him either. Immediately, he merged this Descendant Bloodline into Dracula's body. Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast. Dracula Epic. Level. LV.2 following Summoner's level. Health. 3,200. Attributes. Strength 38. Agility 42. Constitution 40. Spirit 39. Talent. Bloodline Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow's Wrath Epic. Skill I. Fatal Shot LV.10 Epic. Skill 2. Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. With 1 Bloodline Awakening, Dracula's health nearly doubled. All attributes increased by 10, and an additional talent was added. Blood Shadow's Wrath. Whenever Dracula uses a skill to kill a target, the cooldown of that skill is reset. Goodness. Kill reset. As long as he used a skill to kill a target, he could reset the cooldown time. This is simply a divine skill. If used against low-level fallen guards, wouldn't that mean endless firepower? To be fair, it was just a few breaths of time. Under Gu Chen's guidance, Dracula continued to forge ahead, while Lin Yuan and the others closely followed. The temple ruins weren't very large, but the paths inside were intricate. One careless move could lead to a dead end and waste time. After passing several heavily damaged sculptures, they arrived at a more spacious plaza. The plaza was in ruins, the flower beds shattered beyond recognition, and the black soil was covered with tangled, dead grass. The fountain in the center was dry and unrecognizable. Further ahead stood a decapitated human statue. The color was dark gray, the surface filled with cracks. Wu Zi was surveying the surrounding environment, and then said, "The strategy mentioned that there is a level for guard hidden behind the sculpture. It's best not to engage in battle with it, or more guards will be drawn." Lin Yuan nodded. Although he disliked Wu Zi's self-righteous attitude, he had read some strategy guides before entering the novice dungeon. The wisest choice now was to avoid startling that level 4 guard, or the difficulty of clearing the dungeon would suddenly increase. For ordinary professionals, they would definitely follow the strategy closely. But Gu Chun was not an ordinary professional. especially when he heard that more guards would be alerted. His eyes clearly lit up with excitement. Dracula had just gained the ability to reset kills. How could he pass up such a good opportunity? He kicked at the human-shaped sculpture, and with nearly 40 strength, it shattered into pieces in an instant. After the debris flew, a dull roar suddenly rang out, followed by a huge shadow emerging from the rubble. Alien race, sinking guard. Level, LV.4. Health, 2,400. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 20, Constitution 40, Spirit 30. Skill I, Sword of Oath. Skill 2, Ultimate Judgment. Boom, boom. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the Level 4 sinking guard appeared in front of everyone. This was a massive corpse covered in jet black armor, with murky eyes peeking out from the shadow of the helmet, reflecting a void of silence. It walked up to the statue, drew a long sword from its waist, and the jet-black blade pointed towards the sky. A black halo rippled out from the tip, spreading outward. Sword of Oath calls nearby sinking guards to attack invaders. At the same time, unusual movements were heard from all directions, as a dozen guards emerged from the surrounding walls and corners. Lin Qingqing looked around, her expression turning ugly. Why are there suddenly so many guards? Su Ran exclaimed anxiously. Not good. That level 4 guard is launching its skill. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. He instinctively grasped the heavy sword on his back, as if this would give him enough sense of security. Wu Zi quickly retreated to the vacant area at the back, wanting to distance himself from the battlefield. Such a scene was completely beyond what a level 1 fighter like him could handle. Even with his excellent combat gear, it wouldn't matter. The novice dungeon is already this hard. What will the abyss be like? While speaking, Lin Yuan and the others started to retreat as well. No wonder no one was willing to team up with us before. Now I understand. Even if Tenemy came in, we probably couldn't defeat that level 4 sinking guard. With 2,400 health, strength of 38, and the ability to summon more guards, is this something a level 1 professional can deal with? Lin Yuan looked at the level 4 guard covered in chilling armor, and he couldn't even think of resisting. It was terrifying. Even if he unleashed his highest damage, he could only go up and scratch it. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. If I had known that the level 4 guard was this terrifying, I definitely wouldn't have joined your team. Lin Yuan smiled and said, yeah, if it weren't for old Gu, we probably would have been doomed today. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing's lips curled up slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. Su Ran remained silent, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Although the level 4 sinking guard was powerful, it was still somewhat inferior compared to Dracula. The dark red figure moved like a ghost among the dozen guards, and the black and bright silver heavy pistol spat fire. Each gunshot resulted in a guard being killed by the bullet. With the kill reset from Blood Shadow Rage, there was no need to wait for skill cooldowns. In just a few breaths, a large number of low-level guards fell. We are lucky to have a summoner. If it were a regular level 1 professional team, it seems that only that level 4 Abyss Guardian can be taken down. Lin Qingqing said as she looked at the attributes of the level 4 Guardian. That's not the case. Gu Qin's voice came from beside her. As long as there are warriors and paladins in the team, plus a holy practitioner, taking down a level 4 Abyss Guardian should be more than enough, although it might take a little longer. Lin Qingqing didn't pay attention to Gu Qin's explanation and asked with an odd expression, why are you here too? Gu Qin smiled. The fighting over there is too chaotic. It's easy to get hurt. Saran followed up with a question. Aren't you responsible for killing monsters? Gu Qin pointed to Dracula, who was battling a group of Abyss Guardians. I am killing them. Lin Qingqing exchanged glances with Saran, their expressions growing even stranger. They were just actors. Staying far from the combat zone was perfectly normal. They didn't expect that the leader, Gu Qin, would come here too. Saran showed a naive look in her eyes. So, you're just directing the summoned beast to kill monsters, not participating in the battle? Gu Qin shrugged. Isn't that how summoners do? Well, that seemed correct. Saran nodded but felt somewhat lost. A hard mode dungeon? Isn't this too easy? Gu Qin casually sat at the edge of the flower bed, watching the battle in the square, gaining experience points rapidly. Kill Abyss Guardian LV.1, experience +8. Kill Abyss Guardian LV.1, experience +9. Kill Abyss Guardian LV.1, experience +9. After leveling up, the damage of deadly shot significantly increased. Even if it didn't hit the head, it could still blow apart the body of the Guardian with one shot, killing it instantly. With the skill reset effect, in just a few seconds, all of the summoned Guardians were defeated. Watching the bodies of the Guardians scattered all over the ground, the level 4 Abyss Guardian finally made its move. It let out a low roar, and its pitch-black longsword suddenly burst forth with dazzling black light. Skill Ultimate Judgment activated. A huge black sword descended from the sky like a bolt of black lightning, striking down towards Dracula's head. Whoosh! Dracula's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from the spot, avoiding the black sword coming down. The next second, it appeared before the level for Guardian like a ghost. Raising its arm, the cold muzzle was aimed directly at the level for Guardian's face, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot erupted, the bullet struck the Guardian's head, and although it didn't blow its head apart, it directly caused it to lose nearly 1/3 of its health. No kill, cannot trigger skill reset, deadly shot enter cooldown. However, due to the high damage hitting the Guardian's head, it directly triggered a stun effect. The level for Guardian leaned on its black longsword, its eyes glazed over, completely losing its ability to resist. How could Dracula let this good opportunity pass? Its body radiated a layer of scarlet light, as blood-red energy erupted from within, spiraling towards the level for Guardian. Scarlet Feast. Explode the target's blood, dealing massive explosive damage. If the target's health is below 50%, it deals additional damage equal to 30% of Dracula's maximum health. Boom! The level for Guardian's body quivered violently, dense blood mist exploded from it, and it staggered, its health dropping directly to 1/4. Immediately after, another scarlet light erupted from it. If the target's health is below 50%, it deals additional damage equal to 30% of Dracula's maximum health. Additional judgment activated. Damage exploded. Bang! The level for Guardian exploded on the spot, black blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Kill Abyss Guardian LV.4, experience plus 75. Level, LV.2, 193/200. Experience skyrocketed. Just one more level 1 Guardian, and he could level up. Gu Chun was overjoyed at this moment. He had predicted that leveling up would be quick after entering the dungeon, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. It seems that once they clear the dungeon, he should be able to smoothly reach level 5. Then the second summoned beast could be contracted. 2 skills to kill a level 4 guard. This is simply explosive. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened, as if she was dreaming. This is an epic level summoned beast. It's just so freakish. Sitting by the flower bed, Lin Yuan slapped his thigh, standing up directly. 2 skills dealt nearly 3,000 damage. Isn't this freakish? With such terrifying damage, even the top student Li Wenhui can't do that. Wu Zi said with a complex expression. Be more confident, eliminate that maybe. Didn't you see that in the end, Gu just overflowed the damage with the last skill? Lin Yuan said proudly. Li Wenhui is a retribution knight, focusing on burst and sustained output, let alone level 2. Even if he reaches level 4, he still can't deliver nearly 3,000 damage with just 2 skills. Lin Qingqing shook her head. Regarding their discussion, Gu Chun remained non-committal. Simply from the perspective of damage, the skill, Deadly Shot, combined with Crimson Feast, could at most take away 3/4 of the level 4 guard's health. To directly kill a level 4 guard, there was still a bit of a gap. The reason for the direct kill was that Gu Chen's summoned beast had gone through several evolutions, raising its health to 3,200, which could almost be described as sweeping through the same level. Now, 30% of Dracula's maximum health was nearly 1,000, enough to deal high additional damage. Therefore, it directly killed the level 4 guard. If it were a normal summoned beast of the same level, it would have at most around 700 health. Even with additional damage, it could only leave the level 4 guard in critical condition, not capable of a direct kill. Thus, the previous feat mainly relied on the epic level summoned beast. After checking the battlefield, to confirm no equipment and items dropped, Gu Chen led everyone deeper into the temple ruins. Walking past the square, they arrived at the inner courtyard. Dracula walked in front, raised his hand, and swiftly killed a guard wandering in the inner courtyard with a bolt. Kill fallen guard LV.1. Experience plus 8. Level up. Level. LV.3 1/386. Strength. 37. Agility. 36. Constitution. 38. Spirit. 39. Summon Beast. Dracula LV.3. Epic. Talent. You can now obtain a dark bloodline. Seeing this hint, Gu Chen's eyes burst with excitement. They were perfectly positioned between the square and the inner courtyard with no urgent situation, so he directly activated the talent. The familiar crimson light shadow appeared in his vision. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Initial. Dark Bloodline Initial can transform ordinary beings into dark beings, and can also let initial dark beings fuse bloodlines for a star upgrade. A star upgrade for the summoned beast was equivalent to a small evolution. Gu Chen did not hesitate and directly fused. Bloodline fusion successful. Summoned beast star upgrade. Dracula Epic. Level. LV.3, following the summoner's level. Health for 1,200. Attributes. Strength 58, Agility 62, Constitution 60, Spirit 59. Talent. Vampire Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow Fury Epic. Skill I. Deadly Shot LV.10 Epic. Skill 2. Crimson Feast LV.10 Epic. Talent Vampire Instinct has been enhanced. Vampire Instinct. Blood can grant vampires a more powerful physique and recovery ability. Dracula gains 10 permanent health points for each kill. Epic 1 star. All attributes plus 20. Health surpassing 4,000. The most important thing is that after the star upgrade, the talent Vampire Instinct was enhanced. Each kill grants 10 permanent health points. Just looking at the literal meaning shows how powerful it is. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now he was only level 3. When he reached level 10, how terrifying would Dracula's health be? What about level 30? Level 50? Moreover, the additional damage from Crimson Feast is related to Dracula's maximum health. This means that the higher Dracula's health, the higher the additional damage from this skill. It's a synergy, simply terrifyingly strong. One can imagine this skill will continue to strengthen as Dracula grows, with no upper limit. When the health grows to a certain height, even defeating a boss in seconds is not impossible. After leveling up, Dracula's power has increased, and a normal attack can directly kill a level 1 guard. If using Deadly Shot, even a level 2 guard can be instantly taken out. When facing a level 3 guard, it's time for the Mozambique shooting technique, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Even gods would shake their heads. As for level 4 guards, apart from the one just killed in the square, none have been encountered since. In the inner courtyard, the killing speed is ridiculously fast. Killing a level 1 guard gives 8 experience points, a level 2 guard gives 16 experience points, a level 3 guard gives 35 experience points, and a level 4 guard gives 72 experience points. This is just an average value. The actual experience gain fluctuates around this number, not significantly different. From the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor, it took about an hour. Mainly because navigating the map is cumbersome, with stops along the way, plus the respawn time for guards which cause such a delay. Without these factors, it probably could have been done in half an hour. At this moment, everyone is standing at the entrance of the main hall. Finally, we are going to fight the boss, Gu Chen said solemnly as he pushed open the heavy double doors and entered the hall. Chapter 10. Can you take me with you next time? The main hall is the core area of the temple, with the most exquisite architectural style and decoration. But unfortunately, it has now become a ruin. The statues and divine images inside have long been completely destroyed, making it impossible to discern their shapes, utterly broken. As Gu Chun and the others entered the hall, a layer of indistinct black mist rose from all around, followed by heavy footsteps coming from the back of the main hall. Boom! Boom! The light became dim, and the ground showed slight tremors, as an unprecedented powerful aura was slowly approaching. Lin Yuan instinctively climbed onto a half-body sculpture, standing on a shattered shoulder, actively removing himself from the battlefield. Seeing this, others also scrambled to climb higher. Though the main hall is large, there's no guarantee that guards won't spawn anywhere. A qualified actor's first job is to stay away from fights. Gu Chun was not idle either. Now that his attributes had greatly increased, he easily climbed to the top of a pillar. From this position, he could survey the entire scene below. From the back of the main hall, a towering figure close to 3 meters tall charged out first. Alien race, sinking guard, level, LV.5, health, 2,900, attributes, strength 48, agility 29, constitution 48, spirit 37. Skill I, Sword of Oath. Skill 2, ultimate judgment, a level 5 guard with nearly 3,000 hit points. The giant body wielded a black longsword, charging straight at Dracula. Without hesitation, Dracula raised his gun and fired. The bullets from normal attacks are not to be underestimated, hitting the guard's head one after another. Bang! 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 Dracula's agility has reached 60, higher than that of a level 5 assassin. In a single breath, he emptied 2 magazines, directly reducing the guard's health by 1/5. Skill combo. The high explosive bullets from Deadly Shot shot out with a whistling sound, like a silver flash of lightning, instantly piercing the guard's forehead. It didn't hit a headshot, but the guard's health dropped to half. Similarly, high damage hit the head, triggering a stun effect. The guard, in mid-charge, came to a sudden halt, stopped in place. Without hesitation, Dracula activated Crimson Feast, and blood-colored energy surged from his body, spiraling into the guard's chest. A wave of damage erupted, followed by a second wave of additional damage. Boom! The guard's body trembled violently, health wiped out, exploding into a pile of black flesh and blood. Kill sinking guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Awesome! Lin Yuan stood on a statue's shoulder, his face filled with astonishment. This level 5 guard was also covered in the strategy, with the only way to beat him being to kite him. After all, he has nearly 3,000 health and strength close to 50. Once entangled, the whole team meets a total annihilation. However, Dracula effortlessly swept them away with a series of basic attacks and skills, without even giving them a chance to use a single skill. At this moment, all the extreme dodging and tactical pulls were utterly insignificant in front of absolute power. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, an epic summoned beast is terrifying beyond words. Not to mention Li Wenhui from the key class. Even the most outstanding genius professionals in Lin City would probably not be able to reach this level. At this time, the level 5 guards had been killed, and the low-level guards supposed to refresh with the level 5 guards finally appeared. From all directions, in all sorts of unexpected corners, corpses clad in chilling armor emerged one by one. Bang! The first guard that appeared had just stepped out when it was shot in the head. Bang! 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 Dracula, holding dual guns, stood among dozens of guards, continuously shooting, and no guard could come within 3 meters of him. As soon as they approached, they were shot in the head. The speed of kills was shockingly fast. This was a sheer bloodbath. When all the guards were finally killed, a level-up prompt appeared before Gu Chun. Level up. Level. LV.4, 1/680. Strength, 47. Agility, 46. Constitution, 48. Spirit, 49. Summon Beast. Dracula LV.4, Epic. Talent, current available. 1 Dark Bloodline. Gu Chen's face lit up with excitement. The first wave of monsters was just cleared, so there was no need to hesitate, and he directly activated the talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, a Royal Blood. Dark Bloodline, a Royal Blood can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, and can also promote the primogenitor dark creatures once. This can promote the primogenitor bloodline. What a good thing. Looking at it, the Royal Bloodline corresponds to the legendary level, the primogenitor bloodline corresponds to the epic level, and the descendant bloodline corresponds to the rare level. Gu Chun was just about to upgrade Dracula to a legendary summoned beast, but he thought for a moment that it seemed a bit inappropriate. Once he leveled up again, he would need to contract a second summoned beast. If he used this Royal Bloodline now, and if he got the Descendant Bloodline at level 5, it would greatly diminish the qualifications of the second summoned beast. On the other hand, if he held on to this Royal Bloodline, even if he really only got the Descendant Bloodline at level 5, he could give the Royal Bloodline to the second summoned beast. By then, the first summoned beast would be epic, and the second summoned beast would be legendary, greatly boosting their battle power. As for the Descendant Bloodline, it could also be used to awaken the bloodline of the summoned beast, equivalent to a kind of enhancement, making the battle power even stronger. Thus, for safety's sake, Gu Chun decided not to use this Royal Bloodline for now. Even so, this level up brought significant improvements to Dracula. Dracula, Epic. Level. LV.4, follows Summoner level. Health, 5,620. Attributes. Strength 70, Agility 74, Constitution 72, Spirit 71. After reaching level 3, Dracula had killed a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards, and 1 level 5 guard. Therefore, out of the 5,620 health points, 220 were gained from kills. Although it's small, little by little it adds up. Besides the increase in health, this level up also granted 12 points to all attributes. With the attribute increase, basic attacks, skills, attack speed, etc., all improved accordingly. Now, with a simple shot, Dracula could instantly kill level 2 guards, and Fatal Shot could directly kill level 3 guards, while the Mozambique shooting technique had already been used against level 4 guards. The two skills connected, and with one breath he could kill level 5 guards. In the current dungeon, Dracula had undoubtedly become the top combat power, strong and terrifying. A flash of battle intent appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to continue pushing forward, he noticed that Dracula had already stopped. The main hall was empty. The first wave of monsters had been completely wiped out. At the same time, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others also jumped down from the broken statue. Wu Zi stepped forward and said, "The first wave is over. Wait another 15 minutes, the second wave of guards will come out with the boss. As long as we kill the boss, we can clear the level." Although Wu Zi is a bit cocky, he has indeed put a lot of effort into the Gongnu. Lin Yu and I asked loudly, "So, we just need to wait here?" Wu Zi ignored Lin Yu and instead looked at Gu Chun, asking, "Once we clear this dungeon, we can unlock the difficulty levels. You will directly choose Hell difficulty, right? The Novice dungeon has 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, and Hell. These 4 difficulties correspond to a rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank, respectively. According to the rules, you can only choose SS rank and SSS rank after achieving an S rank evaluation." Gu Chun nodded. I'm too lazy to mess around. Next time, choose Hell difficulty for me and get the SSS rank evaluation directly." Wu Zi replied cautiously. "Then, can you still take me next time?" Gu Chun thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not taking me? Wu Zi looked a bit disappointed. Hard to say. Gu Chen said and on ly. Hard to say? What does that mean? Refused? Wu Zi looked confused. What's hard to say? Before Gu Chen could speak, Lin Yu's voice sounded nearby. What else could it be? That's Hell Difficulty Dungeon. The difficulty is off the charts. No professional team has successfully cleared it so far. And if they make one mistake, everyone could die in there. I'm not afraid, Wu Zi quickly stated. It's not a matter of being afraid or not. Then what is it? It costs extra. Wu Zi thought for a bit, and at this time, saying it costs extra isn't unreasonable. After all, he and Gu Chen didn't have much of a relationship. Although they studied together for 3 years, they had hardly exchanged a few words during that time. To put it bluntly, before today, even if they passed each other on the road, he wouldn't have proactively greeted Gu Chen. In this team, the only one who had a relationship with Gu Chen was Lin Yu. It's certain that after this dungeon clears, Gu Chen's results will absolutely break the record of novice dungeon clearances. By then, there will be a multitude of people wanting to team up with Gu Chen. Gu Chen would definitely continue to take Lin Yu into the Hell Difficulty Dungeon, but whether he would bring Wu Zi along is another question. So from another perspective, asking for extra money now is actually a chance to choose in advance. If he waits until after leaving the dungeon to ask for extra money, he probably won't get the chance. How much? Lin Qingqing then asked directly. For the Hell Level Novice Dungeon, it's 100,000 yuan per person, Gu Chen quoted. From 8,000 to 100,000, Wu Zi's eyelids jumped, almost doubting that he heard wrong. Not expensive, Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and immediately expressed. Take me, and Su ran along. I'll borrow money after we clear the dungeon. God, 100,000 yuan? That's not expensive. Su Ran gently covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes full of shock. 100,000 yuan is indeed not a small amount, but think about it. The SSS rank evaluation for the novice dungeon, plus the first clear reward for Hell level, isn't that too expensive? Su Ran Oed, saying softly, but we don't have money. Borrow it. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and said, now there are so many loan platforms. As long as you say you need to borrow money, they'll rush to lend you. Getting the SSS rank evaluation will earn extra points in the Academy assessment, and with the first clear reward for the Hell Level Novice Dungeon, getting into a prestigious school is practically guaranteed. You could say that for someone like them, who could stand in the dungeon square for a whole day and not find a team, now with just 100,000 yuan, they could be on their way to a prestigious school in 10 days. This is simply a windfall from the heavens. Wu Zi also made a decision. Take me along. I'll transfer the money to you after we clear the dungeon. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran couldn't even afford the professional gear, but agreed without hesitation. Wu Zi's family conditions were much better than theirs, and there was no reason not to agree. Gu Chen nodded, as if to say it was settled. Lin Qingqing seemed a bit uneasy and reminded him, it's already been agreed upon. Once we leave the instance, you can't go back on your word. Gu Chen shook his head and said, don't worry. Even if those people outside offer 1 million, I won't take them. Su Ran looked surprised and asked, why not? Gu Chen said bluntly, when I was forming a team in the square, they laughed at me, mocked me, and even joined together to isolate me. I want them to regret it, to know that underestimating me was the biggest mistake they made. Since they look down on me, I'm sorry, I also don't want to play with them. The SSS rating for the novice instance is gone, and the Hell level first clear reward is gone. Those who harbor ill will against me, I never thought of repaying kindness for malice. I above all hold grudges. On the surface, this seems to make one feel that this person is narrow-minded, incapable of great things. However, when Gu Chen said this outright, it added a touch of arrogance and carefree spirit. Su Ran and Lin Qingqing nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of empathy. Regarding Gu Chen's point of view, they fully agreed. In the midst of laughter and conversation, 15 minutes quickly passed. Inside the main hall, a low roar suddenly erupted from the altar above, followed by heavy footsteps coming from the front. The boss appeared, accompanied by a wave of fallen guards. Alien race. Black robe steward boss. Level. LV.7. Health. 9,100. Attributes. Strength 86, Agility 79, Constitution 86, Spirit 81. Skill I. Gray Fog Curse. Skill 2. Darkest Assault. Skill 3. Damage Transfer. On the altar, a tall figure cloaked in black stood out, its face obscured. Behind it stood 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards for level 3 guards, and 18 level 1 guards. The black robe steward was tall and slender. Though humanoid, it did not resemble a normal proportion at all. Covered under the black robe, its true appearance was completely hidden. Buzz! The black robe steward raised its hand, wide sleeves billowing in the wind, and with its movement, misty gray fog appeared in the air. Silently, the entire main hall was filled with creeping gray fog, Everything visible was dull and gray. Although Gu Chun and others stood at a height, they also could not escape the shroud of the gray fog. In an instant, everyone's vision was affected, their brains felt sluggish, and their limbs felt extremely heavy as if filled with lead. Gray Fog Curse. This boss, right after appearing, couldn't wait to activate its skill. Gu Chun did not hesitate to bite his tongue. The sharp pain instantly woke him up a bit. Though this Black Robe Steward was only level 7, the boss characteristics boosted its attributes near 90, and its health had broken through the 9,000 mark. These attributes were stronger than the 1-star Epic Dracula. Simply abnormally outrageous. Focus on attacking the boss, don't use skills. Gu Chun immediately issued the order. With Dracula's speed, those guards wouldn't even be able to touch him. So he temporarily ignored the low-level guards, letting Dracula use basic attacks to test the boss. Bang! 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 Being in the gray fog, Dracula was affected the least. Almost at the moment the order was given, the cold gun barrel spat fire. A series of bullets shot towards that black-robed figure. Suddenly, a crystalline white light burst forth from the black-robed steward. A barrage of bullets hit it. No damage. The health bar didn't budge. The previous attack dealt no harm to it. At the same time, a nearby level 5 guard was suddenly attacked, and its health dropped by 1/5 in an instant. Boss skill, damage transfer. As long as there are fallen guards around, the Black Robe Steward can transfer the damage it takes to the guards. Chapter 12. Defeating the Black Robe Steward. It wasn't just Wu Zi who researched strategies. Gu Chun also took the strategies seriously. The skills of the Black Robe Steward can transfer damage to the guards, and the guards who take the damage will not truly die. If a guard's health hits 0, they will fully revive in 1 minute. This minute is the cooldown time for the damage transfer. Because of this, the difficulty of the Novice Dungeon has increased sharply. Additionally, with over 9,000 health points, the novice players can only defeat the Black Robe Steward by dodging the guard's attacks while gradually wearing it down. Even for some better-equipped novice teams, it will take 3 to 4 hours of dragging and fighting to kill the Black Robe Steward, and that is already fast. It's common for teams to take 2 to 3 days to clear the Novice Dungeon. Bang! 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 Dracula changed positions, launching a series of normal attacks towards the Black Robe Steward. Damage transfer. No damage. The health bar remained completely unchanged. However, the health bar of the nearby level 5 guard was rapidly dropping, and in the blink of an eye, it was emptied. The level 5 guard fell to the ground, entering a state of feigned death. The sparkling white light, representing damage transfer, disappeared from the Black Robe Steward, and the skill went on cooldown. Roar! The Black Robe Steward let out an angry low roar, its bony gray-white arm pointing at Dracula. The surrounding guards seemed to receive orders and rushed towards Dracula quickly. Bang! 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 A series of normal attacks and skills. As soon as the guards approached, 1 or 2 were quickly killed. Faced with the guard's siege, Dracula's eyes were as cold as steel. He moved, aimed, and shot. He was like a heartless killing machine, moving skillfully in battle, and every time he took action, a guard would be headshot in 1 blow. Kill the Sunken Guard LV.3, experience plus 31. Kill the Sunken Guard LV.4, experience plus 75. Kill the Sunken Guard LV.1, experience plus 8. Is this Dracula a summoned beast or a professional? When it comes to killing monsters, it's not inferior to a gunner. This is way more broken than a gunner. Let me ask you, can a level 4 gunner blow up a level 2 Sunken Guard with 1 shot? Not only that, but one-handed magazine swaps, predictive shooting, moving shooting, multi-target switching. Is his firearm mastery already maxed out? It's ridiculous. Let Dracula teach the gunner a lesson and make a quick profit. It's definitely a guaranteed win. Amidst the chatter, Dracula's figure flashed and appeared behind a level 3 guard. Deadly shot. Bang! The level 3 guard's head instantly exploded, killed in 1 hit. Kill the Sunken Guard LV.3, experience plus 29. He shot without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of normal attacks. Bang! 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 The Black Robe Steward's health line fell rapidly, dropping 1/5 in an instant. The Black Robe Steward roared in fury, letting out a hiss. Its long fingers lightly beckoned in the air, and a crescent-shaped black shadow suddenly appeared. Virum! A low tremor sounded in the air. Skill, Darkest Assault. The crescent black shadow vanished into thin air, appearing suddenly in front of Dracula without warning. There was no way to dodge. He didn't plan to dodge anyway. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent passed through him, and Dracula trembled, losing over 1,600 health points. Fortunately, Dracula had undergone several enhancements, and his health was already nearing 6,000. Taking this skill was painful, but he could endure it. At the same time, Dracula's attack was already charging. He was going to change health. Deadly Shot. Activated. Almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out, two bright silver bullets whistling through the black mist, quickly hitting a level 5 guard's head. Kill the sunken guard LV.5, experience plus 121. In a state not selected by damage transfer, the guard could be killed directly. Now, taking down a level 5 guard was equivalent to stripping away 1 health pack from the Black Robe Steward. Skill kill, cooldown reset. Dracula continued to act without hesitation, unleashing another skill. Deadly shot. Another 2 bullets whistled out. At almost the same time, it pierced the forehead of a level 4 guard. Killed the fallen guard LV.4, experience plus 75. In just a few seconds, all level 4 guards were killed, and only 1 level 5 guard remained. It was the one previously chosen by damage transfer, which had its health completely drained and fell into a fake death state. The fake death state is immune to attacks, so Dracula's figure flashed and appeared directly next to the Black Robe Steward. At the same time, its eyes erupted with a hint of crimson light. Crimson Feast. Crimson energy rose from Dracula's body, spiraling towards the Black Robe Steward. Boom! With a loud bang, the Black Robe Steward staggered, its health plummeting significantly, but it was not reduced to half health, so the additional damage judgment could not take effect. Dracula's figure flashed again, changing position while launching deadly shot. Quick and decisive. Just as 2 bright silver bullets cut through the black mist, the level 5 guard that had entered the fake death state suddenly opened its eyes, radiating dark red light, and was fully revived. The Black Robe Steward let out a sharp scream and activated its skill. Damage transfer. In the next second, a brilliant white light appeared once again on its body. The damage from deadly shot arrived, hitting the Black Robe Steward but causing no harm. Meanwhile, the nearby level 5 guard was in trouble. Just as it opened its eyes to revive, its health was instantly reduced by 2/3. Level 5 guard? Deadly shot went into cooldown, and Crimson Feast was also on cooldown. Dracula promptly changed the magazine and unleashed a series of normal shots at the Black Robe Steward. Bang! 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 In one breath, 2 magazines were emptied. All the damage was transferred, and the Black Robe Steward suffered not a single point of health loss. Not only that, it activated Darkest Corruption again. Above its head, a black crescent moon faintly emerged. Dracula kicked a nearby level 1 guard away, finished loading bullets, and continued to shoot a series of normal attacks at the Black Robe Steward. The next second, the black crescent moon appeared right in front of it. Dracula was not afraid at all, as Bloodline Instinct granted it powerful recovery abilities. The more than 1,600 health points previously lost to Darkest Strike had already been restored to nearly half. Even if it received another skill, it could still endure. In an instant, the black crescent moon passed through, and Dracula's attacks poured down like rain, landing on the Black Robe Steward. With a slight crisp sound, the layer of brilliant white light on the Black Robe Steward shattered instantly. The level 5 guard was killed again, and this time, it was truly dead. Once the effect of damage transfer was broken, Dracula shifted position again, locked onto the target with its dual guns, and 2 bright silver bullets roared out. Deadly shot struck the Black Robe Steward's forehead accurately, undoubtedly dealing high damage. Simultaneously, due to the headshot, the Black Robe Steward fell into a dazed state. Dracula transformed into a shadow and rushed forward, swirling with rich crimson energy. Crimson Feast activated. The spiraling crimson energy hit the Black Robe Steward, causing its health to drop dramatically, already below half health. Immediately following, the additional damage exploded. An intense crimson light blossomed on the Black Robe Steward. Boom! The Black Robe Steward's body exploded, shattered into a pile of black blood and flesh. Chapter 13. Breaking the Record. Dracula's first wave of normal attacks only took away 1/5 of the Black Robe Steward's health. Then came a continuous output of normal attacks and Crimson Feast. Since no additional damage was triggered, it only reduced the Black Robe Steward's health above half health. Once the cooldowns were recovered, normal attack, deadly shot, Crimson Feast, and additional damage. A series of sustained attacks, dealt about 6, directly killed the Black Robe Steward. At this moment, the main hall was engulfed in a strange silence. Lin Yuan and the others had rich expressions on their faces. Even though they already knew Dracula was an epic summon, they were still shocked into silence by his earlier performance. Close to 6,000 damage. Is this really something a level 4 summoner can achieve? Even the Dragon Knight, using the power of a dragon, couldn't do this. A strong sense of unreality arose in the hearts of Lin Yuan and the others. Such terrifying damage could probably sweep everything in a hell-level dungeon. Thinking of this, knowing smiles appeared on everyone's faces. It seems the SSS rating for the Novice Dungeon is secure, and the first clear rewards for the hell-level dungeon are also guaranteed. This time, they encountered a true god. Killed Black Robe Steward boss, experience plus 555. Gained loot, Black Steward emblem *1. Gained loot, Black Steward Robe, *1. Level up, level. LV.5, 505/1080. Strength, 57. Agility, 56. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 59. Summon, Dracula LV.5, Epic. Talent, current ability to receive a dark bloodline. You have completed the Temple Ruins, hard. Gained reward, Dungeon Treasure Box, *1, hard. Profession experience plus 500. Cleared successfully, leaving the dungeon in 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. This cleared. Lin Qingqing's eyes still held a hint of confusion. It was too fast. From entering the dungeon until now, it had only been over 2 hours. They had laughed and talked all the way, and never felt any pressure or difficulty. Lin Yuan placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Hard dungeon? Trash. I want to challenge the hell level. Lin Qingqing looked over with a speechless expression. There were not many like Lin Yuan who hadn't been beaten up by the dungeon yet. Gu Chen glanced at the time and then looked at Lin Qingqing and the others, saying, "When we go out later, you all hurry to take care of your business. Gather at the dungeon entrance at 2 o'clock. Okay." Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi all nodded. Normally, summoned players need to maintain a highly concentrated state throughout the dungeon, which is very exhausting for both physical and mental energy. After a dungeon run, running and fighting, they would be exhausted. So, after finishing a dungeon, people would generally rest for a day to ensure they had enough energy before the next run. But Gu Chun was different. He had been directing the summon to fight the whole time, minimizing his own consumption. If there was any consumption at all, it was just feeling dizzy and weak during the Gray Mist curse. Even this minor exhaustion disappeared completely after the black-robed steward was killed. Thus, this dungeon was practically effortless for Gu Chun. Dungeons like this, he could handle 10 more. As for why he didn't immediately enter the hell-level dungeon, one reason was to give Lin Qingqing and the others a little time to borrow money, and the second was he needed time to choose his second summon. After all, he had just reached level 5 after killing the black-robed steward. Soon, the 1-minute countdown ended, and Gu Chen and the 5 were teleported to the dungeon plaza. It was just past 11 o'clock, and the plaza was still packed with people, even more than in the morning, mostly waiting to form teams. Look, a team has been teleported out. How come it's so fast? The novice dungeon has only been open for a little over 2 hours, so short a time, there can't be anyone who cleared it. Based on records from previous years, it takes at least 8 hours or more. Only 2 hours? They haven't even entered the temple door. Exactly, they probably couldn't win and got sent out using a teleport scroll. Quick, look, isn't that Gu Chen? Ha ha. I said so, it's him, that commoner summoner. No wonder they came out in just over 2 hours. It seems being a commoner summoner is truly a dead end. What if they cleared it? First, he is a commoner summoner. Second, he came out of the dungeon in less than 3 hours. How could this situation possibly clear the game? The common people summoner is a dead end. This has become the consensus of all professionals. While everyone mocked Gu Chun, believing he couldn't defeat the dungeon and was forced to teleport out, a notice from the newbie dungeon management office silenced the entire square. Congratulations to the newbie professional team for breaking the historical clearing record of the Temple Ruins, hard level. Clearing time, 2 hours 35 minutes 13 seconds. Captain, Gu Chun Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Wu Zi Martial Artist. Rewards, Professional Experience plus 500, Personal Achievement plus 1, Historical Record Gift Box *1. Silence. The large dungeon square fell into a dead silence. Due to Gu Chen's achievement breaking the historical record, this notice showed up in every newbie professional's eyes. It is actually not uncommon for the newbie dungeon records to be broken. After all, the professional system is becoming more and more complete, and the abilities and combat power of newbie professionals are improving year by year. Basically, every time a rare combat class appears, the dungeon record gets refreshed. However, this time, the clearing time was simply absurd, faster by more than 5 hours than the fastest record. 2.5 hours to clear the newbie dungeon. This achievement was something no newbie professional dared to imagine, no matter how they stretched their imagination. Especially since the configuration of this professional team was extremely poor. The captain was a commoner summoner, and the 4 team members were a swordsman, warrior, assassin, and martial artist. Such a profession configuration could not create any synergy at all. Speaking of synergy, some people suddenly remembered that Gu Chen couldn't find teammates before and was taking actors into the dungeon. In other words, this dungeon run was equivalent to him soloing. Realizing this, everyone's expressions became more colorful. Soloing a dungeon, and it was a hard one. Even some genius professionals could not reach this level, right? For a moment, everyone's gazes towards Gu Chen became fiery. Among them, the first to express was a classmate from Linqing No. 1 High School. Brother Chen, soloing to break the record, congratulations. Brother Chen, you are my idol. Can you take me next time? Brother Chen, there's 100,000 in this card. Just consider it a friend. Brother Chen, you worked hard this time. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Gu Chun, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 14. Level up again, second summoned beast. Ignoring the flattery and compliments from those around him, Gu Chun walked straight out of the square. You didn't take me to play before? Coincidentally, I won't take you now either. Although Gu Chun was not someone petty, he was definitely not magnanimous. Repaying kindness with kindness? Then how to repay kindness? At that moment, a boy wearing a mage robe rushed up and directly blocked Gu Chun's path. Brother Chun, do you remember me? I've changed to a mage. How about we go into the dungeon together next time? Mage? You're nothing, Gu Chun said disdainfully. No, I am a mage. Main battle class. How dare you look down on me? Is being a mage very impressive? I have a rare level staff. With 3 fireball spells, I can kill a level 1 guard. Don't you think I'm impressive? Not impressive, Gu Chun replied dismissively. The other party was stunned. This feeling of being ignored made him furious. Gu Chun, what are you being arrogant for? You only cleared a hard-level dungeon. Do you really think you're strong? I'm a mage. How many professionals are fighting to team up with me? And you dare to refuse my invitation? You're finished. You'll definitely can't beat higher-level dungeons in the future, and you'll regret it. Is he getting anxious? Gu Chun remained disdainful and continued walking away without looking back. Lin Yuan followed behind, his face filled with indignation. What's wrong with that guy? Is he sick? Isn't it just that he doesn't want to team up with him? So he's turning against me? Normal, Gu Chun said with a smile. In his eyes, teaming up with him is my honor. I've had a little success, and I got carried away. I don't know what's good for me. Those people who came to curry favor with me before, even if they seemed unaffected after I ignored them, deep down, they all can't stand my good fortune. The better I do, the worse they feel. But no matter how uncomfortable they are, they won't show it because they don't want others to know they regret it. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd around him, pointing fingers at Gu Chun, and pondered. To put it simply, they just can't take it. Is it really that hard to acknowledge others' excellence? Gu Chun replied nonchalantly. They're just a bunch of clowns. If I'm not as good as them, they will step on me. If I surpass them, they will be jealous. So, there's no need to pay attention to such people. Once I lead you to achieve an SSS rating, they will truly realize what they missed, especially that mage from earlier. He thinks inviting me to team up is my honor, huh? When we next leave the hell-level dungeon, his regret will magnify infinitely. He will definitely blame himself for not being nicer to me earlier, for not teaming up with me right away. But what's missed is missed. If he could stay as tough as he was before, I might respect him a bit, but people like him who flatter and then get upset after being ignored, I look down on him from the bottom of my heart. Exactly. Lin Yuan glanced at the silhouette behind them. It's completely natural for him not to take us. For us not to take him, it's just being ungrateful. Tue, what a piece of work. After leaving the dungeon square, Gu Chun first returned to the school dormitory, while Lin Yuan headed straight to a stir-fry restaurant near the school to get them some food. Wu Zi came out after only a few minutes and transferred 100,000 yuan into Gu Chun's account. Then he took a car and left. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran immediately went out to borrow money. There were less than 3 hours until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 200,000 yuan was still a heavy burden for them. After returning to the dormitory, Gu Chun first claimed the experience reward for breaking the dungeon record. Experience plus 500. Level up. Level. LV.6, 53/1880. Strength, 67. Agility, 66. Constitution, 68. Spirit, 69. Summon Beast, Dracula LV.6, Epic. Talent. Currently can obtain 2 Dark Bloodlines. After reaching level 5, the second summoning slot was opened, which means he can now summon a second beast. Moreover, after breaking the dungeon record, he surprisingly received an extra 500 experience points. Adding the experience gained from defeating the Hooded Steward and the second wave of guards in the dungeon, he leveled up just perfectly. So now, he could obtain 2 Dark Bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chun didn't rush to activate his talent, as the matter of the summoning book was still unresolved. For clearing the hard-level dungeon, he received 1 hard-level dungeon treasure chest and 1 historical record gift box. Treasure chests usually randomly yield equipment or items, while the gift box is different, having a high chance of yielding items corresponding to the profession. If he could open a summoning book, it would save him a lot of trouble. After all, Gu Chun only had a bit more than 120,000 yuan. Even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran managed to borrow money, all his assets would only add up to over 300,000 yuan, which could only buy some relatively lower-level summoning books. If he could get good equipment, perhaps he could trade it at the exchange for a summoning book. So, Gu-Chen opened his spatial pouch. Dungeon treasure chest. Hard level open to obtain one piece of equipment or item below excellent level. Historical record gift box. Open to obtain one piece of equipment or item corresponding to the current profession. Gu-Chen glanced at the two rewards and opened them both. Open the copy treasure chest, hard level. Obtained equipment Hurricane Warhammer *1, excellent level. Open the historical gift box. Obtained summoning book *1, fine level. Oh wow, a summoning book appeared. Gu-Chen's eyes lit up. It really was like asking and receiving. Skill book, Dream Demon Summon. Level 5, quality fine. Effect, contract with the Dream Demon. If Gu-Chen spent all his savings, he could probably exchange for an excellent level summoning book at the trading post. But thinking it over, the quality of the summoned beast didn't matter too much to him. Even if it was a fine level summoned beast, after integrating the Dark Bloodline, it could become an epic level, and might even provide him plenty of attributes in return. Moreover, Dream Demons have no physical form, possessing strong immunity to physical attacks, making them rare energy-type summoned beasts. If he fused them with the Dark Bloodline, they'd definitely become incredibly powerful. You're the one. Gu-Chen picked up the summoning book and learned it directly. The summoning book lit up with dazzling light and formed a formation, soon revealing a swirling shadow in the summoning space. You have successfully signed a contract with the Dream Demon. Summon Beast, Dream Demon. Quality fine. Level 6, follows Summoner's level. Health, 2980. Attributes, Strength 46, Agility 56, Vitality 43, Spirit 58. Talent, Into Dream. Skill, Mental Binding LV.1. The Summoned Beast can wear equipment. If the Summoned Beast dies, there is a chance the equipment will drop. If the Summoned Beast is defeated, you cannot summon it again within a day. The Dream Demon is an energy entity. Among the four-dimensional attributes, its strength is low, but its spirit is the highest. Aside from its innate high immunity to physical attacks, it has hardly any highlights. A level 6 Dream Demon is even weaker than a level 3 Dracula. After all, it's a fine quality, so one shouldn't expect too much. So Gu-Chen opened the talent interface, activated his ability, and directly obtained 2 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Progenitor. Adding the Dark Bloodline of Royal Blood, he received at level 4. He now had accumulated 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu-Chen decided to use the Progenitor Bloodline to elevate the Dream Demon's quality to epic level, then use the Descendant Bloodline for a Blood Awakening. As for the Royal Blood, he would use it on Dracula to elevate it to a legendary level summoned beast. Chapter 15, The Blood Clan Sovereign, Lord of Nightmares. Dark Bloodline, a Progenitor fusion successful. Summoned beast has leveled up. Dream Demon. Fine, Lord of Nightmares, epic. As Gu-Chen expected, the Progenitor Bloodline allowed the summoned beast to evolve to epic level. The original Dream Demon transformed into a strange black shadow like a ghost, smoky and elusive. Within the shadow, a pair of cold eyes flashed with a chilling light, penetrating the soul and reaching the heart. Summoned Beast, Lord of Nightmares. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.6. Health, 4560. Attributes, Strength 68, Agility 76, Vitality 62, Spirit 78. Talent, Indescribable Epic. Skill I, Instant Kill Illusion LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Binding LV.10 Epic. Epic level talent, paired with max level epic skills. Gu-Chen's heart soared with joy, and without hesitation, he began the Blood Awakening. Dark Bloodline, Descendant Fusion successful. Summon Beast Blood Awakening. Level, LV.6. Health, 6580. Attributes, Strength 79, Agility 86, Vitality 85, Spirit 90. Talent, Indescribable Epic. Skill I, Instant Kill Illusion LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Binding LV.10 Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dream LV.10 Epic. After the Blood Awakening, the health of the Lord of Nightmares rose to 6,580, nearly 3,000 more than the level 6 Abyss Guardian. Among the four-dimensional attributes, the Spirit stood out the most. Coupled with its talent and skills, it was simply a born mage assassin. Indescribable. The Lord of Nightmares' form is elusive, able to freely traverse dreams and reality, with extremely high immunity to physical attacks. Instant Kill Illusion. Approaching the target unit through dreams, unleashing an attack that deals high damage. Nightmare Binding. For every 10 points of spirit, summon 1 Nightmare Servant. Targets attached by Nightmare Servants will receive multiple damage. In-depth dream. Constructing profound dreams within a designated area inflicts severe and lasting damage on targeted units trapped within. Skill 1 is a single target burst, while Skill 2 doubles the damage. The targeted units mentioned in Skill 3 do not include indiscriminate attacks on enemies and allies. Only enemies targeted by the Nightmare Sovereign are called targeted units. Gu-chun glanced around and noted that the Nightmare Sovereign could currently summon 9 Nightmare Servants. If all 9 Nightmare Servants attach to one unit, that unit will suffer 9 times the damage when attacked by the Nightmare Sovereign. Converted into damage values, the Nightmare Sovereign only needs to combine 2 skills to directly wipe out the Black Robe Steward. That is a level 7 boss. The burst damage of the Nightmare Sovereign is terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, another prompt appeared. Summon Beast quality upgraded from Excellent to Epic, gaining attribute feedback. Summoners all attributes plus 10. Gu-chun felt a surge of joy in his heart, experiencing a wave of refreshment throughout his body. The attribute feedback of the summoned beast is equivalent to him leveling up, and this feeling is truly pleasurable. But everything is not over yet. Gu-chun summoned the royal bloodline and merged it into Dracula's body. In the summoned beast space, Dracula radiated a bright blood-red light. Amidst the rich blood color, brilliant golden light sparkled. Dark bloodline. Royal blood fusion successful. Summoned beast evolution. Dracula, epic. Blood Clan Overlord Legendary. Summoned Beast. Blood Clan Overlord. Level. LV.6. Health. 8,600. Attributes. Strength 114. Agility 118. Constitution 116. Spirit 115. Summoned Beast quality upgraded from Epic to Legendary. Gaining attribute feedback. Summoners all attributes plus 100. Talent. Blood Clan Instinct Epic. Blood Shadow Fury Epic. Frenzy Blood Legendary. Skill I. Fatal Shot LV.10, Epic. Skill 2. Crimson Feast LV.10, Epic. Skill 3. Blood Clan Heritage LV.10, Legendary. New Talent, Frenzy Blood, Legendary. New Skill, Blood Clan Heritage LV.10, Legendary. Frenzy Blood. When the Blood Clan Overlord's health falls below 30%, it can trigger a Fury bonus, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. Blood Clan Heritage. The Blood Clan Overlord can consume its own health to transform deceased units into Blood Clan descendants. Amazing! Looking at the attribute panel of the Summoned Beast, Gu-chun felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. This is a level 6 Summoned Beast? Incredible! All 4 attributes are over 100, significantly higher than the level 7 Black Robe Steward. As for health, although it is a few hundred lower than the Black Robe Steward, that's primarily because the Black Robe Steward is a boss with health bonuses. But it's okay. The Blood Clan Overlord is just at level 6. Once it levels up to 7, it will definitely crush the level 7 boss in all aspects. From Excellent to Epic, gaining 10 attribute feedback. From Epic to Legendary, gaining 100 attribute feedback. Level, LV.6, 53/1880. Strength, 177. Agility, 176. Constitution, 178. Spirit, 179. Summoned Beast. Blood Clan Overlord LV.6, Legendary. Nightmare Sovereign LV.6, Epic. The 4 attributes are around 178. Gu-chun was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that with his current attributes, he could suppress the Black Robe Steward. If given a complete set of gear, he could even solo the challenging beginner dungeon. Speaking of gear, Gu-chun opened his personal space again. After killing the Black Robe Steward, he obtained the Black Steward's emblem and the Black Steward's robe, along with the Hurricane Warhammer just opened from the dungeon chest. 2 pieces of equipment, and 1 item. Black Steward's Emblem. Quality. Excellent. Effect. Shields against external prying. Others cannot obtain the wearer's character information. Note. When the level gap is too large, the shield becomes ineffective. Black Steward's Robe. Quality. Excellent. Attributes. Spirit plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Effect. The robe provides the user with a magical shield. Shield value equal to user's spirit *10. These are all good things. The emblem can prevent others from prying, while the robe provides a shield capable of resisting 1790 damage. The key is that the robe's shield value can grow as my spirit increases, which is quite impressive. Gu-chun put on the Black Steward's robe, pinning the emblem to his collar. He opened the profession trading platform on his phone and put up the Hurricane Warhammer for sale. This weapon had good attributes. Besides its basic attribute bonuses, it even had a defensive skill, suitable for warriors, paladins, monks, and other hammer mastering professions. As for the price, since it was an excellent grade weapon, it might not sell for a high price, but asking for 100,000 should not be considered expensive. Not long after completing the operation, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside, and Lin Yuan walked in with a stack of takeout boxes in hand. Old Gu, come on, we got 8 dishes and a soup for lunch. Hurry and lend a hand. In the afternoon, at 1:45 p.m., Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the Novice Dungeon Square. The square was still surrounded by many students, most of whom were waiting to form teams without finding good teammates. Is there a big shot going into a dungeon? I'm a monk with fine-grade equipment. I promise to behave. Looking for archers or gunners. Those with equipment and skills will be prioritized. Look, a summoner. Hey, it's Gu Chen. He just cleared the hard-level dungeon this morning. Why is he here again? What? He's the one who soloed with 4 actors. As Gu Chen walked over, countless gazes were drawn to him, and those in front instinctively parted, making way for him. Summoner Big Shot. Take me along. I have a full set of warrior equipment. Gu Chen, aren't you looking for teammates? Can you take me with you? Brother Chen, we're old classmates. Team up with me. Gu Chen wore an indifferent expression, directly ignoring the voices of flattery around him as he slowly approached the dungeon entrance. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Chen, I didn't think much of you at first, but since you managed to prove yourself with the hard-level dungeon, you might be useful after all. In that case, my team needs one more member. Prepare yourself and join us in the dungeon. Chapter 16. Coincidentally, I also want to enter the hell-level dungeon. A voice full of pride and disdain rang out among the crowd. Everyone's face stiffened. Then they turned to look. Who dared to speak to Gu Chen like that? At that moment, a handsome young man wearing rare-grade knight armor stepped up to Gu Chen. Li Wenwei, class leader of the elite class at Lynching No. 1 High School from a wealthy family, and his job was the rare profession of Retribution Knight. In terms of profession, background, and wealth, he completely crushed Gu Chen. He stood in front of Gu Chen with a proud expression, indeed possessing pride-worthy merits. Though I'm allowing you to join my team, don't get too happy. If you don't perform well and delay our progress, I'll simply blacklist you. Li Wenhui held himself high as if he were benevolently granting a favor, his words dripping with unmasked superiority. Even though he was inviting Gu Chen to team up, it felt more like charity, as if he was bestowing some great privilege. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Instead of getting angry, a quirky smile appeared on his face. Is this show of superiority really directed at me? Such high regard indeed. Li Wenhui, from the Li family of Lincheng, belonged to a large family. What does that mean? It means that he is wealthy. A fat sheep delivered to my door. A glint of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If he didn't take this chance to shear him a bit, it would be an insult to his pride. What are you waiting for? Komeanung. Li Wenhui tilted his head, signaling Gu Chen to follow. Gu Chen looked at him with disdain. No, buddy, I just soloed a hard-level dungeon this morning. Are you insane, or am I? Why should I help you now? Li Wenhui snorted coldly. What's hard-level to you? I'm leading a team into the hell-level dungeon now. Hell-level. Do you understand? Hell-level. Hearing those 3 words, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and everyone's gaze towards Li Wenhui changed instantly. So far, there had been no record of anyone clearing the hell-level novice dungeon in Lynching. With Li Wenhui's profession and background, since he dared to speak those words, it was likely that this time he was almost certain to win. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards Gu Chen, filled with jealousy and envy. After all, that was a hell-level dungeon. Although Gu Chen had soloed the hard level, compared to the hell level, it was simply child's play. Now being able to team up with Li Wenhui to tackle a dungeon was truly a huge stroke of luck. However, Gu Chen appeared nonchalant. So what? So what? In the entire Lin City, the number of teams capable of handling a hell-level dungeon is few. If you don't join my team, it's your loss, understand? What a coincidence. Gu Chen smiled disdainfully. I just happen to want to go into a hell-level dungeon myself. Just you? Li Wenhui did not believe him at all, his tone filled with contempt. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Gu Chen shrugged off casually. Since we are both going for the hell-level dungeon, why not make a bet? What bet? Whoever has the higher clearance rating wins. Li Wenhui seemed to have heard a joke. Are you sure? You might end up losing very badly. At this moment, a follower beside Li Wenhui whispered. Young Master Li, Gu Chen dares to say this definitely has some backing. It's better not to bet against him. Would I be afraid of him? Li Wenhui glared. A commoner from an ordinary class. Just lucky enough to solo a dungeon once. And he really thinks of himself as a god? Gu Chen showed an impatient expression. Stop rambling. Just say if you're afraid to bet. Who is Li Wenhui? Born into a wealthy family, proud in character, and possessing a rare job class, he was even hailed as a genius. Could he endure this humiliation? Afraid? What a joke! Li Wenhui shouted coldly. I'm just worried you can't even afford the stakes. Gu Chen appeared calm and collected. I'll bet you 500,000. Is that enough? What? 500,000? Li Wenhui furrowed his brow slightly, showing a look of suspicion. How could a student from an ordinary class have so much money? He felt a bit flustered. Although his rare knight armor was worth over $1 million, it was his family's resources. He indeed had saved hundreds of thousands, but that was all for upgrading equipment and buying skill books. If he lost, no way. He was a rare-class Retribution Knight, with a full set of rare-level knight armor. How could he possibly lose? Thinking of this, obvious disdain appeared in Li Wenhui's eyes. Fine, I'll bet with you, but it has to go through the trading platform. Gambling among professionals isn't prohibited. On the contrary, to encourage this method, the trading platform has specially developed a gambling system to prevent losers from cheating. Li Wenhui suggested going through the trading platform, worried that Gu Chun might not handle losing well. Gu Chun wasted no time, took out his phone, and logged into the trading platform, creating a gambling match. He first transferred 500,000 into the system, then set the betting method and judgment criteria, sending it to Li Wenhui. Okay. Li Wenhui confirmed, nodding in satisfaction, and also transferred 500,000 to the platform. With the stakes in place, the gamble immediately took effect. At this point, there was no room for regret. Gu Chun, you can't back out now. Li Wenhui's face showed a wild grin. Unexpectedly, gambling against a commoner would earn him 500,000. It was simply a pleasant surprise. What? These two actually bet. A summoner versus a Retribution Knight. How dare he? Woohoo! I'll blindly guess that Gu Chun will lose. Don't forget, Li Wenhui's teammates are all top students from high schools. And Gu Chun's teammates? Haven't seen them. I heard one is an actor. Huh? An actor? In the crowd, voices filled with pessimism rang out. Yet Gu Chun wore a smile that couldn't be hidden. At this moment, his mood mirrored Li Wenhui's. He couldn't believe that a gamble could earn him 500,000. Surprise! Simply too surprising. Just then, 3 figures appeared outside the dungeon square: Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi. Although Lin Qingqing's beautiful face was flower-like and moon-like, with his tall and domineering body, he pushed through the crowd, and Su Ran and Wu Zi followed closely behind. Before they got close, she immediately saw Li Wenhui standing next to Gu Chun. Not good! Lin Qingqing's face suddenly changed. How can Gu Chun stand together with Li Wenhui? Are they going to team up? Hearing this, Su Ran, who was following behind, suddenly showed a look of panic. They had worked hard to borrow 200,000 and had already transferred it to Gu Chun. Was Gu Chun going to join Li Wenhui's team? What about the money? That's 200,000. Wu Zi also saw the situation ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. Although 100,000 was precious, he was more concerned about entering the hell-level dungeon with Gu Chun. If they missed this godlike player, the loss would be much more serious than 100,000. Hurry, let's get over there, Wu Zi said seriously, and the 3 of them immediately quickened their pace. Chapter 17. You only know after the fight. At the square, at the entrance of the dungeon. After the betting fight took effect, Li Wenhui looked triumphant. Gu Chun, at first I knew you were a summoner, and I truly looked down on you, because for a commoner to choose a summoner is a dead end. But you proved yourself with your strength, so I decided to take you into the hell-level dungeon, to let you see some sights. After all, having a record in a hell-level dungeon means that even if you can't get into a higher academic institution in the future, you can still develop in the direction of a training partner. It's better than going to the factory, right? I'm doing this out of kindness, but you can't appreciate it. Li Wenhui's words were filled with disdain and arrogance as he lectured solemnly. As soon as Lin Qingqing and the others squeezed close, they were amused by Li Wenhui's words, and the solemn expressions on their faces vanished in an instant. Woohoo! What a false alarm! I'm dying of laughter. Li Wenhui wants to take Gu Chun into a dungeon? Crazy. He thinks that going into the dungeon with Gu Chun is going to help Gu Chun learn? Who exactly is not appreciating kindness? Ha ha. Hearing Li Wenhui talk like this makes me feel relieved. With Gu Chun's temper, he definitely won't team up with him. The 3 chatted and laughed, and sighed a breath of relief. Now their future was completely tied to Gu Chun. As long as Gu Chun didn't leave, they had a promising future. Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenhui is doing this for your own good. If you can't get into a higher academic institution, you can still go be a training partner. Lin Yuan, standing next to Gu Chun, couldn't help but burst out laughing at those fatherly teachings. Did I allow you to laugh? Li Wenhui's face instantly darkened. Even though you didn't allow me to laugh, I just can't help it. Lin Yuan's face was filled with joy. With Gu Chun around, he didn't take Li Wenhui, the so-called genius from the elite class, seriously at all. So, what if it's a rare profession? As long as Gu Chun summoned his beast, it could eliminate him instantly. Foolish dog. What's there to be arrogant about? Lin Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, full of spirit. Who dares to mess with us? As long as Gu Chun is here, everyone on the square is just trash in Lin Yuan's eyes. You think it's funny? Wait until I clear the hell-level dungeon, then you will all be crying. Li Wenwei left with a gloomy face after those parting words. He still needed to quickly find a suitable player to fill his team's vacant spot. At this time, Lin Qingqing and the other two also came to Gu Chen's side. Big God, the 200,000 from Su Ran and me have already been transferred to you. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said. In total, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi gave Gu Chen 300,000. At noon, after Gu Chen put the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also put the teleportation scroll up for sale, totaling 200,000 for both items. Adding up, that was the 500,000 from the bet. Gu Chen led the four to the entrance of the dungeon, selecting the Hell difficulty for the temple ruins in the dungeon interface. Warning: current selection is Hell difficulty. Challengers will enter the history of the temple. Difficulty is extremely high. Death rate is very high. Do you choose? Yes. Current team average level is too low. It is recommended to regroup. No. Entering Hell level dungeon of temple ruins. Please wait a moment. The space whirlpool at the entrance of the dungeon burst forth with a dark red light, and then Gu Chun and the others' figures vanished in place. Those around stared in amazement as the crowd first fell silent and then exploded with chatter. What the? Gu Chun actually entered the Hell-level dungeon. Is he crazy? Is there such a way to seek death? Just cleared the hard level, then turn around and entered Hell level. Isn't this too big of a leap? Gu Chun is confused. How dare he solo the Hell level? Who gave him the courage? Gu Chun is doomed. Not even Jesus can save him. I tell you, if he can come out alive, I'll live stream doing a handstand and crapping. Weren't you just saying that last time? On the other side, Li Wenwei also learned the news that Gu Chun had entered the Hell-level dungeon, but he felt no worry at all. A civilian summoner, taking 4 performers to tackle a Hell-level dungeon. Isn't that a joke? Brother Hui, we summoned someone. It's a Thunder Mage, a rare class like you. He's on his way. Okay, give him 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, everyone follow me into the Hell-level dungeon. Li Wenwei smirked slightly. His team had 2 rare classes, while Gu Chen's team had 4 actors. How can they compare? No need to compare at all. Gu Chen is doomed. Huh. How come it's foggy gray fog? Dizzy, weak all over. This gray fog contains cursed power. As soon as we land, we are afflicted with a weakening state. Is this the Hell-level dungeon? Standing at the entrance of the Hell-level temple ruins, the air was filled with gray fog. Lin Yuan and the others looked pale. Their bodies felt as heavy as lead. The Hell-level dungeon is similar to a true historical record, meaning that the environment they are in now is the real temple ruins. As for the previously cleared hard-level dungeon, at most, it could only be considered a weakened version. This gray fog is very similar to the black-robed steward skill in the main hall. It must be related to the abyssal race. This temple is likely suffering from an abyssal invasion. Lin Qingqing examined the temple gate. It's not likely. This temple has already been invaded by the abyssal race. Wu Zi took over the conversation. Looking at the history books and guides, all the people inside the temple have been corrupted by abyssal power. The boss we encountered in hard mode, the black-robed steward, is one of them. Although it's now a Hell-level dungeon, we still need to re-enter the temple and go through the previous plot again. After entering the main hall, we not only need to kill the black-robed steward, but also find a sealed heart. Then we will head to the sanctuary, where we will encounter the red-robed priest, the final boss of the nightmare-level dungeon. We need to kill the red-robed priest, and then find the sealed blood to complete the nightmare-level dungeon. After clearing the sanctuary, we will have to go to the altar, but what will happen at the altar, and who the ultimate boss is, we don't know. Wu Zi briefly explained the next few key points, all of which he obtained through paid channels. As expected of the class monitor, although coming to act, he had done his homework in advance. Lin Yuan felt a bit of a headache, rubbing his temples and said, "Sounds difficult. In the final stage, there isn't even a guide." Wu Zi nodded. After all, no novice would choose the Hell-level dungeon, and even if they did, nobody has ever cleared it. Su Ran looked bad and instinctively looked at Gu Chun. God, do you have confidence? We won't know unless we fight. Gu Chun spoke calmly and activated his summoning skill. A tall figure dressed in dark red appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the Blood Lord exuded a strong sense of oppression. An evil aura spread outwards, causing hearts to tremble and hair to stand on end. Chapter 18. Killing the elite guard of thousands of blood. Blood Lord, Old Gu, has your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan looked at the dark red robe with astonishment. Hearing this, Lin Qingqing and others turned their heads, shocked that just after completing a difficult dungeon, the summoned beast had already advanced. Such an exaggerated growth speed. Who would believe it if told? As everyone looked closely, they no longer saw the familiar Dracula. Instead, it stood taller and more imposing, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Just a glance filled them with intense fear, crashing over them like a tide, giving a sense of suffocating resistance. Wu Zi's eyes narrowed, wanting to check the Blood Lord's attributes immediately, but all he saw were rows of question marks. Because Gu Chun had set the summoned beast's information to be private, outsiders could only see its name, level, and health bar, but not even the specific health points. After all, the attribute information of a legendary summoned beast is astounding. At just level 6, its 4 main attributes had already surpassed 100, with health nearing 9,000. This was no mere summoned beast, but a boss in a novice dungeon. Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, Gu Chun couldn't be bothered to explain. He directly commanded the Blood Lord to walk toward the temple's entrance. At the same time, the first wave of fallen guards also stepped out from behind the door. The legendary Blood Lord possessed even more powerful vampiric instincts, and almost as soon as it moved, it had already targeted a figure in the gray fog, raising a hand to shoot. Bang! A single shot killed instantly. Damage over 3,000. The fallen guard barely revealed itself before being blasted apart by a single shot. Killed fallen guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Damn! That was a level 5 guard, and it was killed in one hit. Lin Yuan was stunned, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Just then, a tall guard came out, dressed in heavy black armor and holding a giant golden sword. This guard stood over 3 meters tall, like a hill, with the golden sword exuding a fierce might, followed by a group of level 5 guards. Alien, Fallen Guard Elite. Level, LV.6. Health, 11,500. Attributes, Strength 80, Agility 73, Constitution 92, Spirit 75. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Iron Protection. Skill 3, Sword of Oath. Skill 4, Ultimate Judgment. Are you kidding me? An elite guard? Lin Qingqing's face was filled with horror. Oh my god, over 10,000 health. Is this really just a guard? Su Ran covered her red lips, shocked beyond measure. Wu Zi timely spoke. The Hell-level dungeon restores a true historical scene, so this elite guard with over 10,000 health is just a doorkeeper? Hearing this, everyone's eyelids jumped. If even the elite monsters were just gatekeepers, wouldn't the difficulty behind be sky-high? At this moment, the elite guard let out a furious roar, swinging the golden sword as if charging a small mountain toward the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord's eyes sharpened, a killing intent rising, raising a hand to shoot. Bang! The bright silver bullet was blocked by the pitch-black heavy armor, and the elite guard only received a tiny amount of damage, losing merely 300 health, which was only 2% damage. Iron Protection. The heavy armor can resist 90% of damage for the Fallen Guard Elite. Total damage taken cannot exceed 50% of its maximum health. What a good skill! Unfortunately, it encountered the Blood Lord. The elite guard's maximum health at 50% is 5,750. This amount of health was akin to a blood cow for other challenger teams. Even if the elite guard stood still and didn't fight back, it would likely fail to break through this skill. Ordinary challengers would need to rely on positioning to consume the duration of this skill, waiting for it to cool down. But for the Blood Lord, just 2 shots would destroy this heavy armor. Without any hesitation, with a loud bang, the second bullet whistled through the air and struck the elite guard's body. The elite guard's body shook, and cracks instantly spread across the heavy armor, breaking it apart. After the heavy armor was shattered, the elite guard let out an angry roar, raising its golden giant sword high, the blade emitting a blinding golden light. Skill, Ultimate Judgment, activated. With a thunderous roar, the golden sword blade descended from the sky, smashing down towards the Vampire Lord with unstoppable force. The Vampire Lord, being a legendary summoned beast, had sharp senses and had already detected the attack coming from above. Just before the golden sword blade struck its head, its figure retreated like a ghost, dodging the skill with ease. Boom! The massive golden blade crashed to the ground, sending sand and stones flying, with large amounts of debris shooting out in all directions. At the same time, the Vampire Lord's attack came again. Bang! After the heavy armor was shattered, this shot directly caused over 3,000 health points to be lost from the elite guard. Then, another bullet whistled through the air, accurately hitting the elite guard's forehead. Bang! The high damage hit the head, directly triggering the stun effect. The elite guard stood still, temporarily unable to resist. This rare opportunity, the Vampire Lord crazily pulled the trigger, and a rain of bullets poured out, all hitting the elite guard's body. Not the forehead, nor a vital spot, but with the Vampire Lord's current power, even normal attacks dealt terrifying damage. Bang! 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 The elite guard's health plummeted, and after a few more shots, its towering body collapsed with a crash, its health completely drained. It took only 3 to 5 breaths, and the elite monster with over 10,000 health points was killed. With the greatest threat eliminated, the vampire lord's figure flickered and charged directly into the encirclement of the level 5 guards. It raised its hands, one holding a black pistol, the other a white one, firing them wildly, the gunfire raining down like bullets, with guards' bodies exploding around it. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of guards was completely wiped out. Kill Fallen Guard Elite LV.6, Experience plus 468. Loot. Fine Steel Heavy Armor *1. Loot. Healing Potion *3. Kill Fallen Guard LV.5. Experience plus 111. Kill Fallen Guard LV.5. Experience plus 118. Kill Fallen Guard LV.5. Experience plus 115. Kill Fallen Guard LV.5. Experience plus 109. A blue light fell from the elite guard's corpse, and Gu Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Not bad. The first wave of monsters dropped equipment. He picked up the Fine Steel Heavy Armor and took a quick look. Fine Steel Heavy Armor. Quality, excellent. Level restriction, 6. Attributes. Constitution plus 30, Strength plus 5. Effect. The Fine Steel Heavy Armor reduces 15% damage for the wearer. A level 6 piece of equipment, excellent quality, plus 30 Constitution, plus 5 Strength, and also reduces 15% of the damage. Not bad at all. Heavy armor is generally worn by warriors or knights, so once he's out of here, he could list it on the trading platform and get a good price. Chapter 19. A Dream Come True, The Dream Realm. Money is really easy to make as a professional. Gu Chen once again had this thought in his mind. In his memories, he had suffered from poverty since he was a child, and even when he later went to the Gu family, he was treated with disdain. During the month he stayed in the Gu family's mansion in Northern City, wealth and luxury were completely out of his reach. The only thing that gave him relief was not having to worry about 3 meals a day. Thinking of the Gu family, a cold gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng had judged him as having failed his job change, and in front of Qin Yun and the Gu family servants, he had humiliated him, treating him as a disgrace. Today, he became a summoner with divine level talent, with an unlimited future ahead. Northern Kingdom's War King, Holy Sword Berserker, the Empire's strongest? In the face of divine level talent, none of them are worth mentioning. One day, he would become a being that Gu Qingfeng could only look up to, and that day will not be far away. Putting away the steel armor into his personal space, Gu Chun turned his gaze to another trophy. Healing Potion. Quality, excellent. Effect. After absorption, it can resist the Gray Mist Curse, lasting 10 minutes. The Blood Clan Lord's 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 100. The Gray Mist Curse has a minimal effect on him. Gu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes far exceed others at the same level, so he would only be slightly affected, not to mention he wasn't participating in the battle. Therefore, the healing potion was essentially useless in his hands. But that was only for him. For other professionals, the healing potion was undoubtedly a rare treasure. With just one potion, one could disregard the Gray Mist Curse for 10 minutes, completely dispelling the state of weakness on them. Having it was like carrying a purification spell. This would be crucial during a boss fight. So, Gu Chun was sure that if this item were listed on the trading platform, it would definitely sell for a good price. He stored 3 healing potions in his personal space, while the Blood Clan Lord cleared all the guards at the temple entrance. Level up. Level. LV.7, 32/2680. Strength, 187. Agility, 186. Constitution, 188. Spirit, 189. Summon Beast. Blood Clan Lord LV.7, Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV.7, Epic. Talent. You can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Level 7. If this leveling speed gets out, I don't know how many people will envy it. Thanks to the attribute feedback, Gu Chen's overall attributes have almost reached 200 points, more than double that of other professionals at the same level. This is impressive. If he goes out to battle 1v1 in the arena, even without relying on his summoned beasts, he could easily sweep through opponents at the same level. Next, Gu Chen activated his talent to obtain the Dark Bloodline, and a dark red glow burst forth before his eyes. I hope to get a Royal Bloodline. If he received another Royal Bloodline, both of his summoned beasts would become legendary, making this hell-level dungeon almost certain to succeed. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. Well, I overthought it. It seems that a Royal Bloodline is not so easy to obtain. After all, it is the bloodline that can upgrade an epic summoned beast to legendary status. Even in the entire Divine Xiao Empire, there are only a dozen known legendary summoned beasts. Rarity is one reason, and another is that few professionals choose to become summoners. Dark Bloodline Descendant can trigger a bloodline awakening for the original dark creature and can enhance attributes for royal blood dark creatures. No need to think, Attribute enhancement has little significance for the Blood Clan Lord, but a Bloodline Awakening could give the Nightmare Ruler new talents or skills. Guchen directly fused the Descendant Bloodline into the Nightmare Ruler's body. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion successful. Summon Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level LV.7. Health 7,950. Attributes: Strength 99, Agility 106, Constitution 105, Spirit 110. New talent: Dream Come True, Epic. Dream Come True. The cooldown of the Nightmare Ruler skills is reduced by 50%, and skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. This talent is truly a dream come true. The cooldown is halved. Not to mention, all consumption and negative effects are directly reduced by 80%. Even legendary summoned beasts do not have such exaggerated effects. It's just that the Nightmare Ruler itself is an energy entity. If it were another summoned beast, it definitely wouldn't have such good fortune. Next, the Blood Clan Lord walked into the temple, and Gu Chun and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the temple square, an even denser gray mist rushed towards them. Everyone's complexion changed. They felt the effects of the gray mist curse were even stronger, and the weakness imposed on them doubled. Gu Chun frowned. His four-dimensional attributes had surpassed 100, and his resistance far exceeded others at the same level. But under the influence of the gray mist curse, his overall attributes dropped by 25% as well. As for Lin Yuan and the others, each one looked pale and weak, as if they had lost half their life. At that moment, Su Ran, walking beside Lin Qingqing, showed a painful expression. It seemed that she could no longer bear the curse of the gray mist. Her eyes rolled back, and her fragile body fell straight down. Saran! Lin Qingqing rushed forward to help Saran, but found that the latter had already fallen into a coma. Guchen also came over to check on Saran's condition. Her constitution is too weak. He knew assassins had weak bodies, but he did not expect Saran's constitution to be this weak. It was because she could not bear the sudden surge of the gray mist curse that she fainted. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was fully displayed before everyone. This omnipresent gray mist curse was simply terrifying. If the challenger's constitution was not up to standard, they wouldn't even need any enemies to act. Just taking a few steps would be fatal. No wonder so many newcomers had failed to clear the hell-level beginner dungeon over the years. Was this something that newbie professionals could endure? What to do? In other teams, in a situation like Saran's, they would have to use a teleportation scroll to send her out since she had lost her ability to act. If the intensity of the gray mist curse continued to increase, it was very likely that she would die here. Gu Chun, I can carry Saran. Can you let her continue following us? Lin Qingqing pleaded. She and Saran had borrowed 100,000 outside just to follow Gu Chun into the hell-level dungeon. 100,000? For a commoner just graduating from high school, that was an astronomical number. If they withdrew halfway, Saran would have no choice but to work in a factory, likely taking years to repay this huge debt. Sigh. Such trouble, Gu Chun sighed. Seeing Gu Chun's attitude, Lin Qingqing's expression darkened. However, the next moment, Gu Chun raised his hand and directly summoned a ghostly figure made of black mist. Nightmare Ruler! The Nightmare Ruler seized Saran, and with a flash, the space in front of them shattered like a mirror, pulling Saran into the rift. A dream! The Nightmare Ruler could travel freely through dreams. Pulling Saran into the dream meant she would not be affected by the gray mist curse anymore. Chapter 20. Using Healing Potion. The dream is a completely independent special space, isolated from the real world. Everything that happens in the dream does not affect reality. So, when Saran entered the dream space, she quickly recovered from her weak state. Where am I? Saran looked around in confusion. In the dream, she could see the scenes from the dungeon clearly, but the people in the real world could not see her. Where is Saran? Lin Qingqing also looked bewildered. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Saran responded and instinctively walked over. However, after just a few steps, she found herself back at her original position. Now, a hint of panic appeared on Saran's face. Without hesitation, she activated the assassin's Phantom Dash and sprinted toward Lin Qingqing. But the more she ran, the farther away she got from Lin Qingqing. Gu Chun sensed the situation in the dream through his connection with the Nightmare Ruler. Forget it, you all come in too, he waved his hand. In the dream, you won't be affected by the gray mist curse. I will let you out once the gray mist dissipates. As soon as his words fell, the void in front suddenly shattered, dark cracks extending right in front of Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Zi. Next, a fierce hand formed from the black mist reached out from the broken space, splitting its arm into three, pulling the three of them into the dream. Everything in the dream was no different from the dungeon scene, the only difference being that the four of them could not interact with Gu Chun, as they were in two different dimensions. The weak state really vanished. Lin Qingqing saw Saran as soon as she entered, both excited and surprised. Gu Chun said, "This is a dream? How do we get in here?" Lin Yuan looked at the ghost-like shadow in disbelief. "Nightmare Master, it's definitely a summoned beast. I didn't expect Gu Chun to contract a second summoned beast so quickly. Not only an energy body, but also a rare space type." Wu Zi instinctively wanted to check the attributes of the summoned beast, but only saw a bunch of question marks. So, is the dream a skill of the Nightmare Master? Are we inside the skill? What kind of skill can last this long? Although the Nightmare Master can freely traverse dreams and reality, maintaining a dream for such a long time consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Previously, the Nightmare Master would never have been able to do this. However, after the Bloodline Awakening, its talent Dream Come True can reduce its own consumption by 80%, which greatly improves the skill's endurance. After settling Lin Yuan and the other three, the Blood Clan Lord continued to pave the way, with Gu Chun and the Nightmare Master trailing behind. As they ventured deeper, the weakening effect brought by the gray mist curse grew stronger. When they reached the plaza, Gu Chun felt that all his attributes had dropped by 30%. What does this mean? Originally, his four-dimensional attributes were close to 200, but now they had dropped to just over 140, making his movements noticeably slower. The Blood Clan Lord was experiencing the same issue. The weakening state had a severe impact on combat power. What could take down a level 5 guard with one bullet now required 2 shots. As Gu Chun entered the plaza, a large number of fallen guards refreshed from all directions, nearly refreshing several every few steps. Furthermore, every few refreshes, there would be an elite guard just at different levels. For example, they encountered a level 7 elite guard at the temple entrance, and just now, the Blood Clan Lord had defeated an 8-level elite guard. And now, right in front of Gu Chun, a level 9 elite guard was approaching him. Other race, Fallen Guard Elite. Level, LV.9. Health, 16,000. Attributes, Strength 80, Agility 87, Constitution 122, Spirit 95. Skill I, Gray Mist Curse. Skill 2, Iron Guard. Skill 3, Giant Axe Strike. Skill 4, Spinning Blood Blade. This level 9 elite guard resembled a small giant. Its pitch-black heavy armor radiated authority, with health reaching 16,000 and all its four-dimensional attributes surpassing 100. It could be said that this was the most powerful other race Gu Chun had encountered since entering the instance. As the level 9 elite guard stepped forward, the surrounding gray mist thickened, even blurring the guard's facial features. In its hand was a blood-colored giant axe, with a dark iron chain connected at the end of the axe handle. The rest of the chain wrapped around its exceptionally thick arm. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted from the gray mist. Giant Axe Strike. Without warning, the blood-colored giant axe was thrown, the sharp axe blade slicing through the air like a thick blood-red lightning bolt aimed directly at the Blood Clan Lord. The gray mist curse released by the level 9 elite guard caused the Blood Clan Lord's altogether attributes to reduce by 40%. In an instant, the Blood Clan Lord's speed dropped to an abnormal level, and before it could dodge, the sharp axe blade struck it. Hiss! A gruesome wound appeared on the Blood Clan Lord's body, blood splattering, nearly cleaving it in half. Fortunately, this elite guard excelled in constitution. Comparatively, its attack power wasn't very high. Even so, it still took away over 4,000 health points from the Blood Clan Lord. After leveling up to 7, the Blood Clan Lord's health had already surpassed 10,000. It could be said that one skill from the elite guard directly took away nearly half of the Blood Clan Lord's health. Roar! The Blood Clan Lord's face contorted in pain, letting out a pained roar. This is the level 9 elite guard. It's simply terrifying. Wu Zi looked at the Blood Clan Lord's health bar, which was nearly half empty, his eyes filled with horror. This is the first time the summoned beast has taken such heavy damage. The hell level instance is truly terrifying. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. The elite guard is so strong. How about letting the Nightmare Lord go up? Lin Yuan instinctively looked at that ghostly black shadow. Inside the dream space, the four of them watched the battle, their hearts in their throats. However, on the square, Gu Chun stood still, his expression calm and composed. Although under the influence of the gray mist curse, the Blood Clan Lord's attributes had declined, preventing him from dodging the elite guard's skill in time. But he is a Blood Clan. For the Blood Clan, as long as it's not a lethal injury, any other wounds can recover quickly. This is not a skill, but an instinct. The Blood Clan Lord let out a muffled groan and removed the giant axe embedded in its flesh. In the next moment, the blood at the wound had stopped flowing, and the grotesque wound began to heal at an eye-visible speed. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly terrifying wound had returned to normal. If it weren't for the dark red bloodstain still remaining on its gown, It would be hard to imagine that just moments ago, it had nearly been cut in half by that bloody giant axe. Although the wound had healed, the health bar was still close to half health. However, under the talent of Blood Clan Instinct, its life value was recovering quickly. Seeing this, Guchen didn't want to waste more time and took out a healing potion from his portable space. Healing potion. After absorption, it can resist the gray mist curse, lasting for 10 minutes. The Blood Clan Lord took the potion without any hesitation, swallowing the glass tube whole. In the next second, a layer of white energy burst forth from its surface, and its weak state vanished instantly. Roar! The Blood Clan Lord let out a roar, shaking off its previous lethargy. Under the effect of the healing potion, its four-dimensional attributes and health rapidly rebounded, instantly restoring to peak condition. Chapter 21. Whisper of the Dead Spellball, Blood Clan Inheritance. Bang! Bang! Deadly shot. Two bright silver bullets pierced through the gray mist and almost simultaneously hit the elite guard's head. The elite guard staggered, losing nearly 7,000 health points, and the health bar dropped to around half health. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive shots, another deadly shot. Generally, skills have cooldown mechanisms and cannot be used consecutively, but after advancing to legendary level, deadly shot was enhanced. Previously, one bullet with skill effect was fired from that silver-white handgun. Now, it was 6 a whole magazine. One bullet dealt over 3,000 damage, and after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with only a sliver of health. Just one more shot would take it down. However, in its dying moments, the elite guard's dark heavy armor suddenly emitted dark light. Skill activated. Iron Guard. In an instant, the near-death elite guard gained super strong damage reduction with the skill's help. Skill activated. Spinning Blood Blade. After gaining damage immunity, the elite guard dragged heavy chains and swung the giant axe, attempting to launch its strongest strike. However, the Blood Clan Lord was now in peak condition. How could it sit and wait to be struck? Bang! 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 The black handgun fired a few normal attacks, instantly breaking through the damage reduction of Iron Guard. Then, it flickered and appeared behind the elite guard like a ghost. Just as the blood-colored giant axe was flung out, a bright silver bullet accurately hit the elite guard's back of the head. Bang! Kill Submerged Guard Elite, LV.9, experience plus 795. Loot acquired, Whisper of the Dead Spell Ball, *1. Whisper of the Dead Spell Ball. Quality rare. Effect. Each kill or assist can accumulate 1 layer of Whispers of the Dead, each layer providing a 5% all-attribute bonus. Note: the effect of the Whisper of the Dead Spell Ball must be actively used. After casting, layers reset, and the all-attribute bonus lasts for 1 minute. Note: if the wearer dies, the layers reset. Rare level spell all equipment. Every kill or assist can accumulate a 5% bonus to all attributes. Unlike regular spell balls, the effect of the Death Whisper spell ball needs to be activated manually. That means, even if you stack up to 20 layers, achieving a 100% bonus, if you don't activate it intentionally, you won't receive the bonus effect. Furthermore, after activation, the layers reset to 0, and the bonus effect can only last for 1 minute. Guchen thought for a moment and decided to let the Nightmare Sovereign equip the Death Whisper spellball. Firstly, the Nightmare Sovereign can freely travel between dreams and reality, making it more survivable and less likely to die, which helps accumulate higher layers. Secondly, the Nightmare Sovereign's Deep Dream can deal area of effect continuous damage, maximizing damage within the 1 minute of the spellball effect. After equipping it, the Blood Lord continued to forge ahead. Passing through the courtyard, after killing a group of guards, Guchen arrived at the main hall's entrance. Pushing open the 2 heavy doors, right in the middle of the main hall, next to a massive collapsed statue, a tall figure cloaked in black robes appeared. Other. Black Robe Steward, Elite. Level. LV.13. Health. 35,000. Attributes. Strength 125, Agility 127, Constitution 132, Spirit 135. Skill I, Gray Mist Curse. Skill 2, Abyssal Invasion. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. It's still the Black Robe Steward, but its level has increased. At level 13, the average of its 4 attributes is 130, and its health has surged to 35,000. Although its skills haven't changed, its body has grown taller and more shadowy, and the Gray Mist Curse in the main hall has become much stronger. Guchen could feel that the weakened state had suppressed all his attributes by 40%. If he fought in this condition, his fighting power would be halved. Fortunately, the Blood Lord had already used a healing potion, gaining immunity to the Gray Mist Curse for 10 minutes. Otherwise, fighting monsters while weakened would have no chance of victory. Meanwhile, inside the vast main hall, several submerged guards were respawning from the corners around. In the blink of an eye, Over 50 tall figures in armor appeared next to Gu Chun. In the dream, Lin Yuan and others saw the countless guards closing in from all sides and could not help but feel their scalps tingle. So many? The last main hall wasn't like this, Lin Qingqing said with a frown. Counting them is impossible. It's just too terrifying. Su Ran exclaimed. This really is a big trouble. Wu Zi said with a heavy expression. What do we do? With so many monsters, even with the Nightmare Sovereign, it's not enough. Lin Yuan panicked. In the hard-level dungeon, there were only about 20 guards around the Black Robe Steward, with the highest level being 2 level 5 guards. But now, the number of guards had doubled, with the lowest being level 5, and among them were even some level 7 and 8 guards. It should be noted that the Black Robe Steward has a damage transfer skill. These 50-plus submerged guards are not just lackeys, but over 50 health packs. The health of a level 5 guard is 2,900, a level 6 guard has 3,500 health. A level 7 guard has 4,200, and an 8-level guard has 5,000. Assuming an average health of 4,000 for each guard. Together these guards add up to about 200,000 health. That means the Black Robe Steward's own health is 35,000, plus an extra 200,000 health packs. It's simply a health cow. No, it's not even that exaggerated. It should be called a blood bank. What do we do? With health over 200,000, won't that blow up the gun? Lin Yuan said with a worried expression. Not necessarily. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and Lin Yuan turned to see Gu Chun had appeared in the dream as well. Old Gu, how did you get in? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The upcoming battle will be chaotic, and I'm afraid of misfiring. Gu Chun said calmly. Chaotic battle ahead? Hearing Gu Chen's words, the four of them turned to look. They saw the Blood Lord's fingers grasping the air. 5 crimson beams of blood shot out from his palm, instantly entering the corpses of the guards outside the main hall. The next second, the corpses of the guards opened their eyes, revealing an evil bloodlight. Slowly stood up from the ground. Bloodline inheritance. The Blood Prince can consume his own life force to transform deceased units into bloodline descendants. The Blood Prince consumed 5,000 life force, turning 5 corpses into bloodline guards. His health bar suddenly dropped to above half health. The level of the bloodline guards was the same as in life, 3 at level 7 and 2 at level 8. The bloodline guards came behind the Blood Prince, their crimson pupils fixed fiercely on the surrounding fallen guards, revealing a bloodthirsty and brutal appearance. Kill! The Blood Prince lightly uttered a word, and the bloodline guards, wielding long swords or heavy axes, charged madly into the group of guards ahead. With strong physique and recovery abilities, the bloodline is instinctual. In normal combat, the bloodline guards should have the upper hand. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the level 7 and 8 bloodline guards could only target the lowest level 5 guards first. The Blood Prince was not idle either, his gaze locking onto an 8-level guard trying to attack the bloodline guards. Bang! 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 A series of silver bullets whizzed like lightning, instantly hitting that 8-level guard. Killed fallen guard LV.8, experience plus 616. The 5 bloodline guards fought valiantly against many foes, and soon, one by one, the fallen guards fell to the ground. Killed fallen guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Killed fallen guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Killed fallen guard LV.6, experience plus 234. Killed fallen guard LV.6, experience plus 234. Chapter 22, Star Upgrade, Skill Enhancement. Whoa, did I level up? In the dream, Lin Yuan, who was in observation mode, suddenly startled and then showed a joyful expression. Gu Chun glanced over. Not just Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Wu Zi also leveled up, all to level 5. As for himself, he was close to level 8. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were overjoyed, knowing that they hadn't even completed half of the dungeon yet. They had reached level 5 without doing anything along the way, which was something they never dared to even think about before. I wonder how Li Wenwei is doing? Lin Qingqing suddenly recalled Gu Chen's bet. He must have failed miserably. Lin Yuan spoke. Li Wenwei cleared a hard-level dungeon this morning, and he was only level 4. How could he think he could clear the hell-level dungeon with just a rare knight set? Hard to say. Wu Zi analyzed on the side. Li Wenwei not only has a rare set, but he also possesses an A-tier talent, and his team's job combination is far stronger than ours. He actually has an A-tier talent? How come I didn't know? Lin Yuan looked surprised. It's normal. For the common people, many information channels are closed. Wu Zi's head lifted slightly. Then how do you know? Aren't you a commoner too? Me? Not all commoners are the same. While the few were chatting, Gu Chun used a life recovery potion to fully restore the Blood Prince's life force. Then, Bloodline Inheritance was cast again, and another 5 corpses were transformed into bloodline descendants, 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards, and 2 level 8 guards. Why not transform more bloodline descendants at once? Because the Blood Prince still needed to fight against the 13-level Black Robe Steward, maintaining over 50% health for emergencies. As for the transformed bloodline guards, they retained the basic attributes of fallen guards but possessed bloodline instincts, greatly enhancing their combat power. With super sensory perception and speed, along with strong recovery ability, nearly every bloodline guard could face 1 to 2 fallen guards directly, even under the Grey Mist Curse's suppression. As the battle continued, the number of bloodline guards gradually increased, and the fallen guards began to fall behind, with only a dozen left desperately holding on. Meanwhile, the Blood Prince's assault grew fiercer, and a few rounds later, the Black Robe Steward's health dipped below half health. And in the main hall, the fallen guards. Only 6 remain. 25 vampire guards killed 6 abyssal guards, the tide has turned, and the situation looks very good. The long swords and giant axes kept crashing down, the health of the abyssal guards was constantly decreasing, and soon, 1 abyssal guard fell to the ground. Kill abyssal guard LV.9, experience plus 521. Level up, level, LV.8. 13/4850. Strength, 197. Agility, 196. Constitution, 198. Spirit, 199. Summon Beast. Vampire Duke LV.8. Legendary. Nightmare Master LV.8. Epic. Talent. Current available to obtain a dark bloodline. So refreshing. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. After leveling up, the Vampire Duke's health was fully restored. Vampire Heritage was activated again. The Vampire Duke's health suddenly dropped. 5 guard corpses stood up from the ground, their eyes shining with bloodthirsty red light. 35 vs 5, the number of vampire guards has increased again. Gu Chun then activated his talent to obtain the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline 1 SD Generation. Dark Bloodline 1 SD Generation can promote 1 first-generation dark creature by 1 star, and can awaken the bloodline of a royal blood dark creature once. Promote! After consideration, Gu Chun merged this dark bloodline into the Nightmare Master. Summon Beast promotion successful. Nightmare Master. Epic. Nightmare Master. Epic. Level. LV.8. Health. 11,150. Attributes. Strength 119. Agility 126. Constitution 125. Spirit 130. Talent. Indescribable. Dream come true. Skill I. Annihilation instant kill. Epic. Skill 2. Nightmare Binding, Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dream, Epic. Skill Nightmare Binding has been enhanced. Nightmare Binding. Every 10 points of spirit can summon a Nightmare Servant. The Nightmare Servant can bind the target in place for a short time, and the target bound by multiple Nightmare Servants will receive multiple damage. After the skill enhancement, Nightmare Binding added a control effect which can bind the target in place for a short time. Moreover, if 2 Nightmare Servants bind a target, the target will receive double damage. 5 means 5 times, 10 means 10 times. However, the damage source must be from the Nightmare Master to inflict multiple damages. Otherwise, it is ineffective. It's quite impressive. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This skill used to only allow Nightmare Servants to attach to a target without control effects. Now, being able to bind a target in place made a big difference. Gu Chen thought, and the black mist around the Nightmare Master surged. 3 shadows flashed and bound to the remaining 3 abyssal guards. The control effect activated immediately. The 3 abyssal guards were bound by the Nightmare Servants and lost their mobility, being mercilessly killed in place by the vampire guards nearby. Then, 3 shadows flew out from the guard corpses and returned to the Nightmare Master. Kill Abyssal Guard LV.8, experience plus 235. Kill Abyssal Guard LV.9, experience plus 518. Kill Abyssal Guard LV.8, experience plus 230. Kill/assist judgment activated. You have accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead. What a thrill! This is exactly the effect I wanted. The cost to summon Nightmare Servants is negligible, yet it allows the Nightmare Master to accumulate layers for the Whisper of the Dead while activating dreams. This is truly a win-win. Wow! Awesome! Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Not just exclaiming about Gu Chen's small operation that accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead, but being profoundly shocked by the mangled corpses of guards scattered around the main hall. This is equivalent to 200,000 health points worth of health packs. Just like that, they were brutally wasted. With this, the Black Robe Steward is just a piece of cake. Lin Yuan was slightly startled, and suddenly, he realized that he might have become a bit too arrogant. That was a level 13 elite monster, with an average attribute of 130 and a health of 35,000. Even if he hit it all day with a heavy sword, he wouldn't be able to kill it. How could it be a piece of cake? He hadn't even drunk before entering the dungeon. How could he be feeling so dizzy? At this moment, all the abyssal guards had been slain, and the black-robed steward could no longer transfer damage through the small minions. Meanwhile, the vampire duke's healing potions had long since worn off, and it was suffering from the effects of weakness. In a desperate battle with the black-robed steward, at that moment, the Blood Clan lord suddenly gave up the fight and retreated swiftly. But the Blood Clan guards in the arena seemed to go mad, fearlessly charging toward the black-robed steward. The first to arrive at the black-robed steward's side was a level 9 Blood Clan guard. Without saying a word, he self-destructed. That's right, he self-destructed. With a loud bang, he directly blew away 2,000 health points of the black-robed steward. Immediately after, a second Blood Clan guard came, followed by a third, a fourth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounded like thunder, shaking the main hall endlessly. Meanwhile, the health line of the black-robed steward dropped sharply, plummeting like a cliff, completely reaching zero in just a few breaths. Beneath the blood-stained black robe, a tall figure heavily fell to the ground, utterly silent. Chapter 23. The Debut of the Nightmare Master. Kill Black-Robe Steward Elite LV.13. Experience plus 1,573. Loot acquired. Summoner Skill Book *1. Loot acquired. Clone Doll *1. Loot acquired. Healing Potion *3. Loot acquired. Life Recovery Potion *2. Summoner Skill Book. What incredible luck! Gu Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly opened his personal space. Skill Book. Comprehensive link. Profession. Summoner. Level 5. Quality Rare. Effect. Fully links the status of the user with the summoned unit, sharing beneficial effects and bearing detrimental effects. This skill is indeed very good. One part of the consumption is shared with the summoned beast, leaving only 1/3, and one part of the beneficial effect is shared, turning into 3 parts. Although there were no gear drops this time, it was still quite rare to get a professional skill book. Learn skill. A layer of purple light burst forth from the skill book and then disappeared. You have learned a new skill. Comprehensive link. Finally, I have a skill. Gu Chun complained in his heart. Summoner skills are so scarce. There aren't even any corresponding skill books for sale in a remote town like Lincheng. So apart from the basic summoning skills, this is his first professional skill. Then, Gu Chun looked at another piece of loot. Clone Doll. Quality Rare. Effect. After activation, can absorb 3,000 damage for the user. This value is equivalent to 3 to 4 times the maximum health of a normal level 8 professional. But for Gu Chun, it's just a bit over 2 times. A bit low, but it's not bad as a shield. Gu Chun activated the clone doll immediately, hanging it on himself, then stored the rest of the loot in his personal space. At this moment, the Blood Clan Lord seemed to notice something and handed Gu Chun a glass bottle covered in stains. What is this? Gu Chun looked over curiously, discovering that the bottle contained a heart, which was still beating slowly. Quest item, Sealed Heart. Looking at the murky, dark water in the bottle, Gu Chun felt a bit nauseous for a moment. Sealed Heart. Type. Quest item. Description. A heart cut from a witch, originally prepared for a sacrifice to the deity to gain power against the abyss, but unexpectedly. Quest item. I'll store for now. Gu Chun tucked the sealed heart into his personal space. After the black-robed steward was killed, the gray mist curse suddenly became much thinner, and the weakening effect also significantly diminished. Gu Chun found a clean spot in the main hall and released Lin Yuan and others from the dream, taking a short break. Actually, it was mainly to allow the Blood Clan Lord to recover health and also to transform a few more Blood Clan descendants. After all, to quickly kill the black-robed steward just now, 8 Blood Clan descendants had self-destructed all at once. After more than an hour, the Blood Clan Lord's condition was completely restored. Behind it were 30 figures, all wrapped in thick blood energy, which was the current limit of what the Blood Clan Lord could transform. 1 level 13 Blood Clan Steward and 29 Blood Clan Guards. For level 9s, 6 level 8s, 9 level 7s, and 10 level 6s. Units below level 10 will be transformed into Blood Clan Descendants, consuming 1,000 life points, with self-destruct damage of 2,000. Units below level 20 consume 2,000 life points, with self-destruct damage of 3,000. As for units below level 30, it is still unclear. Once prepared, Gu Chun summoned the Nightmare Ruler, and Lin Yuan and the others entered the dream again. With Blood Clan Descendants clearing the way ahead, Gu Chun quickly reached the end of the main hall, arriving beneath 2 heavy iron doors. Pushing open this door means stepping into the sanctuary, the final level of the Nightmare level dungeon. As long as they defeat the boss inside and find a sealed vial of blood, they can successfully complete the level. However, this is a hell level dungeon, and the sanctuary is just an appetizer. The altar ahead is the main course. A level 6 Blood Clan guard pushed open the great door, and under the protection of many blood clans, Gu Chen stepped into the sanctuary. Upon entry, the gray mist density rose again, the effect of weakness exploded suddenly, and Gu Chen's attributes dropped by 35% overall. Such a terrifying gray mist curse. No wonder no new professional has ever cleared the hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen's face clearly paled a few shades. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were already in the dream. Otherwise, he would surely lose half of his life. In the center of the sanctuary stood a gaunt, hunched figure cloaked in dark red garments. According to the strategy guide, this should be the boss of the sanctuary, the Red Priest. Beneath the hood, the Red Priest's face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with fanaticism and cruelty. Its skin was as pale as paper, covered in black markings, like evil spells spreading across its skin. With a group of Blood Clan members entering the center of the sanctuary, a deep purple light suddenly burst forth from the crystal ball in the Red Priest's hand. Roar! Dense purple energy swirled like smoke around the Red Priest, forming skeletal silhouettes that struggled and roared in the void. Alien race. Red Priest Belit. Level. LV.15. Health. 72,000. Attributes. Strength 140. Agility 147. Constitution 162. Spirit 150. Skill I. Gray Mist Curse. Skill 2. Vengeful Spirit Strike. Skill 3. Life Sacrifice. Skill 4. Death Echo. Now, I have truly arrived in hell. Average attributes of 150 plus 72,000 health, along with the weakness effect of the gray mist. Ordinary professionals would probably feel their scalp tingle just from looking. Such thick health. Given the current state of the Blood Clan Lord, it definitely would not work. Thinking of this, Gu Chen took out a healing potion from his space and used it on himself. The healing potion took effect, and the state of weakness immediately vanished. At the same time, Gu Chen activated his skill. Full Link. Fully links one state with summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and mitigating harmful effects. The next second, the Blood Clan Lord, who was still in a weakened state, and the other Blood Clan guards felt a surge of spirit, and their status quickly recovered. Then, Gu Chen looked at the ghost-like figure beside him. Go ahead, it's your turn to shine. The Nightmare Ruler also returned to peak condition, transforming into a cloud of black mist and vanishing into the void, heading toward the Red Priest. In the central area of the sanctuary, the Red Priest waved its wide sleeves, and 3 vengeful spirit skeletons soared into the sky, directly negating the bullets fired by the Blood Clan Lord. The frontmost Blood Clan guards rushed to the Red Priest, their long swords and heavy axes mercilessly striking down. However, the next second, a vengeful spirit skeleton that was circling around the Red Priest lunged forward, instantly turning the foremost Blood Clan guard into a pile of dry bones. Soon after, several other vengeful spirit skeletons flew out, charging toward the remaining Blood Clan guards. At that moment, the void suddenly shattered, and the pitch-black, deep cracks instantly swallowed those several vengeful spirit skeletons. The Nightmare Ruler revealed its form, surrounded by nightmare minions, swirling like black mist. In the next second, the nightmare minions transformed into shadows, flying towards the red-robed priest. Nightmare Entanglement. For every 10 points of mental strength, summon a nightmare minion. The minion can entangle the target, keeping them in place for a short time. Targets entangled by multiple minions will suffer multiplied damage. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 10 shadows had wrapped around the red-robed priest, and the damage multiplier reached its limit. The Nightmare Overlord's black mist surged, and suddenly it vanished into the dream world. In the next second, a ghostly figure appeared behind the red-robed priest. Dream Deletion Instant Kill. Use the dream world to approach the target, launching a surprise attack to deal massive damage. The skill was activated. Dream Deletion Instant Kill. Hit the target, bursting with high damage instantly. Immediately after, the 10 shadows entangling the red-robed priest shook violently, and the 10 times damage from Nightmare Entanglement exploded. Boom! Beneath the red robe, the hunched figure stiffened, as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. 28,000. The 2 skills of the Nightmare Overlord combined, directly releasing 28,000 damage. The red robe priest's health bar dropped by almost half in an instant, losing more than 40% of its health. Chapter 24. Burning, the red robe priest who sacrifices life. Holy crap! 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Isn't the Nightmare Overlord the summoned beast that Gu Chen just contracted? How is it stronger than the Blood Lord? Seeing that the red robe priest had lost more than half its health, Lin Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. This damage, as long as it's not a boss, it's a one-hit kill. Lin Qingqing was also astonished. The red-robed priest has 72,000 health. It doesn't seem like that's enough to stop the nightmare overlord. Wu Zi couldn't believe it either. The four in the dream world were all in disbelief, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. A newly promoted summoner had just used their summoned beast to deal 28,000 damage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed something so absurd. Roar! The red-robed priest, suffering a heavy blow, erupted with terrifying power. Around it, several skeletal wraiths howled and shrieked, charging towards the nightmare overlord. Just then, the Blood Lord launched a sudden attack, a series of bullets whistling as they accurately struck the red-robed priest's head. Bang! 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 Massive damage exploded in the red-robed priest's forehead, instantly stunning it. The skeletal wraiths, charging towards the nightmare overlord, suddenly froze, losing control and scattering like headless flies, crashing into surrounding walls and statues. For this elite boss, the stun time was only 1 second. But for the current battle, that was enough. Deep Dream. The Nightmare Overlord did not hesitate and directly activated its strongest skill, turning the area centered on the red-robed priest into a deep dream. In the deep dream, the red-robed priest let out a painful roar, its body stretching, flattening, twisting, and disassembling like clay. Every second, it endured the high damage caused by the deep dream. Its health began to drop. While not as quickly as before, when 40% was wiped out in an instant, this time it was steady, continuous, and visibly decreasing at a fast pace. Roar! The red-robed priest snapped awake from the stun, fleeing frantically, trying to escape the deep dream. But how could the Blood Lord miss this opportunity? Though still in the deep dream, the Blood Lord was unaffected. Its figure flashed, appearing in an ideal shooting position. Fatal shot, activated. A series of silver bullets whizzed through the air like lightning, and the red-robed priest's health plummeted, instantly losing 24,000 health. Lin Yuan and the others' eyelids twitched violently, and they were immediately silenced. Not just silence, even the worldview has been turned upside down. The Nightmare Monarch dealt 28,000 damage, and the Vampire Lord dealt 24,000 damage. What is going on? Are summoned beasts' damage now measured in thousands? Wasn't it said that for commoners to choose summoners was a dead end? Why is Gu Chun so abnormal? Could it be that commoner summoners are actually the strongest profession? Has this world deceived us? The four looked at each other, their faces full of complexity. Is this an 8th level professional? Which 8th level professional can deal 20,000 damage? Not 20,000, but 24,000. The number you overlooked could get you killed several times. If this were to participate in the Academy assessment, what's the point of the Capital Academy? Not necessarily. Wu Zi suddenly spoke up, not fully agreeing with this statement. Dungeon monsters have a hate mechanism, so they will focus on attacking the summoned beasts. But how should one fight against a summoner in normal circumstances? First, kill the summoner. Lin Qingqing said. Right, when fighting against a summoner, the first step is to kill the summoner. If this were a real assessment, as long as the attack target is focused on Gu Chun, the battle could be easily resolved. After all, he is just an 8th level rookie professional. Lin Yuan snorted lightly, chuckling disdainfully. So, what makes you think you can escape from the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Monarch, get close to Gu Chun, and kill him? Just find a tank teammate to draw the summoned beasts away. So, the question arises, what kind of tank can withstand 24,000 damage in 1 second? Even if you dress them in epic gear, can they hold on? Wu Zi turned away, no longer speaking. Lin Yuan smirked slyly and chose not to say anything more. Some people always think that they can do it too. It's a sickness that needs curing. At the center of the sanctuary, the Vampire Lord's dual guns spewed flames, dealing wave after wave of damage, while the red-robed priest fell into a deep dream, his health rapidly declining. Soon, the battle was nearing its end, and the red-robed priest's health dropped to about 10%. Just as the Vampire Lord was about to command the Blood Guardians to self-destruct, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward, forcing the Vampire Lord to retreat repeatedly. Roar! A strong, evil aura surged around the red-robed priest. Suddenly, his red robe began to flutter without wind, turning a vivid color like blood. In an instant, his aura soared, directly breaking through the shackles of the deep dream. The red-robed priest soared into the air, extending his 5 fingers towards the Vampire Lord, gripping the air. In a split second, countless dark purple wraiths surrounded the Vampire Lord, frantically eroding his body. Ah! The Vampire Lord's face showed pain as a strong light corroded him, his body visibly dissolving. His health bar suddenly dropped significantly, losing over 3,000 health points. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, immediately commanding the Vampire Lord to retreat from the center of battle, while the Blood Guardians charged forward to attract hate. You must know, the Vampire Lord currently has just over 10,000 health left. If the red-robed priest raises his hand again, he could lose another 3,000 health points in an instant. If the red-robed priest raised his hand 2 more times, wouldn't that mean the Vampire Lord would be taken out directly? A dozen blood guardians rushed forward, but before they could reach the red-robed priest, they were held in place by an invisible force. Then, the red-robed priest let out a chilling scream, his red robe swirling as if burning like flames. The blood guardians that were controlled began to burn as well, turning to dust in a blinding light. And those bright lights seemed to respond to a call, flying toward the red-robed priest, being absorbed into his body. Sizzle. Bathed in the dazzling light, the red-robed priest looked like a deity. Reborn from the ashes, the originally hunched and thin body became tall and upright. The bony limbs transformed into strong and powerful ones. Once just 10% of its health, suddenly surged to 60% in an instant. It has been reborn, and it is stronger. This is the skill of the Red Priest, life sacrifice. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, commanding the remaining Blood Clan guards to retreat immediately. When the Red Priest's health drops below 10%, it sacrifices itself and everything around, gaining health recovery and doubling damage. In this state, the Red Priest will continue to launch Echo of Death, a skill similar to a domain. As long as one is within the range of the Echo of Death, they will suffer extremely high critical damage, and the health of hostile units will plummet sharply. The Red Priest let out a thunderous roar and, in a flash, charged directly into the group of retreating Blood Clan guards. Immediately, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from it, attacking the surrounding Blood Clan guards. Boom! 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 The Blood Clan guards hit by the vengeful spirits barely had time to scream before being corroded down to a pile of dry bones. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 20 or so Blood Clan guards were all killed. The Blood Clan descendants were completely annihilated. Chapter 25, The Requiem Orb, Double the Attributes. The moment the Blood Clan Lord retreated, Gu Chen immediately used a health recovery potion on it. After the sacrifice, the Red Priest was too terrifying. Over 20 Blood Clan guards instantly perished as soon as they entered the range of the Echo of Death. This damage was something the Blood Clan Lord probably couldn't endure either. We must not enter its skill range. Right now, the most important thing was to buy time for the Nightmare's Dominator. The cooldown of skills was tied to energy, and as long as more energy could be recovered, the Red Priest could be trapped in a deep dream. Roar! The Red Priest let out a heartbreaking howl, and suddenly, figures appeared within the sanctum. The Temple Guardians refreshed again. This time, it wasn't just a dozen or 20, but a swarm, a vast crowd, too many to count. All the Guardians were deployed. Groups of Temple Guardians rushed towards Gu Chen's position like they had gone mad, filling the air with chilling screams. Retreat! Without a second thought, Gu Chen turned and ran with the 2 summoned creatures. In this situation, the only way was to drag them along. Otherwise, if those Temple Guardians blocked the way and the Red Priest closed in, it would be impossible to escape. The Red Priest had already set its sights on the Blood Clan Lord, moving incredibly fast, almost catching up in the blink of an eye. The Nightmare's Dominator turned around, and a shadow flew out from it, quickly landing on the Red Priest, entangling it in place. The Nightmare Servant had no health. It was essentially just a skill form, so it couldn't be killed, only dispelled using a purification-type skill. Taking advantage of the Red Priest being trapped, the Nightmare Servant and the Blood Clan Lord fought off the surrounding guardians, quickly retreating with Gu Chen. To be honest, Gu Chen had broken out in a cold sweat, because the number of guardians summoned by the Red Priest was truly overwhelming. They crowded around, almost sealing off the entire sanctum. The Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare's Dominator fought their way through, but the ground was littered with guardian corpses, yet they couldn't stop such a terrifying number. The 2 summoned creatures protected Gu Chen in the middle, retreating and attacking the guardians that blocked the way. The Nightmare's Dominator was surrounded by black mist burning like flames, and with each appearance and disappearance, it would kill 1 guardian entangled by the Nightmare Servant. However, the killing efficiency was still too slow. Facing the frantically surging guardians, its speed of elimination barely made any impact. A fierce anger surged in the Nightmare's Dominator's heart. This battle was supposed to be its debut, but it unexpectedly fell into such a predicament. Surrounded on all sides, nearly with no way to retreat. Alright, that's enough. Suddenly, Gu Chen stopped retreating, halting his movements and letting out a long sigh of relief. What do you mean enough? Run. If we don't run now, the red-robed priest will catch up. The 4 people in the dream saw this and showed puzzled expressions, completely confused. Gu Chen then focused his gaze on the Nightmare Ruler. To be precise, it was on the magic ball surrounding the Nightmare Ruler. Since the Nightmare Ruler killed the guards, Gu Chen had been watching the layers of the Whisper of the Dead. Now, it had just reached 20 layers, the maximum limit. One layer of Whisper of the Dead grants a 5% increase to all attributes. At 20 layers, it becomes 100%, doubling all attributes. Guchen nodded, and the Nightmare Ruler did not hesitate, directly activating the Magic Ball's effect. The Whisper Magic Ball erupted with a wave of dark light, illuminating the Nightmare Ruler. In the next moment, the black mist around the Nightmare Ruler surged greatly, its attributes skyrocketing, and its size doubled. The Nightmare Ruler soared into the air, letting out a roar, while faint gray energy radiated from Guchen, spreading outwards. Deep Dream. Under the effect of the Whisper Magic Ball, the Nightmare Ruler's attributes doubled, energy surged, and it rebuilt the Deep Dream. Around Guchen, several advancing sinking guards suddenly crumbled like fallen blocks, turning into a pile of debris. The effect of the Whisper Magic Ball is activated. The Nightmare Ruler gains a 100% increase to all attributes, lasting for 1 minute. Although it only lasts for 1 minute, that is more than enough for the Nightmare Ruler. The guards trapped in the Deep Dream had no ability to resist. Whether a level 5 guard or a level 10 guard, they were all crushed to pieces by the terrifying power of the dream. The only difference was a few seconds in how long they could hold out. Killed Sinking Guard LV.6, experience plus 589. Killed Sinking Guard LV.8, experience plus 852. Killed Sinking Guard LV.9, experience plus 923. Killed Sinking Guard LV.7, experience plus 694. A series of kill notifications appeared before Guchen's eyes. His experience bar shot up like a rocket, increasing by over 2,000 in just 10 seconds. He was about to level up to level 9. Looking at the large number of dead sinking guards, Guchen felt secretly delighted, but he knew the Nightmare Ruler could only last for 1 minute. If all this attacking was wasted on these small fries, when the minute was up, the red-robed priest would be unstoppable. Kill the red-robed priest, Guchen shouted immediately. The black mist around the Nightmare Ruler surged, and each nightmare servant transformed into shadows, instantly wrapping around the red-robed priest. 1 shadow means double damage. 10 shadows mean 10 times the damage. This is the maximum of the skill Nightmare Grip. In the Deep Dream, the red-robed priest's form began to twist, becoming blurry. After the Nightmare Ruler's attributes doubled, Deep Dream erupted with 10 times the sustained damage. The red-robed priest's health bar began to plummet at a visible rate. Its body twisted and compressed, becoming indistinct, shattering into a pile of red debris, just like those sinking guards. Killed red-robed priest Elite LV.15, experience plus 2,731. Loot obtained, Sacrificial Robe LV.10 rare. Loot obtained, Sacrificial Grimoire LV.10 rare. Loot obtained, Sacrificial Pants LV.10 rare. Level up, level. LV.9, 122/6900. Strength, 207. Agility, 206. Constitution, 208. Spirit, 209. Summoned Beasts. Blood Clan Lord LV.9, Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV.9, Epic. Talent, can currently obtain 1 Dark Bloodline. At level 9, just 1 more level up to reach level 10, and he could contract a 3rd Summoned Beast. Guchen did not rush to activate his talent. Just like when he was at level 4, this Dark Bloodline could be temporarily saved for the 3rd Summoned Beast as a backup. Then, he looked at the 3 pieces of equipment he had obtained. Sacrificial Robe, Sacrificial Grimoire, and Sacrificial Pants, 3 level 10 rare items. This already counts as mid to high quality, and they were a set. If placed on a trading platform, it would definitely be worth over $1 million. Moreover, it would be the kind that gets snapped up immediately. Chapter 26, Sealed Blood. Priestly Robe. Quality Rare. Level Restriction, 10. Attributes. Constitution plus 35, Physical Defense plus 10%, Magical Defense plus 20%. Effect. The Priestly Robe can provide an all-attribute *10 shield. Priestly Set. Priestly Robe / Priestly Book / Priestly Pants. An all-attribute *10 shield? Guchen's eyes lit up. Now his total attributes were 830, which means the Priestly Robe could give him an 8,300 shield. 1 piece of equipment could grant over 8,000 shield. This was higher than the health of a normal level 8 Abyss Guardian. Even facing a level 15 Red Priest Elite, he could withstand 2 of its skills. Moreover, this equipment also increased 35 Constitution, 10% Physical Defense, and 20% Magical Defense, which is quite impressive. The most crucial part is, this piece of equipment is part of a set. Although the Red Priest is hard to defeat, it's undeniable that after defeating it, it feels great. Then he looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment. Priestly Book. Quality Rare. Level Restriction, 10. Attributes. Spirit plus 30, Energy recovery plus 25%. Spell damage plus 30%. Effect. When all skills of the wearer or allied units are on cooldown, they can replenish energy once for allied units. Priestly set. Priestly robe / priestly book / priestly pants. A magic book that increases spirit, boosts damage, and energy. It's indeed excellent. Previously, all of the red priest attacks were cast using this book, clearly providing a significant damage boost. Priestly pants. Quality rare. Level restriction, 10. Attributes. Agility plus 15. Effect. Movement speed plus 25%, immune to one slow effect. Priestly set. Priestly robe / priestly book / priestly pants √ The effect of the priestly pants is average, mainly increasing movement speed and offering one immunity to slow, but it remains helpless against binding effects from nightmare servants. Moreover, this immunity to slow can only be applied to the wearer, not to allied units, which means it does not help summon beasts. This diminishes the overall effectiveness of the equipment. But this is unavoidable. After all, the priestly set can only be considered as mage class equipment, not summoner class. Having the priestly book to replenish energy for allied units is already quite good. Then, Gu-chun turned to check the set effect of the three-piece set. Priestly set. Priestly robe / priestly book / priestly pants. Set attributes. Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 50. Set effect. Perform a sacrifice ritual on the target unit, and the sacrificer will gain a damage multiplier of sacrifice amount *10% for a period of time. Cooldown, 24H. This is quite terrifying. In simple terms, the more sacrifices made, the greater the damage boost in the following period. Gu-chun recalled the scene where the Red Priest combat power skyrocketed after sacrificing dozens of blood guards. No wonder it could instantly kill all the bloodline descendants. Its skills obtained multiple damage boosts. If this were used by the Bloodline Lord, it could definitely unleash unimaginable terrifying damage. After safely storing these 3 level 10 set pieces, a minute had passed. Within the sanctuary, the layer representing the deep dream began to shatter gradually. Taking advantage of this time, Gu-chun, using the power of the dream, passed through countless Abyss Guardians and reached next to a tall frame. In the picture, dark red liquid flowed slowly in an irregular manner, resembling an animation. Gu-chun reached out, took the painting off the wall, and then looked at the item information. Sealed blood. Type. Quest item. Description. Blood drawn from within the witch, sealed by the Red Priest using special techniques within this mural. Having obtained the quest item, Gu-chun wasted no time. Immediately ran towards the passage leading to the altar. The Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign followed behind, fending off a large group of fallen guards. 3 figures moving deeper into the corridor, advancing towards their final goal. The gray mist seems to have disappeared. Could the Scarlet Priest be the source of the gray mist? Just now, they had been focused on shaking off the hordes of fallen guards behind, not noticing this detail. After traveling for a while in the corridor, Gu-chun felt something was different about him. After checking his status, indeed, the weakness status had completely vanished. Fortunately, the gray mist curse is gone. Otherwise, this last challenge could have been quite troubling. Looking into his space, only 1 tube of healing potion was left. The others had been exhausted in the battle with the Scarlet Priest. If there was still gray mist at the altar, the next battle would be tough. The corridor was dimly lit, and along the way, level 10 black-robed stewards appeared. The Nightmare Sovereign and the Blood Clan Lord worked together efficiently and swiftly eliminated them all. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, not only were Gu-chun and his companions the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign, but there were also 10 level 10 Blood Clan stewards. Then, Gu-chun released Lin Yuan and the other 3 from the dream. Since the gray mist had completely dissipated, they were free again. Now standing in the middle area between the holy place and the altar, they took a moment to rest. Finally out? I felt so uncomfortable in that dream, Lin Yuan said as he stretched by a wall. Now I truly understand how terrifying the hell level is. Just those countless fallen guards we just faced, if I were with you, I definitely wouldn't have made it out, Lin Qingqing sighed from the side. Now I can guarantee that Li Wenhui and the others definitely won't pass the hell level dungeon. The Scarlet Priest is unbelievably terrifying. Ordinary adventurers would surely die if they tried, Wu Zi said, still feeling apprehensive. Listening to Lin Yuan and the others talk, Gu-chun stored the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign into his summon space, letting them rest for a bit. He also found a relatively flat stone slab and lay down comfortably. Looking at the time, 3 hours had passed since clearing, and it was time to take a break. He himself was fine, but the Blood Clan Lord had been in battle the whole time. Although he could recover health by leveling up, his energy was already greatly depleted. As for the Nightmare Sovereign, it had first used all its skills, then doubled its attributes to unleash all its skills again. After 1 minute, its energy loss was even more severe than that of the Blood Clan Lord. The energy mechanism was not like health or attribute points, which could be visually represented by data. So far, energy consumption could only be slowly restored through proper rest. Gu Chen's gaze shifted towards the altar in the distance. The final boss of the Hell-level dungeon was over there. Up until now, no newcomer had cleared the Hell-level dungeon. Before this, every newcomer who entered the Hell-level dungeon had almost never come out alive. At this moment, Gu Chen had completely refreshed the record of the Hell-level dungeon. He was the only one who had seen the finish line. Chapter 27. It's not like we're betting who can last longer in the dungeon. Dungeon entrance. As Gu Chen and Li Wenwei entered the Hell-level novice dungeon one after the other, the spectators in the square had multiplied immensely, more than the group of guards in the holy place. Although it was the time for the Academy assessment rush, waiting for 2 or 3 hours to see who between Gu Chen and Li Wenwei would fail first was truly entertaining. That's right, 2 or 3 hours. Although the longest record for those entering the Hell-level dungeon previously was 6 hours and 43 minutes. It was the moment he rushed to the red-robed priest in the sanctuary. But those were all level 9 or level 10 players because the rookie dungeon was only open to players below level 10. Someone like Gu Chen, who was level 5, and Li Wenhui, who was level 4, dared to enter the Hell-level dungeon. One could only wonder what madness had overtaken them. Therefore, in the eyes of the onlookers, 2 or 3 hours would be enough to determine the victor. Human beings are curious creatures. Everyone wanted to see who would ultimately triumph in this million-dollar betting battle. 3 hours have passed, and both Hell-level dungeons are still running. It seems the battle is very intense. Because the rookie dungeon was a man-made instance, for the convenience of checking the dungeon status, if the challengers had not all died, the dungeon would show a running status. By this point, one could tell if the teams inside were still clearing the dungeon. I bet Gu Chen can't hold on much longer. Yeah, a commoner bringing 4 actors can last this long. That's already impressive. Li Wenhui should have already reached the main hall. After all, he is the class leader of the elite class, and his team is made up of top students. I think Gu Chen is already very strong. Which ordinary commoner can last this long in a Hell-level dungeon? It's hard to say. Maybe he is just hiding in some corner to stall for time. As people passionately discussed, the entrance to the dungeon remained silent, with no signs of movement. Another half-hour passed, and Gu Chen and Li Wenhui had now been in the Hell-level dungeon for nearly 4 hours. Both dungeons were still in running status, indicating that the battle inside was still ongoing. This made the crowd in the square even more curious. The difficulty of the Hell-level dungeon was obviously very high, and whether it was Gu Chen or Li Wenhui, lasting this long inside had completely shattered everyone's expectations. At that moment, a sudden flash of light appeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and then a figure was teleported out. He's out! Huh? Why is there only one? Upon seeing this, the crowd instantly showed complex expressions. No matter which team, if 5 people went in and only 1 person came out, it meant that the other team members had died inside. The dungeon battle must have been incredibly fierce. As the light quickly faded, a weak figure stumbled and fell to the ground. The crowd looked over, speculating. Who came out? It should be Gu Chen, right? No doubt about it. Those 4 actors are dead. Only he survived. Sigh. Truly harmful to both others and oneself. No, that's Li Wenhui. How did he come out? What? How is that possible? Li Wenhui was covered in blood, with rare-level equipment showing numerous battle scars. His face was pale, and he looked disheveled, as if he had only half a life left. However, as Li Wenhui steadied himself and saw the astonished expressions of the crowd, a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. I fought my way into the main hall and dealt over 20,000 damage to the level 13 black-robed deacon. Who can be stronger than me? After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, the team he led had successfully reached the main hall. However, the black-robed deacon was a level 13 elite monster, and with more than 50 submerged guards spawning simultaneously, Li Wenhui's team was ultimately overwhelmed. In the end, he sacrificed the newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, using the entire team to stall the black-robed deacon's advance while he took the chance to escape. It was only after he successfully exited battle mode that he managed to teleport himself out. Although abandoning my teammates was somewhat despicable, at least I survived. Only by living can I qualify to become the strongest professional. Li Wenhui comforted himself in his heart. The crowd began to whisper in disbelief. Incredulous expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Shouldn't Gu Chen have been the first one out? How could it be Li Wenhui? Li Wenhui kept everyone's expressions in his eyes, raising his head slightly like a victorious general, treating all of this as a sign of shock and worship from the crowd. Then he looked at the lackey who had been waiting outside and asked, "What's the status of Gu Chen's dungeon? Has he died in there?" The lackey's expression was a bit stiff. Gu Chunyi is still clearing the level. What? Li Wenwei's smile froze instantly, his expression on his face like he had seen a ghost. Say that again? Li Wenwei shouted angrily. It's been almost 4 hours. How could he still be clearing the level? Li Wenwei found it hard to accept for a moment. His team had 2 rare classes which were far stronger than Gu Chen's actor team, and yet they were almost completely wiped out. Gu Chen's team entered earlier than he did. How could they still be clearing the level? Maybe Gu Chen and the others are killing monsters slowly, the lackey said softly. Li Wenwei paused slightly, and his expression relaxed a little. That makes sense. He had already reached the black-robed steward in the main hall, while Gu Chen and his group might still be struggling with the sinking guards in the plaza. Gu Chen was definitely not on the same level as him. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, the bet is on the clearance rating, not on who lasts longer inside. Lackey, set up my tent here. I want to wait for Gu Chen to come out and see with my own eyes how he loses. Those around Li Wenwei nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Right, this is betting on the clearance rating. How long Gu Chen lasts doesn't necessarily mean the rating will be high. I said it early on. Gu Chen must be hiding in the dungeon and dragging out time. A common summoner with 4 actors. They maybe haven't even entered the temple gate yet. Hey, don't say, there really is this possibility. Li Wenwei lay in the tent and opened his team's clearance record. Although he hadn't cleared it successfully, the dungeon system would still give a rating, but it wasn't high. C rank? Seems a bit low. Li Wenwei frowned. But this is a hell-level dungeon. Regular transfer students would likely die inside, yet I not only came out alive but also got a C rank, which is already very impressive. Li Wenwei smiled, as if he could already see himself winning the 500,000 bet. Gu Chen, what will your rating be? D rank? Or E rank? Haha, I guess you should die in there. Chapter 28 Deep in the Altar, The Fallen Witch. Temple Ruins. After coming out of the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen lay on a stone slab, closing his eyes to rest. If the situation in the dungeon could be seen from the outside, people would definitely think he was just stalling for time. Lin Yuan and the others, though bored, were not idle. Taking advantage of Gu Chen restoring energy to the summoned beasts, the 4 of them were a bit restless and teamed up to kill a lone black-robed steward. The process of killing monsters went relatively smoothly, but it took a longer time, more than 10 minutes. For people, ordinary level 10 monsters took more than 10 minutes, during which Wu Zi even got injured. Until now, they deeply realized how terrifying Gu Chen's combat power was. After resting for more than an hour, the energy of the 2 summoned beasts had almost fully recovered. Gu Chen summoned the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Lord, both in nearly perfect condition. Looking ahead to the nearby altar, that was the destination that wasn't even mentioned in the strategy. Let's go! The Blood Lord led 10 blood stewards ahead, while Gu Chen and Lin Yuan and the other 3 walked in the middle, with the Nightmare Lord at the back. As they approached the altar, an invisible pressure rushed towards them, which stunned Lin Yuan and the others, causing them to instinctively stop. What's wrong? Gu Chen noticed the odd behavior of Lin Yuan and the others. It's nothing, just suddenly feeling out of breath. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Gu Chen looked at Lin Qingqing and the others, finding that the others also seemed off. A distinct fear and heaviness could be seen in their expressions. This is a mental pressure. Gu Chen's gaze turned towards the altar, from where it emanated. Lin Yuan and the other 3 had mental attributes around 60, while the final boss inside the altar was definitely above 150, so as soon as they got close, they were affected. Your attributes are too low. Step back to the outskirts, Gu Chen said to them, then continued to move forward with the summoned beasts. As soon as he arrived at the altar's edge, a heart-stopping, terrifying pressure erupted from within, and then suddenly, the sky turned dark. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. No, it wasn't the sky that turned dark, but a vast expanse of purple-black light shot up into the sky, exploding from above the altar, as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. Then, an intense, rotting odor blasted forth, rippling along with the purple-black light. Wherever it passed, life faded, grass withered, and everything emitted a breath of death. Gu Chen did not retreat, but walked straight forward. The situation before him was unmistakable. He had already activated the boss in the altar. Why did you betray me? A cold voice echoed by his ear. It was a woman's voice, filled with strong resentment and unwillingness. The purple-black light, reeking of death, continued to spread outward. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent gray shield appeared around Gu Chen. Black Butler Robe Effect. Provides the user with a magical shield. Shield value equals the user's total attributes *10. Current shield value, 8,300. Crack, crack, crack. The purple-black light struck the shield, instantly creating large black cracks. Crackle. The shield shattered, Over 8,000 in shield value could only hold up for 2 breaths under that purple-black light. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, immediately taking a step back. The void behind him suddenly fractured, pulling him into a dream, narrowly avoiding that expanse of purple-black light. At the same time, figures in black robes walked out from behind the altar. A cacophony of voices erupted around, the sounds fierce, making one's scalp tingle. Gu Chen's brow furrowed suddenly. These black-robed servants that walked out from behind the altar were all level 15. Level 15 black-robed servants, with health exceeding 50,000, capable of casting Gray Mist Curse and damage transfer, incredibly powerful. If only 2 or 3 appeared, he could barely handle it. But now it was a swarm. At least a dozen black-robed servants emerged from behind the altar, and their numbers continued to increase. To kill the boss deep within the altar under the siege of these black-robed servants was almost impossible. Nightmare Ruler, control those black-robed servants. Blood Lord, attack the altar. Gu Chen's gaze fixed steadfastly on the shadow deep within the altar. Only by defeating the boss there could they succeed. Dark fog swirled around the Nightmare Ruler, whose current mental attribute was 142, capable of summoning 14 nightmare servants. In an instant, figures darted out like black lightning, landing on the newly emerged black-robed servants. Simultaneously, 10 blood priests forged ahead, charging alongside the Blood Lord to the edge of the altar. A black-robed servant rushed forward, blocking at the altar's edge. The Blood Lord's face contorted with rage, directly unleashing deadly shot. A series of bullets shot out, glowing silver as they roared forward, forcing the black-robed servant to retreat repeatedly, its health plummeting. With one burst of bullets, it directly took away 24,000 health, equivalent to half the life of a black-robed priest. Seeing that the health bar was half empty, Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. Doesn't this mean that these black-robed priests' maximum health is less than 50,000? Instinctively, he looked around. The black-robed servants had appeared for so long, but the gray mist had not emerged. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, realizing that the red priest was the source of the gray mist. The red-robed priest is dead now, so the gray mist curse will no longer appear. Since there is no gray mist curse, things will be easier. Gu Chen let out a long breath of relief in his heart. Lord of the Blood Clan, destroy the altar for me. The Lord of the Blood Clan activated Crimson Feast, instantly eliminating the black-robed steward before him. Kill, cooldown reset. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Clan stewards filed in, charging into the altar, clashing with the surrounding black-robed stewards. The Lord of the Blood Clan flickered, appearing like a ghost deep within the altar, his twin guns wildly shooting at the purple-black light shadow. Bang! 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 The bullets poured out like a torrential rain, fiercely surging in a violent wave. But they were swept to the ground by an almost imperceptible light shadow in an instant. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and saw a withered woman's figure rising into the air deep within the altar. Her skin was shriveled, her body like old parchment covered in wrinkles, the skin tightly clinging to her bones, looking like a dried corpse. At her shriveled chest, a hollow wound was horrifying to see, the edges uneven, as if violently torn open by some evil force. She lifted her eyelids, and endless darkness surged in her eyes, a rotting, dark aura spreading from her body. Otherworld. Fallen Witch Boss. Level 15. Health 158,000. Attributes. Strength 185. Agility 180. Stamina 215. Spirit 220. Skill Eye Wither. Skill 2. Damage Transfer. Skill 3. Wraith Impact. Skill 4. Life Sacrifice. Seeing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's face immediately darkened. 158,000 health. This is ridiculous. Chapter 29. How to fight such a terrifying boss. Fallen Witch. So this is the final boss of the Hell level dungeon. Though it's level 15, it has 158,000 health and an average attribute of over 200. Just these stats alone are enough to make even the most talented adventurers hesitant. The dried-up corpse bathed in the altar's halo, lifting its thin arm, with fingers only left as bone joints, pointing in the direction of the Blood Clan Lord. Whoosh! A purple-black rotting aura condensed into twisted, sinister faces, emitting chilling screams as they rushed toward the Blood Clan Lord. Wraith Impact. Summons wraiths to strike a mental shock to the target with a chance to confuse them. Confusion State. Units in confusion will lose control, attacking both enemies and allies around them. The sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves assaulted, and the wraiths passed through the Blood Clan Lord's body, releasing a powerful mental shock. Boom! The Blood Clan Lord's body trembled, and, under the mental pressure of the fallen witch's 220 spirit, was directly put into a confused state. Its body swayed, starting to attack indiscriminately around it. Several nearby Blood Clan stewards were immediately hit by a barrage of bullets. Confusion state? Gu Chen's face changed slightly, but he didn't panic too much. He immediately took out a potion from his space and used it directly. Dispel Potion. Dispels abnormal states and grants 5 seconds of immunity to abnormal states. This potion cost 5,000, which Gu Chun had bought from the trading platform before heading to the dungeon, originally planning to use it for the Grey Mist Curse. But after killing an elite monster and obtaining a healing potion, he hadn't used it until now. Now was the perfect time for it. The confusion state was instantly dispelled, and the Blood Clan Lord paused, its eyes regaining their brilliance. Then, a chilling, killing intent burst from its narrow eyes. After all, it was the Blood Clan Lord, the top existence at the pinnacle of the Blood Clan pyramid. How could its dignity be so desecrated? Restoring its sanity, the Blood Clan Lord charged forward, without a word, aiming at the fallen witch on the altar and pulling the trigger, activating its skill. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast, the skills connected. In a frenzied output, however, the fallen witch suffered not a scratch. Gu Chen's brow slightly furrowed. The fallen witch had an average attribute above 200, and her damage absorption capacity could be said to be the strongest of any boss so far. But even so, it was impossible for her to take no damage from the Blood Lord's 2 skills at all. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly noticed a barely perceptible layer of shimmering white light around the fallen witch. Damage transfer. Gu Chen's face changed, and he immediately realized the problem. Fall back. He immediately gave orders to the Blood Lord, but it was still too late. A large wave of purple-black light erupted from the altar, and a stench of decay swept through like a windstorm, enveloping everything around. The retreating Blood Lord was swept by the purple light, as if struck hard, falling to the ground in an instant. A hair-raising sound echoed, and the Blood Lord's body began to decay and rot, flesh rapidly falling to the ground in chunks. Withering releases death forces to attack the target, causing high continuous damage. In a single breath, the Blood Lord's health dropped wildly, losing more than 5,000 health points. Half of its body had already rotted and spoiled, black blood splattering all over. Without hesitation, Gu Chen immediately took out 2 bottles of life recovery potions, restoring over 4,000 health. However, this skill was continuous damage. As soon as the 4,000 health was healed, just 3 seconds later, over 3,000 was lost again. This was indeed a boss from a hell-level dungeon. The damage was simply explosive. It not only transferred damage received, but also had such a terrifying damage skill. If that skill had landed on him, he probably would have died by now. Thinking of this, Gu Chen immediately withdrew, creating distance from the battlefield once again. The summoner's battle style is to control the situation. The fighting should be left to the summoned beasts. If he dies, it's all over. Damn it, this boss is a freak. In the distance, seeing the Blood Lord's massive health bar suddenly drop, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. Continuous damage can be this explosive? This can't be a bug. Lin Qingqing was instantly speechless. If I went up there, I would die about 2 or 3 times in a single second. No wonder the hell-level dungeon has never had a clear record. With such a terrifying boss, how can anyone clear it? Su Ran frowned and said, "The problem is, how do we fight such a terrifying boss next?" Wu Zi questioned the most important concern in his mind. As soon as he spoke, the 4 of them exchanged glances, falling into silence. All along, Gu Chen's power had been undeniable, but facing this final boss, the gap between them was still apparent. In a moment, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, gritting his teeth, and his cheeks bulged. Whether they could successfully clear the hell-level dungeon, he no longer cared. His gaze fell on Gu Chun, his face showing a hint of worry. He didn't know if Gu Chun could hold on. This time, they had indeed encountered a tough opponent. Gu Chun also felt the terror of the fallen witch. Although it was a bit tricky, he was still full of confidence. The problem wasn't big. A chilling, eerie voice echoed through the air, as the fallen witch slowly descended from above the altar, surrounded by a decaying aura, her death energy transforming into purple-black smoke that wrapped around her. Her body looked like a withered corpse, with a gaping hole in her chest that was horrifying, the wound gruesome and terrifying, yet showing no trace of blood. Her whole body was gray and white, lifeless. It was as if all her blood had already vanished. Watching this scene, Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, recalling the task item he had obtained earlier. Clearly, some unknown events had occurred in this temple. This witch had been drained of all her blood by someone. Her heart was once again ripped out, and her corpse was buried in this altar. Blood extraction and heart removal. Is this what the temple can do? Gu Chen couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't know the whole picture. But this witch definitely suffered unimaginable pain in her life. Descending from the altar, the fallen witch had vacant eyes. Her pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings, glancing at Gu Chun and the Blood Lord in the distance, then looking at the Nightmare Ruler who was fighting against a group of black-robed attendants. Immediately, a strong sense of resentment erupted on her face. "You all deserve to die." Her cold voice echoed in the air, like thousands of souls screaming in rage. Chapter 30. It's not that Gu Chun is strong, but the summoned beast is powerful. A wave of deathly aura emanated from the fallen witch, her feet slowly lifting off the ground as she flew forward, targeting the Nightmare Ruler. The Nightmare Ruler cast Nightmare Entanglement, using its own power to resist more than 10 black-robed attendants, preventing more attendants from coming to support. In its view, it had to eliminate the Nightmare Ruler first to gather more strength. "Don't let it pass!" Gu Chun shouted, immediately recognizing the fallen witch's intention, and promptly ordered the blood attendants. The blood attendants surged forward, attempting to block her. However, the fallen witch remained unfazed. With a casual wave of her hand, she activated her skill. A shower of energy filled with the aura of death descended, and those blood attendants hit by the skill instantly had their health bars reduced to 0. Their flesh rapidly melting like snow, turning instantly into a pile of bones, radiating dark energy. The skill was withering. Just a moment ago, it had taken away over 4,000 health points from the Blood Lord, and now it had instantly killed 5 blood attendants. The fallen witch acted as if she had crushed an ant, not caring about the blood attendants, and continued flying towards the Nightmare Ruler. However, at that moment, 5 shadows appeared around her like phantoms. The fallen witch paused slightly, but only for a moment, not taking these 5 blood attendants seriously. She could eliminate such blood attendants with ease, as she had just proven. However, just as she was about to continue casting her skill, boom! Before she could react, the 5 blood attendants simultaneously self-destructed around her. The crimson explosions engulfed the fallen witch in an instant. Although the fallen witch could transfer damage to the small monsters nearby, skills also had cooldown times. Thus, the self-detonation of the 5 blood attendants directly blew away 5,000 of her health points. The aftershock of the explosion wasn't over yet, as shadows swiftly flew in, quickly entangling the fallen witch. In an instant, Nightmare Entanglement had already stacked to the 10th level. The Nightmare Ruler took decisive action, constructing a deep dream around the fallen witch, causing enemy units within to suffer continuous damage. Along with the entanglements of 10 Nightmare Servants, the damage the fallen witch suffered skyrocketed tenfold, and her health bar began to collapse at a visible speed. Blood collapse, almost losing over 10,000 health points every second. This scene instantly filled Lin Yuan's eyes with excitement. This damage, wow! Who would dare say that commoner summoners are weak now? This is not just strong, it's monstrous. I don't understand. How can a newly transitioned individual unleash such terrifying damage? As they watched the fallen witch's health bar plummet, their eyes showed a mix of shock and joy. However, Wu Zi's expression remained serious. Don't forget, the fallen witch has the life sacrifice skill on her attribute panel. She hasn't used it yet. Life sacrifice. Before, how terrifying the red-clothed priest became after the sacrifice was something everyone remembers vividly. If the fallen witch sacrifices once, it is simply unimaginable. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, their faces showing signs of worry. Deep dream. The trapped fallen, which let out a piercing scream. A strong force of death erupted from her body, resisting the erosion of the dream. Moreover, as the fallen witch's death force became increasingly intense, there was a turbulence in the deep dream, showing signs of collapse. After all, the fallen witch is a level 15 boss, while the Nightmare Ruler is only at level 9. With such a huge level gap, it is already remarkable that the deep dream can trap her and inflict massive ongoing damage. The fallen witch's death force grew stronger, and it seemed she was about to collapse the deep dream and escape completely. Gu Chun immediately spoke. Death Whisper Sphere. The Nightmare Ruler understood and activated the effect of a sphere immediately. After coming out of the sanctuary's corridor, the effect of Whisper of the Dead had already accumulated to 8 layers. Just now, while the Blood Lord crashed into the altar, the Nightmare Ruler killed many black-robed stewards. By now, the layers of Whisper of the Dead had already reached 20 layers. Death Whisper Sphere effect activated. Nightmare Ruler gains 100% attribute bonus, lasting 1 minute. The Nightmare Ruler soared into the air. All attributes suddenly doubled, and the black mist on its body surged wildly, like burning black flames dancing wantonly. Roar! The roar sounded like thunder, and powerful energy erupted from its ghostly form, unstoppable like a raging flood. In an instant, the death force was completely contained, and the fallen witch was tightly trapped in the deep dream, unable to stir even a ripple. With doubled attributes, the damage effect of skills also skyrocketed, and the fallen witch's health began to drop rapidly, losing more than 20,000 life points almost every second. Whoosh! The shadow flickered, and the Blood Lord appeared in the deep dream. It was here to inflict damage. Deadly Shot, Crimson Feast. 2 skills were unleashed in succession, and then normal attack bullets poured mercilessly onto the fallen witch like a flowing torrent of steel. In an instant, the fallen witch's health plummeted by more than 70,000. Awesome! Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed with excitement. Never expecting the Blood Lord and Nightmare Ruler to work together, one set of skills actually took away more than 70,000 health. If this were to spread, it would be shocking. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen witch was left with only over 30,000 health. Abnormal, truly abnormal. How can Gu Chun be so abnormal? I just want to know, among the same level, which profession can withstand such terrifying damage? The Death Whisper Sphere is just a rare level equipment. How can it bring such terrifying enhancement? Wu Zi observed the battle conditions and said solemnly, the Death Whisper Sphere is only one aspect. The key is that Gu Chen's Summoner Beast is too powerful. For example, when your attributes are 1, using the Death Whisper Sphere can only give you a 1 attribute boost. But when your attributes are 100, the Death Whisper Sphere can give you a 100 attribute boost. In short, the stronger the user, the higher the battle power enhancement. If the Death Whisper Sphere were equipped by Gu Chun, it definitely wouldn't unleash such terrifying damage. Wu Zi's gaze fell on the Blood Lord and Nightmare Ruler, jealousy flickering in his eyes. So, it's not that the summoner is strong, nor that Gu Chun is strong, but that his Summoner Beast is strong. Lin Yuan initially agreed, but became unwilling upon hearing this. For summoners, the strength of the summoned beast represents the strength of the summoner, doesn't it? Wu Zi turned his head, his face suddenly darkening. Not good. That which she has started to sacrifice. Chapter 31. Don't stand in my way. I can fight back. Wu Zi's words made everyone's faces change at the same time. Then, a fierce and violent aura of death surged from the fallen witch's body. Several nearby black-robed attendants suddenly let out deep roars, and immediately, their bodies seemed to ignite with invisible flames, quickly transforming into blinding light and entering the fallen witch's body. Once the sacrifice began, it triggered a chain reaction. The bodies of dozens of black-robed attendants around them dissolved simultaneously, turning into beams of light in no time. The fallen witch's body acted like a magnetic field, continuously drawing the sacrificed black-robed attendants into herself, her form rapidly expanding, her withered flesh visibly becoming plump as if nourished by life. At the same time, her health no longer collapsed. It started to rise rapidly, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The recovery speed was astonishing. This was still within the deep dream, and without the continuous damage from skills, she would probably recover even more. Ah! The fallen witch let out a sharp shriek. An infinite power of death radiated from her, coalescing into countless skeletal wraiths that wildly struck against the walls of the dream. Boom! The deep dream began to tremble violently. A wave of chaos ensued. The Nightmare Ruler's body shook, and the swirling black mist around it became disordered, as if it had received some strong impact. A surge of anger rose in its heart. Just as it was about to counterattack, a sense of weakness suddenly arose from within, growing stronger by the moment. Time is up. The effect of the Death Whisper orb only lasts 1 minute. The Nightmare Ruler's attributes plummeted suddenly. Power began to drain away, and in an instant, its figure returned to its normal size. Then, with a sharp crack, the deep dream that imprisoned the fallen witch instantly shattered like a bubble. The fallen witch was freed. In her sacrifice state, she was surrounded by a surging aura of death, wildly absorbing the sacrifice light from the black-robed attendants. Her health recovery speed skyrocketed. Above the altar, dark clouds rolled and surged, the storm raging. With a wave of her hand, the terrifying aura of death swept outward from her, creating a heart-stopping scene. The power of death coalesced into countless grotesque tentacles, extending wildly outwards, striking. The Nightmare Ruler flickered and appeared beside Gu Chun, pulling him into the dream to avoid the overwhelming black mist tentacles. Seeing this, the Blood Clan Lord also quickly retreated, but was a step too late, hit by a massive black mist tentacle. Boom! Its body flew back like a cannonball. Flesh and blood corroded away, revealing grim, white bones in an instant. 8,000. Just being hit once by the black mist tentacle caused the Blood Clan Lord's health to drop over 8,000. Its health dropped by around 60% in one blow. If it were hit again, it would definitely die without a doubt. Seeing this scene, despair appeared on the faces of the 4 people at the outermost edge. watching as the final boss was nearly defeated. Who would have thought it would unleash such an outrageous sacrifice skill, not only causing health to surge but also boosting power terrifyingly. Just a single black mist tentacle inflicted over 8,000 damage. How could they continue to fight? Even the Blood Clan Lord was reduced to low health in one hit, and the Nightmare Ruler also lost the bonus from the Death Whisper Orb. How can this ultimate boss in sacrifice state be so terrifying? Who can fight against it? At this moment, Wu Zi's heart began to waver. He was relieved he hadn't entered the battle state, allowing him to retreat at any time. However, he did not immediately activate the teleportation scroll, as the current situation had not yet reached the final step. Don't say that. Actually, all along, it's just Gu Chun fighting the boss. For a summoner to hold out this far is already commendable, Lin Qingqing said, although a flash of unwillingness crossed her eyes. Hell level. This is a hell level beginner dungeon, and until now, no one has ever succeeded in clearing it. Looking at the final boss already beaten to a pulp, yet still unable to defeat it, Lin Qingqing sighed, a bitter look on her face. Su Ran beside her said nothing, but a clear sense of disappointment appeared in her expression. In order to join this team, she and Lin Qingqing had borrowed 200,000 in loans from outside. They had originally thought that by getting the first completion reward and SSS level rating, they could smoothly enter a prestigious university, but now it seemed like all was in vain. The Fallen Witch entered a sacrificial state, her health skyrocketing, her combat power reaching its peak. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord had been beaten to low health and dared not approach again. The Nightmare Ruler had maintained the Deep Dream with doubled attributes for too long, and his energy was almost exhausted. As for the Bloodline descendants, they had long since been wiped out. At this point, Gu Chen's defeat was certain, with no chance of turning the tables. Just one last shake. I have to help old Gu. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, charging out with his long sword in hand. Come back. Are you going to go die? Wu Zi grabbed Lin Yuan. Don't stop me. I can counterkill. Lin Yuan roared. Counterkill what? Can you kill the Black-Robed Steward or the Fallen Witch? You can only charge and to give away your head. Earlier at the altar, the four of them had worked together to defeat a Black-Robed Steward. Now Lin Yuan wanted to counterkill alone? What a joke. I don't care. My brother is over there. Lin Yuan shouted. It's because he's over there that he's bought us the chance. Wu Zi's expression was more serious than ever. Gu Chun was in combat. As long as he could not escape the boss's attack, he could not use the teleportation scrolls. But they, as performers, had never entered combat from start to finish, so they could use their teleportation scrolls to leave. If you rush up, you'll enter combat status and won't be able to use the teleportation scroll to leave. Lin Yuan, do you want to die? I don't want to. Lin Yuan turned his head. But damn it, I don't have any teleportation scrolls. Lin Yuan laughed, the teasing in his eyes turning into a firm resolve as he raised his long sword and charged forward, as if he truly could counterkill. Just as he said, his brother was there. Crazy. Damn. Wu Zi was going crazy, biting his teeth and shouting. You will die. You will die. However, the next moment, he noticed Lin Qingqing holding her sword, the fighting spirit in her eyes bursting forth without concealment. Wu Zi's brows furrowed slightly. Are you also going to die? Lin Qingqing grabbed a black iron shield in her hand. Die? What if I can really counterkill? People will die. Are you really not backing down? Lin Qingqing tilted her head with a hint of a smile. Actually, I don't have any teleportation scrolls either. Saying this, she picked up her sword and shield and charged forward without hesitation. Wu Zi's expression suddenly turned complicated. He even thought he was seeing things. These few people want to counterkill the final boss of the hell-level dungeon? What a joke! Sighing, he looked at the side where Su Ran was. Are you leaving? I have 2 teleportation scrolls and can lend you one. Su Ran's hand flashed with light and shadow. What a coincidence. I have 2 teleportation scrolls too. 2 scrolls appeared. One was hers, and the other was Lin Qingqing's. Wu Zi was immediately confused, glancing instinctively at Lin Qingqing's back. This what for? With teleportation scrolls available, why go up to die? Su Ran said no more, storing the teleportation scroll in her personal space, then pulling out a short dagger for assassins. At the same time, her figure gradually faded, entering a hidden state. A breeze swept by, and Su Ran chased after Lin Qingqing's back. Wu Zi was completely frantic. Crazy. These people are all crazy. One after another, going up to die. What a lunatic. Damn. You really want to die? Don't you? I want to live. Only by living can we become the strongest professionals. Wu Zi shouted towards the direction the others were leaving, fiercely venting the stuffiness in his heart. Lie. After shouting the last 2 words, he seemed to use all his strength, plopping down onto the ground. He took out the teleportation scroll and activated it. Without hesitation, he left the dungeon. Chapter 32 Counterattack and a Hidden Card. Don't be afraid, old goo. I'm here. Trust me, I can counterattack. Lin Yuan wielded his sword, running and shouting, as he slashed at the black tentacles gathering the power of death. Lin Yuan, stop! Gu Chen's expression tightened as he rushed forward, lifting Lin Yuan up like a chick, halting that clumsy attack. Goodness! Counterattack? Are you here to hand over your head? With Lin Yuan's meager health, a light brush from the black tentacles would mean instant death on the spot. Gu Chun set Lin Yuan down, just as Lin Qingqing and Su Ran rushed over from behind. What are you doing here? Gu Chun asked irritably. To help you. Lin Yuan immediately replied. Help me? Didn't you say you couldn't win? Lin Qingqing chimed in. Who? You. What's wrong with me? You can't win. Gu Chun was instantly infuriated into laughter. Who said I can't win? Su Ran showed her naive, clear eyes again. Didn't you recall both summons? I was dodging skills. Gu Chun was speechless. The boss is in a sacrificial state. Skills are enhanced. I can't leave my summons there to take damage, right? Gu Chun looked at the three people in front of him and realized that the number seemed off. By the way, where's Wu Zi? Gu Chun asked. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran exchanged glances. Wu Zi, how should I say it? Well, it's not entirely our fault. Team information. Member Wu Zi Fighter has left the team. At that moment, everyone received Wu Zi's exit notification, and Lin Yuan explained what had just happened. Forget it. If he wants to leave, let him go. It's his choice. Gu Chen didn't care but turned to Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Why did you stay? Lin Qingqing thought for a moment. You were too calm. Not like you were in a desperate situation. I feel like you have a hidden card. Oh, why do you feel that way? Lin Qingqing's gaze scanned around, finally pointing at the already bloodied Bloodlord. It's him. Previously, when the Bloodlord was injured, you would heal him immediately, but just now he was beaten to low health, and you haven't even touched him. Though I can't understand why you're doing this, it's a bit unusual. It's not your usual style. Gu Chen showed a trace of appreciation in his eyes. Congratulations, you got it right. Lin Qingqing observed attentively. Gu Chen intended to keep the Bloodlord below half health. After all, it was a legendary summon. If it performed like the epic summon, Nightmare Ruler, that would be too disappointing. After leveling up, the Bloodlord gained a legendary talent, Raging Blood. Raging Blood. When the Bloodlord's health drops below 30%, it can trigger an anger boost, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. How to understand the double increase of all attributes? Those bad at math are in luck. Simply put, it means all attributes 1 plus 2 times, which is all attributes *3. This is Gu Chen's final hidden card. The reason the Fallen Witch is so powerful is simply 3 points. High attributes, thick health, and sacrificial state. The Bloodlord's average attributes are already close to 180, and giving it 3 times all attributes will send its combat power skyrocketing to a terrifying level. Even if the Fallen Witch is in a sacrificial state, it can still overpower her. Screech! A chilling sound echoed as the Nightmare Ruler was suddenly struck by a black mist tentacle. Although it is an energy body with super high damage immunity to physical attacks, this tentacle, made of black mist containing death power, counts as elemental damage. As soon as the black mist tentacle touches the Nightmare Ruler, dozens of the same tentacles split off and wrap around it layer by layer. The Nightmare Ruler was eroded by the power of death. The blood level dropped drastically, instantly losing 2/3 of its life value. At that moment, the Blood Clan Lord received Gu Chen's command and without hesitation charged towards the Fallen Witch at the altar. Swish! The aura of death surged like a tide, and the Blood Clan Lord turned into a deep red blood light, unwaveringly rushing into it. Roar! The instant it touched the aura of death, the Blood Clan Lord's health fell below 30%. Soon after, its talent activated, brilliant blood light erupted from its surface. An unprecedented terrifying power surged from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of its body. The blood light quickly retracted, and in the next moment, a grotesque figure engulfed in roaring blood flames appeared beside the Nightmare Ruler. The black mist tentacles quickly lunged forward, but as soon as they touched the Blood Clan Lord, they were burned away by the blood flames, instantly dissipating into nothingness. This was not the blood flames countering the power of death, but an absolute power crushing everything. The Nightmare Ruler got a brief moment to breathe, its form vanishing into thin air, blending into the dream. The Blood Clan Lord transformed into a streak of blood shadow, charging straight towards the Fallen Witch at the altar. A look of apprehension appeared on the Fallen Witch's face. Even though she was in a sacrificial state, the current Blood Clan Lord made her feel a strong threat of death. Withering, vengeful spirit impact. Perhaps due to the sacrificial enhancement, the fallen witch's skills seemed to have no cool down, unleashing one after another, wrapped in intense power of death, mercilessly bombarding the Blood Clan Lord. The Blood Clan Lord did not dodge. It charged forward, bearing the damage head-on. Blood exchange. Still as fierce and domineering as ever, this was its fighting style. One skill after another landed on the Blood Clan Lord, indeed dealing damage. But in the frenzied blood state, its defense, physique, and life recovery speed all skyrocketed dramatically. It could not dodge all the damage, but all wounds could visibly heal at a rapid pace. Blood levels rose and fell, rising and falling, always maintaining around 30%. At the same time, the Blood Clan Lord raised its arms. One black and one silver gun muzzle had locked onto the fallen witch ahead. Bang! 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 A barrage of blood flames-covered bullets erupted, dense as rain, almost forming substance, roaring like an angry dragon, thundering and exploding on the fallen witch's body. Ah! The fallen witch let out a scream, her health plummeting, losing 30 to 40,000 life points in a second. Around the altar, the black tentacles formed by the aura of death showed hints of collapsing. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others were deeply shocked. The ferocious and violent attacks of the Blood Clan Lord hitting the fallen, which felt like strikes against their hearts, rendering the three of them collectively silent. What's going on? The lower the Blood Clan Lord's health, the more ferocious it became. First, it saved the Nightmare Ruler. Then it directly crushed the fallen, which in her sacrificial state. This battle was somewhat incomprehensible. The three exchanged glances, looking at each other. They really didn't understand. However, this did not prevent them from showing a gloating smile, because someone was about to regret. Chapter 33, Temple History, Triggering Quest Item. In an instant, the altar was covered in dense gunfire, the damage from the blood flame bullets continuously burning the fallen witch's body. Her body was riddled with wounds, and her health was collapsing, on the verge of being completely cleared. Whoosh! She grasped at the void, pulling over several black-robed attendants beside her, forming a meat shield in an attempt to resist the damage. However, it was utterly useless. Blood flame bullets were powerful. One shot could explode a black-robed attendant, the black blood and flesh splattering onto the altar, causing no stir at all. The result of the Blood Clan Lord's attributes being doubled was one-sided suppression. While desperately withstanding the corrupted witch's skill, he unleashed a furious barrage. As the health bar dropped to the killing threshold, the Blood Clan Duke pressed his dual guns down, two scarlet flames of blood spiraling around him, unleashing an unprecedented violent power. Crimson Feast. The blood flame spirals like an apocalyptic storm, carrying a terrifying power that destroys everything in its path, charging straight towards the corrupted witch. The corrupted witch had already been locked onto by the Blood Clan Duke, and faced with his strongest attack, there was no escape. Boom! Her body struggled in the blood flame storm, her skin cracking with fine fractures, her form becoming more and more slender, constantly stretching. With 158,000 health already drained, she had not fully died yet, but revealed a hideous face, struggling madly within the blood flame storm. You all should die. You betrayed me. Ah! The corrupted witch's furious roar echoed, but at that moment, she suddenly realized she had lost control over her own body. Gu Chun pressed down on the Blood Clan Duke. From the moment the boss's health reached zero, the battle had already ended completely. Next came the reenactment of history. The blood flame storm had completely subsided, and the altar was filled with flickering lights and shadows. Then a large number of familiar figures appeared. Guards, black-robed stewards, red-robed priests. Nearly 100 people. The abyss has invaded, and pollution is spreading everywhere. Many have already been killed by the gray mist. Who can save us? I don't want to die. Where is our god? Red-robed priest, you said drinking blood can cure the gray mist. Is it true? HM? Are you questioning the will of the gods? Only by drinking the Holy Maiden's blood can we resist the gray mist, and only by sacrificing the Holy Maiden's heart can we save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The Holy Maiden is kind-hearted. To save the temple, she would definitely be willing to sacrifice herself. Stop talking nonsense. All guards, come with me. We must find the Holy Maiden. The red-robed priest stood at the highest point, looking down at everyone, his face showing no emotion. The faces of several black-robed stewards were already distorted, and through their wild eyes, it was clear they had lost all rationality. The history of the temple continued to replay in the light and shadow. Inside the main hall, a group of black-robed stewards brought the Holy Maiden before the red-robed priest. High Priest, the abyss's influence on you is growing stronger. You must accept the purification treatment. No, Holy Maiden, you don't understand. The red-robed priest revealed a side of his face like dry bones, startling the holy maiden. This is not pollution. This is the power of the gods. The abyssal creatures are not invaders. They are here to help us follow the path of the gods. How is that possible? High priest, you have already been polluted by the abyss. Quickly, come with me. The red-robed priest grabbed the holy maiden's hair with a vicious look, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. I said, this is not pollution. The abyss is the guidance of the gods. It is a divine miracle. High priest, the abyss is eroding your sanity. Do not be controlled by evil. The red-robed priest stared at the holy maiden with a twisted face, his eyes glowing with intense evil light. Temple holy maiden, I want you to help me with my cultivation. No, high priest, you've been polluted. Help, somebody help. The holy maiden immediately begged the black-robed stewards for help, but in their eyes, only numbness and madness remained. The scene shifted, and a naked female corpse appeared on the altar. The corpse was completely pale, showing no trace of blood, with a brutal tear in the chest, but no blood could be seen. The red-robed priest stood beside the corpse, his eyes filled with malice and madness. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards kneeled, their gazes devout. The red-robed priest looked up at the towering statue of the god, muttering words as if in prayer. The group of people behind him gradually raised their heads, looking mad, completely unaware of how absurd their actions were, instead showing faces filled with joy. The sacrificial ritual was over, and the red-robed priest raised a glass bottle, filled with blood. The kneeling priest's eyes were wild, seeing that blood as a holy medicine, his expression filled with intense desire. But just at that moment, a sudden earth-shattering noise erupted, and the temple began to shake violently. The abyss erupted, and the foreign tribes launched a massive invasion of the temple. Surging black mist appeared from all directions, transforming into the touch of death, continuously destroying the temple structures. Outside the temple gates, a storm of black and red rampaged in the sky. As if it were the end of the world, a massive army of foreign tribes surged forward. The scene gradually darkened. A terrible storm was about to arrive. You have successfully cleared the novice dungeon. Temple ruins. Hell level. The dungeon will end in 5 minutes, or you can exit directly. Is it over? Just like this. Lin Yuan showed a face as if he had eaten a fly. So, what kind of dungeon is this? A story about a group of perverts killing a woman? Lin Qingqing frowned. Although we cleared it, why do I feel so suffocated? Su Ran was very dissatisfied with this ending. Gu Chun was also a bit speechless about this ending, and just then, he suddenly thought of the 2 quest items he had received earlier. He took out the 2 glass bottles from his personal space, one sealed with a heart, and the other sealed with blood. Hint: triggering quest items. Sealed heart. Option 1. Return the heart to the fallen witch. The saintess will briefly resurrect, sacrificing herself to end the abyss invasion. Sealed blood. Option 2. Pour the blood into the altar. The temple's corruption will be purified, and the clergy will gain the power to resist the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat, the abyss will invade the temple, and everything will be doomed. Please make your choice. Just this. This time, it was Gu Chun who showed a face as if he had eaten a fly. If he returns the heart, the saintess will briefly resurrect, but she will lose her power, only able to sacrifice herself to end the abyss invasion. If the blood is poured into the altar, the saintess's blood will purify the temple's corruption, allowing everyone inside to gain resistance against the abyss. No matter which choice is made, the abyss's invasion will be prevented, and the people in the temple will survive. So, in the end, did this dungeon only result in the death of one woman? And still, an innocent woman. Damn it, this ending feels a bit unsatisfactory. Chapter 34. After you die, who cares if the flood rises? Do you want to choose? Lin Yuan suddenly asked beside him. Should they repel the abyss, or let history repeat? Since the dungeon was already over, might as well exit directly, letting those insane priests face destruction. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran frowned slightly, turning their eyes toward Gu Chun. After all, the choice was in Gu Chun's hands. Feeling the gaze around him, Gu Chun turned his head to ask, "What do you think?" "I won't choose," Lin Qingqing said directly. "Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal tribes." Su Ran nodded in agreement. After all, those priests were a bunch of madmen and perverts. Gu Chun thought for a moment, having come this far, not choosing didn't seem right. So, he had to make a choice after all. He walked up to the altar, approaching the barely alive fallen witch. Looking at her cracked body and horrifying wounds, his expression stiffened slightly. After a moment, Gu Chun spoke in a low and indifferent tone. "Return the heart to you, and you can briefly resurrect, But then you must sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Pour the blood into the altar, and you will completely die, but you can bring power to the temple to resist the abyss. So, resisting the abyss, is it really that important? They drain your blood, dig out your heart, only seeking to cling to life. In the whole temple, who truly cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss? The fallen witch's body trembled slightly, the darkness in her eyes fading a bit. What do you want to say? Guchen squatted down, a strange smile appearing on his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch and then gave back the sealed blood. This action left Lin Yuan and the others a bit puzzled. After doing all this, Guchen let out a long breath. All right, what I want to say is actually very simple. After you die, who cares if the floods rise? The heart can temporarily revive you. The blood can restore your power. Take them. In your last moments, you can choose to live for yourself. Before the abyss creatures invade, take revenge on your enemies. Make those who harmed you pay the price. Let them die in despair and pain just like you. By the way, you can make the abyss creatures out there miss their target. By the time they break in, the temple will be done for. You avenged yourself, and before you die, you tricked the enemy. How great is that? Such a move? Lin Yuan and the others finally reacted and nodded instinctively. They were very satisfied with this outcome. It was already hard enough to fight a boss. The final outcome shouldn't be so frustrating. Everyone loves a satisfying story. Who wants to endure a hurtful one? Guchen opened the seals on the 2 bottles, then stood up and leisurely walked towards the altar below. Although all of this was not real, Guchen still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance for revenge personally. What the true ending of the dungeon was, he did not care, and no one would care. Everyone wants to see the ending they hope for. In this present moment is what Guchen wanted to see. With the heart and blood in hand, the fallen witch's body emitted a brilliant glow and then suddenly transformed into countless light dots, flying into the light shadow image above the altar. In the image, numerous clerics were horrified by the abyss invasion. Suddenly, the corpse of the woman on the altar slowly floated, a living heart beating at her chest. Accompanied by the vitality of blood, an unprecedented powerful force erupted from her body. The saintess's eyes slowly opened, filled with brutality and hatred. She looked down at the crowd below, her voice revealing uncontrollable strong killing intent. Time is short. I hope before the abyss creatures storm the temple, I can kill all of you. High priest, weren't you boasting about being a believer of the divine? I'll send you to meet God right now. As the dungeon officially came to an end, a series of messages appeared in Guchen's view. Kill the fallen, witch boss LV.15. Experience plus 5,317. Level up. Level. LV.10, 1234/14500. Strength, 217. Agility, 216. Vitality, 218. Spirit, 219. Summon Beast. Bloodlord LV.10 Legend. Nightmare Lord LV.10 Epic. Talent. Current can obtain a dark bloodline. Congratulations. You have completed the temple ruins, hell level, gained reward, practitioner experience plus 3,000, dungeon chest *1, hell level. Dungeon finished, exiting current scene, 5 4 3 2 1. Dungeon square. Since Wu Zi came out, more and more people gathered. Because everyone knew the betting fight in this dungeon was about to conclude. Every face carried an expectant look, just waiting to see the final moment of slapping the face. Calculating the time, Guchen should be dead soon, right? I said long ago, a common summoner challenging the hell-level dungeon will definitely die horribly. Now it's good, not only lost his life, but also cost 50,000. I mean, Wu Zi has been out for so long. Why hasn't Guchen died yet? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Li Wenwei had already packed up his tent, and after a brief period of rest, he had almost recovered. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the dungeon, with the corners of his mouth constantly lifting, unable to contain himself. Listening to the crowd's criticisms of Guchen, Li Wenwei said not a word. In fact, at such moments, as long as he maintained his proud stance, it was enough. If he also belittled Guchen, it would instead be seen as lacking grace. However, when he saw Wu Zi standing blankly outside the dungeon, he couldn't help but walk over. Seeing the smile on Li Wenwei's face, Wu Zi raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? I may be a coward, but you have no right to humiliate me. Li Wenwei waved his hand. No, I don't have that kind of time to tease you. I just want to know, how far has Guchen brought you guys? Wu Zi's expression turned displeased. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Wenwei sighed and said in a deep voice. All right, let's simplify the question. You've been out for so long. Why is Guchen still not dead? This sentence made Wu Zi's expression stiffen suddenly. After coming out, he had been immersed in self-blame and the inner struggle of self-justification. not realizing how much time had passed. Now, with Li Wenwei's question, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that Gu Chun had turned the tables? Impossible. Absolute impossible. That was a hell-level dungeon. After fighting to that extent, Gu Chun must have used up all his cards. How could he possibly turn the tables? At that moment, a huge screen above the dungeon entrance suddenly lit up. Breaking news. The Temple Ruins, hell-level, dungeon has achieved its first clear. Clear time, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. Dungeon team information. Captain, Gu Chun, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Warrior, Su Ran, Assassin. Rewards, Professional Experience plus 3,000, Personal Achievement plus 1. First clear reward box, *1. Clear rating, SSS. Chapter 35. Wu Zi's Psychological Shadow Area. In an instant, the dungeon square fell into silence, the scene as if it had frozen. This situation lasted for several seconds, before finally being broken by a voice. What the hell? Am I seeing things? A hell-level dungeon actually cleared? This is the first clear. How did he do it? Someone slapped me. Ouch, you really did slap me. Because the announcement came out at the moment the final boss died, Gu Chun and his team were still in the dungeon. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and shock, even disbelief. Some people rubbed their eyes hard, questioning whether they were seeing things or dreaming. But no one would doubt the authenticity of this announcement. The announcement is linked to the dungeon system and cannot be wrong. In other words, Gu Chun, a commoner summoner, brought 3, no, make that 3, actors to successfully clear the hell-level novice dungeon. It's all an illusion. It doesn't scare me. A chubby guy in a sports jersey shouted angrily. But it's a hell-level dungeon. How'd he do it? Wasn't it said that choosing a summoner as a commoner is a dead end? Did they lie to me? Okay. Who said earlier that if Gu Chun successfully cleared it, he would livestream doing a handstand while pooping? Come on, show us. Holding off on the handstand poop for now. Who's good at math? Help me calculate Wu Zi's current psychological shadow area. No need to calculate. He must regret this to the point of turning green. Haha, what a pure fool. Truly a rare sight. He chose this himself. Who can he blame? The road he chose, he must walk it even kneeling. The discussions and laughter were unrestrained and shameless. These people did it on purpose. While Gu Chun's success was indeed enviable, Wu Zi's failure brought even more amusement. Especially in situations like this, where one watches another rise and then fall. It is the most delightful topic for gossip. From the moment he fled the dungeon, the rewards of the hell-level dungeon slipped away from him. SSS rating. First clear rewards of the hell-level dungeon. Any one of these would be a huge opportunity for an ordinary job changer. Yet, this utterly unremarkable Wu Zi missed out on both at once. It's unimaginable how big his psychological shadow area is at this moment. No need to doubt, Wu Zi truly regretted it. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, feeling lost. His face was filled with regret and self-blame. From the time he left the dungeon to when the announcement came out, it was only about 15 minutes. Yet this before and after felt like descending from heaven to hell for him. The series of rewards and achievements on the announcement seemed so glaring to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and glory he should have had scattered away like smoke in an instant. What a sin. Slap. Wu Zi, in a fit of rage, slapped himself hard, leaving with resentment under the teasing gazes of the crowd. And this crisp sound of the slap startled Li Wenhui, who was lost in a daze, bringing him back to reality. Gu Chun cleared the hell-level dungeon, which seemed like a fantasy to him. But he couldn't question it. The clearing information was right there in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. SSS level rating. This achievement, not to mention in Lin City, even in the entire North, was an extraordinarily explosive presence. Can a civilian summoner really be this strong? SSS level rating. This is a crushing victory. I got it. We've been deceived all along. Civilian summoners are the strongest. Killing coins. Well said. This is clearly Gu Chun's strength. Turns out Gu Chun is the real god. In the dungeon square, Gu Chun's reputation changed drastically. The more he was trampled before, the higher he was now lifted. Li Wenhui, who was once worshipped by everyone, had now become an unnoticed passerby. Li Wenhui's face was filled with bitterness. Though Wu Zi became a laughingstock in people's mouths, he only lost face. But he lost money. Real money. 500,000. Although he came from the Li family of Lin City, he was not the heir of the Li family. 500,000 was not pocket money for him, but for upgrading and enhancing equipment. A set of rare knight gear valued over $1 million. It was not just some low-level trash you could throw away after a few levels, but an important ace for entering a higher institution. Now he lost 500,000. If his father found out, he would probably strip his skin off. If only he hadn't gambled with Gu Chen before. A strong sense of regret spread deep in his heart. But it was too late for everything. Using the trading platform for the bet was his own suggestion. Once the money went into the platform, the bet took effect. Not to mention him. Even the head of the Li family couldn't backtrack. Gu Chen didn't even need to waste words with him. A few taps on his phone could transfer the money into his own account. Gu Chen, you're going to get me killed. Just as Li Wenhui was full of regret, Gu Chen and the others finally exited the dungeon. As soon as they came out, the first thing that awaited them was a swarm of reporters with long guns and short cannons. After all, it was the job transition season, and the major new player dungeons were one of the hottest spots for reporters. A genius profession, emerging and breaking dungeon records was one of the easiest ways to stir the excitement of young people. Classmate Gu Chen, I am a reporter from the Occupational Evening Report. Can you share your feelings about clearing the Hell-level dungeon for the first time? Classmate Gu Chen, this is Lin City Satellite TV. May I ask why you chose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you have won the bet against Li Wenhui. How do you plan to handle the 500,000 stake? Wow, is it your first day as a reporter? Why ask such questions? More than a dozen reporters and thousands of new players surrounded Gu Chen densely, making him truly feel what it meant to be the center of attention. The crowd surrounding the square was envious. This was a rare opportunity to show off, a rare chance to shine before people. Not to mention anything else. As long as he seized this wave of traffic, becoming rich and powerful would be as easy as eating or drinking for him, right? Heavenly riches. The wheels of fate turned upon Gu Chen. But Gu Chen had no intention of wasting time with these reporters. He directly pushed Lin Yuan over. This was Lin Yuan's first time experiencing such a scene, but he wasn't nervous at all. He cleared his throat, grabbed the nearest microphone, and without caring whether others wanted to hear it or not, he began to deliver his first speech. Taking this opportunity to show himself, riding the wave of Gu Chen's popularity, he would also be considered half a celebrity from now on. With fame, making money would be as easy as eating and drinking. Meanwhile, Gu Chen used this opportunity to slip away. After the announcement of the dungeon quest, the bet was already over, and Li Wenhui's 50,000 wager had been transferred to his account. In his personal space, hell-level chests and first clear reward boxes sparkled and shined. Gu Chen's heart raced with excitement. Open the box. Open the chest. Chapter 36. Fallen Magic Ball, Gargoyle. Upon reaching level 10, the status for the third summoned beast had already been unlocked. But Gu Chen wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to open the chest and reward box first. A hell-level chest from a newbie dungeon would definitely drop 5-star rare equipment. A hell-level first clear reward box would surely contain rare-grade items, and there was a high probability it would be specific to his profession. With an excited heart, Gu Chen opened the chest. You have opened the dungeon chest. Hell level. You received a weapon. Fallen Magic Ball. Quality rare. Level restriction. Level 10. Job restriction. Magic profession. Attributes. Spirit plus 150. Casting speed plus 50%. Skill damage plus 50%. Effect. Each time a skill hits the target, a death tentacle will appear beside the target and last for 2 seconds. Death tentacle. Deals 3,000 true damage to the target and applies a slowing effect. This magic ball is great. It not only comes with skill damage, but also increases spirit by 150. Gu Chen looked surprised and very satisfied. His spirit attribute was 219, and the magic ball could actually increase it by 150, almost doubling it. Moreover, Gu Chen had seen just how terrifying the fallen witch's death tentacles were. For a summoner, the skills of summoned beasts were also the summoner's skills. The Bloodline Lord's deadly shot could fire 6 bullets that carried skill effects all at once. After all bullets hit the target, 6 tentacles would appear beside the target. The Nightmare Master's Nightmare Entanglement could now summon 14 Nightmare Servants to entangle the target, which would generate another 14 tentacles. This means Gu Chen only needed to have both summoned beasts use their skills once to create 20 death tentacles. One death tentacle could deal 3,000 damage, so 20 tentacles would deal 60,000 damage. With an attack speed of once per second, this damage value would double again. 120,000. That's terrifying. You have to know, even the final boss of the Hell-level dungeon, the Fallen Witch, has a maximum health of only 158,000. Just one magic ball, with a skill, could inflict 120,000 damage on the target, directly leaving the Fallen Witch in dire straits. Gu Chen felt that he was frighteningly strong now. The main reason was that this magic ball matched his situation perfectly. A rare 5-star magic ball could only be considered above average, and the attached skills were also quite standard. If it were in the hands of other magic users, it would at most raise their strength a little, since most professionals only mastered 3 or 4 skills at most. But in Gu Chen's hands, the damage exploded. So terrifying, Gu Chen himself almost gasped in astonishment. He placed the fallen magic ball into his equipment slot and eagerly opened the first clear reward box. You have opened the first clear reward box, Hell level. You received an item, Attribute Fruit, Quality Rare, Level Restriction, Level 10, Effect, all attributes plus 100. A Level 10 Attribute Fruit, providing plus 100 to all attributes. Not bad, quite satisfying. The boost from the attribute increase was multifaceted, such as health, energy consumption, and skill cooldowns. And the higher the attributes of a summoner, the greater the damage of their summoned beasts. Everything was interconnected. So Gu Chen didn't hesitate. He directly consumed this attribute fruit. The entrance was sweet, just like a honey peach. Soon after, a powerful energy roamed through his limbs and bones. You have consumed the attribute fruit, all attributes plus 100. Gu Chen felt a refreshing rebirth in his body, filled with strength, even capable of smashing stars with a single punch. Of course, this was just an illusion brought on by a sudden increase in attributes for a short time. Then he changed out of his black butler robe and put on the sacrificial set he earned from killing the red-clad priest before opening his character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, Summoner. Level, LV.10, 7234/14500. Strength, 317. Agility, 316. Constitution, 318. Spirit, 469. Talent, Dark Bloodline, God level. Skill, Full Link LV.5 Rare. Equipment, Fallen Magic Sphere, Sacrificial Set. Summons, Bloodline Lord LV.10 Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV.10 Epic. Not bad. With Gu Chen's current four-dimensional attributes, he could almost be considered invincible at the first level. Even facing a second-level professional would give him a fighting chance. This gave him more confidence for the next adventure in the wilderness. The newbie dungeon was already cleared, but entering other dungeons would require paying a hefty usage fee. Because besides the newbie dungeon, other man-made dungeons require payment. After all, dungeons need high concentrations of energy crystals to maintain and manage. And without payment, the dungeon would have closed long ago. Gu Chen had some savings now, but he did not plan to enter a dungeon. Go to the wilderness, and diving into the abyss was the fastest way to level up. The abyss, located above the wilderness, was a form of alien invasion into this world. Dungeons were built to mimic the abyss, most of which were situated within cities to avoid the need for professionals to trek long distances across the wilderness for leveling up. Because the wilderness was filled with aliens, fraught with danger, and one misstep could lead to being killed by fierce aliens. The level of danger was even more terrifying than hell-level dungeons. Gu Chen had already made up his mind to enter the wilderness, but before that, he needed to confirm his third summon. Opening the professional trading platform, Gu Chen found 5 level 10 summoning skill books. They were Unicorn, Earth Magic Turtle, Tree Spirit, Gargoyle, and Mountain Hawk. The Unicorn was a mage-type summon. The Earth Magic Turtle was a tank type. The Tree Spirit was a warrior type. The Mountain Hawk was an assassin type. And only the Gargoyle was a support type. Moreover, the Gargoyle was not the common buff type support. It was a debuff type. It could not provide shields, healing, or damage boosts to its allies, but it could inflict poison, curses, and weakness on enemies. Speaking of weakness, the fear dominated by the Grey Fog curse was still fresh in memory. A powerful debuff could practically deify someone instantly. The current 2 summons, the Bloodline Lord could withstand and deal damage, while the Nightmare Ruler had explosive harvesting abilities, and adding a debuff support would be even more perfect. It's you, Gargoyle. After careful consideration, Gu Chen spent 150,000 to buy the Gargoyle summoning book. Excellent level, this price was a bargain. High-quality summoning books were too scarce, and those entering the market were even fewer, typically circulated internally among large guilds. Gu Chen was neither a noble nor a member of a guild. With both buffs stacked, it would be strange to find high-quality summoning books. However, it was fortunate that even though he couldn't buy high-quality summoning books, he still had a god-level talent to enhance the summon's quality using the Dark Bloodline. Levels 9 and 10 both received the original Bloodline, allowing the third summon to be directly upgraded to Epic 1-star. Very good. Gu Chen was filled with anticipation. Gargoyle integrating with Dark Bloodline had great potential. Chapter 37. The Corpse Demon, Slaughtering Li Renjia. The professional trading platform rarely has instant delivery. The seller of the Gargoyle summoning skill book was not in Lin City and needed to transfer goods from another location. It was already too late. Then he bought some supplies that might be needed when he goes out of the city, waiting for them to be delivered tomorrow along with the summoning book. After that, Gu Chen opened the short video platform. He originally thought that clearing the hell-level dungeon would cause quite a stir in Lin City, and information about him would surely be wildly shared on short videos. However, after scrolling through several videos, he found no information related to him, Not even the news about being the first to clear the Hell level dungeon. He was a bit confused, not just a short video platform. Even the major media outlets seemed to have fallen into silence. What's going on? Was the internet cut off? Guchen felt a bit puzzled, but didn't pay it much attention. After all, he already received the rewards for clearing the Hell level dungeon, and the SSS rating was already in his record. Fame was insignificant now. Next, he just needed to wait for the school to finalize the recommendation slot for him. The next day, near noon, Gu Chun received a package sent by the professional platform. He took out the summoning book, confirmed everything was correct, and learned it immediately. You have successfully signed a contract with the Gargoyle. Summon Beast, Gargoyle. Qualities, excellent. Level 10. Health, 6,220. Attributes, Strength 85, Agility 90, Constitution 94, Spirit 95. Talent, Stone Form, excellent. Skill, Petrification LV.1, excellent. Next, Gu Chun fused both initial Dark Bloodlines into the Gargoyle's body. Dark Bloodline, first generation fusion successful. Summon Beast Advancement. Gargoyle, excellent. Undead Colossus, epic. Summon Beast Star, upgrade successful. Undead Colossus, epic. Undead Colossus, epic. Level, LV.10. Health, 13,500. Attributes, Strength 145, Agility 140, Constitution 157, Spirit 158. Talent, Unstoppable, epic. Skill I, Extremely Exhausted LV.10 epic. Skill 2, Black Death Plague LV.10 epic. Skill 3, End of Magic Domain LV.10 epic. The Gargoyle advanced to the epic level Undead Colossus, initially possessing an epic talent and 2 epic skills. As for the third skill, it was obtained after the star upgrade. Unstoppable. The Undead Colossus's defense and recovery increase while in a stationary state, and it becomes immune to all negative effects. Extremely Exhausted. Applies an exhausted state to nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50%, and increases the damage they take by 50%, cannot be immune. Black Death Plague. Infect a target with a plague, reducing the healing effects they receive by 90% and causing them to lose health continuously, cannot be immune. End of Magic Domain. The Undead Colossus establishes a domain centered on itself, causing all consumption of targets within the domain to increase tenfold. Like the Nightmarish Overlord, the targets mentioned in the skills are not restricted to enemies of either side. Only the targeted enemies count as targets. With all these debuff skills, Gu Chun was overjoyed. Especially the third skill, End of Magic Domain, which could make the enemy's consumption increase tenfold, was simply terrifyingly powerful. Just imagine, a mage from the opposing side only casts one spell and directly drains most of their spirit. Or an enemy warrior comes up to strike, only to be left with weak, wobbly legs. Some powerful skills, under the influence of tenfold consumption, would simply be uncastable, leaving the opponent standing there, eyes wide in confusion. That's truly incredible. After looking through all the skills and talents again, Gu Chun closed the Summoning Beast panel with satisfaction, filled with confidence for the upcoming wilderness journey. Just then his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Gu Chun's eyes brightened. Since it was Jiang Songhua calling, it should be about the recommendation to study in the capital. After all, he had already received an SSS rating in the Hell level dungeon, and there was only one recommendation slot at Lin City No. 1 High School which would surely fall to him. However, as soon as he answered the call, Jiang Songhua's voice came through, filled with complaints. Gu Chun, your recommendation slot has been put on hold. It's those idiots in the city hall doing it. I ask you, what do you plan to do next? This aggressive tone made Gu Chun momentarily stunned. He was made to laugh. What was cancelled was his guaranteed admission. So why did it seem like Jiang Songhua was the victim? Oh right, if Gu Chun could be guaranteed admission to the prestigious school in the capital, then Jiang Songhua, as the class teacher, would see a huge boost in identity, status, and reputation. Looking at it this way, this teacher really was a victim. Gu Chun immediately asked, Teacher Jiang, please don't get angry. Why did the city hall block my admission? Jiang Songhua cursed loudly. They think summoners don't have great potential for growth and aren't worth nurturing. Bastards. They're all a bunch of self-righteous fools. They know nothing about the difficulty of hell-level dungeons. Insufficient potential. Not worth nurturing? This reason sounds a bit absurd. Gu Chun continued to ask, since they rejected me, then who is the admission slot given to? It can't just be left empty, right? It would be ridiculous to leave it empty. After all, the guaranteed admission slots are a type of resource issued from above, fixed each year. It would be a waste if not used. The admission slot is temporarily in the hands of the Li family. Temporarily in the Li family? Are they going to guarantee admission for Li Wenhui? What does temporarily mean? Li Wenhui is just a collateral branch. This slot is meant to contest for the heir of the Li family. The heir of the Li family? Oh, Li Ranjia. Jiang Songhua took a deep breath on the phone and slowly said, he has been sent to Gubei City since he was young, receiving the best resources of the north, and has turned to the rare profession of spiritual thought master, so he is considered a genius. But Gubei City is the center of the northern region, with many geniuses gathered. With Li Ranjia's strength, he cannot squeeze into the guaranteed admission list, so the Li family wants to claim a slot in Lingqing. Gu Chen's eyes showed a bit of disdain, so it turned out to be a useless beggar. If he was bullied in Gubei City to the point of not being able to eat, he came to a small place like Lingqing to beg. The key is that he came to him for help. Gu Chen remembered this name, and then asked, Teacher Jiang, did you just say the admission slot is temporarily with the Li family? Yes, this is what I heard from the principal. Don't let it spread. If Li Ranjia can get an SSS rating in the Hell Level dungeon before the Academy assessment, that slot will definitely be his, otherwise there's still a good chance it will go to you. Still a good chance? Gu Chun sneered. He didn't like this kind of possibility. It was clearly his. Why did it sound like he was receiving someone else's charity? So, Teacher Jiang, you called to tell me that my guaranteed admission has been blocked? No, I'm telling you that Li Ranjia will likely come to seek cooperation with you, offering you some benefits to help him through the Hell Level dungeon. Understood? I definitely won't agree to that. No, you don't understand. You're just a commoner. Why would you go head-to-head with a noble? Have you ever fought the Li family? You have to agree with him. Jiang Songhua sighed. I know you feel wronged, but the situation is stronger than you. If Li Ranjia comes to you, you should ask for more benefits. You also know, the Li family is the #1 family in Lingqing, a solid big family. You have to seize this opportunity to make a big haul off Li Ranjia. Make a big haul off Li Ranjia? Okay, got it? Gu Chen nodded, keeping his mentor's words in mind. Just then, there was a commotion at the door. Soon, the dormitory door opened from the outside, opened by Li Wenhui. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dorm, Li Wenhui said, stepping aside. At the doorway appeared a young man dressed in a robe with a handsome face. The young man looked arrogant, exuding an aura of superiority that looked down on everything. He stepped over the threshold, surveying everything in the dorm with a lofty stance, finally setting his gaze on Gu Chen. I am Li Ranjia. You should have heard my name, right? Chapter 38. You can't pick it up, and you won't live to pick it up. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I'm just here to discuss a partnership with you. Li Ranjia raised a finger, his posture proud as he said, Take me through the Hell Level dungeon and help me achieve an SSS rating, and I will give you an epic level piece of equipment. Gu Chen looked at him with interest, truly calculating. Even if you clear the Hell Level beginner dungeon, the best loot you could get from a chest would only be top-tier rare equipment. Li Ranjia, however, was offering an epic piece of equipment right from the start. That's no small deal. If Jiang Songhua hadn't told him the inside story beforehand, he might have actually agreed. But now, trying to trade an epic level piece of equipment for a guaranteed spot at the Shangjing Academy? This deal had already fallen apart in Gu Chen's mind. Seeing Gu Chen remain unmoved, Li Ranjia's gaze didn't change as he extended another finger. 2 pieces. As expected of the first family of Lin City, truly a wealthy household. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Epic level equipment usually starts at tens of millions, so he's essentially offering over 20 million to secure a spot at the Shangjing Academy. Is 20 million a lot? To ordinary people, it's money they would never make in several lifetimes. But when compared to the Shangjing Academy, it's nothing. Not to mention, just clearing a few Academy dungeons could easily earn far more than that amount. Gu Chen sneered coldly. You want me to help you get an SSS rating, and in return, you steal my guaranteed spot? Is this what you call cooperation? A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Ranjia's eyes. Gu Chen knew? It's fine if you know. Now there's no need to hide anything. Li Ranjia said in a deep voice. 2 epic level pieces of equipment. This is my final offer. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Gu Chen remained unafraid. I'll give you a chance too. Take out 2 epic level pieces of equipment, apologize, and then go back to Gubei City. I'll treat you like you were never here, and let you go. Li Ranjia's eyes turned cold as he yelled angrily. Gu Chen, do you think that just because I cleared the Hell Level dungeon, I'll be afraid of you? Ignorant. In Gubei City, you wouldn't even be considered garbage. Li Wenhui, teach him a lesson. Huh. Li Wenhui froze in surprise. Me? His gaze faltered. Gu Chen was a Hell Level dungeon expert, and he was supposed to teach him a lesson? But seeing the fierce look in Li Ranjia's eyes, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swing his fist toward Gu Chen's face. However, someone like him, a cannon fodder, posed no threat to Gu Chen. He could easily deal with him without even calling a summon. With a thud, Gu Chen knocked him flying with just his own attributes. Li Wenhui screamed in agony, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. Still dare to fight back? Seeking death. Li Ranjia's eyes widened, his face full of fury. In Gubei City, he was a coward. But in Lin City, he would strike hard. Li Wenwei was his cousin. How dare a commoner hit a member of the Li family in front of him? This was practically asking to die. Gu Chun, I suggest you recognize the situation, kneel and apologize, then help me get the SSS rating. If I'm pleased, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll be going against the Lin City Li family. Gu Chun scoffed. The Lin City Li family, what's that? A hint of anger flickered in Li Renjia's eyes. Presumptuous. You're asking for death. As soon as his words fell, slap. Gu Chun slapped him across the face, stepping forward with his 43-size shoe directly planting on Li Renjia's fair face. Li Renjia's head spun, and his rage surged, humiliation flooding his eyes. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Gu Chun's foot. Boy, you dare to step on my face? The Lin City Li family won't let you get away with this. Li Renjia's heart was filled with murderous intent. A country bumpkin from Lin City dared to humiliate him like this. He wanted Gu Chun dead, and he wanted him to die in the most miserable way possible. Gu Chun put more force on his foot, rubbing Li Renjia's face against the cement floor. His once fair face was soon a bloody mess. What about the Li family and lynching? If you want to squash him like a soft persimmon, be prepared for blood everywhere. Stop! Li Wenwei quickly shouted from the side. Do you want to fight the Li family of lynching to the death? Gu Chun raised his eyes, his gaze icy, filled with a chilling, killing intent. With just one look, Li Wenwei trembled, a cold shiver running from his back to the top of his head. This gaze, does Gu Chun want to kill? How dare he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Renjia only wanted your guaranteed slot. And you actually want his life? It can't be this way, right? Bring out 2 pieces of epic-level equipment, and I can make your death a bit easier. Gu Chun said coldly. That's right. Today he is going to kill. Kill Li Renjia. The Li family, relying on their power, snatched his guaranteed slot. That's a fact set in stone. Can this be tolerated? Just because Gu Chun has no power, he can be bullied by the nobles? Should he be treated like an ant that can be crushed at will? Today the Li family wants his slot. He gave it. Tomorrow they might want his life? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chun is nothing but a bug that can be easily crushed. They think taking your slot is showing respect. If you refuse, you're being ungrateful. If you dare resist, then you have asked for death. So rather than being boiled to death like a frog in warm water by the Li family, it's better to eliminate Li Renjia first, giving the Li family a hard slap in the face. As for that guaranteed slot, with his strength, even without it, getting into the top academy in the capital is a sure thing. Kid, I don't believe you dare to kill me. If I die, you will definitely die in a terrible way. The Li family of lynching will never let you go. Before he could finish his words, Gu Chun kicked and broke Li Renjia's throat. Li Renjia's eyes widened, life quickly fading from them, dying with eyes still wide open. Even in death, he couldn't believe Gu Chun actually dared to take action. Cousin. Li Wenwei looked at the scene in shock, witnessing Gu Chun kill his cousin, the heir of the Li family. Moreover, after killing Li Renjia, Gu Chun did not stop, but instead fixed his gaze on him. Li Wenwei immediately shivered, regret filling his heart. He had thought that with Li Renjia transitioning into a spiritual wielder and growing up in Gubei City, he could easily crush Gu Chun. Yet unexpectedly, Gu Chun didn't even use a summoned beast and was able to kill him with just a simple strike. Gu Chun was not a bloodthirsty person and did not make a move against Li Wenwei. He shook off the blood on his shoe, disdain on his face, and said, "Go back and tell the one in charge of the Li family that my things are something you can't take, and you won't live to take them." After saying this, the space in front of Gu Chun shattered. A massive hand of black mist abruptly reached out, pulling him gently. His figure instantly disappeared. Gu Chun was taken away by the Nightmare Sovereign, leaving behind only a dazed Li Wenwei and the corpse of Li Renjia in the dormitory. After about 10 seconds, Li Wenwei finally regained his senses from the intense fear. Then a piercing scream echoed throughout the dormitory building. Someone has died. Li Renjia is dead. Help someone. Chapter 39. On the Wasteland. Not long after Gu Chun left, Li Wenwei's cries attracted the dormitory supervisor, who was making regular rounds. When the dorm supervisor arrived, the first thing he saw was the corpse on the ground, his face immediately showing horror. Who killed him? The dorm supervisor quickly asked Li Wenwei. It was Gu Chun. Li Wenwei replied, trembling. Gu Chun? Hearing this name, the dorm supervisor's first reaction was disbelief. He was very familiar with this student. His parents died early, he had no one to rely on, and every holiday when others went home, Gu Chun couldn't afford a room and could only sneak back into the dormitory. At first, when he found out, he had kicked Gu Chun out several times, but later after understanding the situation, he turned a blind eye. Whoosh! At that moment, several middle-aged men dressed in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The man in charge had a grave expression, quickly walking to Li Renjia's corpse, confirming the death, and a strong killing intent radiated from his whole body. Who did this? Who on earth did this? Dare to kill the heir of the Li family, I will rip him to pieces. Seeing this scene, the dormitory supervisor's face showed signs of fear. This man he recognized was the butler of the Li family, Wang Chongshan, a level 29 peak assassin. Heard that Wang Chongshan was famous a few years ago, but later was severely injured in the abyss, greatly reducing his combat power, and thus found a job as a butler in the Li family. Yet despite this, a peak level 2 assassin in such a small place like Lin City was not someone to be underestimated. In the entire Lin City No. 1 high school, besides the principal, perhaps only the vice principal could suppress him. Unfortunately, both principals were not present today. The dormitory supervisor stepped aside. The dead was the heir of the Li family, and this matter was beyond his control. Li went away, seeing Wang Chongshan appear, felt like he had seen a savior, and quickly walked forward to recount what happened earlier. Gu Chun, a mere commoner. How dare he kill the heir of the Li family? I want you dead without a place to be buried. After saying that, Wang Chongshan took out a lantern from his spatial storage, and under its light, a faint trace of energy appeared, indicating the direction in which Gu Chun had fled. Chase him down. A newly promoted student. He can't run too far. Catch him for me. I want him to accompany the young master in death. With a command, Wang Chongshan dashed out with several men in black, following the guiding light. On the other side, after leaving the school, Gu Chun stopped a car at a remote intersection, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. The cars here were powered by energy crystal stones, with special lanes drawn on the road, allowing for rapid speeds. Within just a few minutes, Gu Chun arrived near the city gate. According to the laws of the Divine Summer Empire, practitioners who had not reached level 10 could not leave the city alone. To leave the city, there needed to be at least one accompanying practitioner of level 10 or above. The young guard at the city gate spotted Gu Chun's somewhat juvenile face from a distance and joyfully said, "Another student trying to sneak out of the city, huh? Let's see if I can catch you." The captain of the city guard glanced in Gu Chun's direction and slapped the young guard on the back of the head, scolding him. "What's wrong with students? Even if he's a student, he's already level 10. You're still at level 9 after being in the army for so long and haven't even passed the higher education entrance exams. You want to catch him?" Gu Chun wore the black butler emblem, and the city guard captain, being a level 2 practitioner, could see his level at a glance. Level 10? Impossible. The beginner dungeon just opened yesterday, and today there's a student who reaches level 10? Is this even human? The other young guards turned to look at Gu Chun, their eyes filled with envy. Just the second day, and already reached level 10. Such achievement was unprecedented. If nothing went wrong, this student would surely be enrolled in the prestigious academy. Such a genius, they wished to curry favor with. There was no way they would step in to stop him. That would be foolish. Gu Chun walked past the city gate without obstruction. On the other side, in the Li family mansion, Patriarch Li Xiao also received the news that his beloved son Li Renjia had been killed in the dormitory building of Lin City No. 1 high school. The living room was a mess, and the servants outside knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Li Xiao's face was as dark as water, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Gu Chun, a lowly commoner like an ant. How dare he kill my son? Mobilize everyone. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Even if we have to overturn Lin City, we must find him. I want to kill that brat with my own hands to appease my son's spirit in heaven." Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes cold, wishing he could tear Gu Chun to shreds. However, at this moment, Gu Chun had already successfully left the city. Passing through the light blue barrier beneath the city gate, the originally bright and sunny sky instantly became dark and gloomy. Gu Chun looked around, his gaze met only with black and gray mist. Visibility was very low. Beyond 5 meters, everything was blurry. 10 meters was the limit. He instinctively turned back for a look. The entire city was shrouded under a hemispherical translucent screen. Boundless black fog surrounded the city, isolated by that layer of light screen. Is this the wild? It feels even worse than what the textbook said. Gu Chun reached out to grab a handful of the thin black mist before him. The black and gray mist slipped through his fingers. No one knew how this layer of black and gray mist was formed. From the day of historical records, the black mist had existed. Of course, the abyssal creatures also existed. They had always existed. In the wild, one must face the true abyssal creatures. Danger increased manifold. Not only must one remain highly alert at all times, but one must also be on guard against possible ambushes emerging from the black mist. Therefore, one must be fully focused. Gu Chun took out a map, summoned the Blood Lord to lead the way ahead, and moved towards the direction of the abyss, quickly disappearing into the black mist. Before long, a low roar came from a distance. Following the sound, he looked, and through the black mist, he could faintly see some professionals fighting against the creatures. 1 kilometer past the city gate, abyssal creatures began to emerge in the wild. Guchen spotted an abyssal figure wandering just 5 meters ahead, followed by a series of information appearing before his eyes. Corrupted Poison Warlock. Level 10. Health, 11,350. Attributes, Strength 93, Agility 98, Spirit 65, Constitution 75. Skills, Bite. This was a level 10 creature, its body largely decayed, its torn clothing covered in mottled blood stains, surrounded by insects and a nauseating stench. Looking at the attributes, the Corrupted Poison Warlock focused on physical offense and defense. Its constitution wasn't weak either, with health over 10,000. Its agility was the highest, even surpassing that of a rogue of the same level. This meant that once entangled by it, the result would be an outcome of death or worse. Facing such a monster, ordinary professionals would generally not initiate a fight unless they were absolutely certain. But this concern did not exist for Guchen at all. He saw the Blood Lord immediately unleashing skills, a series of silver bullets flashing and striking the Corrupted Poison Warlock, instantly draining its health. Killed Corrupted Poison Warlock LV.10, Experience plus 626. Chapter 40. The Corpse Golem, fully weakened. Killing the Corrupted Poison Warlock only yielded 626 experience? That's too little. Gu Chan was stunned for a moment, nearly thinking he was seeing things. Upon closer inspection, an ordinary creature. Oh, that's fine then. Having killed too many elite creatures in the Hell-level dungeon, switching back to ordinary creatures felt a bit strange. With level increases, the experience required for leveling up grew ever higher. It took 14,500 experience points to level up from level 10 to level 11. Counting the overflow from killing the Fallen Witch and experience from clear rewards and first clear bonuses, he still needed 7,266 experience points to level up. This meant he needed to kill 12 more Corrupted Poison Warlocks to level up. For now, this seemed acceptable, but what about later? Could it be that to level up once, he would need to kill hundreds or thousands of creatures in the wild? After the Hell-level dungeon, ordinary creatures simply didn't catch his eye. Most creatures in the wild are ordinary. The cost-effectiveness of killing them is too low. It seems I need to head to the town of Abyssal Guardians quickly. The town of Abyssal Guardians stationed in the wild, constantly battling with the creatures, guarding the abyss, was the most elite army of the Divine Summer Empire. At the town of Abyssal Guardians, one could receive and post wild tasks. For powerful professionals, they could even thus join the army, enjoying special military subsidies. Gu Chun was not after tasks or military subsidies, but by entering the town of Abyssal Guardians, he could query basic information on several nearby abysses, choosing one more suitable for himself. Taking a glance at the map, he continued walking deeper into the wilderness. Not long after, a faint sound of breaking air suddenly came from the black mist behind him. Gu Chun didn't notice, but it was the Blood Clan Lord who sensed it first. Someone was chasing towards this direction, and they were closing in at high speed. Could it be the Lee family? So soon? Gu Chun raised his eyebrows. Almost as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow appeared at the edge of the black mist not far away. Then, following that shadow, 3 more black figures emerged, powerful aura pressing down on him like a wave. 5 second-tier professionals at once. Gu Chun's expression changed slightly, and a hint of seriousness showed in his eyes. Gu Chun, you actually dare to kill the young master of the Lee family. Surrender now, or I will ensure you die without a burial place. Wang Chongshan's voice came from the black mist, initially 10 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he'd already come close. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the peak second-tier professionals left Gu Chun no time to react. In a flash, Wang Chongshan stood before him. Following closely, 4 middle-aged men in black also joined him. Wang Chongshan was a level 29 assassin. Next to him were 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 priest. Gu Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This lineup was enough to clear a dungeon. Are they planning to treat him like a dungeon boss? How much money have you made in the Lee family from chasing me across the wilderness for a month? Gu Chun, don't think of resisting. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape death. Obey us and return to Lin City honestly, or you might still have a whole corpse. Otherwise, the Lee family will make you wish you were dead. Stop wasting words. Just because you are 5 second-tier professionals doesn't mean you can kill me. Gu Chun said coldly. The opponents were 1 major realm higher than him, and they also had guiding lamps, making escape impossible. Rather than fleeing desperately, it was better to concentrate his strength and fight back with all his might. Arrogant and ignorant. I'll first cripple you. Wang Chongshan shouted angrily. Whoosh! A series of dark weapons emitting a black glow pierced through the black mist, directly targeting Gu Chun's vital points. At this moment, A gigantic figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The undying stone golem. Its towering body was full of majesty, standing like a giant guarding in front of Gu Chun. Its body was built from ancient stone blocks, with eerie blue cold flames burning at the joints. It had strong limbs and sharply defined angles. The surface of the stone was inscribed with mysterious runes and marks, exuding a mystical aura, and was indestructible. Facing the series of dark weapons, the undying stone golem stood like a mountain, not moving an inch. Bang! 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 The dark weapon struck against the rough stone body of the undying stone golem, erupting a series of dazzling sparks, and its health suddenly dropped by 30%. It hurt, but it could endure. After all, this was a skill from a level 29 assassin, while the undying stone golem was only level 10. When the undying stone golem was still, its defense and recovery increased. Being able to withstand such an attack and remain alive was already remarkable. Next, the health of the undying stone golem began to rise at an observable rate, a speed that could rival even the Blood Clan Lord. It erupted with dazzling, eerie blue flames, letting out an angry roar at the black figures ahead. In the next second, 3 layers of black light erupted successively from its body. Exhausted beyond measure, applies an exhaustion state to nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50%, while increasing the damage they receive by 50%, immune to none. Black Death Plague. Infects a target with a plague, reducing the healing effectiveness it receives by 90% and causing continuous loss of health, immune to none. Forbidden Realm of Final Magic. The undying stone golem designates an area centered on itself as a forbidden zone, within which the targets consume resources at a 10-fold increase. Faced with a group of second-tier professionals, Gu Chun immediately commanded the undying stone golem to unleash all its skills. When the debuff effects took hold on Wang Chongshan and the others, their expressions changed to one of shock. Oh no, what is this skill? It just cut my attributes in half. Cough cough. Why am I sick? My health is dropping so fast. Don't panic. Look at my great purification spell. Damn, these negative effects can't be purified. Heal me, my health is dropping drastically. I'm already healing you. Can't you feel it? Damn, the healing effect is only 10% left. Wang Chongshan came charging with a few Li family bodyguards, but when the undead golem appeared, they instantly deflated. Kill! Gu Chun stood behind the undead golem, softly uttering a word. In the next second, the Blood Lord and Nightmare Ruler moved at the same time. One red and one black figure instantly appeared in front of 2 warriors. One warrior's face changed dramatically, pushing his shield forward to block and instantly casting a courage shield on himself. This was the most commonly used defensive skill for warriors. As levels increase, so does defense. If a 6-tier warrior were to cast Courage Shield, its defense would be roughly equivalent to a level 60 epic gear. Just as the Courage Shield formed, a series of silver bullets whistled and hit the shield. Crack! 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 The proud Courage Shield of this warrior only lasted for 1 second before it was completely shattered. The Blood Lord's gaze was icy, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bullets poured down like a rainstorm, wildly striking this warrior. The shield shattered. The armor broke. Health dropped rapidly. Chapter 41, a single blow of 9,999, just a little bit short. Under the skill effect of the undead golem, all targets' attributes were reduced by 50%, damage taken increased by 50%, healing effects decreased by 90%, and health continued to drop. Most deadly of all, their consumption skyrocketed 10-fold. A level 23 warrior, though 13 levels higher than Gu Chun, was now equivalent to a level 14 warrior due to the 50% attribute reduction. Moreover, influenced by the 10-fold consumption, all his energy was only enough to cast 1 basic Courage Shield. When he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, he was shocked to discover that he had no states available. How is this possible? Bang! 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 In disbelief, this warrior's head was struck by a series of bullets, exploding instantly. Thud! A headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, dying without understanding why he couldn't cast his skills. At the same time, 10 nightmare minions tangled around another warrior, and the Nightmare Ruler appeared behind him, silently launching a sneak attack. Phantom instant kill. Single target explosion, 10 times damage. This warrior didn't even have a chance to react before dying on the spot. In a breath, 2 second-tier warriors became cold corpses. The last remaining warrior looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, his face showing unprecedented fear. He cast a Courage Shield on himself and turned to run. However, just after he took 2 steps, a shadow wrapped around him, trapping him in place. Seizing this opportunity, the Blood Lord continuously pulled the trigger. Twin guns spat fire, bullets pouring down like raindrops. densely raining on the man's back. The last warrior dead. 3 warriors died, tragically one after another. Even though Wang Chongshan was a peak second tier, his face was now as pale as a sheet. However, he did not dare to flee, fearing to end up like the previous warrior, killed as soon as he turned around by 2 summoned beasts. In the current situation, the only chance for survival was to fight desperately. Wang Chongshan's face showed a trace of determination, boldly unleashing his strongest skill, his figure vanishing instantly, charging toward Gu Chun with unimaginable speed. As an assassin, he knew the weaknesses of all classes. To fight a summoner, you must kill the summoner first. Even with his attributes reduced by 50%, he was still equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chun was only level 10. With his current attributes, as long as he used his finishing move, he could definitely slay Gu Chun on the spot. Although the Li family head had ordered him to capture Gu Chun alive, he couldn't care less about that for now. Wang Chongshan shouted furiously, instantly appearing in front of Gu Chun, launching his ultimate attack. A menacing short knife suddenly appeared, bursting forth with a sharp blood-red glow. This was his ultimate killing move. Even though his attributes were suppressed, he could still deal nearly 10,000 damage with a single strike. Typically, a level 10 player would have at most 8 or 9,000 health points, and Gu Chun, being a magic profession, would have even lower health. The fierce short knife transformed into a blade that pierced through everything, ruthlessly striking Gu Chun. Minus 9,999. An exaggerated damage number jumped out. Wang Chongshan's face erupted with unprecedented excitement. One strike for 9,999. The damage was explosive. A cruel smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see Gu Chun being slain in one blow. However, on Gu Chun's body, the priest robe was glowing with a faint light. That absolute killing blow had not harmed Gu Chun at all, merely hitting the shield. It didn't even break the shield. Priest robe. Attributes. Vitality plus 35, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 20%. Effect. Provides a shield with all attributes *10. What are Gu Chun's total attributes now? The 3-piece priest set adds a total of 80 points. The full set bonus adds another 150 points. The attribute fruit adds 400 points. And after reaching level 10, he already has 870 points total. This means Gu Chun's current total attributes are 1,500, so the shield value is 15,000. A strike of 99.99, while powerful, still fell short against Gu Chun. How is that possible? Wang Chongshan's face showed intense shock. He was a level 29 assassin. Even with his attributes halved, he shouldn't be unable to defeat a level 10 newbie. Moreover, his strongest attack didn't even break the opponent's defense. At this moment, Wang Chongshan was in complete disbelief. You were just working for the Li family. Why are you risking your life? Gu Chun said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Wang Chongshan's eyelids twitched. His first instinct was to use his skill to escape. Ghostly dash. Activate. In the next second, his face suddenly changed. Unable to activate? Energy depleted? At the same time, 10 dark shadows instantly enveloped him, binding him in place. Wang Chongshan immediately collapsed. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't escape. He looked at the contemptuous smile on Gu Chun's face, and a wave of intense fear surged in his heart. At this moment, he realized the truth, filled with deep regret. The ones who died were from the Li family. He was just a useless worker. What was he risking his life for? Gu Chun, please spare my life. I didn't intend to harm you. The Li family forced me. He looked in Gu Chun's direction, kneeling and banging his head on the ground, crying and weeping, directly giving up resistance. Please let me go. If you spare my life, everything I have is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was enveloped by dark mist, transforming into a nightmare. Phantom instant kill. In an instant, damage was multiplied by 10. Wang Chongshan's face showed intense fear and unwillingness as his body fell heavily to the ground. Killing you means all your belongings will be mine. Gu Chun's gaze was indifferent. The battle was over. The Blood Clan Lord consumed 15,000 health points, transforming the 5 corpses on the ground into Blood Clan descendants. 5 second-tier Blood Clan descendants not only retained their pre-death levels and attributes, but also possessed the instincts of the Blood Clan. Moreover, the self-explosive damage of second-tier Blood Clan was as high as 5,000 points, making it an excellent aid in critical moments. Next, Gu Chun ordered the Blood Clan descendants to pick up all the equipment dropped on the ground. Healing Staff, LV.20, excellent. Holy Robe, LV.20, excellent. Hurricane Greatsword, LV.20, excellent. Hurricane Armor, LV.20, excellent. Fong Blade, LV.25, rare. Except for a rare short blade from the assassin profession, all other equipment were of excellent quality. This is understandable. After all, they were a group of workers, working hard for a meager income. Rare equipment starts at millions. It would be a miracle if they could afford any. In addition, there were some items. The vast majority is useless to Gu Chun, but at least he can sell some on the trading platform. So Gu Chun stored all these items into his personal space. In the end, he was left with a scroll radiating a blue aura. First stage skill scroll. Quality, excellent. Effect. Randomly acquire a first stage skill for this profession, may possibly obtain already mastered skills. Chapter 42. Your Majesty, the Young Master. The first stage skill scroll sells for 100,000 on the trading platform. Gu Chun had never considered skill scrolls before, as the randomness was high, easily yielding low-quality skills and potentially duplicate skills. Moreover, it is usually rare or hidden professions that lack high-level skill books and thus need skill scrolls. The summoner is just an ordinary profession. Using a skill scroll wouldn't be cost-effective at all. However, since he now has one for free, he might as well use it. He activated his mental power, and as the scroll was triggered, a dazzling light burst forth before Gu Chun's eyes. Immediately, he felt a strange energy turning into waves of warmth, swiftly flowing into his body. You have acquired a new skill. Displacement exchange, excellent. Displacement exchange. The summoner can swap places with the summoned units, and can also let two summoned units exchange places. A displacement skill. Summoned units are not just summoned beasts, but also include bloodline descendants, greatly enhancing the skill's maneuverability. Next time when an assassin comes close, he can immediately swap places with a bloodline descendant. Just imagine, when an assassin has gone to great lengths to reach Gu Chun, in the next second, he sees his figure transformed into a bloodline descendant. And then, boom, self-explosion. The assassin will definitely be stunned, his head buzzing. A smile appeared on Gu Chun's face, and he began to look forward to the next enemy who attempted to assassinate him. Looking at the battlefield littered with scars, he ignored it, summoned the nightmarish ruler and the undying golem into the summoning space, and then, holding the map, looked around and continued deeper into the wilderness. The clues left by Wang Chongshan end here. Soon after, a team of Li family's guards arrived at this location. There are footprints here. They're heading forward. It seems they have fled deeper into the wilderness. Deeper into the wilderness? Is Gu Chun trying to enter the abyss? What should we do? Continue the chase? Continue chasing? The deeper wilderness has already been invaded by the abyss, filled with countless alien races. It's extremely dangerous. To say it's a matter of 9 deaths is not an exaggeration. Who wants to go? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Ordinary guards earn a few $1,000s a month. Who would risk their lives for such money? Are they crazy? The family head issued a death order to bring Gu Chun back. What are we going to do now? In that case, send someone back to Lin City to report to the family head, saying Gu Chun has escaped into the deeper wilderness. Wang Chongshan is leading people in a full pursuit, and we will stay in the periphery to support. All right, let's do it that way. After some discussion, they chose 2 people to hurry back to Lin City, while the others guarded the wilderness perimeter, closely watching the surroundings. 20 minutes later, in Lin City, Li family's manor. Li Xiao received news that Gu Chun had escaped Lin City and had already entered the deeper wilderness. Waste. A bunch of useless fools. A mere level 10 profession, who just changed jobs, actually escaped Lin City under the Li family's pursuit and fled into the deeper wilderness? What are you all doing? Li Xiao raged, his anger surging, his expression full of irritation. The guards and servants below felt shame, deeply lowering their heads, and dared not speak. A lowly commoner dares to kill my son. This is absolutely intolerable. Everyone in the Li family mobilize. I don't care what methods you use. The living must be found. The dead must be seen. You must bring that brat back to me. Moreover, issue a bounty across the entire region. No matter who it is, as long as they can bring back Gu Chun's head, I will allow them to choose an epic 5-star set from Duobao Tower at will. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, almost spitting each word from his mouth, his tone filled with intense hatred. At this moment, everyone realized that Gu Chun was absolutely doomed. The Li family of Lincheng had pulled out all the stops, and now they had even issued a bounty across the whole area. With this, even a mosquito flying deep into the wilderness would probably be caught. After all, it was an epic 5-star set, worth billions. Such a large sum would likely stir not just Lincheng, but the entire northern region as well. Sure enough, after this sky-high bounty was issued, it only took a few minutes to create a heated topic in the 7 cities of the northern region. The overwhelming majority of professionals, even if they spent a lifetime farming dungeons and entering the abyss, could never gather enough for an epic 5-star set. But now, as long as they captured a level 10 professional, they could obtain a treasure worth billions. Such an opportunity was simply rare and hard to come by. For a moment, a large number of professionals headed towards the wilderness of Lincheng, trying to find Gu Chun's traces deep in the wild. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away in Gubei City. Since Gu Chen cut ties with the Gu family and left angrily, the Gu family mansion had fallen into an unprecedented silence. It was mainly due to Gu Qingfeng. After that day's drama, Gu Qingfeng began to neglect Qin Yun, this concubine, unwilling to speak to her. He locked himself in the study, sent all servants away, ignored military affairs, neither ate nor drank, and refused all contact with the outside world. To this day, it had been a full 2 days and 2 nights. Now, he had lost the extraordinary aura of his past, his whole being exuding a sense of despair and loss. Recalling Gu Chen's various reprimands on that day, he felt a wave of disorientation in his heart. A dignified war king of the northern region, respected by the empire's citizens and seen as a great hero by the world, had actually reached the point of severing ties with his own son. This gave him an unprecedented sense of defeat. Gu Chun was the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. His harshness was only to let his son endure some trials. Was that wrong? Your Majesty, Your Majesty? The butler, Gu He, called from outside the door. Didn't I say it? All trivial matters should be pushed aside. Don't bother me. Gu Qingfeng frowned, a strong anger rising on his face. He didn't want to care about anything anymore. No, Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report. The eldest young master. What happened to him? Before he could finish speaking, Gu Qingfeng abruptly stepped out of the room, his tiger eyes trembling slightly. Could it be that Gu Chen had come home? He realized he was wrong and wanted to come back to admit his mistake. Gu Qingfeng's expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright. After all, he was his own son. If Gu Chen could take the initiative to admit his fault, how could he care about previous harsh words? Although Gu Chen's character was unruly and unambitious, and he couldn't even become a professional. But as long as his son was willing to return, what harm would it do for his father to support him for a lifetime? Seeing Gu Qingfeng so eager, Gui trembled in his heart and quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, we just received news from Lincheng. The eldest young master killed the heir of the Lincheng Li family and then fled into the wilderness, whereabouts unknown. Your Majesty, the Li family has also issued a bounty. Whoever can bring back the eldest young master's head to Lincheng will be promised an epic 5-star set. The eldest young master must have been chased by the Li family. With no way out, he fled into the wilderness. You should go take a look. If it's too late, I fear. Gui's voice trembled noticeably and dared not continue. That was the wilderness, extremely perilous. Even professionals who ventured and had a 9-in-1 chance of dying. Gu Chen's job transfer failed. Even unable to become a professional, fleeing into the wilderness under the chase of the Li family. How could one survive? As soon as the words fell, a wave of terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Gu Qingfeng, directly throwing Gu He out. Gu Qingfeng's expression instantly turned icy to the extreme, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. A bounty across the region? Hunting my son? Nonsense. Is the Li family of Lin City tired of living? How dare they commit such a rebellious act? Releasing a bounty in the Northern Territory, hunting the son of the Northern War King, this was equivalent to trampling the royal family's face into the dirt. The killing intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes surged violently. It was his son being hunted by the Li family, forced into the wilderness. Even a first-level professional might not survive in the wilderness, let alone Gu Chun, who was just an ordinary person. How could this be reasonable? Gu Qingfeng's anger surged. He wished he could wipe out the entire Li family of Lin City. Just as he was furious, a graceful figure walked over from the hall. Seeing the newcomer, a hint of displeasure flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face, but he still spoke. Is the Li family of Lin City hunting Gu Chen? Are you aware? I just received the news as well. Qin Yun's expression was calm, unconcerned about the other's attitude. Gu Chen killed the heir of the Li family. This matter, I'm afraid, will require an explanation for the Li family? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze immediately turned cold. Within the Northern Territory, the Gu family ruled. A mere Li family was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed under the royal family's foot at any moment. With just one word, the Li family could vanish into ashes. A dignified Northern War king needing to provide an explanation to the Li family? What a joke! Even if he were to give one, would the Li family dare to accept it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun, the coldness in his eyes deepening. Is someone from the Li family asking you for an explanation? No, Qin Yun shook her head. After all, Gu Chun is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. If his killing spreads, it will harm the royal family's dignity. This matter must be resolved quickly. Your Majesty, after all, the one who died was the heir of the Li family. If we don't provide an explanation, I'm afraid the royal family's actions will leave the Li family feeling cold. Gu Qingfeng's face turned completely icy. Good. The royal dignity, is it? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life unknown, And you're here talking about royal dignity? You remember this. The royal dignity was earned by me on the Abyss battlefield, not gained through apologies. If the royal family's actions will make the Leaf family feel cold, then let the entire Leaf family be sent into the Abyss of Flames. I want to see if the Lord of Flames can warm their hearts. Gu Qingfeng glared at Qin Yun, sternly reprimanding. If you truly care about royal dignity, then don't belittle yourself. How could you kneel and beg like that? Qin Yun's eyes reddened slightly, bowing repeatedly. Your Majesty, I just want to see the family reunited. I don't want to see Qin'er sever ties with the Gu family. Looking at the ice-coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that her kneeling that day had pushed things too far. With this thought in mind, she quickly said, Your Majesty, I was confused before. Even if Qin'er killed the heir of the Leaf family, why must we provide an explanation to such a trivial Leaf family? Since we still have no news of Qin'er, it means he's temporarily safe. We should set off for Lin City immediately and demand an apology from the Leaf family, making sure they hand Qin'er over. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened a few degrees, nodding. At least you know the stakes. Then, Gu Qingfeng turned to Gu He beside him, saying in a deep voice, Gather the royal guards. Follow me to the Leaf family of Lin City. If anything happens to my son, I will make the entire Leaf family pay. Yes! Gu He was excited, letting out a long breath, quickly retreating to summon the royal guards. From Gubiqing to Lin City was a distance of 10,000 miles. Hopefully, they could make it in time. Otherwise, not only the Leaf family, but the entire Lin City would likely welcome a storm of blood and rain. The next day, as dawn broke, the small border town of Lin City welcomed an unprecedented hustle and bustle. A large number of professionals from far away appeared in the city, inquiring about information related to Gu Qin through various channels, then forming teams to leave the city and search for Gu Qin's traces in the wilderness. So many professionals. This is my first time seeing so many people on the streets of Lin City. They must all be here for the Leaf family's bounty. I dare say Gu Qin is doomed this time. Bounty? What's going on? Aren't these people brought in by Lin City's tourism? Are you a local? The situation with the Leaf family in Lin City has gotten so outrageous. How could you not know? Oh, I just got out of a dungeon this morning. Wait, let me watch a video to catch up. On the street leading to the city gate, the small restaurants on both sides were filled with ordinary people who loved watching the excitement, as well as many professionals below the second rank. The wilderness was too dangerous for this group. They could only sit in the city, watching the endless flow of people streaming out, eagerly discussing the details of various events. Wow, the heir of the Leaf family was killed by a commoner. Whose subordinate is this? I heard it was a transfer student from Lin City No. 1 Middle School, with no background, named Gu Qin. As for why he killed Li Renjia, that's unclear. I remember Gu Qin cleared the Hell-level newbie dungeon and got an SSS rating. The guaranteed spot in the Capital Academy has to be his. Why would he risk offending the Leaf family? What? SSS rating? You must be drunk. Until now, no one has cleared the Hell-level newbie dungeon in Lin City. You should pay more attention to the news. I even like the video of Gu Qin getting the SSS rating. Let me find it, damn. The video is taken down? No way, let me check, huh? Really can't find it? How can this be? I suspect you guys are teaming up to trick me. Listening to the conversations of those around them, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran all wore worried expressions. I was right, wasn't I? Our achievement of getting the SSS rating has been suppressed. Other than the transfer students present that day, hardly anyone in Lin City knows that the Hell-level dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals don't know, then the outside world definitely won't know. The only ones capable of this are either the municipal government or the Leaf family. I wouldn't rule out that they're working together, Lin Qingqing speculated. I heard Li Renjia didn't secure a guaranteed admission spot in Gubei City. It looks like the Leaf family has targeted Gu Qin's spot from the start, which is why they suppressed the news of us clearing the Hell-level dungeon. So many professionals have entered the wilderness to hunt down Gu Qin. If he gets caught, it's definitely going to be the end for him. Let's go find him. We must locate Gu Qin before the Leaf family does, or it will be a huge problem, Lin Yuan decisively said. After a quick discussion, the three of them set off towards the city gate. More and more professionals entered the wilderness, making the danger significantly lower than before. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant city gate, followed by a massive ship-shaped shadow appearing on the horizon, the thunderous roar echoing to the sky. Soon, a giant warship appeared above Lin City, with numerous armored warriors standing on it, the Gu flag fluttering wildly in the wind. At the same time, a loud voice resonated across Lin City. The War King has arrived. Bystanders, stand clear. Chapter 44. The Brother of the North War King. The War King has arrived? Which War King? Are you from the Abyss? Which War King could it be? Of course, it's the North War King, Gu Qingfeng. What? You mean that pillar of the empire? That's a legendary figure. Why is he here? I don't know, but judging by the direction, it seems like he's heading to the Leaf family. The floating warship, the Gu flag. Gu Qingfeng didn't even show his face. Yet the tens of thousands of Lin City citizens below were all in an uproar. Excitement, exhilaration. This is the king of the 7 cities of the north. He actually appeared in Lin City today. An unparalleled glory filled the hearts of everyone present. Soon, the floating warship hovered above the Leaf family house. Under the royal banner, the warriors clad in black armor stood like proud spears, their iron-blooded aura soaring into the sky, almost causing everyone to avert their eyes. Gu Qingfeng stepped out of the command room, standing before his loyal guards and looking down at the Leaf family. Beside him were Qin Yun and the butler, Gu He. It's Gu Qingfeng. My God, it's actually the War King himself. What on earth happened? Why would such a big shot come to Lin City? The floating warship is hovering above the Leaf family. Is this aimed at them? Do you think it's possible that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? Are you an idiot? Gu Qingfeng only has one son, Gu Xi. Not only has he awakened a rare profession early, but he also got admitted to the capital's academy. How could Gu Chun be his son? Forget it, guessing is pointless. Let's go see what's happening at the Leaf family. At this moment, Lin City could be said to be a bustling crowd as everyone hurried towards the Leaf family. Outside the Leaf family estate, people were packed tightly, shoulder to shoulder. On the streets, in the trees, on railings, under eaves, on rooftops, everywhere possible to stand, it was filled with people. The floating warship blockaded the sky, almost attracting half of Lin City's population. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran also arrived near the Leaf family, gazing at the Gu character royal banner fluttering in the wind, when a bold thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. Gu Chun, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chun is Gu Qingfeng's son? In the shadow, the floating warship loomed like a steel beast, completely covering the Leaf family estate. At the same time, feeling the sudden powerful pressure from outside, a flustered Li Shao stepped out of his study and entered the courtyard. Looking up, he happened to see a majestic figure descending from the warship, stepping lightly in midair, slowly approaching the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zhao's eyelid twitched, feeling as if all his blood was about to reverse flow. A deep-seated tremor shook him to his core, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. War King. Li Shao is foolish and unknowing of the War King's arrival. Please forgive me. Gu Qingfeng stood with hands behind his back, his voice cold as he asked, Li Shao, hand over my son. If I do not see my son today, I will wipe out the entire Leaf family. As his words fell, from the floating warship, hundreds of black-armored warriors swiftly descended, instantly surrounding the Leaf family estate tightly. Gu Qingfeng's words were firm and clear, directly stating that Gu Chun was his son. Outside, those who had speculated about Gu Chen's identity erupted in astonished cries. How explosive! They actually guessed right. Gu Chen? He's actually from the Northern Royal family? Lin Qingqing turned her head, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief all over her face. Don't look at me. I was played too. I thought he was so poor that he could hardly afford a meal. But who would have thought his father is the Northern War King? Lin Yuan's expression was very complicated. He had been tricked by his best brother. They had promised to be commoners together, but you turned out to be the son of the Northern War King? This feeling is fantastic. His brother had actually come from the most powerful family in this land. From this moment on, he would welcome a whole new identity. Lin Yuan, brother of the son of the Northern War King. Isn't this directly soaring? Unimaginable riches and glory. Finally, it was his turn. At the same time, a storm of overwhelming aura enveloped the entire Li family estate, as if everything here might turn to ashes in the next second. Li Shao was so terrified that his spirit trembled. He lay on the ground, trembling, repeatedly begging for mercy. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. I dare to bet my life that the young master is not in my Leaf family. Li Shao couldn't figure out how Gu Qingfeng would go to such great lengths to look for someone. Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Xi, wasn't he at the capital's academy? How could he come to the Leaf family to look for someone? Although the Leaf family is the first family in Lincheng with his status, even if he tried to curry favor with Gu Xi, the other party might not even give him a chance. That young master has a far-reaching background. Even if Li Shao had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to such a person, let alone oppose him. Li Shao, you have some nerve. I warn you, if my son suffers even a scratch, your Li family should wait for your house to be raided and your clan to be exterminated. Qin Yun descended from the battleship, standing behind Gu Qingfeng, angrily rebuking. It looked like she was genuinely furious. Now that Gu Chen's life and death are uncertain, at this critical moment, she couldn't dare to play any tricks. Gu Qingfeng stood beside her, his face ashen, looking like a storm ready to explode at any moment. Gubei City is over 10,000 kilometers away from Lincheng. After receiving the news last night, they hurried all the way, and by the time they reached Lincheng, it was already dawn. This meant that his son had been wandering in the wilderness for an entire night. That's a wilderness. There are dangers lurking everywhere, with foreign tribes running rampant. If one were to accidentally fall into a deep abyss, it would be terrifying. Gu Qingfeng's face grew cold, his anger rising sharply. His own son was bullied like this in a small Lincheng, hunted down, fleeing into the wilderness, and now missing without a trace. The crowd outside was murmuring, lamenting that the Li family had kicked a metal plate this time. Gu Chen killed your son. You pursued him, but now the whole territory has a bounty out on him, making the entire north aware. Now, you've angered Gu Qingfeng. Your Li family is definitely doomed. Li Zhao's body trembled violently, fright draining the color from his face. Qin Yun is Gu Qingfeng's wife. Her words to some extent also represented Gu Qingfeng's will. Li Xiao had no doubt that once Gu Qingfeng gave the order, those royal battle guards outside would really kill every single member of his family. At this moment, his heart was in chaos, filled with despair, and every muscle in his body trembled violently with fear. Fear! He was terrified, but Gu Xi really wasn't in the Li family estate. Gu Qingfeng and his wife came looking for their son, and the whole north knew they only had one son, Gu Xi. Gu Xi wasn't at the Li family. He really wasn't. This was truly going to cost him his life. Princess, please forgive me. I swear to the heavens, the young master really isn't at the Li family. I have never seen young Master Gu Xi. Please, your majesty, please see clearly. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was instantly furious. Gu Xi? Who said he came to find Gu Xi? After talking for so long, this Li Xiao still hadn't realized who he was here for. Chapter 45, Gu Chen's Movements, Lingyuan Pass. Seeing that Li Xiao still hadn't understood the situation, Gu Qingfeng could no longer restrain his anger, and he lifted his foot and kicked out. Gu Chen was still being hunted and fleeing in the wilderness. He didn't have time to waste here. The Li family's pursuit of Gu Chen must be stopped immediately. Otherwise, if Gu Chen died in the wilderness, even exterminating the Li family wouldn't be enough to quell his rage. Li Xiao was kicked away like a sandbag, crashing into the main building of the estate, turning it into ruins. Among the broken bricks and stones, he felt intense pain, unable to muster even a bit of strength. This was the power of the Northern Borders Battle King, guarding the Abyss battlefield for 18 years, single-handedly driving back thousands of tribes, earning his title through battle. Faced with such an ultimate powerhouse, even though Li Xiao was a fifth-tier berserker, he had no ability to resist whatsoever. Li Xiao, listen to me. Gu Chen is my son. If anything happens to him in the wilderness, I will not only eradicate your Li family, but I will also make all those who participated in the hunt pay with their lives for my son. With these words full of murderous intent, everyone inside and outside the Li family estate was suddenly stunned. Damn! Luckily, my level isn't high enough, so I didn't accept the bounty task from the Li family. The first time in life, I felt that being at a low level was a good thing. That was close. I was planning to go to the Li family to take on a mission this morning, but luckily I woke up late today. It's over. I just took the bounty, but I was only doing it to join in the fun. Why do you want me to die with you? The crowd went completely wild. Some people laughed out loud, while others turned pale, their faces ashen. Those who came for the bounty were completely stunned. They thought Gu Chen was their lucky break, but it turned out he became their death trap. If anything happens to Gu Chen, all the bounty hunters involved in the chase will die. They came for the bounty from the Li family, but they never expected to lose their lives here. Li Xiao, you good for nothing. You deserve your son's death. Damn it, if I survive this, I swear I will destroy the Li family. Stop cursing. Let's get out of the city and find someone fast. If anything happens to Gu Chen, we're all dead. In the crowd, many high-level professionals turned and rushed out of the city towards the outside. No one doubted Gu Qingfeng's words, and no one dared to take advantage of the situation and flee. The one speaking was the king of the north, and as soon as he gave the order, all those chasing Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was the only hope for them all. Meanwhile, when Li Xiao heard the name Gu Chen, his face turned like he had seen a ghost. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He's just a farmer's son, orphaned at a young age. How could he be the son of Gu Qingfeng? Li Xiao, expressionless, was shocked to the point he couldn't speak. His mind was a blank. The person he put a bounty on to hunt down turned out to be the son of the king of the north. How could this be? It's absurd. It's completely ridiculous. If he had known that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, forget about Gu Chen killing his son. He wouldn't dare speak a word even if Gu Chen killed every member of the Li family. Li Xiao's face turned pale as he realized that the person he was hunting down was Gu Qingfeng's son. He was filled with an unprecedented fear. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to him next. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside and squeezed into the Li family estate. Report to the family head. We received news from the wilderness that Gu Chun is heading towards the Limbo Pass. Li Xiao's body suddenly shook. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, only to quickly fade away. Gu Chun is still alive, but why is he heading toward the Limbo Pass? That place has already been invaded by the Abyss, and the land is filled with brutal alien races. It's extremely dangerous. A mere first-tier professional. If he accidentally enters the contaminated land and is surrounded by alien races, wouldn't that be a pure death wish? Immediately notify all the professionals who took the bounty to stop the hunt and rush towards the Limbo Pass. Tell them they must find him before Gu Qin enters the contaminated land. Li Xiao nearly roared out these two sentences like a beast cornered to its death. When those around him heard the news, they felt as if the end of the world was coming. Limbo Pass. It was contaminated by the Abyss because it is near the Tomb of Bones. The Tomb of Bones is the only first-tier abyss in the Limbo Wilderness. A first-tier abyss, it sounds low, but it's the Abyss. It's much more dangerous than a hell-level dungeon. How could Gu Qin have fled there? Even if he doesn't accidentally enter the Abyss, there are alien races around the Tomb of Bones. It's a near-impossible survival situation. Even a prepared first-tier professional team would be wiped out, let alone Gu Qin, who has fled there. It's over. The Limbo Pass is right next to the first-tier abyss. Even a level 20 warrior wouldn't dare to enter alone. Is the sky trying to kill me? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and get out of the city. If we get there early, we might be able to bring that lord back. Li Xiao, you better wait for me. If I make it back alive this time, I will definitely topple your Li family. The Burial Dungeon. First stage abyss. Just one of these alone would be enough to scare anyone. But now it's a double threat. It's terrifying beyond belief. Although they receive the news that Gu Chun is still alive, to everyone else, he now seems like he is walking step by step towards death. No, that's not right. The wilderness is all over the place, and the closer you get to Lin Yuan Pass, the stronger the other races become. Why would he run in that direction? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lin Yuan took out a map from his space, and the more he looked at it, the more something felt off. At this point, Lin Qingqing also looked over, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. The path to Lin Yuan Pass is not suitable for escaping. He's obviously being chased, so why would he choose this direction? At this moment, Su Ran pointed to Lin Yuan Pass on the map, and then shifted her finger slightly down. Gu Chun is very purposeful in his actions. I feel that he's not running away, and he's not heading to Lin Yuan Pass. A delicate, pale finger moved downward, landing on 4 small words. He's level 10. Is it possible that he's going to farm the first stage abyss, the Burial Dungeon? Su Ran's words made Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's eyes immediately light up. The first stage abyss. Only players under level 20 are allowed to enter. Hey, don't say that. You might be right. Everyone thought he was being chased. Even I almost thought he was running away into the wilderness with no other choice. But now it turns out, who would have thought? Old Gu, this kid, is actually heading into the abyss. Level 10 and already going into the abyss. No wonder he's a master. Lin Qingqing said with admiration. Let's go quickly. We're heading to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan suddenly realized and dragged Lin Qingqing, and Su ran out of the crowd. The first stage abyss. To them, that's an immense amount of experience. Aren't they going to hold on to Gu Qin's leg tightly now? After squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Yuan and the others didn't go directly to the teleportation array. Instead, they went to borrow some money first. Teleportation costs money, especially for a teleportation array like this one. Leading to the abyss, the price is steep. That's why many people prefer to spend their money on dungeon runs inside the city rather than enter the abyss. But for Lin Yuan and his friends, they would rather head to the Burial Dungeon. After all, the teleportation array could send them directly to the plaza at the entrance of the abyss, avoiding the battles with the other races in the wilderness. As long as they arrive at the abyss entrance first, they are sure to find Gu Chun. Following Gu Chun into the abyss, the risk would be nearly zero, but the rewards would be sky high. They had already experienced this once, so how could they easily give up? Unlike Lin Yuan and his friends, Gu Qingfeng's face turned ashen when he learned that Gu Chun was fleeing toward Lin Yuan Pass. Endless fury surged from his heart, almost driving him mad. Lin Yuan Pass had been invaded by the Abyss 50 years ago, and it had now completely fallen into a contaminated state. The nearby Burial Dungeon had a notorious reputation, with a death rate that was always sky-high, and the difficulty of clearing it crushed 90% of the second stage Abyss of the Divine Summer Empire. Back when he was level 15, he didn't even dare to enter the Burial Dungeon, let alone Gu Chun. Li Xiao. D. Amidst the furious roar, a holy sword's light shadow appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, dazzling like the red sun, carrying an earth-shattering force as it slashed toward Li Xiao. No! Li Xiao was pierced through by the holy sword's light shadow. His health instantly drained to zero, and even the entire Li family's estate was reduced to ruins under the power of this strike. Li Xiao's body crashed heavily to the ground, dead. However, the next second, a blazing holy light radiated from his corpse. Resurrection Cross. Revives in place after being killed. On the trading platform, it was priced at 10 million each. As the head of the Li family in Lin City, Li Xiao could not possibly lack such a life-saving item. Your Majesty, spare my life. This sinner knows his wrongs. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. As soon as Li Xiao revived, he crawled and knelt at Gu Qingfeng's feet, repeatedly bowing his head. At this moment, he had no time to care about his injuries. The fear of death made his entire body tremble violently. Having just died once, he was nearly scared to madness. The Resurrection Cross could only work once within 24 hours. If Gu Qingfeng struck him again, he would definitely die for good. In despair, Li Xiao could only speak boldly. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Young Master Gu Chun is still alive. I beg you to give me 1 day, just 1 day. My Li family will mobilize completely to ensure young Master returns safely. You? Gu Qingfeng's holy sword turned invisible, and he soared into the air, heading towards the floating warship. Royal Guard, secure the Li family. Without my orders, no one may enter or leave. I have said before, if anything happens to my son, not only the Li family, but all involved shall die. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng resembled a volcano about to erupt. His words thundered like lightning, making everyone present tremble with fear, their faces turning pale. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun quickly flew up to the floating warship, the steel giant stirring the clouds, rapidly heading towards the Lin Yuan Pass, arriving at the horizon in the blink of an eye. As Gu Qingfeng left on the warship, soldiers clad in black armor guarded the Li family to prevent anyone in the estate from escaping. The oppressive force of death receded like the tide, and Li Xiao shakily stood up, his face filled with despair. Recalling everything that had happened, his face grew increasingly pale. At this moment, he no longer cared about the pain of losing his son. His son was dead, but he could have another. Offending Gu Qingfeng, however, was a grave sin that could lead to the destruction of his family. Just for a spot at a prestigious college, the Li family had actually chased Gu Qingfeng's son to the depths of the wilderness. Li Xiao now regretted it deeply. But if everything were to start over, who could have imagined that a farmer's son who grew up in Lin City for 18 years could turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's son? If it weren't for personal experience, even if someone held a knife to his throat, he would never believe that Gu Chun was Gu Qingfeng's son. Lord, what should we do now? Go to the ancestral hall. What is in the ancestral hall that is more important than the survival of the Li family? Go and offer more incense to my Li ancestors. I hope the spirits of our ancestors can bless Gu Chun in the wilderness, turning danger into safety and bringing him home safely. Li Xiao, ignoring his injuries, limped towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The royal guard stood guard outside. There was no escaping now, so he could only hope that the ancestors could protect the Li family in spirit. Gu He, have you found out the reason? What is the reason behind Qin'er and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood atop the floating warship, feeling restless. In his memory, Gu Chun had always been irresponsible and of poor character, resembling useless mud that couldn't be helped. But why was he so aggressive this time, even killing Li Renjia's family and fleeing to the wilderness? Was this an extreme way of forcing him to compromise? Or was there more to the story? Your Majesty, we have found out. All of this began because the Li family wanted to snatch young Master Gu Chen's guaranteed admission spot. Guaranteed admission spot? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Gu Chun was not even a professional. What admission spot could he possibly have? Could it be that the principal of a certain prestigious university learned that Gu Chen couldn't transition and attempted to win favor with him through this means? Indeed, although young Master failed to transition in Gubei City, for some unknown reason, he returned to Lin City and succeeded in transitioning. Such a thing exists? Gu Qingfeng's face erupted in shock. This kind of thing has happened before, but it is rare, and no one expected it to happen to Gu Chen. What? Gu He, this is not the time for jokes. Qin Yun's face immediately changed. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. She had never heard of such a thing. Your Majesty, Your Highness, after the young master changed jobs to become a summoner, he and 4 teammates entered the beginner dungeon, the temple ruins, and leveled up to level 10 within a day, clearing a hellish level dungeon that hadn't been cleared for decades. Gui spoke about the information he had gathered in detail. Clearing the hellish level dungeon earns an SSS rating. And according to Lin City's policy, students who obtain an SSS rating will receive a direct admission spot to the capital's academy. In that era, the Li family, Li Renjie, was unable to secure a direct admission spot, so he used the Li family's power to suppress the news of the young master clearing the hellish dungeon, trying to steal the young master's admission spot. The cause of death is quite simple. Li Renjie and a side relative from the Li family, Li Wenhui, went to Lin City No. 1 High School, found the young master in the dormitory building, and threatened him to lead them to clear the hellish dungeon. The young master refused and ended up killing Li Renjie, then fleeing to the wilderness. Li Renjie was a level 13 psychic mage, a rare profession, yet somehow he was easily killed by the level 10 young master. After hearing the butler Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng's irritation had been replaced by intense shock. Successfully changing jobs, leveling up to 10 in one day, clearing a hellish dungeon, earning an SSS rating, and securing a spot in the capital's academy. Moreover, he had killed someone 3 levels higher in a rare profession. This achievement, not to mention in Lin City, could crush the vast majority of talented professionals even in Gubei City. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this? This was done by Gu Qin, his son, Gu Qin. Chapter 47. Just by being alive, he had already given his all. After hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the vast smoke and clouds below the warship, feeling a shock that would not settle. His son was actually a once-in-a-lifetime genius? A shadow appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with deep sorrow. If only he had been more tolerant of his son back then, Gu Qin would not have ended up as a refugee in the wilderness. Could it be that all along, he was the one who was wrong? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He let out a slight sigh. Everyone knows that the son of the Northern War King, Gu Si, is a genius. He not only changed jobs to a rare profession ahead of time, but was also accepted by the Capital Academy. But who knows how many resources Gu Qingfeng invested in Gu Si. Only 2 types of people can change jobs to become a dragon knight. One has dragon blood in their veins, and the other has gained the blessing of the dragon god. But Gu Si does not have any dragon blood. To ensure his success in changing jobs, the resources consumed on him from childhood to adulthood almost amounted to the military expenditure of the northern region for a year. It is not an exaggeration to say that if these resources were piled on a pig, it could become a final boss with 1,000,000 health points. And what about Gu Qin? The entire investment by the Gu family in him was just the living expenses for that 1 month he spent living with the Gu family. In comparison, who is the real once-in-a-lifetime genius? Sighing, Gu He continued, Your Majesty, didn't you always think that the eldest young master was indulging in self-destruction, like mud that couldn't be lifted? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. What? Is there another secret to this? I found out that the eldest young master grew up in a farmer's home, lived a hard life, suffered from hunger and poverty, and was often bullied by the privileged offspring. Yet despite this, he always performed well academically. Until high school, when the farmer couple passed away one after another, the young master was left helpless, and even basic living became a problem. So, the young master had to hustle between various vendors, working for a few hundred yuan a month. He even had to skip school to work. We all thought he was wasting his studies, blaming him for being unambitious and sinking into despair. But we were wrong. He was not unambitious. He simply could not strive. Did you hate him before for willingly falling into depravity and neglecting his studies? He is not foolish. He knows better than anyone that if he works hard now, even if he cannot change jobs or enter higher institutions in the future, he can still become a high-paid employee and live a better life. But he cannot. For every day he goes to school, he loses a day's income and has to go hungry for a day. A good life a few years down the road is too distant for him. If he doesn't skip school to earn money, he may starve to death in a week. At this point, Gui showed a complex expression on his face, feeling both sad and somewhat ridiculous. Gu Qingfeng's son, the legitimate heir of the Northern Kingdom's royal family, actually fell to the point of almost starving to death. It's hard to imagine how much suffering he must have endured over the past 18 years. Silence. Gu Qingfeng's expression was stiff, and he was trapped in a silence that was hard to put into words. Before, he could not understand how someone as weak as Gu Chun could kill Li Renjie. But now he understood. What would happen to a farmer's child who was targeted by the greatest family in lynching? Suppressed, controlled, never able to rise again. The news of clearing the hell-level dungeon was completely sealed off, snatching guaranteed spots. This is the best example. Faced with such oppression, no matter how high his talent, he could not escape the control of the Li family. Thus, the only 2 paths before him were clear. Either bow down to be a slave, willingly becoming a dog for the Li family, or tear off the facade and fight the Li family to the death. Clearly, Gu Chun chose the latter. He was not using this extreme method to force anyone. He just wanted to survive, trying to grasp the only, though meager, gift fate had left for him. Simply staying alive had already consumed all his strength. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, and his heart trembled violently, as if it had been struck by thousands of steel needles, filled with holes. He could not believe that for 18 years, Gu Chun had lived a humble life in a crevice. He once thought that hardships would be a kind of tempering for Gu Chun, but he was wrong. Hardships are simply hardships, not worth pursuing, and will not make Gu Chun better. No wonder Gu Chun chose to sever ties with the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng realized his mistake. His heart was filled with a mix of sorrow and anger, and a surge of rage suddenly rose from deep within. Good heavens, the Li family in lynching dares to bully even my son, Gu Qingfeng. I will annihilate your entire family. Gu Qingfeng turned to look towards the misty cloud sea beneath the battleship, facing in the direction of lynching, his eyes emanating a chilling, murderous intent. Gu He informed the palace guards to root out the Li family. Leave not one behind. Yes. Gu He received the order and immediately informed the leader of the palace guards. At the moment the message arrived, hundreds of palace guards stationed outside the Li family's estate in lynching drew their sharp swords. Last year, 5 teams went in to complete the mission, and basically all were 4th-tier strong warriors. In the end, only 3 people came out alive. In the black mist, a young man with noble clothing and an extraordinary aura walked beside Gu Chun. The young man's name was Su Xia, and he was someone Gu Chun met at the Town Abyss Army outpost. Unlike other professionals in the wilderness, Su Xia did not come to slay monsters. He appeared at the Town Abyss Army outpost to seek a rare material. This material could only be found in the 2nd-tier Abyssal Burial Dungeon, and it was a core component for crafting level 10 epic equipment. When Gu Chun learned that Su Xia wanted to craft epic-level equipment, he realized he had encountered a wealthy patron again. After chatting for a while, Su Xia stated that if Gu Chun obtained that material, he was willing to offer 800,000 for it. Su Xia looked at the compass in his hand for a moment, then turned slightly, pointing to an area in the black mist. Brother Chun, that direction is where the burial dungeon is. If we walk, it will take at least 3 hours to get there. As Su Xia spoke, he snapped his fingers. In the next second, the black mist surged, and a sleek, deep blue sports car appeared on the ground beside them. But if you take my hovering coupe, it will take only half an hour at most. Hovering coupe? Looking at the luxurious sports car that resembled a deep blue beast, Gu Chun's mouth twitched slightly. How could such a big vehicle appear out of nowhere? The car was neither equipment nor a tool, and the personal space couldn't possibly accommodate it. By the way, what is your profession again? Space mage? Su Xia smiled. I failed my class change, just an ordinary person. Get in the car, the burial dungeon will be here soon. With a flicker of his gaze, Gu Chun noticed a subtle gleam on Su Xia's finger. It was a dark silver ring, a space ring. Chapter 48. This is worse than being killed. The burial dungeon is located deep in the wilderness, being one of the highest difficulty 1st-tier abysses, but that doesn't stop many professionals from gathering at the Abyss Square to challenge it. Whether it's a dungeon instance or an abyss, the risk and profit are proportional. The higher the difficulty, the higher the death rate, and the rewards after clearing it are even more generous. One more thing is that with adequate preparation, the abyss is obviously more cost-effective compared to instances. After all, instances charge per use, and the fees are astronomical. Take the 1st-tier hell-level instance in Lin City as an example. The charge per person is 3 million. This price is certainly not low. On one hand, the operation and maintenance of the instance require substantial funds, and on the other, the force controlling the instance needs to profit from it. Newbie instances are the same, but the law of the God Summer Empire stipulates that newly promoted people enjoy a 10-day free period in newbie instances, which can be seen as the Empire's special care for students. At this moment, the Abyss Square was filled with numerous professionals, and like the Instant Square, most were looking for teammates. At this time, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran had already arrived at the entrance of the abyss. There were no communications in the wilderness, and even they did not know where Gu Chun was, but they were smart enough to stay at the abyss entrance. This way, anyone entering the abyss would pass right under their noses. Watching the number of high signs in the crowd, Lin Yuan, who was dozing off, suddenly seemed to recall something. All right, we only have 3 people right now. Even if we wait for old Gu, that would only make 4. Should we find another person? The more people in the team, the more experience boost one gets. If one person is missing, that would mean losing 1 share of experience. That's right. While the great god hasn't arrived yet, let's recruit someone first. After all, finding actors for the 1st-tier abyss is not easy. Lin Qingqing spoke. Not easy to find? I remember there were many actors in the novice dungeon. Why is it hard to find actors in the 1st-level abyss? The novice dungeon is relatively easy, and those who are changing jobs are low in power, hoping to level up before the academy assessment, so there are naturally more actors. But the first level abyss is different. It's much more beneficial to have several strong professionals team up to clear it, rather than bringing actors. Plus, second-level professionals are there to snatch experience. Few are willing to act as actors. I see. You all keep an eye on the abyss entrance. I'll go ask around. Lin Yuan nodded in vague understanding, looking at a group of professionals searching for teammates, then walked up to a level 12 swordsman. We are all swordsmen. Maybe it will be easier to chat. Hey, we are short of a teammate in our team. Want to join us? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned his head, instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan's level, and a flash of disdain passed through his eyes. Level 6, not even first level, how dare he come to the first level abyss? Isn't that seeking death? This swordsman couldn't be bothered with Lin Yuan and bluntly said, You must be an actor, right? Your level is too low. Tell your team leader to talk to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Oh, so you think you're special? A level 12 swordsman acting all superior? If it wasn't for not being able to beat him, Lin Yuan would have drawn his sword by now. Hello, I am the team leader. Is there something you need? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, and Lin Yuan quickly turned around, his eyes bursting with strong joy. At the same time, the swordsman's gaze fell on Gu Chun. He paused slightly and immediately revealed undisguised contempt. Level 10? Summoner? Are you guys kidding me? Gu Chun didn't mind. Is there a problem? I advise you, don't go into the abyss. You'll die quickly. The swordsman wore an impatient expression and waved his hand. All right, go away. This place is not for you high school kids. You're wasting time. After saying that, the swordsman walked aside, seemingly afraid of being pestered by Gu Chun. Old Gu, I'm finally waiting for you, Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Gu Chun was also filled with surprise. Where there were teleportation arrays, communication could be restored. He initially wanted to message Lin Yuan to tell them to come to the abyss. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the abyss square, he saw Lin Yuan's figure, saving him a lot of trouble. Old Gu, you've really made a big score this time. If it weren't for Lord War King coming to Lin City, I wouldn't have known you actually. No need to mention him. I have severed ties with the Gu family. He had been wandering in the wilderness for nearly a day and night and had encountered many professionals during that time. He learned about the events happening in Lin City from their mouths. In fact, he even pointed the way for a few professionals who came to hunt him down. After all, the wilderness was filled with black mist, making visibility poor, while he was accompanied by the Blood Clan Lord and several Blood Clan descendants. It didn't look like they were refugees in the wilderness at all. Of course, this was only a specific situation. After leaving the town Abyss Army Base, he was still discovered by those with ulterior motives. But it was also because of this that Lin Yuan and others guessed Gu Chen's intentions and arrived at the Abyss Square in advance to wait. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly jolted, his eyes bursting with intense shock. Old Gu, the Northern royal family, cut ties? Lin Yuan's mind went blank. His tongue seemed to be tied in knots, as if he had lost his ability to predict. That's a royal family. Do you know what a royal family means? Others would shamelessly want to curry favor. And you severed ties? Looking at Gu Chen's serious expression, Lin Yuan showed a face worse than crying, nearly grinding his teeth to pieces. That's the Northern royal family. I was almost able to become the brother of a royal prince. Immense wealth. Damn it. This is worse than killing me. Gu Chen. By the way, is the team missing someone? I just happen to have a friend with me. Gu Chen interrupted Lin Yuan's wailing and pointed to Su Xia beside him. Lin Yuan's expression instantly returned to normal as he looked at Su Xia, and this glance almost made Lin Yuan lose his composure again. You're not even a professional. How dare you come to the first level abyss? Su Xia replied nonchalantly. What is the requirement to act in your team so high? Must you be a professional? Lin Yuan was taken aback by this, momentarily speechless. Right? An actor in the team does nothing. What's the difference whether they are a professional or not? Moreover, Su Xia was not a professional, so he wouldn't take away experience points, but his presence could provide a 5-member team experience bonus. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's smile almost reached his ears. Please make sure to join our team. Chapter 49. All in is a form of wisdom. Su Xia joined the team. Before this, no professional team would ever bring an ordinary person who failed to change jobs into the abyss. To others, this was simply incomprehensible behavior. But to Gu Chun, bringing an ordinary person was no different from bringing a professional. Anyway, only he was doing the real work. Everyone else just needed to chant 666 nearby. Moreover, Su Xia was not completely useless. He was from Wancheng, and the burial dungeon happened to be on the edge of Wancheng, meaning that when it came to familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia was actually the most knowledgeable among them. However, when he learned that Gu Chun was entering the nightmare level abyss, he couldn't help but be startled. Ah, nightmare level? Su Xia was momentarily at a loss. Brother Chun, are you sure you don't want to start from the normal level first? Or the hard level would be fine too. Gu Chun was taken aback. He only mentioned entering the burial dungeon abyss and hadn't specified whether it was normal or nightmare level. We really are entering the nightmare level abyss. If you feel it's too dangerous, you can withdraw from the team now. Of course, I can refund you. If materials drop later, you can come to me to buy. Worst case, I just find another person. With so many in the Abyss Square, it shouldn't be hard to find an actor. Su Xia looked conflicted, uncertain whether to continue. The Nightmare level Abyss is even tougher than Hell level dungeons. There's no chance to escape using a teleport scroll when danger strikes. More often than not, when you realize the danger, it's already too late. Many professionals didn't even have time to use their teleport scrolls before being killed by the Abyss's alien creatures. The difficulty of clearing it far exceeded regular dungeons by several levels. One could say that dungeons are sealed scenarios, while the Abyss is incredibly real. Su Xia's face showed a troubled look. Why must it be the Nightmare level? This is the Abyss. Gu Chun wore a helpless expression, because only by clearing the Nightmare level can we unlock the Hell level. Unlike the Novice dungeons, first level Abyss is far more open. You could choose the Nightmare level directly without needing to unlock it from the hard level first. Su Xia's expression froze, as if his brain had crashed. This tone, this expression, what does it mean? If it weren't for the Nightmare level restriction, would you directly consider entering Hell level? Are you sure you can pass it? Guaranteed. So confident? I might withdraw midway. The last person who withdrew midway probably regrets it now. Su Xia showed a conflicted expression. An ordinary person who failed to change jobs entering the Nightmare level Abyss is simply unheard of. It could even be said to be seeking death. At first, he just wanted materials, but Gu Chun said he could give him a chance to enter the Abyss as part of a team. This was something he desperately wished for. For someone who cannot become a professional, the Abyss holds an unimaginable allure. But a Nightmare level Abyss is also extremely deadly. Actually, I just want a material. Su Xia's expression was unpredictable, but in the end, he did not want to miss this opportunity. All right, I'll go. Lin Yuan stepped forward, smiling as he patted his shoulder. Congratulations, all in is a kind of wisdom. Since we've confirmed it, let's get ready. Gu Chun no longer hesitated and walked to the entrance of the Abyss, opening the interface and selecting Nightmare level. Warning, the current choice is Nightmare difficulty. Challengers will face an almost real Abyss. The difficulty is great, and the death rate is extremely high. Do you want to choose? Yes. The current team average level is too low. It is recommended to regroup. No. Entering the Grave of Bones, Nightmare level Abyss, please wait. The Abyss entrance was similar to the dungeon entrance, and one could see a bloody light blooming in the space vortex. Soon, Gu Chun and the four behind him vanished from their spot. At the same time, all professionals in the Northern Territory received a message pushed by the professional platform. Notification, Gu Chun, the SSS level evaluator from Lin City, has led a team of professionals into the Grave of Bones, Nightmare level. A simple push notification instantly sent the entire Northern Territory into an uproar. What the hell? Lin City? SSS level evaluator. Gu Chun, that name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the summoner that the Li family is hunting? The son of the Northern Territory War King. Is he crazy? Gu Chun is only a level 10 summoner, and he dares to go to a first stage Abyss. Isn't that looking for death? Even if he is the son of the Northern Territory War King, he can't possibly clear the Nightmare level Abyss at level 10. No, didn't you see the point? Gu Chun obtained the SSS level evaluation from Lin City. People from Lin City say that's not true. Gu Chun indeed cleared the Hell level dungeon of the Temple Ruins. His SSS level evaluation is real. I saw it with my own eyes. Did I cross over? Did Gu Chun really clear the Hell level dungeon? Is the SSS level evaluation real or not? Why ask me? If you want to ask the Lin City Hall. Quick. Call the City Lord hotline and ask. Our Lin City finally has an SSS level evaluator. Why aren't they reporting it? Since we are on this topic, I suddenly want to ask, since Gu Chun has already obtained the SSS level evaluation, why did he clash with the Li family? Lin City Hall, City Lord's office. Su Lai was under great pressure now. As the highest official of Lin City, he had never felt such despair since he entered politics. That's right, despair. At first, when he learned that there was an SSS level evaluator among the job-switching students of Lin City, he was ecstatic. An SSS level evaluation not only represented a guaranteed admission quota for the Capital Academy, but also meant that he could secure more resources from the Northern Territory, which was a recognition of his achievements. Just when he was about to report this matter to Gubei City, he received a request from the Li family. Li Xiao made a very small request, which was to ask the City Hall to delay submitting the application process for the guaranteed admission quota by a few days. As for other matters, everything would be handled by the Li family. Su Lai certainly wanted to know what the Li family intended to do, but even as the city lord, he didn't want to offend the Li family easily. After all, they were the foremost family in Lin City. From his perspective, as long as it could increase Lin City's guaranteed admission quota, who obtained this SSS-level evaluation was not important at all. Delaying the work process for a few days was very common. It was not an illegal operation, and it was indeed a small matter. Thus, Su Lai gladly agreed. The next day, Li Renjie was murdered. Although Su Lai was shocked, he was still composed. However, today, Gu Qingfeng came, and Su Lai suddenly could no longer sit still. Next, Gu Qin's identity was exposed, and he turned out to be Gu Qingfeng's son. At that moment, Su Lai was completely panicked. As a mere city lord of Lin City, did he really block the reserved spot for the royal prince? Even if he killed him, it wouldn't make up for this sin. Just now, he received news that the Li family was wiped out. At that moment, the world went dark for Su Lai, as if he could already see his own end. His heart was filled with anxiety, almost on the brink of collapse, but he suddenly realized that since all the Li family members were dead, it meant he was the only one who knew about those things. With that thought, as long as he could quickly secure the reserve spot for Gu Chun, he could land safely. With this in mind, Su Lai immediately grabbed the phone on his desk. Secretary Li, initiate emergency procedures. Immediately transfer the reserve spot to Gu Chun, and widely report the success of the Hell-level novice dungeon. Hurry! We need to be quick. Definitely quick! Su Lai shouted quick 3 times in a row, never having lost his composure like this before. However, before he finished speaking, a striking message popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notice, Gu Chun, the recipient of the SSS rating in Lin City, has led a team of professionals into the buried bone lair, nightmare level. Looking at the information before him, Su Lai's eyelids twitched, and the expression on his face completely froze. It's over. Everything is over. Once this news came out, he could no longer hide the fact that he had delayed the transfer process. Chapter 50, First Level Abyss, Buried Bone Dungeon. You have entered the First Level Abyss Buried Bone Dungeon, Nightmare Level. Please pay attention to safety and proceed with caution. Accompanied by a slight feeling of weightlessness, Gu Chun and the others appeared in a damp, dim cave, the air filled with a sour, rotten smell lingering in their nostrils. This smell, damn, so sour. Lin Yuan cursed and quickly covered his mouth and nose, his stomach already churning violently. Gu Chun frowned slightly, while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were suddenly gagging, covering their mouths and noses, their faces showing unbearable expressions. This pungent smell, although not life-threatening, would definitely affect their combat abilities. Among them, only Su Xia showed no sign of discomfort, as a metallic mask had somehow appeared on his face. Seeing the reactions of others, Su Xia immediately took out 4 identical masks from his space ring. Here, everyone put this on. It's my design, the N99 breathing mask, which can purify the air in the dungeon, and it has communication, night vision, and automatic capturing functions. Breathing mask N99 model? Lin Yuan quickly took one and put it on his face. The sour smell in his nostrils rapidly filtered out, replaced by refreshing air that felt delightful. In an instant, the whole world became beautiful. Gu Chun, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran quickly put on the masks as well, and then all exhaled in relief. I remember the latest mask on the market is the N98 model produced by the Evolife Group. What's this N99 model all about? Lin Qingqing asked. N99 is an upgraded product of the N98, and it's scheduled for pre-sale at the Evolife Group's product launch in 3 months. Su Xia's voice came from the mask. What? This is the latest breathing mask, and hasn't been released to the public yet? How did you get this? The Evolife Group is the country's most advanced technology group, with large orders from the Zhanyuan army due to their advanced weapons developed within the group, even surpassing several military corporations. The Su family is the actual controller behind the Evolife Group. It is rumored that there is a core figure in the Su family, whose exceptional research abilities brought significant technological advantages and commercial value to the Evolife Group, making it the designated cooperative group for the Zhanyuan army. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing said in surprise. Could it be that you are that genius from the Su family? The one who developed extraordinary weapons to kill abyssal creatures, helping the Evolife Group secure a big deal with the Zhanyuan army. I can't call myself a genius, but indeed, the Zhanyuan army is quite satisfied with my design. Su Xia said with a smile. At this moment, the others' gazes towards Su Xia subtly changed. It's him. I heard that the Su family provides him with security at the level of a family head. How could such a core figure be here in the abyss with Gu Qin? Gathering materials? What kind of materials are so precious? Why does it require a core member of the Su family to come personally? Although Gu Qin was curious, he didn't pay too much attention. Everyone has their secrets. They were just here to team up and run the abyss. After getting rid of the unbearable sour and rotting smell, he immediately summoned the Blood Clan Lord. From the wilderness to the burial dungeon, the Blood Clan Lord had also made great gains. It let out a low, gloomy growl, and the dungeon immediately filled with countless blood-colored figures. Exactly 50 Blood Clan descendants, this was the current maximum that could be transformed. The Blood Clan Lord had already reached level 11, and the transformed Blood Clan descendants couldn't exceed its own level by more than 10. Among them, the highest level was 21, and the lowest was 15. When Lin Yuan and the others saw the sudden appearance of the Blood Clan descendants, they were truly startled, almost thinking it was an ambush by a foreign race. "Don't be afraid, it's my skill," Gu Chen called back the four who were preparing to retreat. "What?" Su Xia said, looking incredulous. "How can a summoner have so many summoned beasts?" "I only have one summoned beast, the others are summoned units of a summoned beast." Gu Chen explained briefly, then ordered the Blood Clan descendants to clear the way ahead. Soon, a low growl came from the darkness, and a humanoid creature resembling a lizard emerged from the dark. Its broken and ugly head was covered in blood, and its crimson eyes flickered with a brutal gleam. Its limbs were short and thick, horribly disproportionate, with rotting flesh everywhere, and in some places white bones were even exposed. "Is this an orc? I've never seen such a small, ugly orc." Before Gu Chen could even give an order, the Blood Clan Lord had already activated its skill. Bullets flashed through the dark dungeon, hitting the orc's body with a crackling sound. Orcs are strong in power and physical endurance, moving quickly. But the Blood Clan Lord's skill was faster than lightning, leaving the orc no chance to dodge. In an instant, the orc's health bar was emptied, and it fell to the ground with a scream. Killed Beast Corpse Hybrid LV.13. Experience plus 1,560. A 13th level foreign race, taken down with a single skill from the Blood Clan Lord. This scene made Su Xia's face show strong shock. In the Nightmare level abyss, foreign races are all strengthened, far beyond the ordinary foreign races in the wilderness. Although it was only level 13, it was instantly killed by a summoned beast skill, which was simply unbelievable. After all, the Beast Corpse Hybrid at level 13 had nearly 40,000 health points. One skill cleared nearly 40,000 health points? This is insane. At this moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with Gu Chen's strength, he might really be able to clear the Nightmare level dungeon. After the Beast Corpse Hybrid died, 6 death tentacles made of black mist appeared beside its body. This is the additional skill of the Fallen Magic Orb. Every time a skill hits the target, a death tentacle appears. Fatal Shot can shoot 6 bullets with skill effects, hence the 6 death tentacles. However, the death tentacles only last for 2 seconds, just one breath, before they dissolve into black mist. Beast Corpse Hybrid? That name is really awkward, Lin Yuan said, looking at the ugly foreign race corpse on the ground. It's actually a failed experiment. Su Xia spoke up. The burial dungeon used to be a place where dwarves executed brutal punishments. Countless dwarves died here. Later, a voodoo shaman came here and fused the dwarf corpses with orcs, created a hybrid of half-corpse and half-beast. Saying this, Su Xia distributed 4 antidotes to everyone. The Beast Corpse Hybrid's attack carries corrosive poison damage. If unfortunately hit, you must use the antidote immediately, or you will enter a poison state and continuously lose health. Gu Chen took a tube of healing potion, the green liquid shimmering like emeralds. Antidote can quickly disperse the poison status after use. On the trading platform, the antidote costs 3,000 for 1 tube, which is not cheap. "Thank you." Gu Chen stored the antidote in his personal space and ordered the Blood Clan to continue clearing the way, speaking as he walked. "I bought some strategy guides at the Jinyuan military base. The final boss location of the Nightmare level abyss is uncertain and very secretive, making it hard to find. However, one guide mentioned that to trigger the final boss, you must kill all the alien races on this 3 layers, leaving none behind. If even one alien race is not killed, you cannot trigger the final boss's appearance condition. Therefore, to get the record-breaking reward after clearing the game, we can only battle fiercely for speed." Chapter 51. First go to the main prison and kill the Beast Corpse leader. Although the Nightmare level abyss is very dangerous with a high death rate, the first complete record appeared decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wants to get a high reward after clearing the dungeon, he can only aim for the record-breaking reward. But this is the abyss. Is breaking records that easy? Currently, the best score in the Nightmare level abyss is 6 hours and 47 minutes, held by a man named Liang Yi, who is the current city lord of Wanqing. This record was set by Liang Yi and his team when they were level 19, already reaching the limit for ordinary players. Any faster would be impossible. However, for Gu Chen, he would definitely not stop there. Walking in the dungeon, occasionally a few Beast Corpse hybrids would jump out from the dark corners. This posed no danger to Gu Chun and the others, as a large group of Blood Clan descendants was ahead scouting. Bang! A shot was fired, hitting the beast corpse's head directly, dealing over 8,000 damage. The beast corpse is also considered an undead creature. After all, it is formed from the bodies of beastmen and dwarves, possessing strong resistance to both physical and magical damage. In the wilderness, hitting a level 13 alien, a bullet from the Blood Clan Lord can deal around 12,000 damage. But hitting the beast corpse only left over 8,000. Its defense is quite impressive. Fortunately, the Blood Clan Lord's damage is very high, and with kill resets, as long as it's not an elite alien, it's basically a one-shot kill by the Blood Clan Lord. Gu Chun also summoned the Nightmare Ruler to assist the Blood Clan Lord in killing. The Blood Clan descendants were responsible for hunting, searching every area of the dungeon, not letting any beast corpse hybrids hiding in the dark escape. Although the basic attack of the Nightmare Ruler is lower than that of the Blood Clan Lord, with the support of the Nightmare Servants, it can unleash 10 times the damage, instantly killing level 13 beast corpse hybrids. Bang! The Blood Clan Lord pulled the trigger. A series of bullets whizzed through the air, directly turning that beast corpse hybrid into a sieve. At the same time, the Nightmare Ruler flickered, completing a kill in an instant. Kill beast corpse hybrid LV.13. Experience plus 1,560. Kill beast corpse hybrid LV.13. Experience plus 1,573. The growth rate of experience was clearly speeding up. Compared to the 500 or 600 experience from aliens in the wilderness, killing aliens in the abyss yields 3 times more experience. Moreover, due to the presence of Blood Clan descendants, both hunting and killing speeds were greatly increased. As the Blood Clan descendants continuously pushed into the dungeon, Gu Chun and the others soon arrived at a land filled with bones. Walking through, the dry bones beneath their feet creaked incessantly. This is the main prison on the first floor? So soon? Doesn't that mean we're close to the Beast Clan leader's corpse? Su Xiao looked around and quickly recognized the place. The burial dungeon has 3 floors, and the main prison on the first floor is the first challenging spot, with a high-level elite beast corpse, the corpse of the former dwarf clan leader, who is very powerful and hard to deal with. Su Xia immediately said, "To deal with the beast clan leader's corpse, we must first kill all the beast corpse hybrids outside. Otherwise, entering the main prison directly will easily get us surrounded by the beast corpse hybrids." That's not right. Even with 50 bloodline descendants clearing the way, we wouldn't enter the main prison this quickly. What's going on? Did we get lost? Su Xia's eyes revealed confusion. He looked at the people around him and found Gu Chin's face was calm, showing no signs of unease about entering the main prison early. Generally speaking, in the abyss, one would try to kill the ordinary foreign creatures first and leave some elite foreign creatures for last, making the killing process much easier. So, the players who entered the burial dungeon before would first clear the beast corpse hybrids outside, and only after cleaning up all the ordinary beast corpses would they enter the main prison to kill the beast clan leader. This way, the difficulty of the kill is reduced. Because the lowest level creatures in the entire dungeon are the beast corpse hybrids, the process of killing them can earn experience points for leveling up. After leveling up, going to kill the beast clan leader in the main prison would be much easier. Secondly, once all the ordinary foreign creatures outside are killed, the beast clan leader's power is also greatly reduced. This is because the beast clan leader has a gathering skill that can gather ordinary beast corpses into the main prison infinitely as long as it is in battle. If the players are surrounded by all the beast corpse hybrids in the dungeon, they will be left with no way out. So, common players usually do not dare to enter the main prison first. At this moment, Gu Chun spoke up. "The burial dungeon is special. We must kill all the foreign creatures in all 3 layers of the dungeon to trigger the appearance conditions of the final boss. In other words, if we miss any foreign creature, we will waste a lot of time looking for them. Unless we kill all the beast corpses, we will never see the final boss. So I thought of another method, which is to come to the main prison first and use the beast clan leader's gathering skill to summon all the ordinary beast corpses from the first floor of the dungeon, allowing us to kill all beast corpses as quickly as possible." "What?" Su Xia's face changed drastically. "You want to kill the beast clan leader first? All the beast corpses outside will rush in. How will we fight then?" "Don't panic. We will fight as we should." Gu Chun waved his hand, and the tall figure of the undead magic statue appeared in the main prison, with black light spreading out from under its feet, applying the effect of extreme fatigue to all the beast corpses present. Then, the Nightmare Master flew forward, constructing a deep dream in the main prison, enveloping all the beast corpses inside. Ah! As soon as the deep dream unfolded, piercing screams echoed in the main prison, and the dream energy dealt continuous high damage to all the beast corpses in the main prison. The life points of the beast corpses fell rapidly, almost losing 10,000 points every second. Seeing such exaggerated damage effects, Su Xia's eyelids twitched violently, and a strong sense of unreality filled his mind. Beside him, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran looked at Su Xia's expression, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, this is the state. 3 parts doubt, 3 parts shock, 3 parts disbelief, and 1 part life questioning. Lin Yuan recalled seeing Gu Qin fight for the first time, and he also displayed such an expression. Area explosion damage. Although it's not a one-hit kill, it can wipe out a large number in just 2 or 3 breaths. It was completely just a grass-cutting game. The Beast Corpse hybrid in the main prison was still an ordinary alien race, but it was a level 16 existence, with health 3 times higher, making it unrealistic to be instantly killed by the Deep Dream. Moreover, in this main prison, the heavyweight Beast Corpse Patriarch had not yet emerged. At that moment, a dull, heavy sound resonated from the darkness, and then the dungeon began to shake rhythmically. A powerful, violent aura suddenly erupted, approaching from this direction. A small, stout beast corpse covered in black fur, with its body covered in rotten flesh and animal skin, walked out of the darkness. Its body was covered in large, stitched scars, resembling a body pieced together. Su Xia's face changed dramatically. It's out! It's the Beast Corpse Patriarch. Chapter 52. Gathering monsters is scary? Actually, it's just moths to the flame. Alien race. Beast Corpse Patriarch Elite. Level. LV.17. Health. 121,500. Attributes. Strength 190. Agility 177. Constitution 192. Spirit 170. Skill I. Beast Blood Boiling. Skill 2. Corpse Poison. Skill 3. Summon Beast Corpse. A level 17 Elite Alien. Gu Qin's eyes shifted, revealing a hint of solemnity on his face. This Beast Corpse Patriarch was nearly comparable to the final boss, the fallen witch in the temple ruins. However, this was just the first level of the burial dungeon. Which human trash dares to invade this forbidden area and seek death? The Beast Corpse Patriarch's face was hideously brutal. It roared, and suddenly, boiling filthy blood erupted from within it, its powerful aura sweeping through the entire main prison, instantly countering the Deep Dream. At the same time, the numerous ordinary beast corpses outside seemed to hear an order and frantically rushed toward Gu Chun and others. Su Xia looked at this scene, her face pallid, even wanting to take out the teleportation scroll. Judging from the current situation, Gu Chun seemed unable to combat so many beast corpses. At that moment, a thought crossed Gu Chen's mind, and 3 layers of black light suddenly burst forth from the remains' magic statue. 2 beams of black light fell on the Beast Corpse Patriarch, namely, Exhausted and Black Death Plague. All attributes reduced by 50%, and damage taken increased by 50%. Healing effects reduced by 90%, and continuous health loss ensued. The 3rd beam of black light transformed into a dim shadow, instantly covering the entire main prison with the magic statue at its center. Forbidden Domain of the End of Magic. Within the skill range, all targets' consumption skyrockets tenfold. With 3 skills unleashed, comprehensive weakening ensued. The might of the Beast Corpse Patriarch was instantly halved, and the Deep Dream once again unleashed terrifying dream energy, beginning to disintegrate the beast corpses within the main prison. Even with the Beast Corpse Patriarch's high health, under comprehensive weakening, it would turn into a corpse. Kill Beast Corpse Hybrid LV.15, experience plus 1957. Kill Beast Corpse Hybrid LV.15, experience plus 1960. Kill Beast Corpse Hybrid LV.15, experience plus 1952. A crunching sound, as experience points soared up like a rocket. Beast Corpse hybrids died in droves, and before long, Gu Chen's level soared to level 12. Level up. Level. LV.12. 3234/21600. Strength. 337. Agility. 336. Constitution. 338. Spirit. 509. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV.12. Legend. Nightmare Master LV.12. Epic. Remains Magic Statue LV.12. Epic. Talent. Currently can obtain a Dark Bloodline. No one shared experience, and this leveling speed skyrocketed directly. 5 people entered the Abyss, and the difficulty of the Abyss increased. Correspondingly, experience also increased, with almost 90% of the experience falling on Gu Chen's head. This is why he insisted on bringing actors into the Abyss. Such a killing speed was unimaginable for other adventurers. Just from the surge of beast corpses charging in, his level increased immediately. Ah! A shrill scream interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. More and more beast corpse hybrids were being disintegrated into fragments by dream energy, and the Beast Corpse Patriarch exploded with towering rage, dark red, filthy blood surging from its body, filling the deep dream, attempting to break through this layer of dream. However, with the remains magic statue maintaining pressure, all resistance is destined to be futile. No matter how much the Beast Corpse chieftain struggles in the deep dream, half of his attributes weakened, he simply cannot escape the prison of the deep dream. The dream energy continuously deconstructs his body, and the damage from falling health points grows increasingly severe. Watching his health points plummet without being able to break free from the deep dream, the Beast Corpse chieftain lets out a chilling roar and starts to summon all the beast corpses to assist him in the main prison. And this is exactly the scene Gu-chan was eagerly anticipating. The Beast Corpse chieftain's furious roar echoed in the dim dungeon. A cacophony of shouts erupted from the darkness as a dense swarm of Beast Corpse hybrids surged in from all directions, crazy in their rush towards the main prison. As soon as these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the main prison's range, they were engulfed by a layer of black light. Their attributes immediately halved, and their injury effects increased by half. Next, there was no suspense at all. Swathes of ordinary beast corpses were torn to shreds by the dream energy, turning into valuable experience that flowed into Gu Chen's experience bar. With large numbers of beast corpses dying, they had no sense of reason, not even instinctual fear. Almost frenzied, they rushed headlong into the main prison and were torn to pieces by the deep dream within just a few steps. Is this the ability to attract monsters that professionals fear? Before Gu Chen, they were merely moths drawn to a flame. Seeing this scene, the Beast Corpse chieftain let out a deafening roar and charged madly towards Gu Chen's direction. Even with his attributes weakened, he moved at incredible speed. However, the Blood Clan Lord was always vigilant, constantly guarding next to Gu Chen. Even though he had a shield with a value over 10,000, he did not forget to let his summoned beasts protect himself. The Blood Clan Lord raised his dual guns and pulled the trigger at the charging Beast Corpse chieftain. Bang! 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 A series of bullets hit the Beast Corpse chieftain, but only knocked off over 30,000 health points. If it were a 40,000 health Beast Corpse hybrid, it could have been obliterated immediately. Indeed, they are elite aliens. Even with halved attributes, the damage from the Blood Clan Lord skill only reduced his health by 30,000. However, it wasn't over yet. The Fallen Orb skill activated. From around the Beast Corpse chieftain, 6 death tentacles rapidly grew, mercilessly slamming down on him, slowing his charge instantly. Crack! Crack! The death tentacles could only exist for 2 seconds, attacking once per second. Each death tentacle could deal 3,000 points of damage, so 6 would deal 18,000. By the end of 2 seconds, that was 36,000. Adding the previous skill damage, in just a breath, the Beast Corpse chieftain lost nearly 70,000 health points. Lin Yuan and the others watched with hearts pounding. Nearly 70,000. That damage was just terrifying. This Beast Corpse chieftain only had over 120,000 health points total, and the Blood Clan Lord's first strike had already reduced him to a state of near death. Nonetheless, even though his health was already less than half, the Beast Corpse chieftain did not stop. Like a fierce beast, he ignored all attacks and madly charged towards Gu Chen. After all, he is an elite alien. Despite the Blood Clan Lord skills having an explosive high damage, they simply could not stop his charge. Old Gu! As the Beast Corpse chieftain rushed towards Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others cried out in panic. In their view, this was Gu Chen's first direct encounter with an alien. It is well known that the greatest weakness of a summoner is their own lack of combat ability. All their strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, and their own health and defense are very fragile. Once an alien gets too close, it is the summoner's moment of doom. However, in the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared, wrapping around the Beast Corpse chieftain. That frenzied charge suddenly stalled. Before he could even get within 3 meters of Gu Chen, he was entangled and trapped in place by the Nightmare Servant's binding effects. At the same time, the binding of the 10 Nightmare Servants. The continuous damage suffered by the Beast Corpse Chief suddenly skyrocketed tenfold. Boom! Bloodburst! The Beast Corpse Chief was trapped in place, and the remaining health collapsed at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the health reached 0. Chapter 53: The Second Legendary Summoned Beast. Inside the main prison, the Beast Corpse Chief was broken down into a pile of dark red fragments, and all the summoned beast corpses died in the deep dream, leaving only a heap of powder. Kill Beast Corpse Chief Elite LV.16. Experience plus 5,725. Loot obtained. Dwarven King Ring LV.16 rare. Loot obtained. Mithril Armor LV.16 rare. Loot obtained. Enhancement Stone *10 rare. Level up. Level. LV.13. 1369/43200. Strength 347. Agility 346. Vitality, 348. Spirit, 529. Summon Beasts. Blood Clan Lord LV.13 Legendary. Nightmare Ruler LV.13 Epic. Undead Golem LV.13 Epic. Talent. Currently can obtain 1 Dark Bloodline. Level 11 in the Wilderness after killing the first wave of aliens in the Buried Bone Dungeon. Leveled up to 12, and now cleared an entire floor of the dungeon, directly leveling up to 13. The Abyss indeed comes with high risk and high reward. Let's take a break here. Guchen turned to Lin Yuan and the others and said, choosing not to delve deeper. Going further would lead to the second layer, and every deeper level of the Buried Bone Dungeon brings much greater difficulty. After all, this is a nightmare-level abyss, and Guchen plans to first strengthen the summoned beasts. Activate talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, a Royal Blood. Royal Bloodline. A hint of joy erupted in Gu Chen's eyes. It finally appeared. After the previous 2 level-ups, he had only received Descendant Bloodlines, so he hadn't yet fused them into his summoned beasts. Now that he obtained the Royal Bloodline, it means he would get another legendary summoned beast. After careful consideration, Guchen decided to upgrade the Undead Golem to Legendary. The reason is simple. The effect of overall weakening is just too appealing. If upgraded to Legendary, it is unimaginable how strong a suppression effect the Undead Golem would bring to the opponent. As for the 2 Descendant Bloodlines, he would bestow them upon the Nightmare Ruler, allowing it 2 chances for Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening successful. Bloodline Awakening successful. Nightmare Ruler, Epic. Level, LV.13. Health, 21,300. Attributes, Strength 179, Agility 186, Vitality 185, Spirit 190. Skill Phantom Instant Kill gets enhanced. Phantom Instant Kill. Approach the target unit using dreams and launch a surprise attack. After each kill, the next skill damage increases by 1%. Note, if the summoned beast dies, the damage bonus resets to 0. Skill Deep Dream gets enhanced. Deep Dream. Construct a deep dream within an area, dealing high continuous damage to targets caught within it. Each death of a target will stun all other targets in the deep dream for 1 second. With a health of 21,000, though not as high as some elites and bosses, it is still quite rare. Because elites and bosses have health bonuses, there are very few beings that can compete with them in terms of health. After awakening, not only did the health and 4 primary attributes increase, but the skills, Phantom Instant Kill and Deep Dream, also got enhanced. Using Phantom Instant Kill to kill a target will increase the skill damage by 1%. As long as it doesn't die, the damage bonus can stack continuously. What a pity if it were Deep Dream that was enhanced, increasing the skill damage by 1% for each target killed. The Nightmare Ruler would gain terrifying improvements. After all, Deep Dream is an area damage skill capable of killing many targets in a short time, unlike Phantom Instant Kill, which needs to pick off one by one. In comparison, the enhancement for Deep Dream is relatively small. Each death within the dream will stun other targets for 1 second. Though only 1 second, if used properly, it will absolutely render all units trapped in the dream incapable of resistance. Not bad at all. It can at least greatly hinder powerful aliens from breaking through the dream. Next, Gu Chun bestowed the Royal Bloodline onto the Undead Golem. Advancement successful. Undead Golem, Epic. Undead Golem, Legendary. Level, LV.13. Health points, 26700. Attributes, Strength 231, Agility 226, Constitution 243, Spirit 244. The Summoned Beast qualification rose from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback, and the Summoner's all attributes plus 100. The Summoned Beast underwent a complete enhancement of talents and skills. Unstoppable, Legendary. When the Undead Golem is stationary, defense increases by 1% per second, and recovery increases by 1% per second. Targets within 10 meters of the Undead Golem suffer a 50% increase in negative effects. Extreme Fatigue LV.20 Legendary. Inflicts fatigue state on nearby targets, reducing all attributes by 50%, and increases damage taken by 100%, cannot be immune. Black Death Plague LV.20 Legendary. Infects a target with a plague, reducing their healing effects by 90%. The plague is contagious. The more targets it infects, the more continuous health loss occurs, cannot be immune. Forbidden Domain LV.20 Legendary. The Undead Golem defines a forbidden area centered on itself. Targets within this area experience a 10-fold increase in damage, and all consumption increases by 10-fold. Legendary level talents, and all legendary level fully mastered skills. Gu Chen's excitement was evident on his face. First came the talent enhancement. When the Undead Golem is stationary, defense and recovery increase by 1% per second. This means that he must give up the mobile ability of the undead golem to maximize its power. But the undead golem cannot just stay still. It has to follow the team, and it's impossible to attract all enemies to the location of the undead golem. In the past, Gu Chun had no way to maximize this talent. But let's not forget, after defeating Wang Chongshan and his group, Gu Chun learned the skill of spatial swap from the beginner skill scroll. Not only can it swap positions with summoned units, but also allows the summoned units to swap positions with each other. This way, the undead golem can stay in one place to build up status, and when it enters battle, it only needs to swap places with the bloodline descendant in combat. Moreover, targets within 10 meters of the undead golem experience a 50% increase in negative effects. With this, the advantage of spatial swap becomes even more obvious. Spatial swap is just an excellent grade skill, but when paired with a legendary level summoned beast, its combat power is terrifyingly strong. As for the other three skills, they each received varying degrees of enhancement. Extreme Fatigue, S damage received a 50% bonus. Black Death Plague gained Contagion. It does not require the undead golem to cast it one by one. The more targets it infects, the higher the continuous damage. Forbidden Domain underwent the greatest change. Previously, it was a 10-fold consumption, and now it has an additional 10-fold damage. Thus, targets within the skill range basically have no chance of survival. It's done. Looking at the three summoned beasts beside him, Gu Chun felt ambitious in his heart. Alright, let's continue to the second level of the dungeon. To claim the record-breaking reward, we need to speed up now. After saying this, Gu Chun ordered the bloodline descendant to lead the way, and Lin Yuan and the others nodded and quickly followed. Nightmare level Abyss. To break the record, we can only speed through. Chapter 54. Give up the Dwarven King Ring. How do we get to the second level of the Buried Bones dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. There's a maze behind the main prison, and the entrance to the second level is at the end of the maze, Su Xia replied. So we must go through the maze to enter the second level of the dungeon? And there's a puzzle game? This is giving me a headache. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Yes, the strategy lists 5 routes through the maze, and every time we enter the abyss, the maze is different, so we have to try them one by one. Although Su Xia had never entered the abyss, being a resident of Wan City, he was very familiar with the Buried Bones dungeon since it was right at his doorstep. This is too much of a waste of time. Gu Chun shook his head. I want to use another method. What method? I read in a strategy that at the entrance of the maze, there's a statue. If you put the Dwarven King ring on the statue's finger, we can directly reach the second level of the dungeon. Indeed, obtaining the Dwarf King's ring will temporarily resurrect the statue, but only by defeating the statue will the entrance to the second level of the dungeon appear. Su Xia hurriedly said. After killing the Beast Corpse clan leader, 2 rare level equipment dropped. One is the Dwarf King's ring, and its attributes and effects are remarkable. The other is the Mithril Armor, a warrior class equipment that Gu Chun plans to hang directly on the professional platform after going out. Dwarf King's ring. Quality rare. Level. LV.16. Attributes. Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 30. Effect. Damage dealt to dwarf units is increased by 100%. The foreign races in the Buried Bone dungeon are mainly made from dwarf corpses and beastmen, which means that as long as you were the Dwarf King's ring, it will deal 1x attack power to all the upcoming foreign races. All attributes plus 30 damage enhancement, 1x. This support can be said to be exceptionally powerful, so almost 99% of practitioners would rather try the maze over and over again than give up this ring. However, for Gu Chun, since he wants to get the record-breaking reward, he absolutely cannot be stingy over such trivial matters. A Dwarf King's ring is just that. The plus 30 to all attributes means little to him, and the 1x damage increased to dwarven units is also not irreplaceable. After all, the Undying Golem has already evolved into a legendary level summon, and the support it provides is definitely not something a mere Dwarf King's ring could compare with. The deeper you go into the Buried Bone dungeon, the harder it becomes. The Dwarf King's ring has a 1x damage bonus, which is a very important tool for clearing in the later stages, Su Xia advised from the side. Moreover, the one awakened by the Dwarf King's ring is a level 20 statue, extremely powerful, and its damage is terrifying. Previously, a 60,000 health paladin was killed in an instant by one of its skills. No one can withstand such terrifying damage. Gu Chun didn't say much, instead showing his thoughts through action as he walked straight towards a stone wall behind the main prison. A square hole had opened in the stone wall, which was the entrance to the maze. Next to it stood a Dwarf King statue in armor, wearing a crown, with a massive stone hammer on its waist. Gu Chun thought little of it and directly placed the Dwarf King's ring on the statue's finger. The statue flashed with light, and its limbs began to move as if it had come to life. Immediately, the Dwarf King's statue shouted loudly, stepping forward with the giant hammer in hand. Challenger, are you the one who wishes to duel with me? The Dwarf King statue stared with its large copper bell-like eyes, focusing intently on Gu Chun. Seeing this scene, Su Xia's face instantly showed a look of fear. Foreign race. Dwarf King statue. Level. LV.20. Health. 85,200. Attributes. Strength 310. Agility 177. Constitution 192. Spirit 170. Skill. Hammer Impact. Level 20 Ordinary Foreign Race. 85,000 health. Nailed it. Gu Chun did not speak. With a thought, two beams of black light burst forth from the undying golem, instantly hitting the Dwarf King statue. The statue is not a living being, and the Black Death disease does not take effect. However, under the effect of extremely exhausted, the Dwarf King statue's attributes suddenly halved, and the damage taken was increased by 100%. The Dwarf King statue sensed its negative condition, and anger burst forth on its rugged face as the massive stone hammer in its hand emitted a golden light. Hammer Impact. The enormous golden hammer smashed down violently towards Gu Chun. Watching the swift attack coming down, Gu Chun showed no sign of evasion whatsoever. On the side, Su Xia's face turned pale in shock, and she hurriedly cried out. At this moment, Gu Chun's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by the Nightmare Ruler appearing before the Dwarf King statue. Boom! The golden hammer smashed down, and the black mist around the Nightmare Ruler surged chaotically. Being an energy entity, it suffered very little damage from physical attacks. Then, the black mist spread, and 10 shadows instantly entwined around the Dwarf King. A thick black mist instantly enveloped the Dwarf King statue. Instant death. The Nightmare Lord directly cast a skill, stacking 10 times the damage and adding 1 times the damage bonus of exhausted to the extreme. The Dwarf King statue was suddenly hit with 20 times the skill damage. Boom! A heavy wail echoed in the dungeon. The surface of the Dwarf King's statue showed no signs of damage, but the 85,000 health was instantly emptied. The next second, the light on the statue's surface faded, and it stood back in its previous position. Duel victory. Defeated Dwarf King statue, LV.20. Experience plus 3,687. The statue turned around, and the stone hammer in its hand suddenly burst with golden light, slamming hard into a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a huge hole, leading down into a deep stone staircase. The dwarf statue put away the stone hammer and returned to its original position. The Dwarf King ring on its hand vanished. Looking at the staircase leading to the second level of the dungeon, Gu Chun smiled, but Su Xian next to him was still in shock. Is this it after the duel with the Dwarf King statue? The legendary Dwarf King statue, which could crush a holy knight with 60,000 health in one blow, was instantly killed by the damage from the Nightmare Lord. Su Xia felt as if he were dreaming, but as he thought about Gu Chun leading everyone into the first layer of the main prison, 3 summoned beasts rampaging and forcibly killing the Beast Corpse clan leader amidst a tide of beast corpses. I can't believe the summoner is so powerful. No wonder he is so confident to challenge the nightmare-level abyss right away. Su Xia looked at Gu Chun with a complicated expression. Although he was not a professional, he truly felt Gu Chun's strength. This kind of strength completely overturned his perception of previous professionals. Are you shocked? This is just the beginning. Lin Yuan stepped forward and patted Su Xia's shoulder. Let's go to the second level of the dungeon. The real battle is still ahead. A large number of bloodline descendants surged into the hole, stepping down the staircase, advancing into the darkness below. Gu Chun glanced at the time. It had just been 1 hour since entering the abyss. At this rate, breaking the record reward was definitely secure. With a wave of his hand, 3 summoned beasts followed behind, and Gu Chun led Lin Yuan and others toward the second level of the dungeon. Chapter 55. What to do if you can't rush up. The second level of the dungeon is even more dangerous than the first. The monsters here are no longer the failed experimental creatures like the Beast Corpse hybrids, but rather evolved beings with intelligence and greater strength. After walking a distance in the second level of the dungeon, a group of armored beast corpses spotted Gu Chun and the others. The leading beast corpse wielded 2 massive axes and formed an attack formation with the ones behind, blocking their path. Humans, get out of our den. You are not welcome here. As he spoke, the attributes of this group of beast corpses appeared. Alien race, Beast Corpse Warrior. Level, LV.17. Health, 62,500. Attributes, Strength 180, Agility 173, Constitution 192, Spirit 175. Skill, Battle Formation Charge. These level 17 ordinary aliens are the link to the Beast Corpse clan leaders on the first level of the dungeon. The earlier level 20 Dwarf King statue was not part of the regular dungeon plot, and could only be considered a choice node. Seeing the more than 10 Beast Corpse warriors ahead, Su Xia's face turned pale. Brother Chen, it's best to strategically retreat. I know these Beast Corps warriors well. The more there are, the greater the damage output of the battle formation charge. If a fight breaks out, this team of Beast Corps warriors can unleash power far beyond their own capability. Gu Chen nodded but showed no intention of retreating. Next to him, the Bone Golem let out a roar, applying 2 negative states to the group of Beast Corps warriors. The leading Beast Corps warrior raised his battle axe high and let out a deep growl. Dare to attack us, human. You are seeking your own death. Before he could finish, a series of bright silver bullets suddenly appeared in the dungeon, accurately hitting the head of that Beast Corps warrior. Bang! The head exploded, and a headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Kill Beast Corps Warrior LV.17. Experience plus 2,299. At the same time, 6 black mist-like death tentacles emerged, attacking the remaining Beast Corps warriors. The battle was about to erupt, yet the remaining Beast Corps warriors showed no signs of confusion. Instead, they quickly formed ranks and charged towards Gu Chen. Indeed, they were warriors well-trained, unlike the Beast Corps hybrid that relied only on instinct for slaughter. But it wasn't enough. The Nightmare Dominator surged with black gas, and over a dozen shadows rapidly shot out, instantly wrapping around that squad of Beast Corps warriors. A battle formation charge. The more Beast Corps warriors there were, the higher the damage. Then the question arises. If they can't charge, will the damage still be high? Dozens of Beast Corps warriors were ensnared in place, continuously losing health in a plague state, and the Bloodlord and Nightmare Dominator wouldn't miss this good opportunity, directly rushing into that squad of Beast Corps warriors like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Bullets whistled, black mist spread, and one by one, the Beast Corps warriors fell to the ground. Kill Beast Corps Warrior LV.17. Experience plus 2,236. Kill Beast Corps Warrior LV.17. Experience plus 2,250. Kill Beast Corps Warrior LV.17. Experience plus 2,247. In just 3 to 5 minutes, dozens of Beast Corps warriors lay sprawled on the ground. Level up. Level. LV.14. 2267/89500. Strength. 457. Agility. 456. Stamina. 458. Spirit. 649. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV.14 Legend. Nightmare Dominator LV.14 Epic. Bone Demon LV.14 Legend. Due to the previous evolution of the Bone Demon from Epic to Legend, Gu Chen gained 100 points in all attributes. Thus, his average attributes now exceeded 500, allowing him to crush most professionals even at Tier 3. Talent. Currently available for 1 Dark Bloodline. As usual, the Dark Bloodline of level 14 was reserved for the level 15 Summon Beast. On the other side, Su Xia's pupils shook with shock. Initially thought that the Beast Corps warriors on the second level of the dungeon would pose a significant obstacle, but unexpectedly, upon encountering Gu Chen's Summon Beasts, they turned into a pile of dirt and rubble. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran watched in excitement. Although they weren't taking any hits, they felt the thrill of winning by holding on to Gu Chen's coattails. Leveling to LV.14, the Bloodlord's health skyrocketed to 56,340, capable of transforming 80 Bloodline descendants. Then it activated its skill, consuming 24,000 health to transform all the corpses on the ground into LV.17 Bloodline descendants. Since Gu Chen wanted to break records, and the combat power of the Bloodline descendants wasn't particularly outstanding, he never let them join the battle. They only paved the way. However, don't underestimate them because of this. Of the few that were above level 20, the rest were all above level 10. The self-detonation damage of the Bloodline descendants above level 20 is 5,000, while above level 10, it is 3,000. Therefore, if all 80 Bloodline descendants self-detonate at the same time, they could unleash 250,000 damage in an instant. This was Gu Chen's plan, to deal a massive blow to the final boss. Next, the Bloodline descendants continued to lead the way, and Gu Chen led everyone forward. The terrain on the second level of the dungeon was more complex than the first, with numerous winding paths. Even Gu Chen nearly got lost trying to find the main prison on the second level. Luckily, there was Su Xia. It wasn't that Su Xia knew the route well. He was also lost on the second level of the dungeon. But the good thing was he had a piece of black technology, something like a scanner, which he had invented. After scanning the map and the environment, he could generate a holographic map. The holographic map could show the current location and generate the optimal path, effectively avoiding getting lost in the complex terrain. Prepare to set off, a total of 10 kilometers, approximately 45 minutes. The black technology started navigation. This time was generated based on the average speed of level 14 professionals. There might be some error. But anyway, 10 kilometers is still a bit far, so next we need to speed up our journey. How about I have a summon unit carry you? Gu Chen asked Su Xia. With navigation in place, it's time to hit the road, and Su Xia, being an ordinary person without any profession, simply could not keep up with everyone's pace. No need. I can keep up. As she spoke, Su Xia took out a mechanical device from her space ring and skillfully donned it. The device was dark gray overall, accented with silver lines. Its design sturdy and smooth, fitting the human form perfectly. Shoulders, chest, and legs were covered in armor, equipped with a power system, and there was a support structure at the waist with cooling fins and antennas on the back. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan was stunned. Wow, old Su Yu, you're wearing a mech? No, this is battle armor, numbered Mark 1. Crack, crack, crack. Su Xia started to warm up, moving her joints and limbs, the battle armor emitting a series of mechanical noises. As she took a step, she resembled a nimble leopard, leaping nearly 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. To reduce weight, I specifically didn't load any weapon systems. My walking speed is much faster now. Let's go. We should reach the second-level main prison in about 45 minutes. Chapter 56, Beast Corpse's Queen. 80 bloodline descendants formed a sharp arrow formation in front, and Gu Chun and the others followed closely behind, entering rapid march mode. Along the way, many Beast Corps soldiers lined up in attack formation, charging towards them. Gu Chun didn't want to waste time here, so his method of dealing with these Beast Corps soldiers was very simple. When the Beast Corps soldiers charged, he let the Nightmare Master summon Nightmare Servants to entangle all the Beast Corps soldiers at the front. As a result, the following Beast Corps soldiers stumbled and fell over each other. By the time they regrouped to pursue, Gu Chun and the others had vanished from sight. From the entrance of the second-level dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest distance is 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's high-tech navigation, they might have wandered in this complex dungeon for many days. Because of the dungeon's complexity, many professionals, even with guides and maps, have to take a lot of detours inside. Moreover, the condition for the final boss to appear was that all ordinary foreign races must die, hence the Grave Dungeon's dungeon records have always been hard to break. 45 minutes later, Gu Chun and the others arrived outside the second-level main prison. After dealing with a team of soldiers drawn in, everyone entered the main prison. On the surface, the main prison looked no different from other places in the dungeon, but the internal space was much wider and filled with a strong cold aura. This should be it. Su Xia surveyed the surroundings and said, inside the second-level main prison, there is also an elite foreign race. That voodoo shaman has sewn together the corpses of the beast and the dwarven queen, successfully creating the Beast Corpse's Queen, combining power and intellect. Just as Su Xia was speaking, a gust of black wind swept around them. A low, growling roar echoed nearby, and a rough figure emerged from deep within the main prison. The Beast Corpse's Queen appeared, covered in dirty fur and colorful scales, her figure exaggerated, almost unrecognizable as human. Her form was even more grotesque than the Beast Corpse chieftain, resembling a monster stitched together from multiple beast and dwarven features. Foreign race. Beast Corpse's Queen, Elite. Level, LV.18. Health, 151,500. Attributes, Strength 210, Agility 197, Constitution 212, Spirit 190. Skill I, Frenzy Charge. Skill 2, Acidic Corruption. Skill 3, Beast Corpse's Frenzy. Skill 4, Summon Beast Corpses. An 18-level elite foreign race, with health exceeding 150,000, even more terrifying than the Dwarven Chieftain. This Beast Corpse's Queen seems a bit fierce. Gu Chun immediately ordered his summoned beast to launch an attack. The Blood Clan Lord's figure flickered, holding dual guns, charging forward, with a series of bullets pouring out like a torrential rain. Bang! 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 The Beast Corpse Queen was blasted with fist-sized blood holes all over her body. Ah! The Beast Corpse Queen cried out with a sharp, piercing scream from the pain. Then it spewed out a large cloud of dark purple smoke from its mouth. The smoke was highly toxic, and it dealt area damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Su Ran, and Su Xia were all enveloped by this poisonous mist, their health rapidly dropping. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others had followed Gu Chun through a hell-level dungeon, gaining enhancements to their attributes and earning decent equipment from treasure chests and first-time completion rewards. This greatly boosted their defenses, allowing them to block some of the damage. But Su Xia wasn't so lucky. Just being brushed by the black mist, he was left with only a sliver of health. The only reason he didn't die was that he immediately used an invincibility scroll. With only a sliver of health left, Su Xia's face turned pale, and he quickly took out a life recovery potion to heal himself, feeling grateful for his quick response earlier, or he would have been dead by now. Su Xia certainly didn't have just one life. As a core member of the Eternal Life group, he probably had items like a resurrection cross. But even if he had a resurrection item, it wasn't unlimited. there would be cooldown limits, and after using one, he couldn't use it again for a short time. Now they hadn't even finished half of the Bone Burial Dungeon Abyss. If he wasted a resurrection item here, how could they get through the later stages? You all retreat first, Gu Chun immediately said to the group. Almost as soon as his words fell, the mechanical sounds of movement echoed from the Mark I armor. In the next second, Su Xia took off running, without a trace of hesitation. At this moment, he realized that a place like the Abyss was truly not somewhere an ordinary person like him could step into. Previously, seeing Gu Chun rampage through the first level of the dungeon, even one-shotting the level 20 Dwarf King statue, he had subconsciously relaxed his guard. This led to Gu Chun easily wiping out the first wave of Beast Corpse warriors in the second level, causing him to develop a sense of disdain towards these Yiju. However, he now suddenly realized he was just an ordinary person. Any random Yiju in the Abyss could take his life, so what right did he have to look down on them? Perhaps because Su Xia had become too conspicuous after being badly injured, the Beast Corpse Queen erupted with a wave of black energy, her body shooting towards Su Xia like a cannonball. Furious charge. Su Xia was terrified, his heart racing. This was the Beast Corpse Queen's skill. If the Beast Corpse Queen hit him, it would definitely mean his death. He hurriedly took out a teleport scroll, barely escaping just as the Beast Corpse Queen rushed by, missing by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! Su Xia's figure appeared behind Gu Chun. At that moment, his legs were trembling, and his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped death once again. After brushing so close to death twice, Su Xia became obedient, huddling among Lin Yuan and the others, trembling in fear. At the same time, outside the main prison, a large group of Beast Corpse warriors charged in aggressively. Human, you dare to kill my kin, seeking death. Gu Chun didn't respond at all, directly unleashing his skill. Transposition. In the next second, the closest Blood Clan descendant to the Beast Corpse Queen suddenly transformed into a gigantic haunting golem. Since the haunting golem needed to be stationary to stack its talents, Gu Chun had left it somewhere earlier, and it had been stationary for 10 minutes. This meant the haunting golem's defenses and recovery had stacked 6 times. Dense black light burst forth from the towering golem, causing all the Yizu, including the Beast Corpse Queen, to shudder. Instantly, they were struck with extreme exhaustion and the Black Death Plague. Kill them all. Leave not a single one. Gu Chun said lightly. 4 ordinary professionals, the Beast Corpse Queen and the attacking Beast Corpse warriors were simply unstoppable. To leave a whole corpse in such a battle was already a great blessing. However, to Gu Chun, these alien races were no different from worthless creatures. All attributes reduced by half, damage received increased by 1 time, and life steadily declining under the plague state. What is there to fear from such aliens? Even elite aliens could be killed without mercy. The Blood Lord and the Nightmare Master immediately joined the battlefield. Bullets whistled, and black fog spread as the Beast Corpse warriors were cut down like leaks. In the Beast Corpse Queen's sinister eyes, a cold light flickered. Instead of leading the Beast Corpse warriors in a battle, it looked at the tall and powerful undead magic statue beside it. So it is a debuff type summon. Then I will kill you first. With a low shout, the Beast Corpse Queen directly used its skill and charged towards the undead magic statue. Chapter 57. Beast Corpse Warrior, Strong Control Skills. The Beast Corpse Queen was an elite alien at level 18. After it cast Frenzied Charge, it thought it would directly kill the level 14 undead magic statue. However, when the skill hit the undead magic statue, it only caused it to lose over 800 health points. The Beast Corpse Queen froze, staring at the pitiful damage, and confusion sparked in its brutal gaze for the first time. After the undead magic statue reached level 14, its health points were 32,600. Over 800 damage was almost negligible. Even at that moment of distraction, the health points just lost began to recover right beneath the Beast Corpse Queen's eyes. The Beast Corpse Queen was immediately dumbfounded, not knowing how to strike. Looking at the towering, undead magic statue before it, it had never felt such despair. On the second floor of the dungeon, the Beast Corpse warriors had gathered in dozens, almost forming an encirclement, but the Beast Corpse Queen felt a chill run down its spine. The Blood Lord and Nightmare Master had already plunged into the group of Beast Corpse warriors, and even the usually quiet Blood descendants joined the fray. The situation was clear. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. The Blood Lord frantically swept the area with gunfire, while the Nightmare Master picked off enemies from the periphery. 2 summoned beasts, 1 legendary and 1 epic, were simply beyond the reach of these ordinary aliens. Most of the Blood descendants had attributes equivalent to level 17 aliens, but they also possessed inherent bloodline abilities, giving them speed, strength, and recovery that exceeded the same level. Thus, the main prison resembled a large slaughterhouse at that moment. Seeing this scene, the Beast Corpse Queen was furious. With a roar, a circle of purplish-red blood light erupted from underfoot. Beams of blood light rapidly shot out, hitting the surrounding beast corpses. Those beast corpses roared in anger, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes, their bodies even inflating slightly. This is the Beast Corpse Queen's skill, Beast Corpse Frenzy, which can induce a frenzy state in all Beast Corpse warriors and grant them a 30% damage boost. Su Xiao reminded Gu Chun, standing behind Lin Qingqing's sturdy form, not daring to even peek out. A 30% damage boost is already quite precious for ordinary professionals. It could even turn the tide in some battles. However, giving a group of weaklings a 30% boost still leaves them as weaklings. It would not change anything at all. At most, it would just slow down their death a little. After about 3 minutes of battle, under the relentless storm of attacks from the summoned beasts, more than 40 Beast Corpse warriors lay dead in disarray on the ground. The Blood Lord, without pause, turned and charged towards the Beast Corpse Queen, who was still locked in a fierce struggle with the undead magic statue. The Beast Corpse Queen was the most rational existence on the second level of the dungeon, yet its performance was somewhat difficult to describe. If it can be said to be lacking in wisdom, it knew from the moment the war began that it had to kill the undead magic statue first. If it can be said to be wise, it spent the entire time scraping the undead magic statue, completely ignoring the frontline battlefield. It had a bit of wisdom, but not much. This was Gu Chen's evaluation of the Beast Corpse Queen. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the Beast Corpse Queen was covered in black, filthy blood, dying under the Blood Clan Lord's dual guns. Kill the Beast Corpse Queen, Elite LV.18. Experience plus 7,268. Loot obtained, Mirror Ring LV.15 Rare. Loot obtained, Destiny Talisman LV.15 Rare. Loot obtained, Strengthening Stone *10. Loot obtained, Life Recovery Potion *5. Level up, level, LV.15, 2212/162400. Strength, 467. Agility, 466. Constitution, 468. Spirit, 669. Summon Beast. Blood Clan Lord LV.15 Legend. Nightmare Ruler LV.15 Epic. Undead Magic Statue LV.15 Legend. Talent. Can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Another level up. Entering the first stage of the Abyss at level 11. Enjoying 5 people's worth of experience alone. This leveling speed is simply fantastic. Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar. The experience needed for the next level up had already skyrocketed to over 160,000, meaning the upcoming leveling speed would slow down. The Beast Corpse Queen dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a ring and a talisman. Mirror Ring. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.15. Class Restriction, Summoner. Attribute, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 100. Effect, Summon Beast can create 2 mirrors when used. The mirrors possess all talents and skills of the main body and have 80% of all attributes, taking 50% more damage. It turned out to be a piece of exclusive equipment for summoners. And its epic quality, this is quite rare. The mirrors taking 50% more damage means they won't last long, but that's only for ordinary summoned beasts. For the Blood Clan Lord, its recovery ability is extraordinarily strong. After all, it is a legendary summoned beast. Even if the mirror only has 80% of the main body's attributes, it is enough to offset this downside. This means 2 powerful assistants have effectively emerged. Thus, Gu Chen equipped the mirror ring on the Blood Clan Lord. Then, he looked at the second piece of equipment. Destiny Talisman. Quality Rare. Level, LV.15. Class Restriction None. Attribute, Constitution plus 60. Effect, binds 1 friendly unit. When health drops below 30%, damage taken is borne by the friendly unit. This is a life-preserving artifact. Without a second thought, Gu Chen directly equipped the Destiny Talisman and bound it to the Blood Clan Lord. The Blood Clan Lord's health growth was already quite high. After the first Bloodline Awakening, its talent gained a boost, allowing it to gain 10 health limit for each enemy defeat. With the 2 effects combined, its health increased terrifyingly fast, even surpassing the undead magic statue, which was also legendary, by over 30,000 health. After a simple rest, the descendants of the Blood Clan continued to forge ahead, and the group found the entrance to the 3rd level of the dungeon in the secret chamber behind the main prison on the 2nd level. Compared to the 1st and 2nd levels of the dungeon, the 3rd level seemed less complex. Walking down the stone steps led to a wide passage that extended into darkness. Just halfway through, deep in the darkness, a low growl could be heard. Immediately after, 15 sturdy figures stepped forward with heavy footsteps. Leading the way were 3 beast corpses wielding huge hammers, their bodies stitched with animal skin and human skin, and their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty glow like wild beasts. Other tribe, Beast Corpse Warlord. Level: LV.19. Health: 75,200. Attributes: Strength 198, Agility 183, Constitution 192, Spirit 185. Skill I: Bone Crushing Strike. Skill 2: Heavy Hammer Stomp. The 19th level Beast Corpse Warlord is a more advanced experimental subject compared to the Beast Corpse Soldier. According to the strategy guide, its two skills are single target burst and single target control. Beast Corpse Warlords are powerful. Normally, they form teams of 5, meaning a team of Beast Corpse Warlords can unleash at least 5 control skills. For the usual ranks of professionals, this was simply a disaster. With one careless move, they could be controlled to death. As Gu Chun stepped into the 3rd level of the dungeon, he immediately encountered 3 teams of Beast Corpse warriors. This luck was simply the worst. Why are there suddenly 3 teams? Su Xia's face turned pale for a moment. 3 teams, 15 Beast Corpse warriors, represented 15 control skills. This also meant being strongly controlled for 15 seconds in a nightmare-level abyss. Su Xia shivered. Just thinking about it made her back feel cold. Chapter 58. The situation takes a turn for elite alien races. Gu Chun certainly knew that the Beast Corpse warriors had powerful control skills, so he did not let the Vampire Lord and Nightmare Monarch charge in first. Vampire Descendants, surround and attack the Beast Corpse warriors. With this order, 80 Vampire Descendants did not hesitate at all, attacking the 3 teams of Beast Corpse warriors. The charge of the Vampire Descendants was in fact just to bait the skills. Aren't you strong at controlling? Strong control for 15 seconds? Come on, 80 Vampire Descendants, control however you want, do what you like. The scene became chaotic, very tense. Level 19 Beast Corpse warriors were not weak at all, but killing the Vampire Descendants was not easy either. In the end, it was still the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Monarch working together that completely suppressed the chaos. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3080. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3060. Kill Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3090. Just as these Beast Corpse warriors were almost all dead or injured, there was a loud bang, and 2 squat figures covered in grotesque scars emerged from the darkness. They were dwarves, one holding a black heavy hammer, and the other a black giant axe. If one ignored the centipede-like stitches on their skin, they were the most human-like dwarves Gu Chun had seen since entering the Buried Bone dungeon. However, in the next second, Gu Chun's eyelids suddenly jumped. He saw these 2 dwarves gradually walking out of the darkness, with orc heads sporting green faces and sharp fangs. Beast heads and human bodies. Alien race. Beast Corpse Commander, Belit. Level: LV.20. Health: 185,200. Attributes: Strength 368, Agility 293, Constitution 372, Spirit 295. Skill I: Bone Crushing Strike. Skill 2: Summon Beast Corpses. Elite alien races, and 2 appeared at once. With their arrival, swarms of Beast Corpse soldiers surged in from all directions, rushing madly toward Gu Chun's position. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly, and a series of dull sounds came from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse commander, 2 massive, muscle-bound grotesque giants slowly walked out. Their skin was dark green, covered in veins, looking like twisted roots winding on the surface. In their murky eyes flashed fierce light, massive jaws full of jagged sharp teeth, with yellowish goo dripping from the corners of their mouths, giving off a pungent stench. Alien race. Beast Corpse Aberration, Belit. Level: LV.20. Health: 236,600. Attributes: Strength 378, Agility 223, Constitution 392, Spirit 205. Skill I: Limb Grasp. Skill 2: Blight Virus Fog. Skill 3: Frenzy. Another 2 elite aliens. Gu Chun's brows furrowed slightly. Now, with the 2 beast-headed human dwarves, there were already 4 elite aliens on the field. But fortunately, the health of the Beast Corpse commander was relatively low. Apart from the monster gathering skill, it only had a single target attack skill. Compared to the 2 Beast Corpse aberrations that appeared behind, the Beast Corpse commander was relatively weak. Facing 4 elite aliens, Gu Chun did not hesitate at all. He activated the Shift Swap skill, switching with the undead golem that was stacking statuses at the entrance of the 3rd level. With a surge of black light spreading across the battlefield, many alien races, including the Beast Corpse Commander and Beast Corpse aberrations, were suddenly afflicted with negative states. Vampire Descendants. Go kill the Beast Corpse soldiers. Vampire Lord. Activate the mirror image, and with the Nightmare Monarch, kill the elite aliens. Gu Chun immediately issued an order. He had not taken over the previous battles because the summoned beasts were powerful enough to crush the alien race. But now, at the final stage of the burial ground dungeon, the difficulty was clearly increasing. The descendants of the Blood Clan, following Gu Chen's command, fixated on the Beast Corpse warriors constantly charging from the battlefield's perimeter, and rushed forward to launch an attack without hesitation. A blood light shone on the ring of the Blood Clan Lord, and two mirror images instantly appeared on both sides of him. It couldn't be said they resembled him. They were exactly identical. Swish! The Nightmare Sovereign's figure flashed and appeared behind a Beast Corpse mutant, as shadows of the nightmares instantly wrapped around its huge body. Roar! The Beast Corpse mutant let out an angry roar, releasing large amounts of green mist around it. Plague Virus Mist. Similar to the Necromancer's skill Black Death Plague, it could cause continuous bleeding damage through a virus. However, this green mist virus was completely ineffective against the Nightmare Sovereign, as it was a conscious energy entity, not a biological being. Viruses could not harm it at all. It was like how the Dwarf King statue was immune to the damage of Black Death Plague. That's the way it was. As the green mist spread, the black mist also followed suit. The Nightmare Sovereign was itself a magical assassin-type summoned beast. After 10 Nightmare Servants entangled around it, it immediately initiated its skill. Sensing a strong crisis approaching, the Beast Corpse mutant let out a roar and immediately tried to dodge to the side, attempting to shake off the attack of the black mist. However, at this moment, it found its body was entangled by shadows, unable to escape at all. Phantom Instant Kill. Activation. In an instant, dense black mist invaded the Beast Corpse mutant, erupting with powerful damage under the debuff effect, instantly draining all its health. Kill Beast Corpse mutant Elite LV.20. Experience plus 9,312. Loot obtained. Damage Gauntlet Rare LV.20. Loot obtained. Teleportation Scroll Rare. Loot obtained. Life Recovery Potion *3. At the same time, witnessing the death of its kind, another Beast Corpse mutant suddenly let out an angry roar, its body suddenly swelling up. Frenzy. It dropped to all fours, with thick beast fur sprouting from its body, and sharp claws growing from its limbs, resembling a beast driven mad, entering a frenzied state. Just then, a deafening gunshot exploded. The Blood Clan Lord appeared like a ghost in front of the frenzied Beast Corpse mutant, bullets pouring down like a steel torrent, blasting open one blood hole after another on that massive body. The other two Beast Corpse commanders were not doing well either, being forced back repeatedly by the images of the Blood Clan Lord. Though the mirror images only had 80% of the original's attributes, 80% of a legendary summon beast was still legendary. Just when the Beast Corpse forces were being utterly defeated, dark green energy suddenly surged from the shadows. That energy flowed into the bodies of the three elite aliens, instantly restoring their lost state completely. At the same time, a dense poisonous mist swept in from the dark, rapidly spreading out, directly causing the two mirror images to lose health wildly. Next, a purple energy shot out from the darkness, instantly landing on the corpse of the Beast Corpse mutant on the ground. Roar! The Beast Corpse mutant suddenly opened its murky eyes, its blood and flesh corroded by the sudden poisonous mist, its massive body covered in rotting flesh and white bones, looking no different from a zombie. In the next second, that giant body, resembling a zombie, stood up directly, alive. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched as he looked at the beast corpse that resembled a zombie. Alien. Beast Corpse Mutant Elite. Level. LV.20. Health. Attributes. Skills. Another elite alien? Beast Corpse Mutant, apart from its name and level. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 59. All attributes are question marks, terrifying indeed. Reborn from death, the Beast Corpse mutation body has become the Beast Corpse mutated body. A level 20 elite alien. Health points, 4-dimensional attributes, and skills are all invisible. There are probably 3 possibilities for invisible attributes. 1 is shielded, 2 is the opponent's level is too high, 3 is that there are no values. The Beast Corpse mutated body is clearly the third situation. After all, it is just a revived corpse, so naturally it has no health points and attributes. From another angle, this can also be considered an invincible state. What the hell? What's the difference between this and invincibility? Lin Yuan's eyelids jumped, looking at the zombie-like figure, felt a surge of numbness on his scalp. How do we fight? There are no values. Even if Gu Chen's summoned beast has explosive damage, it probably can't defeat it, right? Lin Qingqing and Su Rant's faces turned slightly pale. Every death of an elite alien will be transformed into a Beast Corpse mutation body by the voodoo shaman. It can exist for 1 minute. They cannot be killed, but when the time is up, they will die directly. Su Xia shouted from the side. After being resurrected, the zombie-like Beast Corpse mutated body let out a frenzied roar, launching a crazed attack at the Nightmare Ruler. Suddenly, A limb grew under its rib, and it fiercely reached for the Nightmare Ruler. If this were an ordinary summoned beast, once grabbed, it would be immediately entangled by the beast corpse's mutated body. However, the Nightmare Ruler had no shitty at all. The sharp limb easily pierced through the black mist on the Nightmare Ruler, and with a violent pull, it grasped at nothing. The beast corpse's mutated body seemed not to realize this. Or rather, it had no reason whatsoever in its resurrected state, continuing to attack the Nightmare Ruler recklessly. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight had reached a heated phase, and the three elite aliens had already become severely injured. Suddenly, three blood-colored vortexes erupted around the three Blood Lords, and raging energy surged out like angry dragons charging toward the three already battered elite aliens. Crimson Feast. Boom, boom, boom. Three loud bangs, the three elite aliens were hit by the skill, and their health points suddenly dropped sharply. Immediately after, the second damage effect of Crimson Feast was triggered, with an additional damage of over 20,000 based on 30% of the Blood Lord's maximum health value. In an instant, all three elite aliens died. Just as the three corpses fell, three purple energies flew out from the darkness and landed on the three corpses. Then, just like before, the three elite aliens instantly rose like zombies, standing up from the ground. Beast Corpse Mutated Body. Level 20. No health points, no four-dimensional attributes, and no skill information. Swish! A Beast Corpse Mutated Body extended its limb, piercing towards the nearest Blood Lord with unbelievable speed. But the Blood Lord is a legendary unit, possessing super strong awareness and reaction. Its figure flashed, barely dodging the attack of that limb. However, another mirror image was a fraction slower and was instantly hit by the limb of the Beast Corpse Mutated Body. The Blood Lord was made of flesh and blood, and so was its mirror image. Thus, this limb's piercing caused real damage, immediately creating a bloody hole on the mirror image. Then, the limb violently pulled, bringing the mirror image in front of the Beast Corpse Mutated Body. Deep purple toxic mist erupted from its body, directly corroding the mirror image into stark white bones. Crack! A pile of bones shattered on the ground. The mirror image didn't even have time to resist, and died instantly. Witnessing this scene, Guchen suddenly felt his eyelids jump. This damage? Are you kidding me? Even if the mirror image was slightly weaker, it still had 80% of the Blood Lord's full attributes. In an instant, it was transformed into dry bones by the Beast Corpse mutant. All four-dimensional attributes were question marks. Truly terrifying. Mirror Death. That Beast Corpse mutant didn't go to kill another Mirror or the Blood Clan Lord, nor did it aim at the Nightmare Master. Instead, it rushed straight toward the Skeletal Mage, moving at incredible speed. No way. With such a terrifying attribute, even the Skeletal Mage, which has already stacked 10 times defense, probably can't withstand it. In a still state, the Skeletal Mage can stack defense and recovery with a maximum of 10 times. But even so, Gu Chun did not dare to let the Skeletal Mage take risks lightly. If this summoned beast died, it would be like losing a trump card in his hand. His complexion slightly changed, and he quickly activated a skill. Swap position. In an instant, the Skeletal Mage swapped positions with the outermost Blood Clan descendant. And the swapped Blood Clan descendant, as soon as it appeared, was smashed into a puddle of blood missed by the Beast Corpse mutant. What the hell? That was a level 21 Blood Clan descendant, and it just got smashed to death like that? Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. This is just a nightmare level. How terrifying would it be if it were hell level? Lin Qingqing's voice trembled slightly. We must buy time. The Beast Corpse mutant can only exist for 1 minute. As long as we delay long enough, we can end it. Su Xiao frowned. 1 minute? It sounds short, but with the speed of the Beast Corpse mutant, it's enough to kill us several times. Su Rant's eyes trembled slightly. After smashing a Blood Clan descendant, the Beast Corpse mutant did not stop, continuing to charge toward the position of the Skeletal Mage. The Blood Clan descendants and Beast Corpse warriors it collided with along the way all turned into a mist of blood scattered everywhere. No reason, indiscriminate attacks. When it gets ruthless, it even kills its own kind. At the same time, another mirror could not withstand the onslaught of the Beast Corpse mutant, being beaten into a pile of minced meat. Guchen didn't dare to be careless at all. Facing these elite extraterrestrial beings with all attributes as question marks, he immediately summoned back the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Master. Then, he activated the swap position skill again, switching a nearby Blood Clan descendant with the Skeletal Mage, bringing it right beside him. Subsequently, all the Blood Clan descendants on the battlefield quickly gathered toward this side, surrounding Gu Chun and the three summoned beasts like stars surrounding the moon. All summoned units gathered around? What is he trying to do? Su Xiao's face showed obvious confusion. Old Gu, are you crazy? Aren't you just letting all the beast corpses encircle you? Lin Yuan shouted in a panic. Stop whining. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan. Right, the great god must have a plan. It can't be as simple as we think. Su Ran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoned units, originally scattered across the battlefield, were all converging around Gu Chun, making it look like they were being besieged. And this change caused all the Beast Corps warriors to turn their spears and charge toward the inside. The 4 elite extraterrestrial beings did not hesitate either, turning around and rushing madly with roars, aiming straight at Gu Chun and the 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, Gu Chun casually snapped his fingers. Snap! With a soft sound, the Nightmare Master's surrounding dark mist surged, constructing a deep dream around his current position. In an instant, the 4 charging Beast Corps mutants and dozens of surrounding Beast Corps warriors fell into the deep dream. The dream energy was like an invisible swamp, rapidly decreasing their speed, and their health plummeted. Chapter 60, Sacrificial Set, 5-fold Damage Multiplier. The sustained damage caused by the deep dream made all the Beast Corps' health continuously decrease. The Beast Corps warriors moved sluggishly, as if trapped in a quagmire, being tossed around by the dream energy. Only the 4 Beast Corps mutants were surrounded by purple-black energy. Free from the interference of dreams, I charged towards the direction of Gu Chun and the summoned beast. Can't suppress it? Gu Chun frowned slightly. This was the first time encountering a foreign race that would not be disturbed by deep dreams. The Beast Corps mutant could only exist for 1 minute, although very short, it felt extremely long in a life-and-death battle. Fortunately, after the last Bloodline Awakening, the Deep Dream received another enhancement, not only improving damage but also adding controllability. These Beast Corps warriors first had all attributes halved, and now they were under attack by Dream Energy, their health rapidly decreasing. In just 2 breaths, many had already died. As the Beast Corps warriors died, the Beast Corps mutants charging towards Gu Chun and the summoned beasts suddenly froze, all standing there in a daze. In the Deep Dream, for every target that died, all targets would suffer a 1-second dizziness. Gu Chun and the Blood Clan were also in the Deep Dream, but they were not the targets of the Nightmare Ruler, so they wouldn't be affected by the dizziness. Next, the 4 Beast Corps mutants, affected by the dizziness, moved as if the scene was lagging, moving and stopping, their movements slow as a turtle. This way, the Beast Corps mutants were temporarily controlled. From all directions, Beast Corps warriors and Beast Corps generals continued to charge in, like moths to a flame entering the Deep Dream, estimating there were at least 80 to 90 of them. Every target's death would cause 1 second of dizziness for everyone. Following this trend, it was completely possible to control the 4 Beast Corps mutants until death. At the same time, a large black fog suddenly spread in the Deep Dream, and countless death tentacles appeared out of nowhere, striking fiercely at all Beast Corps warriors. This is the effect of the Fallen Orb. Whenever the skill hits a target, a death tentacle is generated beside the target. Death tentacles only exist for 2 seconds, dealing 6,000 damage. But with so many Beast Corpses, the damage adds up. Dealing 6,000 damage to 1 Beast Corpse translates to 480,000 damage to 80 Beast Corpses. Dealing 480,000 damage within 2 seconds is indeed explosive. With no threat from the Beast Corps mutants, Gu Chun no longer restrained the Blood Clan Lord and the remaining mirror image. Go, kill them all! Whether Beast Corps warriors or Beast Corps generals, under the weakening effects, they became live targets. This was an opportunity rarely seen. Both of them led the Blood Clan descendants to slaughter the Beast Corps warriors, and under the negative effects and the influence of Deep Dream, the scene had turned into a one-sided massacre. Killed Beast Corps warrior LV.17. Experience plus, 2,199. Killed Beast Corps warrior LV.17. Experience plus, 2,250. Killed Beast Corps general LV.19. Experience plus, 3,080. Killed Beast Corps warrior LV.17. Experience plus, 2,120. Except for the Bone Magic statue, the Blood Clan Lord and the Nightmare Ruler had entered harvest mode, crazily slaughtering all the foreign races present. The preset on Gu Chun shone with a bright red glow. Preset effect activated. Set effect. Perform a sacrifice ritual on the target unit. The sacrificer will gain a damage multiplier of the number of sacrifices *10% for a period of time. Without hesitation, Gu Chun conferred the set effect to the Blood Clan Lord. As for the sacrificers, they were naturally the Blood Clan descendants present. Out of 80 Blood Clan descendants, he sacrificed 50 in one go. 50 brilliant lights quickly surged into the body of the Blood Clan Lord, who suddenly swelled, blasting forth scarlet blood flames that burned fiercely around him. Damage increased 5-fold. The Blood Clan Lord pushed off the ground, transforming into a blood-red phantom that charged out of the Deep Dream. launching a storm of attacks on the beast corpses approaching from the outside. On the dual guns, scarlet blood flames spewed forth, blood-bright bullets shot out continuously, hitting the beast corpses right in the head without fail. Bang! 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 One by one, the ferocious beast corpses were blasted in the head as they approached, turning into headless bodies that collapsed to the ground. Normal attack. No skills were used at all. Just normal attacks. Sacrifice state. Damage surged by 5 times. Output exploded. No beast corpse was a one-shot problem. If there was, it was 2 shots. The beast corpses swarming like mud sculptures, one after another, fell down. Hiss! The onlookers, Lin Yuan and others, couldn't help but gasp, making a huge contribution to global warming. Although they were already used to the fact that Gu Chen's summoned beasts would unleash tremendous damage, they didn't expect it to be this outrageous. Level 17 Beast Corps warriors falling with 1 shot was already abnormal. But the level 19 Beast Corps generals also fell with 1 shot? What's going on? Did the abyssal aliens collectively send themselves to their deaths? Gaga, chaotic slaughter. So-sang, sang-sila. Lin Yuan trembled with excitement. Gu Chun was responsible for the chaotic slaughter, and he was responsible for yelling, wow, wow, wow. Of the 4, the most out of control was Su Xia. After all, he understood the burial dungeon the best, and seeing the terrifying killing power of the vampire lord, his shock had reached an unparalleled level. The worldview had collapsed. Level 15 summoned beasts, using only normal attacks, could kill nightmare-level Abyss Beast Corps warriors and generals. If he said this, people would definitely think he was a madman and lock him up in a mental hospital. But this is the truth. One by one, the beast corpses fell, and Gu Chun controlled the entire field, with experience soaring steadily. Soon 1 minute passed. In the deep dream, for beast corpse mutants fell to the ground one after another, completely losing their signs of life. Experience and loot had already been collected when the beast corpse mutants were killed. The 4 elite aliens directly contributed 36,000 experience and 6 pieces of equipment, feeling great. The situation was settled, and there were no more beast corpses rushing in. When the last beast corpse in the field was killed, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly echoed through the darkness. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and the others immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chun had an excited expression on his face. This scream had finally triggered the appearance condition for the final boss. A howling wind suddenly sounded in the dungeon, like the wailing of vengeful spirits echoing in the ears. Lin Yuan and the others, along with the remaining 30 vampire descendants, trembled, instantly being frozen in place by a powerful force. This was a mental attack. Gu Chun also felt dizzy, but he was not frozen because his total attributes had surpassed 1,000, and his spirit attribute was the highest among the 4. Finally he appeared. Gu Chun squinted his eyes, his gaze focused on the strange figure faintly visible in the depths of the darkness. Level 1 Abyss, Burial Dungeon, Nightmare Level, S Final Boss, Voodoo Shaman. Chapter 61. Don't misunderstand, I just want to kill you. The Voodoo Shaman had appeared. From entering the Abyss until now, more than 4 hours had passed, and Gu Chun showed a satisfied expression. This time, the record-breaking reward was surely secure. Next, all they needed to do was kill the Voodoo Shaman to successfully clear the nightmare-level abyss. The dungeon's eerie wind seemed to weaken a little, and the piercing wails of vengeful spirits gradually faded away. Accompanied by footsteps, a figure dressed in dark beast fur walked out of the darkness. The figure wore decorations carved from withered bones and had a gas mask on, hiding its true face. In its hand was a grotesque staff, with a crystal embedded at the top, flickering with strange light. Alien. Voodoo Shaman Boss. Level. LV.20. Health. 283,100. Attributes. Strength 330, Agility 310, Stamina 290, Spirit 360. Skill I. Pure Light Shield. Skill 2. Death Thunderstorm. Skill 3. Corrosive Poison. The Voodoo Shaman walked forward, the black windows of its mask reflecting the beast corpses scattered across the ground. The mask turned toward Gu Chun and the others, and a low, hoarse laugh came from inside the mask. To think you could kill all the test subjects, do you also want to obtain the power that transcends death? The creepy laughter was filled with cold and evil intent. The Voodoo Shaman resembled a fanatical scientific pioneer, obsessed with bizarre biological experiments, like sewing together dwarf corpses with beast tribe bodies or transforming orc corpses into abominations. In short, his goal was to turn dead bodies into monsters, which, in his eyes, represented a power beyond death. Gu Chun, however, couldn't care less. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. Level 20 boss, this was the strongest alien race he had faced so far. If a group of other level 15 professionals came, they would absolutely die in droves. The mortality rate in the burial dungeon is among the highest in the First Order Abyss. It is certainly not a joke. However, compared to the 5 times damage Bloodlord, that was an entirely different story. Kill me? Human, do you know what you are saying? The voodoo shaman snorted coldly, and suddenly his body swelled up, bursting the beast's skin coat, revealing a towering frame covered in dark green and black, radiating an explosive power. His body was covered in dense stitching scars, looking like a corpse riddled with holes. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of huge bony wings spread out from his back, like the scythe of death, covered in jagged protrusions and sharp bone spurs, as if they could tear everything apart. Roar! The undead golem let out a low growl, thick black light bursting forth from its surface, like 2 black meteors flying towards the voodoo shaman. Exhausted, Black Death Plague, whether they were elites or bosses, as long as these 2 statuses were applied, they would lose at least half their health first. The voodoo shaman raised his hand directly, and the crystal on his staff erupted with dazzling light, forming a barrier in front of him, trying to block these 2 skills. Pure Light Shield. This was a defensive skill that could negate skill damage. But unfortunately, all the skills of the undead golem were immune to it. 2 beams of black light pierced through the shield like meteors, instantly striking the voodoo shaman. The next second, the debuff took effect. The voodoo shaman's momentum halted, his attributes halved, taking double damage, and began to continuously lose health under the plague status. Sensing the change occurring within him, the voodoo shaman instantly exploded in rage, letting out a furious roar as several bolts of black lightning coalesced around him. Death Thunderstorm. The Blood Lord immediately stepped forward, not dodging, but charging straight ahead. The black lightning erupted with astonishing might, accompanied by booming sounds, striking down on the Blood Lord. If the skill had been used earlier, it could have completely annihilated a level 15 alien. However, now, the Blood Lord's health only dropped by a quarter. The voodoo shaman paused slightly, seemingly not expecting his damage to be so low. But he didn't mind too much. After all, his current state was poor, so it's understandable that a casual skill wouldn't deal much damage. Then, a strong black light erupted from his body, pointing towards the Blood Lord, as a vast expanse of purple-black toxic mist rushed towards him. Corrosive poison. Like the beast corpse aberration from before, it also dealt toxic damage. But the toxic mist cast by the voodoo shaman was at least 10 times stronger, almost solidifying, like a storm of poison crashing toward him. The moment the Blood Lord touched the toxic mist, his health plummeted, and he immediately flew backward, aiming both guns at the voodoo shaman and pulling the trigger. Deadly shot. Silver bullets wrapped in blood flames instantly pierced through the toxic mist, shattered the barrier, and struck the voodoo shaman's body. Bang! 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 At the same time, 6 death tentacles rapidly materialized around him. The voodoo shaman's massive body trembled. Beaten back continuously, his health was dropping at a visible speed. How is this possible? Inside the mask's eye window, the voodoo shaman's eyes widened in horror, as if experiencing the apocalypse. A level 15 summon beast just casually used a skill to take away his 150,000 health. How can there be such terrifying damage? You have to understand, he is a boss. Not only does he have health bonuses, but also attack and defense bonuses. How could he become so weak? The corpse magic figure is simply a monster-slaying weapon. Seeing this damage, Gu Chen's heart bloomed with joy. Even though the damage of the Blood Clan Lord increased 5-fold, it was still not enough to deal such high damage alone against the voodoo shaman. After all, it is a level 20 Abyss boss. The defense bonus is no trivial matter. The reason for such explosive damage is mainly due to the position of the voodoo shaman, which was less than 10 meters away from the corpse magic figure. Unstoppable. When the corpse magic figure is stationary, its defense increases by 1% per second, and its recovery increases by 1% per second. Targets within 10 meters of the corpse magic figure receive 100% increased negative effects. This means that, due to the positioning problem, the voodoo shaman just took 200% of the damage. A mere 2 times damage is just small potatoes for an Abyss boss. But don't forget, the Blood Clan Lord is still in sacrifice state, with a 5-fold damage multiplier. As a result, that seemingly ordinary skill dealt 10 times the damage to the voodoo shaman. 10 times? Fortunately, the voodoo shaman is an Abyss boss with high defense bonuses. If it were any other level 20 alien, it would have died many times by now. Why? You're only level 15. How can you have such terrifying damage? The voodoo shaman howled in pain, its body severely damaged by bullets. Even the bone wings behind it were partially broken. The scales of victory had already tipped. But the Blood Clan Lord did not hesitate. So what if it's an Abyss boss? If one skill doesn't kill it, then 2 will. Crimson Feast. A surge of blood flames spiraled out, like an end-of-the-world storm, carrying horrific power and charging straight at the voodoo shaman. This was the Blood Clan Lord's strongest strike, utterly unavoidable. Boom! The blood flames transformed into a torrential storm, blasting the voodoo shaman into a state of disarray, instantly reducing it to critical health. Then, the additional damage triggered. A glaring, blood-red light suddenly erupted from the voodoo shaman. A massive damage explosion occurred, causing damage to overflow. The voodoo shaman let out a painful scream, struggling madly in the blood flame storm, and its health bar was completely emptied. Chapter 62. Hurry, this king is going to meet Chen Air now. Lin City, City Hall. In the city lord's office, Su Lai stood beside the desk, trembling in fear. Since he received the information that Gu Chun had entered the abyss, he knew that Gu Qingfeng would definitely come to find him. He just didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. Normally, when a professional enters a dungeon or the abyss, the professional trading platform would not pay much attention and would never push notifications like this time about Gu Chun entering the burial ground dungeon to all professionals. But why did so many professionals receive the news of Gu Chun entering the burial ground dungeon? Don't ask, just know that he paid for it. The professional trading platform has promotional packages. By paying 100,000, one can push a single message to all professionals in the Northern Territory. The message is limited to 30 characters, not counting punctuation, and can only be pushed once. In fact, this package is not favorable at all, but Gu Chun bought it, and his purpose was to slap the Leaf family in the face. He just didn't expect that the Lin City Leaf family was completely erased by Gu Qingfeng's one sentence. Your Majesty, this lowly one really didn't expect that young Master Gu Chun would mistakenly enter a first-tier abyss. The small man is guilty and deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Su Lai's voice trembled slightly. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Lai was just a lord of a small border town, while Gu Qingfeng was the king of the northern borders. A casual word from the king could determine Su Lai's career and life. Such a vast disparity made Su Lai feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knew why Gu Chun entered the bone-buried dungeon. After all, he was just a level 10 player. From the outside perspective, this behavior could only be explained by one reason: venting anger, using death to make a statement. But why did he want to make a statement through death? Was it merely because he was being hunted by the Leaf family? No, that was hardly enough reason. Being hunted, then making a statement through death? The only outcome would be to make rivals take less of a detour. Therefore, this explanation simply did not hold ground. Next, a good Samaritan sorted through the situation and pinpointed a crucial detail, helping the public understand why Gu Chun killed the heir of the Leaf family in Ling City. The key was that Gu Chun had cleared the temple ruins, hell level, and received an SSS rating. This significant news was surprisingly suppressed by the Leaf family. Even the Lord's office had not issued a notice about the hell level dungeon being cleared. What was even more outrageous was that to this day, many locals in Ling City still did not know that the hell level of the temple ruins had been cleared. It was important to know that if this happened in another city, a player earning an SSS rating in a beginner dungeon would prompt the municipal office to issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon's notification. Then, an announcement would follow from the district the player belonged to. Afterward, the school of the player would also make an announcement. Then, several important officials, led by the Lord, would head to the dungeon square to photograph with the genius and publicly secure the offer for special admission. After all, it was a chance for recognition. Normally, no one would keep it hidden. But Ling City's handling of this matter was very abnormal. It forced people to suspect that there was some shady deal behind it. Soon, someone revealed the inner details. This person was none other than the eyewitness who saw Gu Chun kill the heir of the Li family, Li Wenhui. The head of the family, Li Xiao, hurried to communicate with the municipal office to delay the admission process for a few days so that Li Ranjie could secure a spot at the capital university. And these few days were the Li family's operational ground. As long as Gu Chun helped Li Ranjie achieve an SSS rating, the admission spot could rightfully go to Li Ranjie. Faced with Li Ranjie's threats and temptations, Gu Chun did not yield, but directly killed Li Ranjie. This spirit of resisting power is worthy of our youth's emulation. I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me? I don't want to die, boo-hoo. In order to avoid being killed by the king's guards, Li Wenhui confessed everything he knew without a single lie. Out of mercy, the butler Gu he spared him, leaving him with a complete corpse. Gu Qingfeng searched the wilderness for a whole morning and only found out about Gu Chun entering the abyss after returning to the city. With nowhere to vent his anger, Gu Qingfeng went to Ling City's municipal office. His face darkened as he entered the Lord's office. Gu Qingfeng looked at Su Lai, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Ling City, you've managed it well. In just a few words, Su Lai felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Though he was the Lord of Ling City, everything ultimately depended on Gu Qingfeng's words. Because this man was the king of the northern borders, the one true king of the 7 cities in the north. and he was his master. But the master's son had gotten into trouble in his territory. Not only was he hunted into the wilderness by the Leaf family, but more importantly, the special admission spot was snatched away from him. Now the person was already in the abyss. A newly promoted level 10 professional. Why would he enter the first-tier abyss burial dungeon? There's no need to think. It's clear he was forced in by pursuers. With no way out. At the thought of this, Su Lai trembled in his heart. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I swear here that I will eliminate all professionals who are chasing after the young master. Please spare my life. Gu Qingfeng was about to speak when suddenly there was a hurried sound of footsteps at the office door. Your Majesty, good news. Young Master Gu Chun has successfully cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He has come out alive from the burial dungeon. Butler Gu He's voice came from outside the door, and with him was Qin Yun, who looked a bit unnatural at this moment. What? Is this true? Gu Qingfeng quickly turned around, disbelief written all over his face. Chinner really came out from the burial dungeon? Your Majesty, how would I dare joke with you at this moment? Please take a look. Gui said no more and directly turned on the television in the Lord's office. A huge message appeared on the screen. Lin City SSS-level professional Gu Chun leads a team of professionals to successfully clear the first-tier Abyss Burial Dungeon, Nightmare Level. Successfully cleared. Nightmare Level Burial Dungeon. Great! No wonder he is my Gu Qingfeng's son. The gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face vanished. An intense joy burst forth in his eyes. Not only did Gu Qin survive, but he also cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss. This achievement would overshadow many heroes in Gubei City. To put it bluntly, over the years, he had invested hundreds of billions of resources in his second son, Gu Ci. Yet even so, Gu Ci didn't dare enter the first-tier abyss at level 10, let alone successfully clear the first-tier abyss like Gu Chun and come out unscathed. Thinking of this, an undisguised excitement appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. Quickly, raise the floating battleship, head to the burial dungeon. I want to see Chinner right now. Chapter 63. There is nothing wrong with suppressive education. Hearing that Gu Chun had cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon made Gu Qingfeng's heart anxious. In his life, he had never wanted to see his son as much as he did now. After returning from the wilderness, he specifically went to Gu Chen's school and talked to the homeroom teacher Jiang Songhua to understand Gu Chen's daily life, realizing that his son had been through a lot of grievances. Especially after learning the reason why Gu Chun killed Li Renjie, Gu Qingfeng felt an immense regret in his heart. If he had understood his son's situation earlier, Gu Chun would not have been forced into the wilderness out of desperation. The Li family in Lin City would have never dared to bully his son, even if he just openly acknowledged Gu Chen's identity. Who in the entire Northern Territory would dare to touch Gu Qingfeng's son? But he didn't. His inaction led Gu Chun to endure so many hardships since childhood. Now that Gu Chun not only survived, but also successfully cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon, it was truly a miracle. Gu Qingfeng could not wait to see Gu Chun. He had already made up his mind to double the compensation for everything his son missed out on over the years. But just then, Qin Yun suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, don't rush. We can't go over there yet. Gu Qingfeng turned to look at Qin Yun, his expression suddenly turning cold. What? Do you not want me to bring Chinner back? No, Your Majesty. That's not what I mean. Right now, Chinner has just come out from the abyss. He must be planning to return to Lin City. If we go out of the city to find him now, it's likely we'll return empty-handed. And we don't even know if his anger has subsided. If we approach Chinner and he doesn't want to see us, wouldn't that be a joke? Your Majesty, think about it. Chinner would rather be hunted by the Leaf family in Lin City, fleeing into the wilderness, unwilling to reveal his identity, in my opinion. He still harbors some resentment. Gu Qingfeng's face slightly changed. The reason his son was being hunted by the Leaf family of Lin City was mainly because he hadn't revealed Gu Chen's identity to the public. He was responsible for that. But if we look at it from another angle, if he hadn't made it public, would Gu Chen have revealed his own identity? If Gu Chen had revealed his background, even if the Li family didn't believe him, they definitely wouldn't have dared to act rashly. Upon thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng's expression slightly darkened. Madam, what do you think should be done? Qin Yun spoke with ill intentions. Your Majesty, Chinner successfully passed the grave dungeon, which is a great achievement. In my opinion, we should hold a celebration banquet for him in Lin City. 1. To welcome him and let him rest, and 2. As an apology to him. Gu Qingfeng agreed with the first part of the sentence, but the latter half immediately angered him. Apologize? Gu Qingfeng's face immediately darkened. Where in this world does a father apologize to his son? If this matter spreads, what will the world think of me? Gu Qingfeng? I have wronged Chinner, and I will naturally make it up to him tenfold. As for an apology, I don't want to hear that again in the future. Gu Qingfeng was the war king of the northern borders, a king with great power across the seas. How could he easily lower his head? He could admit a mistake, and he could correct it, but he would never admit that he was wrong. Qin Yun showed a troubled expression. Then what do you think should be done? Chin'er was driven away by you. If you don't make a statement, how will he ever come back? Butler Gu He, hearing Qin Yun's words, silently rolled his eyes. On that day, your kneeling forced him to leave, and now you're playing the victim? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Although he was eager to see Gu Chen, after learning that Gu Chen was not in any life-threatening danger, he was able to stay calm. He hadn't closed his eyes for a full day and night in order to find Gu Chen. But through Qin Yun's words, he suddenly realized something. Gu Chen had no intention of returning home. Could it be that this kid still holds a grudge against him? Recalling the harsh words Gu Chen had said to him in the Gu family hall that day, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt a burst of anger. His son, rather than be chased by others, rather than live in the wilderness, rather than risk his life entering the abyss, wouldn't come to find him. His father? Was he completely severing ties with him? Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel furious. Even though he had been harsh with Gu Chen over the years, it was all for Gu Chen's own good. As the saying goes, steel is forged through hardship. Although Gu Chen suffered for 18 years, look at what he has achieved now. Which peer could achieve what he has? Ask the entire Xinxiao Empire, which level 10 professional has been able to pass the nightmare abyss without relying on guilds or family resources. Throughout history, only Gu Chen, and this precisely proves that his educational philosophy was right. His method of strict teaching was not wrong. If it weren't for those hardships that transformed Gu Chen, he might have been forgotten by now. Thinking of this, a surge of anger suddenly rose in Gu Qingfeng's heart. It was his education that allowed Gu Chen to reach his current height, but Gu Chen not only failed to be grateful, he even held a grudge against him. This kid has been running wild since he was young, picking up all sorts of bad habits, unable to tell right from wrong. If I don't suppress him while he's young, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future? Qin Yun smiled faintly. I think you have been too strict with Chin'er. Suppress, but Zhi'er is also your son. Why didn't you ever suppress Zhi? Qin Yun's words, on the surface, seemed to defend Gu Chen, but when she mentioned Gu Zhi, it strengthened Gu Qingfeng's resolve. His second son, Gu Zhi, had been by his side since he was young, outstanding in both character and studies, gentle and respectful. He could be sure that if the same thing had happened to Gu Zhi, it would never have reached the point of severing ties with him. Sire was raised by me, always being filial to his parents, never causing any trouble. Why would there be a need to suppress him? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. It's Chin'er. I have neglected his moral education over the years. Although he has achieved some results now, if I don't correct him in time, he will surely cause disasters in the future. After discussing a few words with Qin Yun, Gu Qingfeng had made up his mind. Gu Chen is the legitimate eldest son of the northern royal family. Such a personality must be suppressed fiercely. Otherwise, how can he manage the north in the future? Beside them, the butler Gu He listened to their conversation, feeling increasingly chill in his heart. No wonder Gu Chen would rather enter the abyss than return to the Gu family. With such suppressive education, it is suffocating just to think about it. Go home? Return to continue receiving blame and suppression? Anyone with a normal mindset would probably not choose such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and called softly, Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled, and he quickly bowed. Your Majesty, your humble servant is here. What's going on with Gu Chen's guaranteed admission quota? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I will immediately announce it to the entire city and secure the guaranteed admission for young Master Gu Chen as quickly as possible. No need, Gu Chen is my son. There is no need to take up your quota from Lin City. Go tell Gu Chen that if he still wants the guaranteed admission to the capital's academy, he should go to Gu Bei City to see me. Yes, I will definitely relay Your Majesty's words to young Master Gu Chen. Gu Qingfeng stopped speaking, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Chapter 64. With Gu Chen's talent, Wan City is surely secured. In the first level abyss, the burial dungeon. At the moment the voodoo shaman's health was completely drained, a series of messages popped up in front of Gu Chen. Kill voodoo shaman boss LV.20. Experience plus 15,317. Loot obtained. Burial robe LV.20 rare. Loot obtained. Eternal origin crystal rare. Level up. Level. LV.16, 3789/211500. Strength, 477. Agility, 476. Constitution, 478. Spirit, 689. Summon beasts. Bloodlord LV.16 Legend. Nightmare Ruler LV.16. Epic. Undead Golem LV.16 Legend. Talent. Current ability to obtain a dark bloodline. Congratulations. You have cleared the burial dungeon Nightmare level. Rewards obtained. Practitioner experience plus 50,000. Abyss treasure chest times 1 rare. Exiting the Abyss 5 for 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, the Abyss Square was crowded with people, everywhere seeking to form parties. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot on the edge of the square, sat down on the ground, and was cleaning his sword. He had just come out of the ordinary level Abyss with his teammates, and although the gains were not great this time, they at least secured some experience. At this rate, as long as he clears the ordinary level Abyss one more time, he would be able to reach level 13. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the 2 oddballs from this morning. One a level 6 swordsman, the other a level 10 summoner. With such a lineup, how could they dare to team up and enter the Abyss? It was simply asking for death. Yang Lin scanned the square, but he did not see the 2 figures from that morning. It seemed they must have already died in the Abyss. After all, the Burial Dungeon was one of the most difficult first-level abysses, and for practitioners below level 10 to enter, it was definitely a dead end. Advice was hard to offer to those who seek death. He had already warned those 2, but they refused to listen, and there was nothing he could do. At that moment, a sudden announcement appeared on the large screen in the Abyss Square. Congratulations to the practitioner team for successfully refreshing the Burial Dungeon Nightmare level completion record. Completion time: 4 hours 32 minutes 31 seconds. Completion team information: Captain, Gu Chun Summoner. Members: Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Su Xia Non-Profession. Rewards obtained: Practitioner experience plus 50,000, Personal achievement plus 1, Record-breaking gift box times 1 rare. This completion evaluation: SSS. Yang Lin stared at the announcement on the big screen, unable to help but rub his eyes. What's going on? Burial Dungeon in 4 hours and 32 minutes? This was over 2 hours faster than the record set by the Wan City's Lord Liang when he was level 19. What kind of person is this captain named Guqin? How could it be so powerful? Yang Lin instinctively looked at the screen that recorded the history of the Abyss, and saw that the previous Nightmare level Abyss record holder, Liang Yi, had now become Guqin. Huh? This name seems a bit familiar. The captain is a summoner? One of the members is also a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively let out a gasp. The professionals nearby were startled and rolled their eyes impatiently. Stop screaming. The Abyss announcement won't be wrong. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Yeah, it hasn't been active for years. The Burial Dungeon instance should be broken now. I checked, that team is all newly promoted. The captain was only level 10 when they entered the Abyss. This kind of lineup actually broke the record. It's simply unheard of. It was actually them. I saw that team earlier. They stood out because none of them were above level 10. I remember one of their members is an ordinary person, the non-professional mentioned in the announcement. This morning, I secretly laughed at them. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Today's young people are really getting stronger and stronger. I should have gone to Guchan to make myself known back then. The nearby professionals were chatting excitedly, while Yang Lin looked utterly absurd. How is this possible? A summoner, a swordsman, and the average level of the team didn't exceed level 10. Wasn't this just the 2 people he saw this morning? With their level and lineup, they actually broke the record for the Nightmare level Abyss? Yang Lin felt like his worldview was collapsing, while others were regretting that they didn't go to make themselves known to Guchun. He had completely missed the great opportunity to be carried by Guchun. Once, there was an opportunity to take off right in front of him, yet he didn't cherish it, and only realized the regret after losing it. Nothing in the world is more painful than this. What a sin! Yang Lin covered his face, so frustrated he almost spat blood. He worked hard every day in the Abyss Plaza trying to stand on the street, hoping to find a few powerful teammates. But when a great god invited him to team up, he directly refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also advised the person not to enter the Abyss, saying it was a quick death. What is this? Heaven offered him a meal, and he smashed his own bowl. 2 words: deserved it. On the other side, Wan City Hall. After the Nightmare level record of the Burial Dungeon was broken, Wan City, closest to the Abyss, received the news immediately and held an emergency meeting. Lord Liang looked at the pages of information in his hand, with an unabashed excitement on his face. Gu Chun cleared the temple ruins with an SSS rating, and now he has refreshed the record I set back in the Burial Dungeon. How could such a genius be suppressed by Su Lai and the Leaf family in Lin City? The Leaf family has been destroyed, and as of now, the recommended quota has not been confirmed for Gu Chun. What exactly is Su Lai planning? No matter what his plans are, such a talent as Gu Chun is bound to Wan City. Liang slammed the table, exuding an air of certainty. Isn't the recommended quota for Wan City just vacant? Let's confirm Gu Chun for it. Let me think. 1 is the recommended quota, 2 is the Hell level instance clearance reward, and 3 is the Nightmare level Abyss clearance reward. Secretary Li, no need to apply up top. Directly allocate from the Lord's office. Prepare 3 rewards in my office within 3 minutes. Also, arrange the teleportation array. I want to arrive at the Abyss Plaza of the Burial Dungeon within 5 minutes. This? Secretary Lee was momentarily confused. Lord, isn't this a bit inappropriate? News has already spread over there that Gu Chun is the son of the Northern Territory War King. So what? Gu Chun would rather wander the wilderness than reveal the name Gu Qingfeng. He has no sense of belonging to the Gu family. Just follow my orders. Then, if Gu Qingfeng holds us accountable, how do we respond in Wan City? Accountable? Gu Qingfeng is the War King of the Northern Realm. Can he even question us in Wan City? Moreover, the Eastern Realm has its royal family. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Stop talking nonsense and get ready. If we delay important matters, I will send you to guard the abyss. Chapter 65. No matter how much Sulai offers, he can't give more than I do. Among professionals, the competition lies in levels, equipment, items, and quotas. Between cities, the competition is in rankings, resources, talents, and more. Although Lin City and Wan City are neighbors, one belongs to the Northern Realm, while the other belongs to the Eastern Realm, and there is a wasteland between the two cities, resulting in no significant conflicts of interest. However, this time is different. The Burial Dungeon is one of the highest difficulty levels in the first level Abyss, located close to Wan City, referred to as the Abyss right at the doorstep of Wan City. But due to the extreme difficulty of this Abyss, many professionals from Wan City cannot clear it, and some even lose their lives inside. Over time, the majority of professionals from Wan City have developed an instinct to avoid this Abyss, which has resulted in a significant loss of talent. The loss of professionals and serious insufficiency in talent supply have caused Wan City's ranking in the Eastern Realm to plummet year after year, missing out on a lot of resources. This year marks the 3rd year since Liang Yi took over as the city lord of Wan City, and just like previous years, no promising talents have emerged in Wan City. This has made him very anxious. He has a premonition that if Wan City continues like this, not only will the city perish, but his own career will end as well. Especially after he heard the news that a transfer student in the neighboring Lin City had obtained an SSS grade evaluation. He felt even more depressed. Why is it that promising talents always skip Wan City? However, he soon discovered that things were not as bleak as he imagined. Who would have thought that Lin City did not value this SSS grade transfer student and was instead teaming up with the Leaf family to suppress him? What to do when a poor farmer boy, orphaned at a young age, is being oppressed by the city lord and the powerful families? There's no choice but to back down. After clarifying the sequence of events, Liang Yi realized that this was an opportunity. After all, it was an SSS grade transfer student. If Lin City does not want him, then fine, Wan City will take him. However, soon after, Gu Qingfeng appeared in Lin City and revealed the background of Gu Chun, which made Liang Yi sigh inwardly. Gu Qingfeng's son, even if he is not from Lin City, is still from Northern City. There's no way he can belong to us. He was ready to give up, but when he learned that Gu Chun was driven into the wasteland by the Li family, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Could Gu Qingfeng's son really be forced into the wasteland by a mere Li family? Impossible. The only explanation is that Gu Chun does not acknowledge the Gu family's identity, which is why he never mentioned Gu Qingfeng. With this, things become much easier. Since Gu Chun is being suppressed in Lin City and does not recognize the Gu family's identity, then the people of Wan City welcome you. Soon after, the news that Gu Chun cleared the nightmare-level burial dungeon was announced. This direct decision in Liang Yi, who was still hesitating, had him resolve to act. He must snatch this person. After all, Gu Chun has received an SSS grade evaluation and has set a record for clearing the first-level burial dungeon. Such a genius rarely appears in decades. It would be a great loss to let him roam in the wasteland. Just based on Gu Chin's displayed talent and combat power, he deserves respect from the city lord. City lord, the 3 rewards have been prepared. Secretary Li Feng's voice came in along with a knock on the door, entering Liang Yi's ears. Additionally, I found out that Gu Chun just reached level 16. Generally, when level 15 is reached, summoners can increase new summoning slots. He just came out of the abyss and should not have time to contract new summoned beasts. So, I applied for a level 15 summoning skill book in the Wan City Treasury. This is one of the few rare summoning books in Wan City. Only rare level? There's nothing we can do. In a small place like Wan City, summoners don't emerge. If we want epic level summoning books, we can only buy them from some central cities. Not to mention the high prices, there's no time. Liang Yi stood up from his seat and nodded. Well then, let's leave it at that. If necessary, I can compensate him later. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lord of the city, what if Gu Chun is unwilling to come to Wan City? Liang Yi shot him a glance. We are here to snatch people. Snatch people. Understand? If he doesn't want to, that's his problem. None of my business. Moreover, since Gu Chun could kill Li Renjia, it shows he is not someone who will put up with things. Would a person like that continue to stay in Lin City? What if Su Lai apologizes to him and offers more resources as compensation? That possibility cannot be ruled out. If Su Lai offers enough, perhaps Gu Chun might endure it. But now, with our Wan City involved, Gu Chun will definitely not choose to reconcile with Lin City. Because no matter how much Su Lai offers, he definitely can't give as much as I can. Liang Yi stood up from the desk and walked briskly toward the teleportation hall. Li Feng held 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes in his hands and immediately followed him. The treasure chests and gift boxes could easily fit into his personal space, but he didn't use that. Being polite doesn't get you in trouble. At this moment, the Abyss Square was crowded with people. The record for the nightmare level abyss was broken. Such a scene was extremely rare, and the adventurers who witnessed it were honored to be here. As the dizziness faded, Gu Chun and others were teleported to the Abyss Square. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in excitement. Look, Gu Chun is out. Is that Gu Chun? I heard he's a transfer student. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Save it. Even if he doesn't, it's none of your business. Is he interested in your age or your level? He broke the nightmare level abyss record at such a young age. I'm really envious. Envious to the point of turning purple. Gu Chun is from Lin City. He broke the record. Isn't anyone from the Lin City government coming? Coming? Gu Chun's recommendation spot hasn't been issued yet. Can the people from the Lin City government still show their faces? Look, aren't those people from the city government? I can't believe they arrived so quickly. After all, he's a genius who refreshed the nightmare level abyss, so it seems the Lin City government is also anxious. At the teleportation array in Abyss Square, accompanied by dazzling light, several men in suits stepped out from the array. The leader wore a dark gray jacket, stood tall, and beneath his thick eyebrows were a pair of sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Wow, isn't that Liang Yi? The Lord of Wan City. Don't joke, Gu Chun is from Lin City. How could Liang Yi wow? It really is Liang Yi. Liang Yi is now level 50, the highest level adventurer in Wan City. What is he doing here? What else could he be doing? Look at those followers behind him, with treasure chests and gift boxes. Of course, they are here to snatch people. Snatch people? Gu Chun is the son of the Northern War King. In Gu Bei City, he's like a prince. How could he go to Wan City? What you don't know is that it is spread outside. Gu Chun has long severed ties with the Northern War King. That's right. He has been hunted by the Li family for so long, preferring to flee into the wilderness and enter the abyss rather than mention the Northern War King. It turns out there's big news here. Just watch, I estimate Gu Chun will soon become one of us from Wan City. At that time, all adventurers in Wan City will benefit. Huh? Really? Gu Chun joining Wan City is his business. What does that have to do with us? With Gu Chun's displayed strength now, no matter which city he joins, the professionals in that city will undoubtedly benefit. This is certainly without a doubt. Why does the Divine Summer Empire cultivate professionals? Because whenever they achieve abyss accomplishments, they can stem the invasion of abyssal forces into this world. Although abyss accomplishments are not as easily obtained as personal achievements, once an abyss accomplishment is gained after clearing it, the difficulty of that abyss will decrease, and the rewards for clearing it will increase accordingly. The reason why the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon remains high is that very few professionals have ever achieved abyss accomplishments there. To obtain abyss accomplishments, one must enter a hell-level abyss. Though Gu Chun does not meet the conditions for now, no one doubts his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he is an undeniable genius. For such a genius, gaining abyss accomplishments is just a matter of time. Until this moment, someone finally realized why the first to rush to the Abyss Square was the Lord of Wanqing. Because for Wanqing now, they desperately need a genius like Gu Chun to help them achieve abyss accomplishments. Although the Buried Bones dungeon is a first-tier abyss, its difficulty is too high, causing many new professionals to give up on this abyss. If they cannot conquer the abyss at their doorstep, they have no choice but to seek larger cities, which is unavoidable. As a result, a large number of Wanqing professionals have subtly drifted away. The loss of fresh blood has doomed this city to start declining. Once the decline begins, it will fall into a vicious cycle. At this moment, some professionals from Linqing suddenly realized a fatal problem. No, absolutely not. If Gu Chun is taken away by Liang Yi, he will become a Wanqing citizen. And even if he later achieves abyss accomplishments, we will get nothing. How can this happen? A genius professional has finally emerged from Linqing. We cannot let him be taken by Wanqing. It's not that you Linqing people don't know your attitude towards Gu Chun, right? He has held an SSS rating for so long. What about his guaranteed place? Wait, isn't it strange? How come you Linqing people are at Buried Bones dungeon? This abyss belongs to Wanqing. Alright, if Gu Chun can lead Wanqing to rise, then I will also rent my balcony for $1,000 a month. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some lynching people who had come chasing after Gu Qin's spotlight suddenly couldn't sit still. At first, they didn't care too much about this matter. At most, they just followed along to watch the excitement and see what the legendary royal son was like compared to an ordinary person. After all, Gu Qin was not on the same level as them, and they wouldn't have any connection in the future. But now it's different. Based on Gu Qin's current displayed talent, achieving Abyss accomplishments is only a matter of time. It is almost foreseeable that soon, the difficulty of the Buried Bones dungeon will drop, and the rewards will be even richer. As a result, Wanqing's professionals will no longer have to leave home to level up. Once Gu Qin clears the Abyss, all professionals in Wanqing can also share in the benefits. You could say that Gu Qin is the backbone for all professionals in Wanqing. Damn! What is going on in Linqing? Why hasn't anyone from the city hall come yet? The professionals from Linqing were anxious because they saw Liang Yi walking towards the direction where Gu Qin was. That damn Liang Yi is so shameless. Is anyone at the Linqing city hall? Hurry, call for help. Wait, I'll call the city lord right now. Damn, big brother, you or something? You even have the Linqing city lord's number. Isn't there a city lord hotline? Oh, then go ahead. If you can hit it, I will consider myself defeated. At this moment, Gu Qin had just finished organizing his gains from the Abyss when he saw several formidable middle-aged men appear before him. Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Qin without any nonsense. He got straight to the point and said, Gu Qin, hello. I am Liang Yi, the city lord of Wan City. I sincerely invite you to join our Wan City. Okay, I will join. Gu Qin replied bluntly, without hesitation. The reason was simple. Putting aside the title of city lord, Liang Yi was clearly here with sincerity. Behind him, for people were holding 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes. Regardless of what was inside, in all his time in this world, no one had ever offered him such generous conditions. Hearing Gu Qin's immediate agreement, an undisguised excitement appeared on Liang Yi's face. Li Feng, standing behind him, twitched his cheeks. Those short 4 words had rendered the 3 plans he had painstakingly thought up useless. So it's not going by the book, is it? Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged glances, their lips rising in a shared smirk. Done deal. Time to celebrate. In this cheerful moment, another middle-aged man in a dark gray jacket approached with several people. No way. People from the Ling City government are only coming now? The opportunity has passed. Leading them is City Lord Su Lai. I've seen him. He was in the news recently. There are a total of 5 people. Why is everyone empty-handed? This attitude really shows they don't care about Gu Qin. Putting aside his identity as a royal prince, he is also a genius who cleared the nightmare-level abyss. My goodness. Thank goodness I'm from Wan City. I can bet Ling City will definitely fall because of this City Lord Su Lai. Young Master Gu Qin. Su Lai spotted Gu Qin and rushed over. Young Master, on behalf of Ling City, I congratulate you on successfully clearing the first-level abyss of the Buried Bone Dungeon. Now that the Leaf family has been wiped out, please come back with me to Ling City. The people in the entire city are waiting to celebrate you. As for the guaranteed spot matter, indeed the Ling City government has acted wrongly. Rest assured, I have prepared resources that are no less than the hell-level clearance rewards as compensation for you. Su Lai spoke quickly, spouting what his secretary had prepared for him, but he did not mention the actualization of the guaranteed spot. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi beside him couldn't help but laugh. City Lord Su, Gu Qin is an SSS-rated achiever, having cleared the Hell-level Temple Ruins instance and revamped the Nightmare-level Buried Bone Dungeon. Is this your compensation? This is downright insulting. Su Lai snorted coldly, ignoring Liang Yi, and continued speaking to Gu Qin. Young Master, you are from the northern regions. You should return to Ling City first. What did you just say? Gu Qin directly interrupted Su Lai. Su Lai was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, I said we should return to Ling City first. No, the previous sentence. You are from the northern regions. Who told you I'm from the northern regions? You are the prince of the northern royal family. City Lord Su must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not in the royal family tree. Please leave. Su Lai's expression froze, silenced by the words. After a moment he spoke. Young Master, the king has already arranged everything. Once you return to Gubei City, you will definitely have your guaranteed spot confirmed. Chapter 67. Not even a shred of justice for me. Su Lai came with a message from Gu Qingfeng. Initially thinking it was just a simple errand, he never expected that Gu Qin had no intention of returning to the northern regions at all. In a state of panic, he could only relay Gu Qingfeng's wishes. Before Gu Qin could speak, Liang Yi quickly interjected. What do you mean? Are you trying to use the Northern War King's name to threaten Gu Qin? Su Lai had a painful expression. No. Then what about the matter of the guaranteed quota? The king said, as long as the young master returns to Gubei City, the quota will be immediately confirmed. Isn't this a threat? Gu Chen watched this scene silently. He knew very well that Liang Yi was intensifying the conflict. Su Lai was also aware of this and directly ignored Liang Yi, saying to Gu Chen, "Young master, if you follow Liang Yi to Dongzhou, how will you face the people of the northern lands in the future?" Gu Chen smiled. "Not letting me go to Dongzhou is fine, but you have to agree to 2 conditions." Joy flickered in Su Lai's eyes. "Please speak, young master, I will do my utmost." Beside them, Liang Yi's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. "No, we just agreed. Why has it changed all of a sudden? First, how did you collude with the Li family? And how did you attempt to seize my guaranteed quota? Make the entire process public and apologize to me." Su Lai's face immediately showed a look of distress. If this was made public, his political career would end here. "Young master, I can make the entire process public, but I really did not collude with the Li family." "All right, then let me ask you, was the SSS level evaluation obtained by me?" "Yes." "Then why didn't the City Hall issue the guaranteed quota in a timely manner?" Su Lai fell into silence. "Not speaking? Then there's nothing to discuss. It seems I don't even need to state my second condition." Su Lai furrowed his brows, momentarily speechless. Was it too much to disclose the collusion between him and the Li family trying to seize Gu Chen's guaranteed quota? For Gu Chen, the victim, it was not excessive at all. But Su Lai was the city lord after all. How could he do something that would destroy his own foundation? "Not speaking, huh? Fine, I've already given you the opportunity. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do." Gu Chen looked at the crowd of professionals around them, shrugged. "Everyone can see, I just want a fair deal. But he won't even agree to such a trivial matter. If he won't give me even a fair deal, how can I expect him to grant me my quota and resources? He definitely won't. So, it's not that I want to leave Lin City, it's Lin City that is forcing me to leave." Su Lai's cheeks twitched, left speechless. The negotiations had collapsed. In fact, this matter didn't require negotiation at all, because as long as Su Lai was alive, he would not disclose his collusion with the Li family. He was the city lord of Lin City, a 5th-tier professional. Since Gu Qingfeng had not pursued him, he certainly would not do something to self-destruct his foundation. Even if Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, that would not compel him to sacrifice his future and prospects to expose his own dirt. After all, he was sent here just to deliver a message to Gu Chen. If Gu Chen was willing to go back, his task would be completed. If Gu Chen refused, as Gu Qingfeng's subordinate, would he really kidnap Gu Chen to Gubei City? Impossible. Now that the Li family in Lin City had been exterminated, he had no evidence regarding the matter of blocking Gu Chen's guaranteed quota. In fact, it was precisely because he had blocked this quota that it gave Gu Qingfeng a handle to control Gu Chen. However, no one had expected that Liang Yi's arrival brought with it an optimal choice. The northern lands won't give him the guaranteed quota? I'm sorry, Dongzhou has already sent it over, along with a large amount of resources as compensation. Which option should he choose? Gu Chen certainly understood in his heart, so he readily agreed to Liang Yi. Su Lai nodded, adopting a tone of deep regret. "I have conveyed the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I can only say this. As for the guaranteed quota, it is not that Lin City is unwilling to provide it to you, but the king has already made arrangements. If the young master wants to obtain the guaranteed quota, please go to Gubei City early and don't keep the king waiting too long." Having said this, Su Lai bowed respectfully and turned to leave with his companions. Liang Yi looked at Su Lai's departing figure, his expression strange as he turned to Gu Chen and said, "He blocked your guaranteed spot, and you just let him go? That's not like your style of doing things." Gu Chen smiled faintly. "Su Lai fears the War King of the North, not me. Even if I made him kneel and apologize, he wouldn't feel an ounce of regret. So, to deal with such a person, you must strike at his pain point. Let him float for a while longer. When he faces the criticism and curses of everyone in Lin City, he will regret letting me go today." For Su Lai, Gu Chen certainly had no intention of letting him off easily. Since the other party had taken action against him, they naturally had to pay a price for it. After all, he holds grudges. Returning to Lin City through the teleportation array, Su Lai promptly walked into the office and said to the secretary behind him, "All right, I've delivered the message. Since the young master is unwilling to return, report the actual situation to the king. Next, release news in the name of the City Hall. All dungeons in Lin City will have a 20% fee reduction for 1 month. After all, our young master is just a genius professional. How much damage can his leaving cause to Lin City? Now, by reducing the dungeon fees for all professionals in the city, as long as we hype this up, no one will keep harping on Gu Chen anymore. As for the future, in another 2 years, I won't be in the north anymore. Even if he's a prince of the royal family, what can he do to me?" Got it? The secretary noted a few key words in his notebook and turned to arrange things. Ultimately, Su Lai only feared the War King of the North, Gu Qingfeng. As for Gu Chen, Although he maintained politeness and respect, he didn't take him seriously at all. A genius? What is a genius worth? Anyone who can hold the position of city lord in the divine Summer Empire is not an ordinary person. They're all remarkable geniuses. A mere budding genius holds no weight in Su Lai's eyes. In his view, if Gu Chun wanted to challenge him, he at least needed to become a fifth-tier professional first. But unfortunately, Gu Chun chose the summoner profession. No matter how strong he was early on, it couldn't change the fact that he would be powerless later. The professional system has developed for over 100 years, yet no fifth-tier summoner has ever been born. They say that once a noble becomes a summoner, they are invincible among their peers. That's true, but it only applies between the second and fourth tiers, and even then, only with massive resources invested. With every 5 levels, a summoner can unlock a summon slot, and no summoner can bear the training resources needed for the 5th tier. That is why Su Lai looks down on Gu Chun. However, Gu Chun is not an ordinary summoner. In just a few days, Su Lai will certainly regret this underestimation. Chapter 68. 100,000 Experience. After coming to an agreement with Liang Yi, Gu Chun received all the resources Liang Yi brought. 1 guaranteed admission agreement for the capital's academy, 1 level 15 rare quality summoning skill book, 1 rare level dungeon treasure chest, and 1 rare level abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi stated on the spot that if Gu Chun could clear the hell level abyss, he would be allowed to choose any legendary piece of equipment in the treasure vault of Wan City. However, there was a small condition. He must clear the hell level burial dungeon first. Gu Chun readily agreed. He had just unlocked the hell level difficulty of the burial dungeon, and next time he would surely not enter any other abyss. If it were any other first-tier abyss, he would have to start fresh from nightmarish level, which wouldn't be worth it. Lin Yuan and the others beside Liang Yi showed unrestrained envy at this condition. To be able to choose a legendary piece of equipment in Wan City's treasure vault. Even the son of the city lord did not have such privileges. This shows how much Liang Yi valued Gu Chun. After everything was settled, Liang Yi took Gu Chun and others through the teleportation array to Wan City. Accompanying them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran, all planning to follow Gu Chun into the hell level abyss, surely not turning back to Lin City at this crucial moment. Of course, there was also Su Xia, as the Su family was the first family in Wan City. To show gratitude to Gu Chun, Su Xia specially invited him and his group to the Su family estate, hosting a celebratory banquet. The materials Su Xia needed were the eternal source crystal dropped after killing the voodoo shaman. The two agreed on the price, exchanging money for goods. The material cost was 800,000, and to bring someone into the abyss was 1 million, totaling 1,800,000. Su Xia asked for Gu Chun's account number, and without a second thought, transferred 5 million directly. Seeing the transfer notification, Gu Chun thought he misread it. What's going on? Isn't it 1,800,000? Why did you transfer me 5 million? Su Xia said solemnly, the extra is a deposit. Count me in for the next trip into the hell level abyss, and if an epic eternal source crystal drops, sell it to me first. No problem, Gu Chun readily agreed. After the feast, Gu Chun received transfers from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, totaling 2 million. Entering the first-tier nightmare level abyss, the market price was around 1 million. Taking the opportunity, Lin Qingqing asked, Great God, you won't change teammates for the hell level abyss, right? Give us an hour, and Su Ran and I will go borrow money now. Gu Chun thought for a moment. No problem, it's 3 million for one trip into the hell level abyss. Should be reasonable, right? Not cheap, but also not expensive. Lin Qingqing nodded eagerly, said goodbye to everyone, and pulled Su Ran out to borrow money. From having nothing before knowing Gu Chun to now being deeply in debt, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran never imagined they would owe millions one day. Yet, they were very willing. Having a strong god like Gu Chun, just paying the market price to join the next abyss was a golden opportunity like no other. Many female adventurers would do anything to level up quickly, perhaps even paying high-level adventurers. This was not uncommon. Compared to those female adventurers, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran were already very lucky. At least at this stage, they held the initiative. As long as they wanted to continue with Gu Chun, he would continue to take them along. Then it's settled, I'll give you 2 hours. That should be enough to borrow money. At 4 p.m., we'll meet at the entrance of the teleportation hall in Wan City. Okay. After the two left, Gu Chun gave his ID card to Lin Yuan. The Wan City government needed him to complete some procedures, usually requiring him to be present in person. But with Liang Yi giving the green light, Lin Yuan successfully got a chore mission. Next, Su Xia arranged a quiet room for Gu Chun in the estate, while he began to tally his rewards. He received 2 rewards from the abyss. One was the clearing reward, which included 50,000 adventurer experience and a rare level abyss treasure chest. The other was the record-breaking reward, also 50,000 adventurer experience, a personal achievement, and a rare-level record-breaking gift box. In total, he earned 100,000 experience points. Though incredibly high, it was understandable since Gu Chun had been fighting alone in the nightmare-level abyss from start to finish. As for Lin Yuan and the others, each of their rewards was only 15,000 experience points, far below Gu Chun. However, their total of 30,000 experience points leveled them up to level 11. Currently, Lin Yuan and the others has completely crushed 90% of this batch of job changers. After all, today is only the third day after the job change ceremony, and the vast majority of people still haven't even reached level 10. To be more intuitive, if Li Wenwei were still alive, he would probably only just have reached level 11 by now. Just think about it. Lin Yuan and the others are mere commoners, but they are able to reach the same level as Li Wenhui, who comes from the first noble family of Linqing. This is enough to prove how rapid their level advancement has been. It's not hard to imagine that even if they can't keep pace with Gu Chun after the second tier, they can still have a bright future. Next, Gu Chun first received 100,000 profession experience. Experience plus 50,000. Experience plus 50,000. Level up. Level. LV.17. 4123/321500. Strength. 487. Agility. 486. Constitution. 488. Spirit. 709. Summon Beasts. Bloodlord LV.17. Legendary. Nightmare Master LV.17. Epic. Undead Golem LV.17. Legendary. Talent. Current ability to gain 1 dark bloodline. Upgraded again. Gu Chun instinctively sighed. Just a single abyss had caused his level to soar by 6 levels. Entering the first tier abyss burial dungeon at level 11, bringing along 4 actors, one of whom doesn't gain experience. That amounts to one person soloing a 5-man abyss dungeon and breaking a historical record. In less than 5 hours, he went from level 11 to level 17. If any fragile profession heard this, they would probably be scared to death. He is just 3 levels away from becoming a second-tier professional, and if he successfully clears the nightmare-level burial dungeon, he will at least reach level 19. This means that before level 20, he can also choose to clear another first-tier abyss for more experience. The wilderness surrounding Wancheng only has this one first-tier abyss, and Gu Chun does not plan to repeat and farm it. It's meaningless. He heard that there should be some decent first-tier dungeons inside Wancheng, which he can ask Liang Yi to arrange later. Next, Gu Chun placed all the items in front of him on the table. 1 rare-level dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare-level abyss treasure chests, 1 rare-level record-breaking gift box, and 1 summoning skill book. Which one should he open first? Chapter 69. Opening chests, warrior-type summoned beasts. You have opened a rare-level dungeon treasure chest. Obtain Shadow Dagger LV.20, rare level. Obtain Teleportation Scroll, *1. Obtained Enhancement Stone, *15. Obtained Large Life Recovery Potion, *10. 1 rare level equipment, 1 Teleportation Scroll, and some materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger is equipment for assassin-class professionals, capable of increasing strength and agility, and it has an invisibility skill. The first attack after exiting invisibility will definitely trigger a critical hit. It's simply an assassination weapon. Although the equipment is good, it's not suitable for him. So, Gu Chun took out his phone and looked it up on the professional trader platform. Among rare-level equipment, the price of the level 20 Shadow Dagger is around 3 million. This figure made his heart dance with joy. Though he can't use it, he can still sell it for a good price. Gu Chun stored the equipment in his personal space and tagged it for sale. Gu Chun thought of Su Ran. She also seems to be an assassin and wondered if she would want the Shadow Dagger. If so, he could sell it to her at market price. Even though Su Ran and Lin Qingqing have constantly been borrowing money, each time after clearing a dungeon, they would also receive treasure chests and gift boxes. And because Gu Chun clears at high difficulty levels, the equipment he opens is not bad. So, for them, selling just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment would quickly allow them to pay off the huge debts. Next, Gu Chun's gaze fell upon the second treasure chest. You have opened the rare-level Abyss treasure chest. Obtain Medium Cloak LV.20, rare level. Obtained Enhancement Stone, *15. Obtained Spirit Recovery Potion, *5. Obtained Large Life Recovery Potion, *10. Medium Cloak, I hope it's not equipment for another profession. Gu Chun said as he picked up the cloak to check its attributes. Medium Cloak. Quality Rare. Level. LV.20. Job Restriction. Summoner. Attributes. Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Effect. Select a skill of a summoned beast to act as a medium. The summoner and the summoned both can use this skill. Summoner's exclusive equipment. This is a great thing. With this cloak, it's like having an additional skill, and you can switch back and forth between the skills of several summoned beasts, greatly enhancing his combat power. Gu Chun placed a medium cloak into his personal space and opened the third treasure chest. You have opened a rare level Abyss treasure chest. You have obtained Echo Necklace LV.20 Epic. You have obtained Enhancement Stones *15. You have obtained Purification Scroll *1. You have obtained Spirit Recovery Potion *10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He actually opened an epic level equipment this time. To get an epic level equipment from a rare level chest, this has a 1% chance. Gu Chen didn't expect his luck to be so incredible. Echo Necklace. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.20. Class restriction, none. Attributes, Spirit plus 300, Speed plus 300, Cooldown reduction plus 45%, Recovery speed plus 45%. Echo Set. Echo Necklace Square Root / Echo Ring / Echo Amulet. Set Effect. Recover 10% energy immediately after killing a target. After obtaining this equipment, Gu Chen was almost stunned. This is actually one of the set pieces, and the set effect allows for immediate recovery of 10% energy after a kill. If this were worn by the Nightmare Master, wouldn't it infinitely extend the duration of the Deep Dream? So powerful, absolutely amazing. Based on the attributes of the Echo Necklace, if the set is complete, it will greatly increase health, damage, defense, recovery, and other major attributes. Truly an epic set. What a pity. I'm still missing the other two pieces of equipment, and I have to wait until level 20 to use it. Looking at the striking set effect, Gu Chen felt a wave of frustration. He was still 3 levels away from level 20. From level 17 to 20, that's 400,000 to 500,000 experience points. At least 2 more high-difficulty first-level abysses are needed to level up. Gu Chen helplessly placed the Echo Necklace into his personal space, then turned his attention to the only remaining record-breaking gift box. Generally speaking, gift boxes open corresponding equipment or items based on the profession. Gu Chen rubbed his hands and opened the gift box. You have opened a rare-level record-breaking gift box. You have obtained Skill Book LV.17 Rare. Skill Book? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he quickly picked it up to check. Skill Book. Spiked Turtle Summon. Level 17. Quality Rare. Effect. Sign a contract with the Spiked Turtle. Since it was opened from a gift box, the level and type matched the profession of the one opening the box. The Spiked Turtle is strong in defense, but it is not a tank-type summon beast. It is a warrior type. I didn't expect to open a rare-level summon skill book. Gu Chen was a bit surprised because the summon skill book given to him by Liang Yi was also of rare quality. Then, he took the other summon book into his hands. Skill Book, Phantom Cat Summon. Level 15. Quality Rare. Effect. Sign a contract with the Phantom Cat. The Phantom Cat excels in speed and burst, a type of assassin summon beast. Gu Chen took a look and immediately lost interest in this summon book. After all, the Nightmare Master is also an assassin-type summon beast, capable of both single-target burst and powerful area attacks. If the 4 summon beast contracts the Phantom Cat, it would significantly affect his combat power. So, Gu Chen placed the Phantom Cat summon book into his personal space, planning to put it on the professional trading platform to see if he could sell it. If it were a rare-level weapon, the price would definitely be around 3 million. But for a rare-level summon book, even selling for 1 million would be a blessing. After all, this level of summon beast is just the entry level for summoners. The price will be driven down, and it will be hard to sell. Otherwise, Zhang Songhua wouldn't have easily given him the Bloodthirsty Bat summon book. After organizing all the resources, the Media Cloak and Echo Necklace are both good gear, but they come with level restrictions. You can only use them at level 20. Right now, the only thing that can be used is the Summoning Skill Book. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he opened a suitable summoning book from the gift box. Otherwise, he would still be worrying about choosing a summoned beast now. I almost didn't have any summoned beasts to use. It seems I still need to go to a big city in the future. Whether it's Lin City or Wan City, they can only be considered third-tier cities in the Divine Summer Empire, and the resources available for the summoner profession are pitifully scarce. Liang Yi had previously explained to him that in the Wan City Treasure Vault, there are only 3 level 15 skill books, and this Infernal Cat summoning book is the one with the highest growth potential among the 3 rare levels. Liang Yi also said that if he wasn't satisfied with this one, he could help look for others in different cities. His attitude was simply incredible. Being able to do this shows he is many times stronger than Su Lai in Lin City. Right now, among Gu Chen's summoned beasts, the Blood Lord is for ranged output and burst damage. The Nightmare Ruler is for sudden burst damage and continuous output, and the Undead Golem is for debuffs and weakening. He just needs a warrior-type summoned beast. Coincidentally, the Spiked Armored Turtle is a warrior type. Chapter 70. Killing Machine, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. From level 14 to level 17, Gu Chen's divine level talent had not been activated. Now is the best time. He picked up the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the Spiked Armored Turtle. Summon Beast, Spiked Armored Turtle. Qualification Rare. Level, 17. Health points, 11,220. Attributes, Strength 235, Agility 200, Constitution 230, Spirit 195. Talent, Spike Heavy Armor LV.20 Rare. Skill, Violent Spike Charge LV.20 Rare. A dull roar echoed in the summoning space as a turtle covered in spiked heavy armor appeared out of thin air. Guchen did not take a detailed look at the summoned beast's attributes, as he still needed to grant the Dark Bloodline advancement. Activating his talent, he successfully obtained 4 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Origin. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Origin. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Origin. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Guchen felt that as his level increased, the frequency of descendant bloodlines appearing was getting lower. Before level 10, a new one would appear almost every 2 levels. After leveling up 4 times this time, only one showed up. However, it was a bit of a pity that the royal bloodline did not appear. Next, Guchen bestowed the origin bloodline upon the spiked armored turtle and then used the descendant bloodline for bloodline awakening, followed by using another origin bloodline to upgrade its star level. Dark Bloodline Origin Fusion successful. Summon Beast Advancement. Spiked Armored Turtle, Rare, Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, Epic. Summon Beast Bloodline Awakening successful. Summon Beast Star Upgrade successful. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, Epic. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, Epic. Level, LV.17. Health points, 76,220. Attributes, Strength 380, Agility 350, Constitution 360, Spirit 320. Talent, Wound of Ceasefire, Epic. Counter Spike Armor, Epic. Skill I, Shattered Impact LV.20, Epic. Skill 2, Roar of Mockery LV.20, Epic. Skill 3, Dragon Blood Boiling LV.20, Epic. Boom! With a muffled sound, the originally dark brown turtle underwent a transformation, its size dramatically increasing, looking like a tall hill. Its shell was hard and rough, with a serrated edge like a knife, and its surface was covered in irregular spikes, shining with a metallic luster in the light. Its eyes were like 2 brilliant sapphires, with sharp fangs growing from its upper and lower jaws, and its body was covered in tough, armor-like scales that gleamed like daggers. Its claws were like hooks forged from high-quality steel, extremely sharp, and its stout legs were like massive stone pillars with bone spikes protruding outward from the joints, making it look like a beast born for slaughter from head to toe. Compared to the previous spiked armored turtle, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's aura was even more powerful, radiating a fierce and bloodthirsty desire for slaughter. The pain of stopping the war. Every time the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise takes damage, it gains a 10% damage boost, which lasts until it exits combat. Counterattack Armor. When taking melee damage, 50% of the damage is returned to the attacker as true damage. For every 20 points of Constitution, the reflection rate increases by 1%. Shattering Charge. Launching forward, it deals massive damage and slows targets in its path, causing a knock-up effect at the end of its trajectory. Roar of Mockery. Targets in a certain area are taunted, forcing them to attack the user. For each attack taken, the user gains a 1% attack speed boost. Dragon Blood Boiling. When health drops below 30%, defense increases by 300%, and health recovery speed increases by 300%. 76,000 health, counterattack, damage boost, taunt. It has offense, defense, taunt, and control. It is truly a hexagonal warrior. It can withstand and can strike. A natural killing machine, simply invincible. This position is exactly what Gu Chun has been missing all along. Only with the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise restraining in front can the Blood King and Nightmare Lord deal higher damage. At this moment, the Summoning Beast lineup has taken on a basic shape. The afternoon passed quickly, and news of Gu Chun joining Wan City became a hot topic between Lin City and Wan City. Not only these 2 cities, but also nearby cities with closer distances attracted a lot of attention. At 4 p.m., Wan City once again released hot news. Breaking news! Gu Chun has led a team of professionals into the Buried Bone Dungeon, Hell Level. In an instant, major media platforms scrambled to report, sparking unprecedented heat and pushing Gu Chun's movements to the trending list. Gu Chun is crazy. He just passed Nightmare Level Abyss in the morning, and in the afternoon he enters Hell Level Abyss. Who does he think he is? Exactly. Does he really think the Abyss is his own? If I were Gu Chun, I'd at least take a day to rest. Otherwise, there's no way to clear it. Disappointed. So disappointed. I thought Lord Liang, he brought hope to our Wan City, but it seems like nothing. I was hoping Gu Chun could achieve Abyss success in the Buried Bone Dungeon. But is this it? Is he just here to give away his head? I think you all are being excessive. Gu Chen is a genius invited by Lord Liang Yi. How can you people, who can't even clear the ordinary abyss, criticize? The news of Gu Chen entering hell-level abyss rapidly spread on short video platforms, especially in Wan City and Lin City, which nearly exploded. For Lin City, most professionals did not want to see Gu Chen continue clearing hell-level abyss. After all, from their perspective, Gu Chen had betrayed Lin City. On the other hand, in Wan City, there were those who were jealous, those who wanted to watch the fun, and those who hoped Gu Chen would become famous through the hell-level abyss. Basically, all hot topics in both cities began to revolve around Gu Chen. However, these topics did not last long before they faded away. Just past 8 in the evening, the Abyss Square of the Buried Bone Dungeon announced Gu Chen's clearance of the Hell level. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the clearance record of the Buried Bone Dungeon. Hell level. Clearance time: 4 hours 02 minutes 56 seconds. Clearance team information: Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members: Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Warrior, Su Ran Assassin, Su Xia, Non-Profession. Clearance rating: SSS. In an instant, countless topics flooded major media platforms, expressing strong shock and confusion regarding Gu Chen's clearance of the hell-level abyss. Following closely, professionals began to discuss passionately. This time, Gu Chen refreshed the historical record of Buried Bone Dungeon at hell level. Does it mean that from now on, this abyss record will stop here? If that's the case, then Gu Chen merely refreshed the record of hell-level abyss. It did not meet the expectations of Liang Yi and the people of Wan City. After all, countless people from Wan City hoped that Gu Chen could achieve the Abyss achievement in the Burying Bones dungeon, thus lowering the difficulty of the Abyss. If he tried his best and still did not get the Abyss achievement, wouldn't it mean that all the resources Liang Yi sent were in vain? Soon, while the public was intensely discussing, a video account quietly released a message. 4 hours and 2 minutes is not the limit for clearing the hell-level Burying Bones dungeon. If it weren't for seeking the Abyss achievement, we could have cleared it half an hour earlier. The certification section of this video account had only one simple line: First level Abyss achievement holder, Gu Chen. Chapter 71. Abyss achievement quickly apologized to Gu Chen. 4 hours and 2 minutes to clear the hell-level Burying Bones dungeon. This leaves no room for others. Can someone tell me what is the significance of Gu Chen refreshing the hell-level Abyss? Yeah, the record-breaking reward can only be claimed once, it won't be given out again. The Burying Bones dungeon is already difficult. With him doing this, he completely blocks the path for other professionals. Exactly. How will others claim the record-breaking reward in the future? Gu Chen is a petty person. I want to ask, don't you all have eyes? Didn't you see Gu Chen mention the Abyss achievement? Abyss achievement? Are you sure he got it? As soon as Gu Chen posted the earlier message, comments flooded in quickly. At the same time, the Abyss Square of the Burying Bones dungeon issued another announcement. Notice, the Professioners team successfully cleared the hell-level Burying Bones dungeon and earned the Abyss achievement. Starting today, the clearing difficulty of the first-level Abyss Burying Bones dungeon decreases by 25%, and the clearing rewards increase by 25%. 5 members of the Professioners team received the Abyss Achievements badge. Boom! An announcement that directly made various media platforms explode. Whether in Wan City or Ling City, Professioners were plunged into indescribable shock. Who just cursed Gu Chen? Come out and apologize. Apologize. Must apologize. No excuses accepted. I warn you, apologize to Gu Chen immediately, or I'll hunt you down. Fan club leader of Gu Chen, applying to battle. I said, a great god like Gu Chen would definitely obtain the Abyss achievement. How could the City Lord's vision be wrong? The difficulty of the Burying Bones dungeon is reduced by 25%, and the clearing reward is increased by 25%. This includes normal, hard, nightmare, and hell difficulties. It seems the professioners in Wan City are in for some good fortune. Damn, Gu Chen is from our Ling City. Why isn't this good fortune coming to Ling City? Correction, Gu Chen is already one of us from Wan City, thanks to our good City Lord. We still have to thank the City Lord of Ling City. If it weren't for him, how would Gu Chen have come to Wan City? Why are the people from Ling City quiet? I guess they have 1,000 angry alpacas rushing through their minds. It makes me so mad. I want to write the word tragic on Su Lai's leg. The people of Wan City were overjoyed, actively sharing their sudden joy across various platforms. From the looks of it, they were determined to build their happiness on the suffering of all professioners from Ling City. Sitting in his office at the town hall, Liang Yi jumped almost directly from his chair upon hearing the news. Abyss achievement. Gu Chen just entered the hell-level Abyss for the first time and surprisingly obtained the Abyss achievement. This far exceeded his expectations. In his plan, he would at least wait for Gu Chen to reach level 19, just like he had back then, before trying to see if he could obtain the Abyss achievement in the Burying Bones dungeon. He never expected Gu Chun to silently accomplish what no one had done for so many years. No one knew better than him how much of an improvement Gu Chen's action would bring to the professioners of Wan City. He could even imagine that, in the coming years, the combat power of Wanqing will experience a surge. Reward. Must have a reward. Gu Chun, this floor is the residence the city lord prepared for you. After emerging from the burial dungeon abyss, Li Feng led Gu Chen and the others to a luxurious apartment building in the center of Wanqing. Are you saying this entire floor is my residence? Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it's a flat apartment, covering an area of 518 square meters, with luxurious decorations, and furniture and daily necessities have been set up. You can move in with just a suitcase. Li Feng replied with a smile. His serious demeanor resembled that of a real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded and approached the grand mother and child door, registering his face in the facial recognition system. With a click, the door swung open automatically. Gu Chun waved at Lin Yuan and the others, and they stepped inside. The moment everyone entered, the smart home devices immediately sprang to life. The lights in the room turned on, the curtains automatically gathered to the sides, and the window opener swung the windows wide open, letting in a cool breeze and a clear view. As they walked through the foyer, the living room was meticulously decorated. Many materials were beyond Gu Chen's knowledge, showcasing understated luxury. This whole flat must be worth millions, right? Lin Yuan stood by the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down, and couldn't help but exclaim. Being on the 33rd floor provided a stunning view of the city's nightscape. To be exact, it's 15,554,000. Although Wancheng is a third-tier city, flats in the city center are not cheap, Li Feng responded. Gu Chen nodded, feeling an extreme sense of unreality. At that moment, a shabby little house on the outskirts of Lin City suddenly flashed in his mind. In stark contrast, his previous place was like a sewer compared to this luxurious apartment. Indeed, no matter which world you are in, the gap between people remains so stark. He had come prepared mentally. Liang Yi, in order to continue wooing him, would surely offer generous conditions, and he couldn't easily fall for it. But now he realized he was wrong. Poverty had limited his imagination. He never expected the other party would actually gift him a flat worth more than 15 million. It simply shattered his worldview. This apartment is considered a top luxury residence in Wanqing. Both the lighting and orientation are top-notch. What do you think? Li Feng asked. Not bad. Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the shock inside him. Lin Yuan had told him downstairs that no matter what Li Feng presented, he had to remain calm and should never allow himself to be underestimated. It's okay, just Lin Yuan said nonchalantly with his hands on his hips. However, just a few seconds later, he couldn't keep up the act. So, am I still in time to join Wancheng? Lin Yuan turned to Li Feng, a grin on his face. You want to join Wanqing too? Don't get me wrong. I'm not here for the resources or the luxury apartment. It's mainly out of respect for City Lord Liang Yi and the local customs of Wanqing, which give me a sense of home. Li Feng laughed, shrugging his shoulders. I can't make such decisions. Once you're accepted into a higher institution, you can pay more attention to Wanqing's talent introduction policies. All right, we'll talk about it later. Lin Yuan scratched his nose. Noticing Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's amused looks, he added, Actually, Lin City isn't that bad, but Wanqing feels like a vast ocean to me. Chapter 72. Su Lai's rage is intense. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere among Wanqing's practitioners, the practitioners of Lin City were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration after hearing about Gu Chen's achievement in the abyss. At the square of the Temple Ruins dungeon, Gu Chen's name still hung on the Hell-level dungeon completion record, glaringly bright. Everywhere here were people who knew Gu Chen, some who had mocked him before, some who had envied him, and among them were some of his classmates. Of course, this did not include Wu Zi. Ever since he betrayed the team in the dungeon, he hadn't shown his face in the novice dungeon square, feeling too embarrassed. Now, among the new novice players, almost everyone was discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard? Gu Chen not only joined Wan City, but also achieved the Abyss accomplishment in the Buried Bone dungeon. I envy him. After completing the novice dungeon, the novice job changers in Wan City will most likely choose the normal level Buried Bone dungeon, right? After all, the difficulty has been reduced by 25%. Don't forget, not only has the difficulty been lowered, but the rewards for completing the Buried Bone dungeon have also been increased by 25%. Wan City has a good city lord. Liang Yi poached Gu Chen, benefiting all low-tier players in Wan City. What has our city lord done for us in Lin City? I heard Su Lai reduced the dungeon usage fees in Lin City. What good is that? If the dungeon difficulty doesn't decrease, us low-tier players still have no way out. Su Lai is a small person. It seems like he's giving benefits to Lin City players, but he's just making it cheaper for the nobles and rich people, not caring about the lives of the bottom-tier players. It's hard to imagine how much improvement the players in Wan City will get because of Gu Chun. It's all Su Lai's fault. If it weren't for him colluding with the Leaf family to suppress, Gu Chun wouldn't have left. Su Lai, that bastard. Really not a human. Lin City office. Su Lai sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report, his face dark enough to drip water. Lord, the citizens of Lin City are venting their dissatisfaction with the City Hall on major media platforms, and negative news is trending. Our credibility is seriously lacking. Block the news. Suppress all negative news related to the City Hall. Do I need to teach you this? We can't block it. They're all mainstream media platforms, and not just Lin City, but several surrounding cities, including Wan City, are also involved, saying they want to seek justice for Gu Chun. Su Lai said nothing, and his face darkened further. We also received news that a large number of students are organizing a protest, demanding the city lord apologize to Gu Chun. Su Lai's face suddenly showed some anger. Keep talking. Gubei City sent word that starting this month, all tax rates in Lin City will increase by 15%, and in the next 3 years, all subsidy policies in the Northern Territory will not apply to Lin City. Continue. After the Leaf family was exterminated, the 3 major families in Lin City fought many times to seize the Leaf family's industries, seriously affecting public safety in Lin City. They all want to mess with me? On purpose. They're all out to get me, aren't they? Su Lai roared, his fist crashing down hard on the table, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, his spirit on the brink of collapse. Damn it, they're causing trouble at this critical moment. If we can't block the news online, then close the related media platforms. I want them all to shut down. Protests? Forcing me to apologize? Crush them hard. All participants should have their student status revoked and be sent to factories for labor reform. In Gubei City, raising Lin City's taxes by 15%? Also canceling subsidy policies? This is outright revenge. Okay, the major families are being unruly, are they? Capture everyone causing trouble. If Gubei City wants to bleed me dry, don't blame me for striking back. Su Lai roared, seemingly venting all the rage in his heart. At first, he hadn't taken this down-and-out young master, who had severed ties with the royal family, seriously, but unexpectedly, one oversight led to trouble after another. He thought that after the Leaf family was eradicated, the dealings he had with Li Xiao would disappear forever. Unexpectedly, everything was exposed. In an instant, emotions surged forth. Frustration, anger, regret, all emerged. His fury was great, and this time, he rarely did not maintain restraint. He needed to vent. Su Lai, after all, was the city lord, and he did not completely allow himself to be controlled by his emotions. After a minute, he had regained his calmness. With a long sigh, no anger could be seen on his face. He had come to terms with it. The external clamor was nothing at all, and even the position of the city lord of Lincheng was merely a job to him. In 2 years, his term would end, and at that time, he would be transferred to the western regions or southern frontier. The young man from the northern royal family. I look down on you. I cannot provoke you. But could I still avoid you? Su Lai thought this, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He had long planned to give up. Gu Biqing, the residence of the War King. Gu Chen's news of leaving the northern region to join the eastern continent had already returned to the royal palace. Gu Qingfeng felt immense anger about this matter. If it weren't for Qin Yun's restraint, he would have already mobilized troops to attack Wancheng. Your Majesty, Zir has called from the capital. The special recruitment assessments at the Capital Academy have all been completed, and now we just wait for school to start. Qin Yun said with strong joy and pride in her tone. Zir is coming back this afternoon, really? Yes, this child still cares about his parents. He said he would be busy after school starts, so he wants to spend more time with us before that, she replied. Zir has always been obedient and sensible since childhood. If he has this thought, that's enough. In that case, hurry and have the housekeeper arrange a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome Zir. Qin Yun nodded, her expression showing some difficulty. Your Majesty, if you head to the eastern continent now, if Zir comes back and cannot see you, I fear he will feel regret in his heart. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face showed some difficulty. Whether it is Gu Chun or Gu Zi, both are his sons. As a father, he cannot neglect one in favor of the other. Traveling to the eastern continent and back, plus handling Gu Chen's matters, would take at least 2 days. And it is estimated that Gu Zi will not stay for long this time either. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng's brow revealed some anger again. Gu Chun is clearly his legitimate eldest son. Why must he always cause trouble outside? As the elder brother, why can't he be as worry-free as his younger brother Gu Zi? It seems his previous thoughts were correct. Gu Chun has lived wild outside since childhood. He must be restrained, or he will not achieve greatness in the future. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng sighed heavily. Well, leaving the northern region was that rebellious son's choice. Even if he joins the eastern continent, he won't stir up much trouble for a while. For these 2 days, I will stay in Gu Beaching with you and your son. Once Zir leaves the northern region, I will settle accounts with that rebellious son. Qin Yun nodded, and her tightly knitted brows instantly relaxed. Chapter 73, Wanqing Treasure Vault, Unyielding Black Armor. The next day, after passing through the hell-level grave dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng brought Gu Chun to the outside of the Wanqing Treasure Vault. The Wanqing Treasure Vault contains the greatest wealth of the whole city, housing countless equipment, items, and rare materials. Only the city lord and those who have made outstanding contributions to the city are allowed to enter and choose treasures from within. Gu Chun acquired the Abyss achievement in the Grave Dungeon, which counts as an outstanding contribution to Wanqing. Gu Chun received a golden card from Li Feng. With this card, he could choose any legendary level equipment from the vault. Gu Chun, go in. You can freely choose equipment at the legendary level or below, but this golden card can only exchange for 1 piece of equipment, Li Feng said, his tone filled with unmistakable envy. Gu Chun nodded and walked into the entrance of the vault with the golden card. Inside the treasure vault, it felt like a large exhibition hall, filled with various equipment and items, the lowest of which were all rare grade. The surfaces of the equipment and items radiated brilliantly colored light, creating a dazzling scene before him. There were so many treasures that he didn't know how to choose. Gu Chun looked at the numerous treasures in front of him, feeling somewhat like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, momentarily dazzled and mesmerized. After browsing around for a while, Gu Chun discovered that perhaps because the summoner profession was rare in small cities, there weren't many pieces of equipment suited for summoners. However, he wasn't discouraged. Although there weren't many pieces of equipment he could use, there were plenty that his summoned beasts could use. After looking at the legendary grade equipment area for a long time, he finally chose a piece of armor. Unyielding Black Armor. Unyielding Black Armor. Quality, Legendary. Level, LV.20. Job restriction, Melee Professions. Attributes, Constitution plus 500, Health plus 6,000. Effect, causes 5% of the wearer's maximum health as true damage per second to nearby targets. This effect is ineffective against ranged professions. After careful consideration, Gu Chun eventually decided to take this piece of armor. Although Constitution plus 500 and Health plus 6,000 were impressive, that was secondary. What Gu Chun really cared about was the effect of this armor. The target is enemy units. If he equipped this unyielding black armor onto the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle with 76,000 health plus 6,000, the maximum health would rise to 82,000. With this, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle could deal over 4,000 true damage per second to nearby targets in battle. Make no mistake, this is per second. Furious Roar can force nearby targets to attack itself, while Shattering Impact can inflict damage and slow down targets along the attack path at the same time. Adding in the effect of the unyielding black armor, one can imagine how crazy the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle would be once it entered the Abyss. Indeed, it is legendary. You're the one. Using the gold card to exchange for the unyielding black armor, Gu Chun left the vault very satisfied. Outside the vault, Li Feng was still waiting. Looking at your expression, it seems you have chosen a very satisfactory piece of equipment, Li Feng said with a smile. Yes, thank you for the lord of the city, Gu Chun nodded. Next, you still have a chance to enter a first-tier dungeon or the Abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng asked. Gu Chun was now level 19. This time, clearing the hell-level Buried Bone dungeon only raised his level by 2. The speed of leveling up had slowed down significantly compared to before. First, due to the level increase, the experience gained from killing foreign creatures had decreased. At first, when his level 11 summoned beast killed a level 13 beast corpse fusion, the experience gained was around 1,500. Now, when his level 17 summoned beast killed a level 15 beast corpse warrior, the experience gained was less than 800. It was halved directly. Secondly, the experience required for leveling up had increased as well. When entering the Nightmare level Buried Bone dungeon, Gu Chun was only level 11, and leveling up required only 2 to 3,000 experience. But when entering the Hell level Buried Bone dungeon, he was already level 17, and leveling up now required over 300,000 experience. Moreover, the record-breaking bonus could only be obtained once. Afterwards, clearing the Hell level again would no longer provide this experience boost. As levels increased, the speed of leveling up inevitably slowed down. Therefore, since he still had a chance to enter a first-tier dungeon, Gu Chun certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Does the lord of the city have any plans? Gu Chun asked. Since Li Feng brought up this topic, he must have come prepared. Recently, Wan City has built a new first-tier dungeon. If you are interested, the City Hall can directly allocate a spot for you. Directly allocating a spot eliminates the dungeon usage fee, which can save over $1 million. First tier dungeon? How about the experience rewards? Guchen was a bit tempted. How to say it? Although it is an artificial dungeon, if you tackle it at hell difficulty, the experience rewards are completely not weaker than the Abyss. But the difficulty is much greater than that of ordinary dungeons. That's not the main point. As long as the profits are high enough, the difficulty doesn't matter. Guchen didn't care about this at all. After all, it was just a first-tier dungeon. How hard could it really be? Then there's no problem. If you agree, I can send you some dungeon information. Wait a moment. Guchen didn't hurry to agree and quickly said, since we're entering a dungeon, could we ask the city hall here for a small favor? What do you mean? I've heard that the difficulty level of a man-made dungeon can be adjusted. I want to jump directly to hell level. After all, I'm already level 19. If I unlock from difficult level step by step, by the time I reach hell level, I'll probably be a second-tier professional. Once you become a second-tier professional, you can't enter first-tier dungeons or the Abyss anymore. Well, it might not work for others, but since you can achieve the Abyss achievement, directly opening hell-level dungeons for you is not impossible. Good. Then I'll trouble Secretary Li. After negotiating, Li Feng sent some dungeon information to Guchen and then went to handle the dungeon slots and opening hell-level difficulty. After returning to his large flat apartment, Guchen called out Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran were not from Wan City, so for convenience, the three lived in Guchen's apartment. After all, it was a large flat. There were many rooms, and accommodation was not a problem at all. The team for this dungeon remained unchanged, still the previous lineup. Su Xia was also among the team members. Last time in the Hell-level burial dungeon, Guchen obtained an epic Eternal Source Crystal, which Su Xia bought for 5 million. He said that with this material, he could develop the new generation Mark 21 battlesuit. The reason for following Guchen into the dungeon was to test the combat capabilities of the new generation battlesuit. Guchen readily agreed. Su Xia could make up the numbers without sharing the experience, and Guchen was very curious about that new generation Mark 21 battlesuit. This was a world where everyone could change jobs. Was Iron Man coming? Chapter 74. First-tier dungeon, Spider Cave. Is the first-tier dungeon Spider Cave very difficult? Lin Yuan sat on the living room floor, putting the PS5 controller aside, looking at the dungeon information on the TV screen. It's quite difficult. There are a lot of different races inside. Lin Qingqing said. A lot. Su Ran tilted her head and asked. Lin Qingqing thought for a moment and changed to a more appropriate word. Very many. In fact, a huge number. After all, it's the Spider Cave. Does this mean the experience will also be a lot? Lin Yuan asked. Not necessarily. Even if we directly open the Hell-level dungeon, the experience we gain will only be on par with the first-tier Abyss. Even if it's more, it won't be too much. If that's the case, since it's all first-tier, why not keep farming the burial dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. This kind of question? Didn't your high school teacher mention this? Were you not paying attention in class? Huh? Me not paying attention? Come on, you tell me first, and I'll add what's missing. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes, but patiently explained. The Abyss has a self-protection mechanism. If you repeatedly farm the same Abyss, the attributes of the professional will be suppressed by the Abyss, and the experience gained will decrease. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, I think so too. So, if the Wan City Hall can approve the slots, that would be the best. At least it could save us a few million in dungeon usage fees. Su Ran sighed from the side. Speaking of money, cough cough, Guchen cleared his throat. The price for a first-tier dungeon and a first-tier Abyss is the same. 3 million per person, okay? Lin Qingqing looked pained. No problem. Just give us a little time to sell equipment. We have too much debt now, and several online loan platforms won't give us loans. Guchen suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Ran, asking, By the way, I opened a level 20 dagger. Rare level if you want it. I can sell it to you at market price. I happen to need a level 20 weapon, but I need to sell some equipment first to get some money. Alright, then let's do it this way. You all take a day to rest and prepare. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we will enter the first level dungeon, the Spider Cave. Guchen nodded, finalizing the dungeon plan. He received a message from Li Feng that the dungeon slots had been approved, and Hell level was unlocked directly, avoiding a lot of trouble. After confirming, Lin Yuan sat on the living room floor and started playing PS5. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran went out to sell equipment. Although they could use the professional trading platform, the process was too slow, and if they were going into the dungeon tomorrow, they might not make it in time. So they went straight to the equipment recycling shop in the center of Wan City. Su Xia volunteered to take care of various preparations for the dungeon, like strategies, consumables, food, etc. Guchen wasn't idle either. He organized his equipment. In the Hell-level Grave Dungeon, he had obtained 3 epic items, 2 of which were the Echo Ring and the Echo Pendant. The third item was the Eternal Source Crystal, which he sold to Su Xia. Even Guchen didn't expect that after just one Hell-level dungeon, he had already assembled the Echo set. The set bonuses were quite impressive, providing him with a total of 600 spirit, 500 speed, and 300 constitution and strength. The most powerful aspect was the set effect he was longing for, which restored 10% of his energy every time he killed a target. If I level up again, Nightmare Master can wear the Echo set. An epic second-level set, though it didn't have star rating yet, was enough to get one's heart racing. Early the next morning, Li Feng sent an MPV to take Gu Chen and the others to the dungeon square of the Spider Cave. It wasn't yet 7 a.m., and there weren't many professionals at the dungeon square. But when Gu Chen appeared, quite a few people recognized him. Gu Chen, what a coincidence. You're also going to the Spider Cave? Master, you are my idol. Gu Chen, the people of Wan City welcome you. In response to the greetings around him, Gu Chen politely nodded as a response to everyone. Ever since he achieved the Abyss achievement in the Grave Dungeon, countless low-level professionals in Wan City eagerly called him adoptive father. After all, Gu Chen's actions had allowed most of them to win at the starting line. As for the few who really couldn't rise, they held no resentment in their hearts. Many were even grateful to Gu Chen, because now they could rent out their small balconies for thousands of dollars to those outsiders who came seeking fame. Gu Chen did not delay and led Lin Yuan and the others across the dungeon square, arriving at the entrance to begin the operation. Identity verification successful. The current dungeon has unlocked hell-level difficulty for you. Please choose carefully. Gu Chen had Lin Yuan and the others get ready and decisively chose the hell level. Current team average level too low. It is recommended to reform the team. No. Entering the first level dungeon Spider Cave. Hell level. Please wait a moment. The spatial vortex representing the dungeon entrance suddenly turned blood red, and then a strong sense of horror swept in, pulling Gu Chen and the four behind him into it. Feeling the oppressive aura of the hell level dungeon, the professionals in the square quickly looked over, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Huh? It's Master Gu Chen. He actually entered the hell-level dungeon. What? How did he do that? How can he directly enter the hell-level dungeon? What's so surprising about it? Gu Chen is a close aide of Lord Liang. What's a dungeon difficulty unlock compared to that? Sigh, so envious. Clearly we're the same age, but he's already in the hell-level dungeon. And I can't even pass the ordinary level. I don't envy it. I'm tired of envy. Being a professional is too hard. Working in a factory, tightening screws, suits me better. By the way, the fastest record for clearing the hell-level Spider Cave is 7 hours and 32 minutes. Do you think Master Gu Chen will break the record this time? You came from the Abyss? Do you even need to ask such a question? I'm not going to the factory anymore. From now on, I'm living in Abyss Square. I'm going to stream live. Everyone, come guess how long Master Gu Chen will take to clear it. Oh my, you really know how to stream? As the excitement in the dungeon square gradually rose, Gu Chen was already standing in a dark, cold cave. At the same time, a series of dungeon information appeared in his line of sight. You have entered the hell-level dungeon Spider Cave. Deep in the cave is a Ghost-Face King Spider polluted by abyssal power. Please ensure to stop the Ghost-Face King Spider from unleashing a plague, or else the abyssal power will completely erode this area. The outer edge of the cave is inhabited by the Insect Masters clan. If you can persuade the clan leader, all the Insect Masters will become your helpers. Chapter 75. Old Gu, do you have a plan? Once their eyes adapted to the dark environment, Gu Chen and the others began to look around. Everywhere they looked was covered with traces of spider silk. These spider silks were like layers of thin gauze, crisscrossing and hanging on the surrounding rock walls and cave tops, where some grain-sized grayish-white spiders were crawling around. On the ground, there were messy remains everywhere, insect shells and dried skeletons scattered amidst the spider silk, exuding a sense of decay. Lin Yuan took a few steps to the side, looking at the dense spider silk on the cave wall, and instinctively reached out to pull at it. In an instant, a large amount of dust fell down, making him look dirty. This texture, this dust, is just like the real thing. Lin Yuan's tone was full of amazement. First time in a dungeon? Look at you acting so pathetic. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. The first time in a paid dungeon, and this dungeon looks like it has nothing different from the Abyss. Although the dungeon is artificially created, everything here infinitely approaches the real Abyss. Otherwise, why charge so much money? The dungeon square had a fee standard. The price for a first-level hell dungeon was 1 million per person per entry, which was outrageously expensive. In the early days of the God's Summer Empire, dungeons were monopolized by the aristocratic class. Ordinary people had no qualification to enter dungeons and could only risk their lives in the Abyss to level up. It wasn't until the current ruler took the throne, initiating a series of reforms, clearing out many stubborn nobles, that the ownership of dungeons was nationalized. Then, the empire issued new policies allowing ordinary people to enter dungeons as long as they paid the usage fee. At the same time, To give more professionals a chance to level up, the Empire began massive infrastructure development, spending nearly 10 years building teleportation arrays in every Abyss Square. This way, the number of professionals in the God Summer Empire entered a booming era. Even the top figure in the God Summer military, known as the God of Slaughter, Xiao Nanfeng, rose powerfully only after the new policies were issued. Thus, ordinary professionals now have the opportunity to stand out, all thanks to the series of reforms pushed forward by the ruler of the God Summer Empire. At this moment, Su Xia stood next to Gu Chun and asked, "Brother Chun, according to the strategy guide, the outskirts of the Spider Cave are inhabited by the Insect Masters clan. If we can get their help, we can clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. However, to gain the assistance of the Insect Masters clan, we must first persuade their clan leader, and that difficulty is not small." Lin Yuan pretended to nod seriously and leaned over. "Old Gu, do you have a plan?" Hearing this, everyone's gaze inadvertently turned towards Gu Chun. Gu Chun pondered for a moment. He nodded, yes. Lin Yuan's face instantly lit up with joy. He had been waiting for Gu Chun to say this. It seemed this time it was certain. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes brightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Great God, what should we do next? We just entered the dungeon, and we happen to be at the edge of the Spider Cave. Should we persuade the Insect Master Clan first? I have looked at some strategies about the Spider Cave. The leader of the Insect Master Clan is very proud, and the entire clan believes they are exceptionally gifted and are unwilling to help us ordinary people. To persuade the leader, we must present 2 epic-level equipment pieces, and we must share half of our experience gained from killing the alien races with them each time. No need to make it so complicated." Gu Chun waved his hand, directly interrupting Lin Qingqing. "My plan is simple. First, eliminate the Insect Master Clan, and then wipe out the spider aliens in the cave, and finally kill the Ghost-Faced King Spider." Lin Qingqing was taken aback, almost thinking she had misheard. She instinctively looked at Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and Su Ran, only to find that the 3 wore expressions that were hard to describe. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and advised, "Old Gu, we are killing the alien races, not the Insect Master Clan. Don't confuse the 2 matters." Gu Chun shook his head and said solemnly, "In this dungeon, the Ghost-Faced King Spider is about to launch an insect disaster, and the Insect Master Clan lives on the outskirts of the Spider Cave. It can be said they are at a critical moment of life and death. However, they showed no intention of resisting the invasion of alien races, but instead, they deliberately made things difficult for us professionals. Since that is the case, what use do they have?" Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but nod. It made sense. Although the main mission of the professionals was to stop the Ghost-Faced King Spider from launching the insect disaster, it could also be said they were indirectly saving the Insect Master Clan. However, the Insect Masters, including the leader, were high above, looking down on the professionals entering the Spider Cave, not only demanding equipment items, but also wanting to share the experience. Even in hell-level dungeons, epic-level equipment is not guaranteed to drop. The leader of the Insect Master Clan extended a hand asking for 2 epic-level equipment pieces while wanting to share the experience with the professionals, taking almost all the good things for themselves. Yesterday, Lin Yuan had been playing PS5 in the living room, battling Tiger Vanguard all day, and hadn't looked at the strategies at all. By the time Lin Qingqing and the others sold their equipment and got enough money back in the evening, Lin Yuan still hadn't beaten Tiger Vanguard. Su Ran, confused, stepped up to ask, "What game are you playing? Why do all the monsters look the same?" Her lighthearted question directly broke Lin Yuan's defenses. He had been working hard until late into the night, with no time to look at strategies. Now that he learned about the situation of the Insect Master Clan, he spat on the ground angrily and said, "Fine. Let's listen to Old Gu and first eliminate those Insect Master traitors. Killing the Insect Master Clan seems even harder." Su Xia felt uncertain. Before this, professionals in the Spider Cave basically had 2 directions. One was to charge directly into the cave, fight through a crowd of spider aliens, and finally kill the Ghost-Faced King Spider. Of course, this approach had high difficulty and required complete confidence. Otherwise, the cave was filled with spider aliens, and a single mistake could lead to being devoured completely. After all, the spiders here were aliens, and eating people was common practice. As for the second option, it was to seek help from the Insect Master Clan. The Insect Master Clan had exceptional gifts, and their skills had an innate restraint over the spider aliens, so their help would greatly lower the difficulty of clearing the dungeon. However, correspondingly, the clearing rewards would also be significantly taken away by them. Yet Gu Chen's choice was unprecedented. First, kill the Insect Master Clan. Killing the Ghost-Faced King Spider meant a direct surge in the difficulty of the dungeon. After all, it was a whole clan. Although Gu Chen's decision was somewhat hard to accept, Su Xia still chose to cooperate. A subtle glow flickered on his spatial ring. Boom! A mechanical battle armor with a highly technological design appeared in front of everyone. Its cool red and gold appearance, with smooth lines full of power, was simply a perfect blend of technology and art. Suxia quickly put on the armor, and the eternal source crystal on his chest burst into bright blue light, shining like a dazzling star in the dark universe, illuminating the dim cave. Let's head out. The goal is the territory of the insect masters. I will lead the way. Chapter 76. Outsiders. The insect master's territory does not welcome you. Suxia's armor had a built-in navigation system, which he claimed was more advanced than the last one in the Grave of Bones dungeon. Once in the armor, he showed incredible maneuverability and agility, moving as fast as Lin Yuan and other level 12 professionals. Since everyone had just entered the dungeon, they weren't far from the territory of the insect masters. Not long after they walked, hiss! A giant spider suddenly sprang from the top of the cave, leaping towards Gu Chun and the others. Be careful. Suxia turned around immediately, and a dazzling energy beam erupted from the palm of his mechanical arm, hitting the spider's head in an instant. However, this giant spider had a hard shell all over its body, and the energy beam from the armor caused only minimal damage when it struck. Fortunately, Gu Chun had been prepared. The Blood Clan lord beside him had already launched an attack. Bang! 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 Silver bullets whistled out, and before the giant spider could land, it was blown apart in midair. Boom! The giant spider's body smashed onto the ground, its hard shell covered in cracks, green blood splattering from its shattered body, its sharp limbs twisted and broken. Kill Blade Venom Spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. The experience was too low. Gu Chun was mentally prepared for this. There were many alien creatures in the spider cave, but their individual combat power was relatively low, so the experience was also low. A single venomous spider was not hard to deal with, but the problem was that in the cave, these spiders usually appeared in groups. This way, while the experience increased, so did the difficulty. So many professionals would rather pay some price than choose to ask the insect masters for help. As soon as the first blade venom spider was killed, noisy sounds echoed in the darkness, and soon more than 20 giant spiders appeared in front of everyone. Consolidate formation. Gu Chun shouted softly, calling Suxia back, and then released the Nightmare Sovereign. A single blade venom spider yielded just over 1,000 experience, but over 20 was more than 20,000 experience. Gu Chun glanced at the experience bar. He needed over 500,000 experience to reach level 20. Looks like it was more enjoyable when he was at a lower level. If he was level 11 now, just these aliens in front of him would be enough for him to level up. The Nightmare Sovereign dashed forward. These level 20 ordinary aliens were basically just food for the epic summon beast. In an instant, the figure of the Nightmare Sovereign flickered and appeared among those venomous spiders, and then it activated its skill. Deep Dream World. Although they were a group of level 20 blade venom spiders, they were just ordinary aliens. The Nightmare Sovereign skill was explosive damage for them. The illusory dream energy quickly enveloped the surroundings, causing continuous damage to the spiders, their health dropping rapidly. Over 10,000 damage per second. More than 20 blade venom spiders were trapped in the Deep Dream World, unable to withstand such high damage. In the blink of an eye, they were torn to shreds by the dream energy. The Nightmare Sovereign ended its skill. It lasted only about 2 seconds, consuming very little energy. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1050. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1030. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1080. All killed, earning over 24,000 experience. Gu Chun had a satisfied expression. So refreshing. No wonder so many people love playing mowing grass games. Before, whether killing the Fallen Guard or Beast Corpse Warrior, one had to maintain the Deep Dream to continuously deal damage, which consumed a lot of energy. But for the spider aliens, staying in the Deep Dream for just 2 seconds would be enough for the dream energy to tear them apart with minimal energy consumption. This sense of smoothness is truly unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, all the blade poison spiders were dead. Suxia, in his battle armor, stood still, his eyes wide. So strong. His energy beam could only take away 600 health from the blade poison spider, but Gu Chun's summoned beast directly dealt over 10,000 damage. The difference is ridiculously huge. Let's go, continue leading the way, Gu Chun said calmly. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Bug Master tribe. It's called territory, but the term outpost would be more appropriate. There were patrolling guards on the outskirts, like an ancient army camp. When they saw Gu Chun and the others approaching, a group of bug masters in white cloaks immediately came forward. The leader was a thin, bald man who coldly raised his hand to block them. Foreigners, the bug master's territory does not welcome you. If you seek help, show enough sincerity first, otherwise, I will not let you in. The bald man squinted at the group, his tone revealing unabashed arrogance and indifference. Guchen didn't care about the offense in his tone. He looked at the bald man's attribute panel. Alien race, Bug Master Guard. Level, LV.18. Health, 10,500. Attributes, Strength 240, Agility 245, Constitution 240, Spirit 250. Skill, Insect Devouring Storm. His health was just over 10,000, truly pitifully weak. Guchen looked calm and spoke. I want to see your tribe leader. Bring him out. Hearing the undisguised disdain in Guchen's tone, the Bug Master Guard's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Audacious! The tribe leader is of a noble status. How dare you? Before he finished speaking, a barrage of bullets roared like thunder, instantly turning the bald man and the Bug Master Guards behind him into a sieve, their bodies falling all over the ground. The Blood Clan Duke lowly grunted, activated his skill, and his health dropped a little. Blood Clan Inheritance. The next second, the bodies on the ground were enveloped in a blood-red glow, and one by one, they stood up, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. 5 new Blood Clan descendants joined the team. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others shivered, finally realizing. Even though they already knew Guchen was going to kill the Bug Master tribe first, this was just too ruthless. This was murder. How could he be so decisive? Even the bald Bug Master didn't finish his sentence before a group of guards were already dead. Kill Bug Master, Guard LV.18. Experience plus 788. Kill Bug Master Guard LV.18. Experience plus 809. Kill Bug Master Guard LV.18. Experience plus 796. Guchen remained calm, glanced at the almost motionless experience bar, and directly walked toward the Bug Master tribe's territory. Murder? No, in his eyes, it was just experience. Guchen's tactic was simple, push through everything. The Bug Master territory was very complex with many passages. In other dungeons, one might need to search for the alien races one by one, which would be very troublesome. But here, there was no such concern. After killing several teams of guards, the alarm of an enemy attack rang out within the territory. Then more than 50 Bug Masters in white cloaks rushed out, full of momentum. These were only ordinary Bug Master guards, not even the main defensive forces. Foreigners, you dare to kill in the Bug Master's territory. You're courting death. Hearing their angry shouts, Guchen lifted his eyes and looked at the Blood Clan Duke. Kill them all? Not a single one left. Chapter 77. Killing you all is the best help for me. The Blood Clan Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent, and without a word, he unleashed deadly shot. Under the effect of the skill, a single bullet could deal over 10,000 damage, and flames burst from the twin guns, unstoppable. The Blood Clan descendants then charged at the Bug Controller's guards, launching fierce attacks. The Nightmare Master transformed into a wisp of black mist, and in an instant appeared deep in the Bug Controller's territory, opening the deep dream. The guards rushing in were like moths to a flame. As soon as they stepped into the dream, they were torn to shreds. Guchen and the others watched from the side, witnessing a one-sided slaughter, with experience points rapidly rising. With over 50 guards, that was more than 40,000 experience points. So satisfying. This experience came so easily, just standing there to collect it. Perhaps the ordinary guards died too quickly. Next came a group of stronger Bug Controller warriors, and their numbers increased compared to before. However, even so, they could not withstand the powerful attacks of 2 summoned beasts. The Nightmare Master attacked in the depths of the territory, while the Blood Clan Lord and descendants killed from the outskirts. Some of the clever Bug Controllers directly abandoned the Nightmare Master and charged towards Guchen, but were shot down by the Blood Clan Lord, turning their bodies into Blood Clan descendants. The throng of Blood Clan descendants steadily grew, turning the territory into a veritable slaughterhouse, with an intense smell of blood. In the eyes of other professionals, the once powerful Bug Controllers were merely waves of experience to Guchen. Kill Bug Controller Warrior LV.18. Experience plus 1,026. Kill Bug Controller Warrior LV.18. Experience plus 998. Kill Bug Controller Warrior LV.18. Experience plus 1,010. Just as the experience points slowly climbed, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Old Gu, looks like a Bug Controller Elder is coming up ahead. Bug Controller Elder? Guchen raised his eyes, fearing that too many Bug Controller guards and warriors had died. A group of Bug Controllers dressed in gray coats appeared in the battle. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a gruesome scar on his face. He was enveloped in a large gray coat, and wherever he walked, tiny black bugs the size of rice filled the ground. Outsider. Bug Controller Elder Elite. Level, LV.19. Health, 106,600. Attributes, Strength 278, Agility 223, Constitution 292, Spirit 205. Skill I, Alien Insect Split. Skill 2, Bug Transformation. A level 19 elite outsider, even in a nightmare-level dungeon, could serve as the final boss. Two skills, one similar to summoning and another causing area damage. Facing a normal professional team, this is simply a disaster, Su Xia said from the side. The Bug Controller Elder immediately noticed Gu Chun, with a fierce look of hatred appearing on his face. Weak humans, worthless scum, even worse than insects. How dare you attack my Bug Controller territory? I will kill you all. Facing the anger of the Bug Controller Elder, Gu Chun showed no concern, not even intending to take over the fight. He took a few steps back and directly handed this Bug Controller Elder over to the Blood Clan Lord. Swish! A subtle sound of cutting through the air rang out, and the Blood Clan Lord's figure appeared before him like a ghost. The Bug Controller Elder was taken aback. Even though he was a level 19 elite outsider, he could not keep up with the Blood Clan Lord's elusive speed. The next second, the shock on his face was replaced by pain. The Blood Clan Lord unleashed a chilling killing intent, and a series of silver bullets shot forth from the gun's muzzle, erupting with a thunderous power. Deadly shot. High explosive bullets turned the Bug Controller Elder's body into a mess of flesh and blood, splattering blood everywhere. Ah! The Bug Controller Elder let out a painful scream, even though he was an elite outsider. None of them could keep up with the speed of the Blood Lord, and their health dropped directly by 1/3. At the same time, the last bullet with a skill effect grazed the body of the Insect Master Elder and exploded the head of an Insect Master Guard. Boom! Kill Insect Master Guard LV.18, experience plus 826. Trigger kill reset, skill refresh. The Blood Lord's figure flickered, leaving behind a shadow, appearing behind the Insect Master Elder. Fatal shot. Another series of bullets came flying, and the Insect Master Elder couldn't even cast a skill before blood holes appeared all over his body. Shocking to behold. Without those guards, perhaps this Elder could have fought the Blood Lord for a few more rounds. However, he had now become severely injured and looked at the Blood Lord with a face full of shock and anger, shouting, "Impossible! Why is your skill not on cooldown?" In his rage and shock, a large area of black mist erupted from his body. Insect split. No, it wasn't mist, but countless black alien insects. If one looked closely, they would see these insects doubling in number, each transforming into 2, then 4, and the quantity was increasing at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the swarms of alien insects flew up into the air, resembling a large dark cloud, heading straight towards Gu Chen's direction. Kill the summoner first. It seems this Elder has some brains after all. However, what the Insect Master Elder didn't expect was that when that massive number of alien insects flew halfway, 5 bloodline descendants kicked off the ground, their bodies shooting upwards like cannonballs. Then they self-destructed. Boom! The explosion sounded almost simultaneously. A terrifying blood flame erupted, creating a small mushroom cloud. Area damage instantly devoured that countless number of alien insects. Kill Alien Insect LV.19, experience plus 3. Kill Alien Insect LV.19, experience plus 3. Kill Alien Insect LV.19, experience plus 3. What? Seeing this scene, the Insect Master Elder spewed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. 5 level 18 bloodline descendants self-destructing equaled a total damage of 15,000, more than enough to eliminate a horde of insects. The explosive blood flames quickly dissipated, and all the alien insects turned to ashes in the explosion. The Insect Master Elder had a complex expression. He had originally planned to unleash a wave of insects to devour the summoner to the bone, but unexpectedly, the wave he released was all killed by the explosion. At this moment, the Blood Lord's gaze turned back. The Insect Master Elder's face tightened. This feeling was like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Without any hesitation, he immediately released a skill, Insect Transformation. Accompanied by a painful roar, his body rapidly became deep and tough, as if a rough shell was quickly growing. At the same time, his limbs began to twist, his entire skeleton reshaping with a series of crunching sounds, his arms and legs becoming strong and muscular, with sharp spikes protruding at the joints. In an instant, the Insect Master Elder transformed into a humanoid insect. Then, he let out a sharp screech, his sharp limbs gleaming with a cold metallic luster, piercing towards the Blood Lord before him. Humanoid insect transformation. This was undoubtedly the Insect Master Elder's strongest skill. However, the Blood Lord coldly looked at him, showing no signs of dodging, and as the sharp limbs came piercing at him, he simply blocked it with his body, not allowing it to advance an inch. At that moment, a clear look of horror appeared on the Insect Master Elder's transformed face. This strike was meant to pierce the Bloodlord's body, but unexpectedly it was so effortlessly blocked. Terrifying. We are both level 19. Why are you so frightening? The insect master elder's body trembled, directly giving up resistance, pleading towards Gu-chun. Human, don't make a move. I will take you to see the clan leader. As long as the clan leader agrees, the insect master clan can help you kill the Spider King. Hearing this, Su Xia and others showed surprise on their faces. You surrendering already? The insect master elder's will to survive is truly extraordinary. However, Gu-chun shook his head indifferently. Killing you is the best help for me. As soon as the words fell, a blood-colored storm erupted from the body of the Blood Lord. Crimson Feast. The Elder Bugmaster's body was struck by the blood-colored storm, and his insectified form shattered, instantly depleting his life force. Chapter 78. The Destructive Strike of the Black Death Plague. Killed Bugmaster Elder, Elite LV.19. Experience plus 8,212. Loot obtained. Bugmaster Robe LV.19, Rare Level. Loot obtained. Bugmaster Boots LV.19, Rare Level. Just like before in the Grave Dungeon, elite alien species are divided into strong and weak. Undoubtedly, this Bugmaster Elder belongs to the weaker category. However, being an elite, the experience from the kill is still quite considerable. The two rare-level equipment that dropped were a robe and boots, but they were job-restricted, only usable by Bugmasters. Bugmaster is a rare profession, and these two pieces of equipment should fetch a good price on the profession trading platform. In the Bugmaster's territory, seeing the Elder get killed in battle, the morale of the Bugmasters on the battlefield plummeted. Especially those few gray-cloaked Bugmasters who followed the Elder, seeing the bad situation, turned and ran. No joke, even the Elder was killed. What were they even fighting for? In an instant, a crowd of Bugmasters collapsed in disarray, fleeing deeper into their territory. The Blood Lord led over 30 bloodline descendants in pursuit. The Nightmare Master also withdrew the Deep Dream, directly consuming nearly half of his spirit to summon more than 30 Nightmare Servants. The Nightmare Servants transformed into shadows that flew out, entangling some of the fleeing Bugmasters, then being killed one by the Nightmare Master. Gu-chun chased into the territory with a group of summoned beasts, slaughtering all the Bugmasters along the way. Killed Bugmaster Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1,026. Killed Bugmaster Warrior LV.18, experience plus 998. The growth of experience was slow, but it was steadily increasing. Walking to the deepest part, everyone arrived at a sculpture built from piled rocks, resembling an alien bug. This alien bug sculpture stood over 3 meters tall, about the size of a heavy truck. As Gu-chun and the others approached, a woman in a black trench coat slowly stepped out from the sculpture. This woman was stunningly beautiful, with a fiery figure, and under her open trench coat, she wore a fishnet-like inner garment, accentuating her sexy parts, showing no hint of shyness. Humans, didn't you come seeking my help? How dare you attack my noble Bugmaster tribe? A cold and proud voice echoed in the empty cave. Alien, Bugmaster tribe leader Elite. Level, LV.20. Health, 155,200. Attributes, Strength 338, Agility 263, Constitution 342, Spirit 265. Skill I, Bug Tide Rampage. Skill 2, Bugmaster Empowerment. Skill 3, Complete Insectification. A level 20 elite alien is the strongest existence of the Bugmaster tribe. For ordinary practitioners, it's a disaster they can hardly withstand. However, for Gu-chun, this was even weaker than the beast corpse aberration he had encountered before. The primary skills of the Bugmaster tribe were to summon alien bugs to attack. However, for the group of Blood Clan, the attacks of the alien bugs were no more than a light scraping. And for the Nightmare Master, it was even less than that. Listening to the tone of the Bugmaster tribe leader, Gu-chun couldn't help but frown. From the other's proud tone, he sensed an unabashed arrogance. In her eyes, humans were no different from ants on the ground. Noble, Gu-chun said coldly, then let your nobility die here. Hearing Gu-chun's murderous tone, the Bugmaster tribe leader was furious. She let out a cold shout, and countless alien bugs flew out from her palm, transforming into black lights that surged into the Bugmasters around her. Bugmaster Empowerment. With the burst of black light, all Bugmasters seemed to enter a berserk state, bursting forth with a powerful aura. The body rapidly expanded, transforming into a half-human, half-insect form. The level did not increase, but the four-dimensional attributes skyrocketed by 45%, becoming even more powerful. Immediately, the Insect Controller Clan leader let out a sharp, piercing howl. Insect Tide Rampages. The entire cave shook significantly, the ground and walls cracking under this immense force. Countless black, alien insects crawled out from those cracks, making piercing, shrill screeches, surging toward Gu Chun and the others in overwhelming waves. Retreat! Gu Chun made a quick decision and led everyone to swiftly fall back. The number of these alien insects was terrifying. Lin Yuan and the others were just ordinary professionals. If surrounded by the insect tide, they would likely be devoured to nothingness in mere moments. The Blood Lord seized the chance to activate the mirror rings effect. Its figure became blurry, and two cold figures in dark red suits appeared beside it. The two mirrors kicked off the ground, appearing before Gu Chun and the others, bullets whistling out, turning the charging insects into a cloud of dust, covering their retreat. Meanwhile, the Blood Lord's true form charged toward the insect controller clan leader, engaging in a fierce battle. At the same time, the Nightmare Ruler relentlessly invoked the Deep Dream Realm, countless insects crawling out from the cave, only to be crushed in a powder by the dream energy. Kill Insect LV.20, experience +5. Kill Insect LV.20, experience +5. Kill Insect LV.20, experience +5. Countless experience notifications rolled continuously in the field of vision, dazzling to behold. Gu Chun couldn't be bothered to look. Killing one insect only gave 5 experience points. Relying on this to level up would take ages. With a thought, skill light illuminated. A towering golem appeared in the cave. Roar! Immediately, its rock-like body burst forth with vast black light, applying 2 debuffs to the insect controller clan. Utterly exhausted, Black Death Plague. With both skills released, all the aliens, including the insect controller clan leader, were weakened, and the insect controllers, who had just gained immense power from insect master enhancement, suddenly turned fragile. Black Death Plague began spreading widely. After the last bloodline awakening, Black Death Plague was further strengthened. The more it infected, the more health points the infected targets lost every second. The insect controller clan leader summoned overwhelming hordes of insects. Instead of harming Gu Chun and the others, it pushed the damage of Black Death Plague to its peak. 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. Deep Dream Realm could only cause damage to targets within a fixed area, while Black Death Plague increased its damage dramatically with the rising infection count. This disease was like a grim extermination, a devastating blow to any clan. After a few breaths, large numbers of insects died, piling up on the ground like a thick layer of insect corpses, which were then crushed under the battle between the Blood Descendants and the insect controllers. Seeing this scene, the Nightmare Ruler simply withdrew the skill. Unexpectedly, the debuff skill Black Death Plague erupted with such terrifying damage in this situation. Gu Chun hadn't expected that either. Just now, he summoned the Undead Golem to suppress the Insect Controller clan, and even Black Death Plague was only to debilitate the Insect Controllers. It just so happened that it got transmitted to the insects and spread rapidly among the insect tide, leading to countless insects being killed by the plague. It was truly an unexpected joy. The Insect Controller clan leader, witnessing this scene, saw its cold eyes suddenly shrink, revealing an indescribable shock. Impossible? What kind of skill is this? How could it wipe out thousands of insects in just a few breaths? Humans, how could they possess such terrifying power? Chapter 79. Kill the Insect Controller clan leader. Epic 5 stars. The Insect Controller clan leader completely did not expect. He was proud of his strange bugs, but they just died inexplicably. Even more, after infecting thousands of strange bugs, the damage from the Black Death Plague skyrocketed, causing her health to fall rapidly. At this moment, facing the shocked Bug Master clan leader, the Blood Lord unleashed a storm of bullets, creating a cloud of blood mist around her. Seeing that her skills did not harm Gu Chun and the summoned beast, the Bug Master clan leader shouted, releasing a powerful energy wave from her body. Immediately, a giant shadow of a strange bug appeared behind her. Swish! The Bug Master clan leader's body swelled, changing rapidly, and in an instant, she transformed into a giant bug over 3 meters high. Complete bug transformation. This was not a half-human, half-bug form like the Bug Master Elder, but a complete transformation into a bug. Furthermore, after fully transforming, the Bug Master clan leader's skin grew a hard shell, greatly enhancing her attack and defense, gaining a significant melee boost. In an instant, her battle power soared, and she seemed to truly become a giant bug from the abyss, surging with a violent aura as she fearlessly charged at the Blood Lord. However, she forgot that even though her power had sharply increased after complete transformation, her overall attributes did not rise. Instead, they significantly decreased due to the extremely tired debuff. Not only that, but the damage she received was also increased by 100%. Faced with the charging giant bug, the Blood Lord lifted her gun and fired. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, shattering the hard shell piece by piece. The sharp limbs became incredibly weak under the Blood Lord's assault, and the giant bug's legs were broken one after another, with chunks of its shell shattered, green blood splattering everywhere. Screech! The giant bug let out a painful scream, not even touching the Blood Lord's clothes, and was already heavily injured, becoming a wreck. The Bugmaster clan leader let out a cry of agony. Impossible! Why is this happening? In just one encounter, her proud ultimate skill was shattered by the Blood Lord. At this moment, she had no desire to fight, quickly turning around and running back the way she came. Wanting to run because she couldn't win? It's not that easy. The Blood Lord's figure flickered and transformed into an afterimage, charging forward. The Bugmaster Elder only felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. She didn't even have time to look back before seeing a figure appear right in front of her, blocking her escape route. The Bugmaster Elder shouted in disbelief. Human, the Bugmaster clan is the nemesis of the Ghost-Faced King Spider. If you kill us, the Ghost-Faced King Spider will summon a plague of bugs to destroy everything here, and you will not escape. Guchen revealed a cold smile. Are you threatening me? No, spare me. I am willing to help you kill the Ghost-Faced King Spider. Just you. Guchen scoffed disdainfully and gave the Blood Lord a look. The latter understood and immediately unleashed Crimson Feast, and a blood-colored storm swept out, followed by additional damage, effortlessly emptying the Bugmaster clan leader's health bar. Kill Bugmaster clan leader, Elite LV.20, experience plus 11,290. Loot acquired, Bugmaster skill book LV.20 rare. With the clan leader dead, the remaining Bugmasters completely unraveled, fleeing in all directions into the stone caves. Guchen would not let this chance slip away. It was not just the Bugmaster's escape, but countless experiences. With a thought, dozens of Nightmare servants transformed into shadows that wrapped around those Bugmasters, the Nightmare Sovereign flickering and pointing at the fleeing Bugmasters one by one. The two Bloodlords' mirrors took this opportunity to unleash bloodline heritage. The corpses lying on the ground stood up again under the baptism of blood-colored energy. The insect controllers were subjected to a frenzied assault by the Blood Lord. After dealing with the tribe leader, it ventured deep into the insect controller's territory, targeting those dressed in white or gray robes, and entered full slaughter mode. Guchen's command was clear. Not a single insect controller would survive this disaster. Killed Insect Controller Warrior LV.18, experience plus 1,026. Killed Insect Controller Mage LV.19, experience plus 1,326. Killed Gray-Robed Insect Controller LV.19, experience plus 1,302. Soon, the entire insect controller tribe was wiped out. These arrogant insect controllers, who viewed humanity as insignificant ants, with their nobility and pride, perished here forever. Guchen felt no pity in his heart. According to the dungeon storyline, if the adventurers failed to kill the ghost-faced King Spider, everything here would be destroyed once the insect disaster began. At that time, the insect controller tribe would also face annihilation due to their arrogant pride. Humans are destined to die, so it's better to die with purpose, and turning in a Guchen's experience is the best outcome. Level up. Level. LV.20, 3126/651500. Strength, 517. Agility, 516. Constitution, 518. Spirit, 769. Summons. Bloodlord LV.20 Legendary. Nightmare Overlord LV.20 Epic. Undead Golem LV.20 Legendary. Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle LV.20 Epic. Talent, current available. Dark Bloodline. Finally, second rank. Guchen couldn't help but sigh. After entering the dungeon this time, the leveling time had clearly become longer. Not only did he kill a large number of razor poison spiders along the way, but now he had also wiped out the entire insect controller tribe, finally leveling up by one. Once he left this dungeon, he had to enter the second rank abyss. However, before that, Guchen planned to level up his summons again. The first generation bloodline he obtained at level 17 hadn't been used yet, and after reaching level 19 in the Hell Level Burial Dungeon, he obtained 2 more first-generation bloodlines. Guchen secretly hoped that this time, the King bloodline would finally be his. Activate talent. You have acquired Dark Bloodline, first generation. Another first generation? Guchen's face was full of frustration. Was the King bloodline really that rare? Forget it, let's use it first. The first-generation bloodline isn't bad. At least it could still help level up Nightmare Overlord and Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. With this thought in mind, Guchen directly gave all 4 first-generation bloodlines to Nightmare Overlord. Summon Star upgrade successful. Nightmare Overlord Epic. Nightmare Overlord Epic. Health 11,290. Attributes: Strength 390, Agility 396, Constitution 395, Spirit 480. New talent acquired. Shadow Kill Arc Light Epic. Shadow Kill Arc Light. When Nightmare Overlord attacks from behind the target with a skill and directly kills the target, the same damage will be dealt to targets entangled by Nightmare Servants. Talent strengthened. Sweet dreams come true. Nightmare Overlord's skill cooldown reduced by 80%, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effect impact reduced by 80%. Skill strengthened. Nightmare Affliction. For every 5 points of spirit, one Nightmare Servant can be summoned. Targets attached by the Nightmare Servant will take multiple times the damage, up to 20 times. Chapter 80. Shadow Kill Arc Light, Instant Harvest. Epic 5 stars. A new epic level talent has been added. Shadow Kill Arc Light? Using a skill to kill from behind the target will cause the same damage to targets entangled by the Nightmare Servants. This is amazing. The Nightmare Affliction skill was just strengthened, with the damage multiplier now up to 20 times, and it only takes 5 points of spirit to release a Nightmare Servant. With 480 spirit, Nightmare Overlord can summon up to 96 at once. In other words, the originally single-target Phantom Death Strike skill has now turned into a group attack skill after gaining the Shadow Kill Arc Light talent. Now, Nightmare Overlord doesn't have to target one by one. Not only that, the other talent, Sweet Dreams Come True, was also strengthened, reducing skill consumption, energy consumption, and the impact of negative effects by 80%. This means that Nightmare Overlord's attacking power has increased. The continuous sailing ability also went up. After upgrading the Nightmare Ruler to Epic 5-star, Guchen eagerly took out the long-anticipated Echo set. The set consists of the Echo Necklace, Echo Ring, and Echo Amulet. Putting the set into the Nightmare Ruler's equipment slot, its attributes suddenly increased significantly, adding a total of 600 points to Spirit, 500 points to Speed, and 300 points to Stamina and Strength. The equipment effects are also impressive, with cooldown reduction plus 45%, recovery speed plus 45%, attack plus 35%, and defense plus 30%. With such effects, the various bonuses are already very eye-catching. However, what Guchen looked forward to the most was the set effect after gathering all 3 pieces. Set effect. Restore 10% of vigor after every target kill. A simple line of description, powerful enough that it doesn't need any explanation. This set effect, combined with the talent Dream Come True, directly allowed the Nightmare Ruler to enter infinite firepower mode. Guchen looked at the data on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Although the Nightmare Ruler is still an epic-level summoned beast, it can already rival legendary-level summoned beasts. Moreover, the gap between epic 5-star and legendary summoned beasts is just a common first-generation bloodline. Even if he couldn't obtain the royal bloodline at level 21, Guchen could still upgrade the Nightmare Ruler to legendary level through the first-generation bloodline. This way, among the 4 summoned beasts he has contracted, at least 3 would be legendary. Looking across the entire Divine Summer Empire, no second-level summoner has ever had such a powerful lineup. And now, Guchen is already level 20. Once he exits the Spider Cave dungeon, he can contract his 5th summoned beast, which will give his combat power a significant leap. With a summoner paired with a god-level talent, it is indeed terrifying. After sweeping through the territory of the bug controllers, Guchen's team rapidly expanded, with the level 20 Blood Lord transforming into 200 Blood Descendants, advancing towards the depths of the Spider Cave in mighty force. Among the 200 Blood Descendants, more than half are second-level Bloods, with battle power stronger than ordinary aliens of the same level. Most importantly, second-level Bloods can self-destruct to deal 5,000 area damage, 10 self-destructs yield 50,000 damage, and 100 yield 500,000. If all 200 Blood Descendants were to self-destruct, Guchen worried whether it would directly blow up the dungeon. Ahead is the lair of the Razor Venom Spider. Inside, there is an elite Razor Venom Spider. As long as we kill it, we can smoothly advance to the next lair. Su Xia's voice echoed in the cave. The Spider Cave has multiple layers, each containing an elite alien, and these elite aliens can summon many ordinary spiders. All right, continue to advance. Guchen nodded and ordered the Blood Descendants to charge forward. Along the way, groups of Razor Venom Spiders appeared, but they were no match for the Blood Descendants. Each Blood Descendant only needed to take turns to attack once to wipe out those ordinary spider aliens. Soon, a large number of Blood Descendants entered the lair of the Razor Venom Spider. Almost as soon as they stepped in, a series of faint, jumbled sounds echoed around the cave. Next, a large amount of spider silk draped down from the top of the cave like curtains, and one by one, Razor Venom Spiders dropped down from the silk, appearing in front of everyone. So big, I can't take it, Lin Qingqing exclaimed in shock. In the lair, the Razor Venom Spiders jumping out were actually larger than cars, their 6 crimson eyes standing out oddly in the darkness, and at a glance, there were at least 50 or 60 of them. All at level 20, the razor-red eyeballs all fixated on them, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks. Rustle. In the blink of an eye, the spiders swarmed forward, looking at the bloodthirsty look surging in those crimson eyeballs. totally treating Gu Chun and his companions as food. If an ordinary professional encountered this scene, the only outcome would be death. However, for Gu Chun, it was still a little lacking. Nightmare Ruler, go. With Gu Chen's command, the Nightmare Ruler transformed into black mist and vanished around him. Immediately, numerous shadows darted around the lair, quickly wrapping around the group of blade poison spiders that charged forward. More than 50 blade poison spiders were trapped in place, struggling desperately, but unable to move an inch. 8 legs. Not a single step could they take. The spiders let out furious howls filled with rage. However, at that moment, behind a blade poison spider entangled by 5 shadows, wisps of black mist appeared silently. Before it could react, the thick black mist completely enveloped its grotesque body. Nightmare Entangled plus Phantom Instant Kill plus Shadow Kill Arclight. With 5 times the damage bursting forth, this blade poison spider let out a piercing wail, and its health was completely emptied. Immediately after, all the blade poison spiders entangled by Nightmare servants simultaneously let out piercing cries, as 5 times the damage erupted through the Shadow Kill Arclight talent on over 50 blade poison spiders. Crash! The enormous bodies of the blade poison spiders thudded to the ground, showing no visible wounds, but their health was all reduced to 0. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1023. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1065. Kill Blade Poison Spider LV.20, experience plus 1042. In an instant, the experience notifications in Gu Chen's vision began to roll rapidly, and he quickly harvested over 50,000 experience points. Are they all dead? Is this the skill of the Nightmare Ruler? Su Xia's voice was filled with astonishment. Impossible. I must be dreaming. How could there be such outrageous skills? Lin Yuan looked completely dumbfounded. After all, it's a god-level skill. What's wrong with being outrageous? Lin Qingqing pretended to be casual as she spoke. All the spiders are dead. That's great. Su Ren secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as everyone was astonished, a huge mound suddenly rose from the ground. Then, a giant spider, similar in appearance to the blade poison spider, but covered in red and green patterns, crawled out from underground. This spider had a more grotesque head and was double the size of the blade poison spider. It lifted stones from the ground and howled sharply at Gu Chun and the others, proclaiming its dominance. Alien race. Blade poison spider, Belit. Level. LV.20. Health. 165,200. Attributes. Strength 328, Agility 253, Constitution 332, Spirit 245. Skill I, Poison Spider Shell. Skill 2, Corrosive Poison Web. Skill 3, Regenerative Ability. Chapter 81, Encounter the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. Truly a stroke of bad luck. The health of this elite blade poison spider was merely 165,000. From the numbers alone, it didn't seem very powerful. However, those who underestimated it had already died under its blades. Because of its third skill, regenerative ability, it had an incredibly fast recovery rate and was unaffected by healing disabling negative effects. Thus, the combat capability of the elite blade poison spider was terrifying, harder to kill than roaches. Even if its 8-blade feet were completely obliterated or its body was chopped into pieces, it could quickly regenerate and regain combat capability in a short time. Moreover, it also had a hard and sharp shell alongside a highly corrosive poison web. One could say that apart from having low health, this elite alien had no disadvantages in combat and was born for battle. An elite alien born for battle? Isn't this just lucky? Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, go! Gu Chen's eyes burst with fighting intent. Instead of summoning the undead golem, he called forth the warrior-type summon, the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise. Roar! The heart-shaking roar echoed in the cave as the Dark Hunting Dragon Tortoise, clad in spiked armor, emerged from the summoning circle like a fully armored warrior. Its eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. For it, battle and slaughter were the greatest pleasures. The terrifying might swept outward, causing the blade poison spider elite to feel an unprecedented threat. Hiss! As if sensing the powerful aura emitted by the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, the blade poison spider elite suddenly erupted, letting out a sharp, piercing scream. This cave was its nest. In its territory, no creature that could threaten it was allowed to exist. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's eyes brimmed with battle intent. Facing that intense hostility, its sturdy legs pushed against the ground, directly unleashing a skill. Shattering Charge. Launch forward with a powerful push, dealing massive damage and slowing down the targets in its path, and causing knockback to the target at the end of the path. Boom! The ground beneath it shattered violently as the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle shot forward like a heavy cannonball. Unstoppable. Swish! The Blade Poison Spider Elite simultaneously unleashed its skill, spitting out deep purple corrosive webs, aiming to cover the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle head-on. At the same time, crimson patterns burst forth from its exoskeleton, becoming even harder, its sharp blade legs stabbing towards the rapidly approaching massive figure. Sizzle! The corrosive webs with strong acidity enveloped the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, utterly unable to halt its fierce assault, and instead were torn to shreds by its spiked armor in a single clash. Immediately after, that huge figure slammed right into the Blade Poison Spider Elite. Boom! Large cracks appeared on the Blade Poison Spider Elite, its sharp blade legs shattering into several pieces, and its whole body was sent flying into the air, directly thrown into a knockback state. One skill, over 80,000 damage. Explosive. Simply too explosive. However, such explosive damage didn't even take away a drop of the Blade Poison Spider Elite's health. Poison Spider Exoskeleton. The Blade Poison Spider Elite trembled as it stood up, its shattered exoskeleton visibly repairing at a rapid pace. This exoskeleton was not just for defense. It also functioned as a shield. As long as its surface exoskeleton wasn't completely destroyed, no real damage could be inflicted upon it. No wonder the level 20 Elite Alien has only 165,000 health. While the health is low, the shield is high. 80,000 damage didn't even breach this shield. Guchen glanced at the Blade Poison Spider Elite's health bar. The damage just dealt had only accounted for half of the shield value. This meant the shield had at least 160,000. No wonder so many people die here against the Blade Poison Spider Elite. 165,000 health, plus a shield almost equal to health. Probably most people are ground down here. In fact, the Blade Poison Spider Elite didn't possess any powerful attack skills. Its only strength lay in its high shield. Once the shield was broken, it had an extremely strong recovery ability. In simple terms, it relied on being hard to kill to drag out the fight. However, for the Blade Poison Spider Elite, encountering the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle today was like kicking a metal scale. Roar! The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle let out a fierce roar, radiating a dazzling orange aura. Roaring provocation. Taunt targets within a certain area, forcing them to attack itself. For each attack received, gains a 1% increase in attack speed. Provoked, the Blade Poison Spider Elite erupted with intense anger, charging towards the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, swinging its freshly restored blade legs to slash. Bang! The sharp blade legs struck against the spiked armor, creating a shower of blinding sparks. No armor breaking, no health loss. The damage was utterly negligible. In fact, this attack triggered the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's talent, causing its aura to surge violently. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle gains a 10% damage boost every time it takes damage, and this effect lasts until it exits combat. In the next moment, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle swings its arm, sharp claws sweeping out and cutting through the air with a piercing sound, effortlessly slicing through the hard shell. The Blade Venom Spider Elite does not dodge, directly counterattacking, and begins to clash with the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle. Bang! 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 Although the Blade Venom Spider Elite is huge, it feels smaller in front of the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle, its momentum greatly diminished. After just a few rounds, the Blade Venom Spider Elite is completely suppressed and is no match for the turtle. Its heart burns with fury. Relying on its super recovery ability, it begins to retaliate even more wildly. However, this scene only excites the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle even more. It has another talent, Counterattack Spikes. Counterattack Spikes. When taking melee damage, it returns 50% of the damage as true damage to the attacker. For every 20 points of Constitution, the counterattack rate increases by 1%. After donning the indomitable black armor, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle's Constitution rises to 730 points, and the counterattack rate skyrockets from 50% to 86.5%. This is truly terrifying. The Blade Venom Spider Elite continues to retaliate, but its injuries grow heavier. Before long, its entire shell has no intact spot. Even with the Blade Venom Spider's strong regeneration ability, it cannot keep up with the damage it has suffered. Boom! With a swipe from the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle, the shell completely shatters. The shield of the Blade Venom Spider Elite is utterly destroyed. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle roars, its combat power and fighting spirit peaking at this moment. Icy light erupting from its claws. Sizzle! Its claws like blades, it slashes forward, directly splitting open the swollen abdomen of the Blade Venom Spider Elite, colorful internal organ fragments scattering everywhere. The Blade Venom Spider Elite cries out in pain, directly giving up its counterattack and unprecedentedly retreating. Chapter 82, Self-Destruction, Blood Clan Venom Spider. With the retreat of the Blade Venom Spider Elite, the battle clearly begins to reach its end. The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle exists for battle. As long as it is in combat, It becomes more and more courageous, invincible. Dark hunting dragon turtle? What kind of summoned beast is this? It's so terrifying. Lin Yuan is shocked, unable to stop gasping in awe. Generally speaking, as the level increases, raising a summoned beast becomes. Having forcefully endured an attack from the Shadow Hunter Dragon Turtle, the remaining health was instantly reduced to 0. Even the broken insect body shattered into a pile of indistinct fragments under this fierce impact. Kill Blade Venom Spider Elite LV.20, experience plus 9,216. Loot obtained, Venom Spider Blade LV.20 rare. Loot obtained, Venom Spider Heavy Armor LV.20 rare. Loot obtained, Strengthening Stone *20. Loot obtained, Venomous Spider Silk *5. The experience gained from killing an elite alien was still impressive, and regarding the two pieces of rare equipment, one belonged to the assassin class, and the other to the warrior class. If sold on the professional trading platform, they could fetch a price of millions, resulting in a hefty profit. An elite alien provided nearly 10,000 experience, while killing ordinary aliens in the outer layers accumulated more than 80,000 experience. The rewards were significant. Gu Chen was filled with anticipation for the next spider nest. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the surrounding darkness. Immediately after, a swarm of blade venom spiders surged forth, their numbers greater than before. Here they come again? Why so soon? Su Xia was taken aback. According to the strategy guide, after the death of the blade venom spider elite, this spider nest would trigger a small-scale insect tide. However, he never expected it to arrive so quickly. Just in time, Gu Chen smiled. Although one blade venom spider gives little experience, if the insect tide comes, that would mean unimaginable riches. Catch them, it must be caught. He could hardly wait. Blood Clan offspring go. At Gu Chen's command, dozens of Blood Clan offspring charged forward, launching self-destruct attacks against the surging insect tide. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion dealt 5,000 damage, and 10 explosions equaled 50,000, all being area damage. The dim cave was illuminated in fiery red by the blazing blood flames, as each blade venom spider was completely consumed by the explosions. In just a few breaths, 15 Blood Clan offspring self-destructed, killing over 40 blade venom spiders. Taking advantage of the moment, 2 Blood Clan lords activated their skills, transforming 15 from the numerous blade venom spider corpses, replenishing the lost Blood Clan offspring. The transformation skill is not limited by the type of target. It could transform beast corpses before, and now it could transform spider corpses, as long as it was a body. The transformed Blood Clan venom spiders were largely indistinguishable from the blade venom spiders, except they were wrapped in dense blood-colored energy, making them easy to identify. Gu Chen didn't care what form the Blood Clan offspring took. Whether humanoid or insectoid, the damage from self-destruction was the same. Thus, the vastly transformed Blood Clan venom spiders surged out, self-destructing in front of the attacking blade venom spiders. If that blade venom spider elite wasn't dead yet, this scene would certainly drive it mad. No matter how hard it thought, it could never imagine that the already dead spider bodies would explode with such terrifying damage in Gu Chen's hands. All aliens killed by the Blood Clan offspring counted as kills of the Blood Clan lords. After all, the Blood Clan offspring were skills of the Blood Clan lords. Being killed by them meant being killed by the skills of the Blood Clan lords. In this way, for each blade venom spider killed by the Blood Clan offspring, the Blood Clan lord's life force would increase by 10 points. As the self-explosions continued, the Blood Clan lord's health climbed higher and higher. Meanwhile, Gu Chen observed the experience notifications continuously rolling. Kill Blade Venom Spider LV.20, experience plus 1,056. Kill Blade Venom Spider LV.20, experience plus 1,029. Kill Blade Venom Spider LV.20, experience plus 1,045. The sound of explosions echoed through the cave, while only Su Xia, covered in armor, kept her ears uncovered. The other four instinctively covered their ears. It seems the blade venom spiders are decreasing. Not long after, Su Xia noticed that the blade venom spiders were visibly dwindling. This meant that this wave of insect tide was nearing its end. It seems we have successfully destroyed the first spider nest, Lin Yuan said excitedly. Then let's head to the second spider nest. Gu Chen replied. After eliminating the last dagger poison spider, Gu Chen took a brief rest. Then, Su Xia continued to navigate, and everyone began to move towards the next destination. The two images of the Blood Clan Lord had already disappeared. The longest they could exist was no more than 15 minutes. Before the final time limit, Gu Chen converted all the blood points of the two images into Blood Clan poison spiders to replenish the team. By now, the Blood Clan descendants transformed by the Insect Master had already been fully used up, and 200 Blood Clan descendants had all turned into pure Blood Clan poison spiders. The 200 Blood Clan poison spiders cleared a path according to the navigation, and after killing several batches of alien insects in the cave, the group finally arrived near their destination. This is the second spider cave. Su Xiao pointed ahead. Once they entered through a hole taller than a person, they arrived at an oval-shaped cave. Looking up, the stone walls around were covered with spider eggs larger than human heads, in groups and clusters, countless to the naked eye. Spider eggs? There must be thousands and thousands of them. Su Xia, Lin Yuan, and others' faces slightly paled, feeling their scalp go numb in an instant. Chapter 83. Nightmare Ruler Ascension, Chaos Origin Spirit. The scene before him made Gu Chen's expression change slightly, instinctively revealing a bit of seriousness. Thousands of spider eggs instinctively gave a strong sense of discomfort. The pressure was overwhelming. Previously, he had only read about it in strategies and had no real feeling. Now, being in the situation made his scalp tingle instinctively. That's right, these should be the eggs of the bone-chilling spider. Su Xia signaled everyone to retreat, and then lowered his voice to say, "Stay quiet. If we make a noise here, the bone-chilling spiders will crawl out of the eggs and attack us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan and others hurriedly stepped back, looking at the countless spider eggs in the nest, each feeling a wave of chills. The strategy mentioned that there is an elite bone-chilling spider outside the cave. If we kill it first, we can easily pass through the nest without disturbing the eggs. So, we can totally withdraw first. Su Xia was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped, because he saw that the Blood Clan poison spiders had already rushed into the cave. He turned his head instinctively to look at Gu Chun, only to see the latter's eyes shining with unabashed excitement. Withdraw? There are thousands of spider eggs in the cave? No. That's thousands of experience. This is a gift from nature. In just a moment, 100 Blood Clan poison spiders had spread throughout the cave, and with a command from him, these poison spiders all self-exploded. Boom! With a deafening roar, the cave erupted with surging blood flames, illuminating the entire cave brightly. The damage from one second-tier Blood Clan self-explosion is 5,000. 10 of them is 50,000, and 100 is 500,000. In this nearly sealed cave, the explosive damage peaked. Blood flames turned into a sea of fire, surging endlessly in the cave, and the numerous eggs that made one scalp tingle were instantly engulfed. It's not horror, it's absurd. Lin Qingqing spoke. Don't forget, only 100 Blood Clan venomous spiders entered the nest earlier. This means that with this level of explosion, Lord Gu Chun can release it again. Su Ran was struck with realization, her small cherry-like mouth slightly parted, unsure of what to say at that moment. Gu Chen's mood now was one of exhilaration, his whole body emitting a refreshing, clear feeling. As the saying goes, when you're poor, you focus on self-discipline. When you're successful, you blow things up. He had wanted to use this tactic back in the Bone Pit dungeon, but at that time, the number of Blood Clan descendants was limited and the self-destructive damage wasn't very high. Now, not only had their numbers increased, but the damage had also gone up. Kill Phalange Spider LV.19, experience plus 789. Kill Phalange Spider LV.19, experience plus 813. Kill Phalange Spider LV.19, experience plus 829. The experience may be low, but it increased wave after wave, rising steadily. Soon, the power of the explosion gradually weakened. After the blood flames extinguished, the entire nest was almost unrecognizable, the ground covered with the corpses of phalange spiders, piled like mountains. Yet, a small number of phalange spiders survived the explosion and even emerged from some hidden corners, large numbers of them. These spiders didn't flee. Instead, they crazily charged towards Gu Chun and the others outside the nest. Have these alien creatures gone mad? Lin Yuan said, surprised. To survive such a devastating attack, and then charge forward recklessly like this, it was completely suicidal. These low-level alien creatures should have no thoughts, only attack instincts. They try to use their overwhelming numbers to wear us down, Su Xia said from the side. That's fine. The more of them come, the more experience we get. Gu Chun was very pleased with this. For the spider aliens, numbers were their advantage, but in front of Gu Chun, that advantage disappeared. The more spiders that came, the faster Gu Chun leveled up. After killing 400 or 500 phalange spiders, Gu Chen's level rose to level 21. Level up, level, LV.21, 2129/801500. Strength, 527. Agility, 526. Constitution, 528. Spirit, 789. Summon Beasts, Blood Clan Lord LV.21 Legend, Nightmare Overlord LV.21, Epic, Undead Golem LV.21, Legend, Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise LV.21, Epic. Talent, currently available to obtain a dark bloodline. Finally leveled up, Gu Chen exhaled a breath of relief. Actually, the leveling speed now was much faster than ordinary professionals, but because the early levels had been so smooth, the current speed felt incredibly slow, like a turtle. Without saying much, he directly activated his talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. First Generation Bloodline. Again, it's the First Generation Bloodline. Gu Chun was very frustrated, almost spitting blood. He wondered, had the Royal Bloodline been discontinued? Why is it so hard to get a Royal Bloodline? But fortunately, even though it was once again the First Generation Bloodline, the Nightmare Overlord had already reached Epic 5 stars, so it was just right to advance to the Legendary level. Then, Gu Chun bestowed this First Generation Bloodline to the Nightmare Overlord. Summon Beast Advancement successful. Nightmare Overlord, Epic, Chaos Primordial Spirit Legend. Level, LV.21. HP, 36,350. Attributes, Strength 350, Agility 596, Constitution 325, Spirit 680. Summon Beast qualities upgraded from Epic to Legendary, granting attribute feedback. All attributes of the Summoner plus 100. Talent, Unnameable Legend, Sweet Dreams Come True Legend, Shadow Kill Arc Light Legend. Unnameable. The Chaos Primordial Spirit's body is connected to the Void, able to devour a certain degree of magic and physical attacks, and can freely travel between the Void and reality. Sweet Dreams Come True. The Chaos Primordial Spirit's skill cooldown, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 90%. Shadow Kill Arc Light. When the Chaos Primordial Spirit's skill directly kills a target, all targets wrapped in Chaos Shadows will suffer equal damage. Skill I. Dimensional Assassination LV.30 Legend. Skill 2. Chaos Entangle LV.30 Legend. Skill 3. Into the Abyss LV.30 Legend. Dimensional Assassination. Open the dimensional space. Legendary Summon Beast, the Chaos Essence. This advancement is a huge boost for the Nightmare Ruler. First, the dimensional attributes surged, with the average attributes of level 21 skyrocketing to around 487. What does that mean? Even for a level 30 professional, the average attributes are usually just about 460. The average attributes of level 21 surpass those of level 30 professionals, meaning it can completely crush level 30 professionals based solely on attributes. Next, both talents and skills have advanced to legendary levels, and all talents have reached the maximum level for the current stage. First is Unspeakable, which connects the body of the Chaos Essence to the Void, allowing it to devour a certain degree of physical and magical attacks. This means that the previous Nightmare Ruler had high immunity only to physical attacks, but now, the Chaos Essence has a degree of immunity to both physical and magical attacks. Sweet Dreams has also been enhanced, reducing several of its own consumption to 90%. Although the increase from this advancement is a bit small, the effect is very powerful. Shadow Kill Arc has also improved. The previous restriction was that it had to kill the target from behind to share the same damage with other entangled targets. After the advancement, there is no longer a restriction of a backstab. As long as the skill is used to directly kill the target, the damage can be shared. Next are the skills. Dimensional Assassination is the upgraded version of Illusory Instant Kill. Previously, the Nightmare Ruler had to move close to the target to initiate the skill for the assassination. Now it can directly open a dimensional space, targeting enemies from a kilometer away and killing them. Dealing lethal damage to the target does not necessarily mean to directly kill the target, but it has a high probability of achieving a one-hit kill. But this is already enough. What's lacking can be given to the Nightmare Servants, the Chaos Shadows. Nightmare Entanglement has advanced to Chaos Entanglement, releasing a Chaos Shadow for every 5 points of spirit. The Chaos Shadow is similar to the previous Nightmare Servants, but the damage multiplier cap has increased to 30 times. 30 times! This is terrifying. One can only say, the spell Assassin lives up to its name. The last skill, Ultimate Void, releases a Chaos Domain. Unlike the Deep Dream, the Chaos Domain can pull nearby targets into it and continuously deal high amounts of chaos damage, inflicting 1 second of stun on remaining targets for each death. After sorting through the detailed information of the Chaos Essence, Gu Chen nodded with satisfaction. However, one downside is that the maximum health of the Chaos Essence is only over 36,000 points, slightly stronger than a level 13 Black Robe Steward Elite. There's nothing to be done. After all, it's an assassin-type summoned beast, and its health is a hard flaw. But it's fine, as the body of the Chaos Essence is connected to the Void, and a significant part of the damage it takes will be devoured by the Void. At that moment, a sharp and piercing roar suddenly echoed from the cave in the distance. A grotesque spider alien jumped out of the darkness, appearing before everyone in the blink of an eye. Bang! 8 thick and spiky blade-like legs like twisted daggers, deeply pierced into the cave wall. The appearance of this gigantic spider revealed itself, its head grotesque and frightening, with 8 eyes glowing with an eerie green light, and its fangs as sharp as daggers, stained with purple-black poison. Its entire body was covered with strange patterns, stretching from its head all the way to its scythe-like legs, as if some mysterious spell was emitting an ominous aura. Alien race. Bone-cutting evil spider elite. Level. LV.20. Health. 196,700. Attributes. Strength 368. Agility 293. Stamina 352. Spirit 274. Skill I. Shell penetration. Skill 2. Evil gaze. Skill 3. Berserk state. Goodness. This bone-cutting evil spider elite turned out to be an elite alien that could enter a berserk state. With nearly 200,000 health, it wasn't little, and it wasn't much for a level 20 elite alien. It was just average. Its 4-dimensional attributes were also on the lower side. At this level, it had no qualification to be a match for the chaotic primordial spirit. Roar! The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle let out a battle cry. Its legs pushed off the ground, propelling itself forward. Shattering impact. Whoosh! The bone-cutting evil spider's scythe-like legs lashed out, a row of cold shells shooting toward it. Shell penetration. Faced with the bone-cutting evil spider's skill attack, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle was overwhelmingly powerful, its spiked shell crashing directly into it. Bang! 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 The spikes that could normally pierce gold and stone smashed into the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, shockingly shattered into pieces, dissipating into nothingness, causing no damage at all. At that moment, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle had already charged in front of the bone-cutting evil spider elite. Boom! With a loud crash, the bone-cutting evil spider was sent flying, its shell splintering massively, bursting with large amounts of green blood. Over 80,000 damage. The bone-cutting evil spider's health dropped significantly. Taking advantage of the airborne state, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle did not hesitate at all, swinging its sharp claws and severing the blade-like leg as if it were cutting through iron. Screech! The bone-cutting evil spider elite cried out in painful agony, but without hesitation, it retaliated. However, before it could act, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's claws struck again, easily creating a massive hole in its swollen abdomen. 20,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, its health dropped from 196,000 to over 100,000. The bone-cutting evil spider elite became critically injured and deeply felt the terror of the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. In the next second, the strange patterns on its body glow with a dim purple light, instantly entering a berserk state. Hiss! Accompanied by an angry roar, the bone-cutting evil spider elite released a powerful aura, a layer of dark energy spilling out from its body. The dark energy gathered into blade-like legs, repairing the gaps in the bone-cutting evil spider's body, and an unprecedented psychic wave suddenly erupted from its eerie green eyes. Evil gaze. Hundreds of spider pupils appeared out of nowhere, shining with a chilling light, instantly causing the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle to fall into a dizzy state. This was a rare and extremely powerful mental attack. Guchen frowned. This skill instinctively made him feel a great threat. Immediately after, before Guchen could act, the bone-cutting evil spider elite leapt, its 8 sharp legs carrying terrifying force, mercilessly slashing at the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle. Bang! Terrifying damage erupted on the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, its massive body shuddering as its health plummeted. Then, a surge of counterattack power suddenly burst forth from the surface of the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle, striking toward the bone-cutting evil spider elite. The bone-cutting evil spider elite hadn't reacted yet when it was struck by a devastating damage that shattered its fierce body into countless pieces. As an elite alien, after entering the berserk state, the bone-cutting evil spider launched its most powerful attack without mercy. Then, it was killed by the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle's counter-damage. It died unjustly. Chapter 85 Final Boss, Ghostface King Spider. Kill the bone-cutting evil spider, Elite LV.20. Experience plus 13,880. Obtain loot, Venomous Dagger LV.20 rare. After the elite bone spider died, the Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle finally recovered from the mental attack of Evil Gaze. Roar! The Dark Hunting Dragon Turtle let out an angry roar and instinctively prepared to fight back. But the next second, confusion appeared in its fierce eyes. What's going on? The elite bone spider is dead? How did it die? What the hell? Is this the elite alien? It died from the backlash. Lin Yuan couldn't believe his eyes. Well, it's kind of sudden. Su Xia didn't know how to respond. The great god really is the great god. I really want to see his summon beast attributes. Too bad he's wearing the black butler emblem. Lin Qingqing said. Her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. Su ran. How about you go steal the black butler emblem from the great god? Su Ran was stunned. What? Me? Steal? Yes. Aren't you an assassin? After the elite alien died, the remaining bone spiders were not even worth a plate of vegetable salad, easily killed by several summoned beasts. Although they killed a lot, the experience didn't increase much due to the low experience of these spider aliens. On the contrary, the Blood Lord benefited the most from this battle, having killed nearly 10,000 spider eggs in the cave, directly increasing his health by over 100,000. Now, the Blood Lord's maximum health had soared to over 199,000, about to break the 200,000 barrier. This made Guchen even happier, because the destiny amulet he wore was bound to the Blood Lord. When health fell below 30%, all damage taken would be transferred to the Blood Lord. This greatly ensured his survival. Generally, level 21 professionals have maximum health just over 10,000. Due to previously consuming attribute fruits and the rebound from summoned beast attributes, his attributes far exceeded the same level, making his health nearly twice that of professionals at the same level. Now, with the Blood Lord's nearly 200,000 health, he could absolutely be invincible in battle. Next, the transformed Bloodbone spiders and Blood Venom spiders began a carpet sweep around the nest, ruthlessly killing every alien without a place to escape. About 5 minutes later, the last bone spider in the nest was killed by the Blood Lord, and the noise in the cave completely fell silent. Such efficiency was truly unimaginable. After a brief rest, Guchen and the others passed through the bone spider's nest, continuing deeper into the cave. Facing the alien spiders ahead, the killing efficiency of the summoned beasts remained the same. All kills were completed while advancing, and the speed of progression was unaffected. Killed Ghost-Faced Demon Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1,150. Killed Ghost-Faced Demon Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1,160. Killed Ghost-Faced Demon Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1,180. After passing through the second nest, everyone entered the latter half of the spider cave. The ghost-faced demon spiders encountered along the way were offspring of the final boss, Ghost-Faced King Spider. Excluding Gu Chun, who unleashed all his summoned beasts, the killing speed increased significantly. Deep in the cave, the army of summoned beasts swept mercilessly like the scythes of death, harvesting every ghost-faced demon spider's life. The advance was swift and unstoppable, not feeling any obstacles at all. Soon, the Blood Army killed all the ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave, reaching the last nest. Next, they would face the final boss, the Ghost-Faced King Spider. Gu Chun glanced at the experience points, which were pitifully low. Despite the relentless killing, the accumulated experience barely met 1/10 of the upgrade requirement. From the current situation, even if they killed the final boss, they wouldn't be able to level up again. After all, the Ghost-Faced King Spider was only a level 20 boss and couldn't provide hundreds of thousands of experience for him. Inside the cave, jagged stones. The vast majority of the place was covered in white, ghostly spider webs. The whole cave was dark and eerie, extremely oppressive. In the dim corner of the cave, a creature like a demon from hell lay quietly on a gigantic spider web. Its massive body flickered in the darkness, dotted with spots that eerily outlined a ghostly face that seemed to both cry and laugh. That ghostly face was located right in the center of its abdomen, as if sealed by a curse, radiating an unsettling aura. The Ghost-Faced King Spider, after discovering Gu Chun and the others, its hideous body suddenly surged, sharp mandibles pointing at the group, letting out a piercing roar. Alien, Ghost-Faced King Spider Boss. Level, LV.20. Health, 214,650. Attributes, Strength 300, Agility 350, Constitution 240, Spirit 350. Skill I, Spider Plague. Skill 2, Abyssal Power. As the final boss of the Hell level dungeon, the Ghost-Faced King Spider only had 2 skills. Though few, they should not be underestimated. Skill I, Spider Plague, referred to the pestilence mentioned upon entering the dungeon. The main quest of the Hell level dungeon is to prevent the Ghost-Faced King Spider from unleashing the pestilence. Once the spider cave is engulfed by the pestilence, everything in it would be destroyed. Skill 2, Abyssal Power, is akin to a strengthening skill. Once the Ghost-Faced King Spider activates this skill, all its attributes will increase several times, which also means the pestilence will become more ferocious. The strategy says that the key to defeating the final boss is to time it right and interrupt the Ghost-Faced King Spider before it uses Abyssal Power, Su Xia said beside them. The strategy is correct, but this method of clearing the dungeon is not what Guchen wants. With a command from the Vampire Lord, a large number of vampire spiders surged into the lair, just like countless fish crossing a river, rushing towards the Ghost-Faced King Spider at the center of the huge web. The final boss, the Ghost-Faced King Spider? Let's just blow it up. In the blink of an eye, the vampire spiders reached the Ghostface King spider and without a word, self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted around the Ghostface King spider, and the raging blood flames rapidly spread across its body. With every explosion, there was a strong shockwave, leaving many charred marks on the body of the Ghostface King spider, thin streams of green blood seeping from its surface. Hiss! The Ghostface King spider let out a furious roar. It is the king of the spider alien race. How dare a swarm of tiny spiders offend its dignity? The Ghostface King spider burst forth with intense rage, a layer of vivid red light suddenly blossoming on its body. Then, a massive black whirlpool appeared at the top of the cave. Spider Plague. The skill activated, and a mass of dark shadows leaped from the black whirlpool. Hundreds of Ghostface spiders appeared in the cave, dark and dense, continuing to increase in number. In the blink of an eye, the Ghostface spiders filled the entire lair, surrounding Gu Chun and the others completely. Chapter 86. The strategy is correct, but I don't want to clear the dungeon according to the strategy. Surrounded by hundreds of Ghostface spiders, the cave echoed with sharp, fragmented screams. Coming and going, it was extremely oppressive. Pairs of eerie green eyes stared fixedly at Gu Chun and the others, cold pupils filled with brutality, an aura of killing intent surging. Above the cave, the black space whirlpool still existed, with a steady stream of Ghostface spiders descending from it. This is the terrifying aspect of the Ghostface King spider. The challenge of clearing the hell-level spider cave is to withstand a wave of insect tide, and then interrupt the Ghostface King spider when it is on the brink of death to prevent it from using its second skill. If you fail to time it right, allowing it to successfully activate its skill, over time, the Ghostface King spider will continuously summon devil spiders until the pestilence breaks out. When it comes to that, for ordinary players who have struggled to reach the boss, it's simply an unimaginable nightmare. Before this, many players had failed because they were unable to interrupt the final boss's skill in time, and, surrounded by hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders, they were slowly worn down to death. This key to the level wasn't something you could just find out by casually looking at a few strategies. Su Xiai used the Eternal Life Group's channels and spent a lot of money to buy this secret, but he didn't expect that this wouldn't apply to Gu Chun. At this moment, Gu Chun looked at the increasing number of ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave, a clear excitement spreading across his face. Having just killed all the spider races outside and worrying about not having enough experience to level up, suddenly the Ghostface King spider summoned hundreds of ghost-faced demon spiders. What a generous gift. How should I put it? This feeling is like just dozing off when someone immediately brings a pillow. Is there anything more timely than the Ghostface King spider skill? What was summoned was not a plague of insects. No, that was pure experience. A divine skill. This summoning skill was definitely a divine skill. Sizzle. The ghost-faced demon spiders in the cave let out a noisy, sharp screech, rushing towards Gu Chun in overwhelming numbers. At the same time, nearly 200 Blood Clan demon spiders fearlessly charged forward, crazily self-destructing against the dark shadows in the cave. The Blood Clan Lord stood by Gu Chun and the others, directly activating the Mirror Ring skill. 2 mirrors with 80% of its full attributes instantly appeared beside it. Whoosh! The 2 mirrors charged up suddenly, attacking the overwhelming swarm of demon spiders. Immediately afterwards, the ground lit up with a summoning magic circle, and a towering giant magic statue appeared before Gu Chun and the others. Roar! The undead magic statue let out a furious roar at the countless demon spiders surrounding it, like a dull thunder crashing throughout the cave. The air buzzed, black light radiated outwards, creating visible ripples that covered the entire cave. Forbidden Domain of the End. The undead magic statue marks a forbidden domain centered around itself. Targets within the forbidden domain have their damage increased by 10 times, and all consumption also increases by 10 times. With 10 times consumption and 10 times damage, once this skill was unleashed, all the ghost-faced demon spiders turned into fragile beings with only one skill. At the same time, the black vortex at the top of the cave suddenly became chaotic, and the number of summoned ghost-faced demon spiders drastically decreased. Within the skill's range, the Ghostface King spider was also affected, almost unable to maintain the skill plague of demon spiders. Seeing this scene, Gu Chun showed a hint of urgency in his eyes. Spare the Ghostface King spider. With a command, the undead magic statue removed the Ghostface King spider from its targets. Gu Chun nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied expression on his face. If he accidentally interrupted the Ghostface King spider's summoning skill, his losses wouldn't be a small amount. Next, the chaotic primordial spirit and the dark hunting dragon turtle also charged in, attacking the dark mass of demon spiders. No skills, just basic attacks. With the effect of 10 times damage, These ordinary small creatures simply couldn't withstand the summoned beast's attacks. Even the dark hunting dragon turtle didn't need to lift a finger. Nearby demon spiders were dying in large numbers. After equipping the unyielding black armor, it could deal over 4,000 damage per second to surrounding targets, and within the forbidden domain, this damage became over 40,000. Although the ghost-faced demon spiders were level 20, they simply couldn't endure such terrifying damage, dying in swathes like cutting grass. Killed ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1,050. Killed ghost-faced demon spider LV.20, experience plus 1,060. With large numbers of ghost-faced demon spiders dying, Gu Chen's experience began to slowly rise again. On the other side, the final boss, the ghost-faced king spider, still lay in the center of that massive spider web, maintaining the black vortex at the top of the cave. No one knew how much of a skill boost that ghost-faced king spider had. The summoning skill had surprisingly continued until now without vanishing, continuously spawning ghost-faced demon spiders. The cave was filled with the dark figures of demon spiders. Thick and dense. Endless killing. Simply endless killing. Although the summoned beasts are powerful, as the battle goes on, the number of demons surrounding each summoned beast keeps increasing. From a few to dozens, then to more than 20, even 30 or more. The number of demons keeps growing. The summoned beasts not only do not feel tired, but instead are getting more enthusiastic about the killing. They're going crazy. I didn't expect that a hell-level dungeon would be so terrifying. How do other practitioners pass this with so many demons? Su Xiao frowned. In this moment, he vaguely sensed the despair of those practitioners who failed to clear the dungeon when faced with overwhelming demon hordes. In this situation, using the teleportation scroll is impossible. No matter where they escape to, they cannot escape the numerous demons. If they cannot hold on, the only outcome is death. Lin Yuan and the others remained silent. Although they were not under threat, the overwhelming number of demons instinctively filled them with fear. Before long, after a bloody massacre, the bodies of demons piled up like mountains, and their numbers began to gradually decrease. It seemed that the summoning skill was about to end. At the same time, the ghost-faced king spider, lying in the center of a massive web, suddenly erupted with unprecedented power. A ghostly face on its abdomen suddenly glowed with deep purple energy. Seeing this, Su Xiao's face instantly showed a look of urgency. According to the key strategy he had bought, this scene was exactly the sign of the ghost-faced king spider activating its second skill, right? Brother Chen, hurry! Let the Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise use Shattering Impact. As long as we trigger a knockback state, we can interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill. Gu Chen turned to Su Xiao with a light smile in his eyes. Interrupt the ghost-faced king spider's skill? What a joke! Brother Chen, hurry! The strategy says so. Su Xia urged anxiously with his eyes. Well, the strategy is correct. Gu Chen nodded and said lightly, but the problem is, I don't want to clear it according to the strategy. Chapter 87. In this way, you will die more honorably. Just as the two were talking, the ghost-faced king spider's body suddenly expanded, and a ghastly ghost face appeared behind it. That terrifying body stood upright from the center of the web, letting out a sharp roar at Gu Chen and the others, unleashing an unprecedented powerful aura. From the top of the cave, a chilling evil aura suddenly surged out of the black vortex. Immediately after, a large number of ghost-faced demons emerged from the vortex, appearing all over the cave. With the enhancement of abyssal power, these ghost-faced demons grew more than twice their size, both in attack and defense, showing significant improvements compared to before. In a flash, these empowered ghost-faced demons charged forward, launching a fierce attack on the summoned beasts. Gu Chen calmly observed the slaughter and did not respond at all. After all, this lair had been covered by the skills of the skeletal demon. Although there were many ghost-faced demons, they had no resistance under the suppression of 10 times damage and 10 times consumption. Even with the enhancement of abyssal power, mowing grass is still mowing grass. Essentially, nothing had changed. The main task of the Hell-level dungeon is to stop the ghost-faced king spider from unleashing the locust disaster, so most practitioners would exert their utmost to stop its second skill. However, in Gu Chen's view, killing all the summoned demons would also stop the locust disaster, right? The result is the same, but his method clearly earns more experience. Why not? The Vampire Lord, Chaotic Primal Spirit, and Dark Hunter Dragon Tortoise all charged out, and the 3 summoned beasts secretly compared themselves as if competing in kill count. The level 21 Blood Lord can transform 220 bloodline descendants. The Blood Magic Spider, radiating a scarlet glow, burrowed into the surrounding spider swarm and unhesitatingly self-destructed. After self-detonation, it continued to transform. As there were 2 mirrors nearby, allowing the total blood available for transformation to reach 320,000. Transforming a second-tier descendant only requires 3,000 points of blood, and with the Blood Lord's incredibly strong recovery ability, it can easily keep up with the self-detonation speed. Every time an explosion rang out, it could take away 5 to 6 ghost-faced magic spiders enhanced by abyssal power. The Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle also showed no weakness. Its spiked armor, giving it high defense, combined with the unyielding black armor's ongoing damage to surrounding units. It didn't even need to attack intentionally. Charging through the spider swarm, wherever it went, groups of ghost-faced magic spiders would perish. As for the Chaos Elemental, it flickered and appeared directly beneath the black vortex. Then it unleashed its skill, Finality of the Ruins. In an instant, a dark golden halo centered around the Chaos Elemental expanded outward, forming a chaotic domain bigger than the black vortex itself. Large numbers of ghost-faced magic spiders, just emerging from the black vortex, fell into the chaotic domain, barely having time to scream before being torn apart into fragments by the immense chaotic power. Clearly a magic assassin, yet it possessed unparalleled area attack skills. Nearly 70% of the ghost-faced magic spiders fell into the chaotic domain as soon as they appeared, immediately turning into a pile of dust within the domain. Moreover, the chaotic power coalesced into dark golden, translucent tentacles, continuously dragging the surrounding ghost-faced magic spiders into the domain. This scene made the Blood Lord and the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle envious. "This slaughter is so exhilarating. It gets my blood boiling," Lin Yuan said, clenching his fists. "This attack power is just absurd," Su Xiao exclaimed from the side. "I just want to know, besides the great god Gu Chen, how should ordinary players respond to this situation?" Lin Qingqing suddenly asked. "Facing a pestilence of this scale, absolutely do not turn to flee. Even if you want to run, you can't escape. The only thing to do is to launch an attack with your skills at the first possible moment," Lin Yuan stated directly. "And then?" Su Ran quickly asked. "For us ordinary players, even if we attack first, we still can't defeat such a fierce pestilence. What you're saying isn't wrong, but at least if you follow what I say, you'll die with more dignity." Su Ran rolled her eyes and ignored Lin Yuan. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1050. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1060. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1080. Ghost-Faced Magic Spiders died in waves. Although the experience from a single one was low, they were numerous beyond counting. Gu Chen looked at his steadily rising experience, feeling quite good. At that moment, a shadow suddenly erupted from the spider swarm, propelling itself towards Gu Chen and the others. It turned out to be an elite alien. Gu Chen's eyes widened in surprise, but he stood his ground, unafraid. A translucent shield appeared before him, directly blocking the attack of the elite ghost-faced magic spider. The priest's robe could provide a shield with an all-attribute *10 bonus. With Gu Chen's current all-attribute stats, the shield value had reached 22,200. The level 20 elite alien's damage was not high. It only knocked off 18,000 from the shield value. The shield was not broken. Although it was already close to the shield's limit, Gu Chen did not act recklessly, as even if the shield were broken, he could use displacement exchange to evade the attack. Even if evasion failed, his physique had already reached 528 points, making him absolutely capable of withstanding this wave of damage. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't endure it, when his blood volume dropped to 30%, the Fate Talisman would transfer the subsequent damage to the Blood Lord. The Blood Clan Lord now has over 200,000 blood. Even if this ghost-faced demon spider elite uses its strongest skill, it cannot pose any threat to the Blood Clan Lord. Just at that moment, the Blood Clan Lord turned around, and an unprecedented killing intent erupted from those icy eyes. Any unit attempting to attack the summoner will face the strongest killing intent from the summoned beasts. The Blood Clan Lord was closest to the ghost-faced demon spider, and without a second thought, it burst forth with a layer of crimson light. Crimson Feast. A blood-red storm surged out, sweeping toward that elite creature. At the same time, a chaotic shadow twisted around this elite creature. Although the chaotic spirit was the farthest away, it acted instantly with dimensional assassination, slicing through terrain and distance to strike. Immediately after, the Dark Hunter Dragon Turtle charged forward. Shattering impact. That giant figure crashed like a menacing cannonball, smashing into this elite creature. Almost simultaneously, the skills of the three summoned beasts struck this ghost-faced demon spider elite. With a loud bang, it exploded on the spot, turned into a pile of debris. Kill Ghost-Faced Demon Spider Elite LV.20. Experience plus 11,369. Loot acquired, Ghostface Mask LV.20 Rare. Chapter 88, If we don't kill the Ghostface King Spider, what will happen? The Ghostface King Spider can actually summon elite creatures? This was far beyond Gu Chen's expectations. But it didn't matter. Even elite creatures posed no threat under the influence of the forbidden domain of the end times. Even with the backing of abyssal power, the insect plague could not gain a foothold. Before long, a hint of chaos appeared in the black vortex, representing the demon spider disaster, and the number of summoned ghost-faced demon spiders began to decrease. It's almost over. The abyssal power can no longer support the summoning skill of the ghost-faced king spider. Su Xia's eyes lit up with delight. That's impressive. A summoning skill lasted nearly 20 minutes. Lin Qingqing exclaimed sincerely. So next, as long as we kill that ghost-faced king spider on the web, we can clear the level, right? Su Ran said cheerfully. No, it's not over yet. Gu Chen interrupted everyone's hopes with a single sentence. Have you considered what happens if we don't kill this ghost-faced king spider? Not kill? But the ghost-faced king spider is the final boss. Why shouldn't we kill it? Lin Yuan asked in confusion. Isn't there a chance that if we restore the ghost-faced king spider, it can release its skill again? Gu Chen's face showed eager anticipation. Hiss! Lin Yuan and the others were stunned, completely shocked by this statement. Even their gazes towards Gu Chen changed. Restoring the ghost-faced king spider's state, allowing it to summon again before we continue to kill? This would completely wipe out the ghost-faced king spider's race. Wait, are you a devil? What kind of vicious trick is this that a person could think of? This, seems doable. Su Xia showed a conflicted expression. But will it disturb the balance? It disturbs the balance, but it doesn't harm humanity. Gu Chen replied. In the next second, he took out a low-level recovery scroll from his storage space. Seeing this scene, Su Xia's face revealed a look of sudden realization. It seemed Gu Chen didn't just come up with this on a whim, but had planned it all along. But thinking further, although this approach was a bit extreme, it was indeed an excellent way to farm monsters. After all, Gu Chen was now level 21, and after clearing this level, he could no longer enter the first-tier dungeon. So he needed to seize this final opportunity to gain experience to the fullest. Awesome! As expected of my brother. You even have this kind of operation. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up, deeply impressed. Gu Chen, holding the low-level recovery scroll, stepped forward. The way to use the scroll is largely the same, using spiritual power to probe, activate, and then unleash the effect. He set the Ghost-Faced King Spider as the healing target for the primary healing scroll, then activated it. A burst of rich golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, falling upon the Ghost-Faced King Spider like a light curtain. In the next second, a hint of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the Ghost-Faced King Spider. It could feel that, along with the golden light continuously pouring into its body, the previously consumed energy was rapidly recovering, a sensation it had never experienced before. On the other side, excitement erupted on Gu Chen's face. The scroll really works. In a game, healing scrolls cannot be used on bosses. But Gu Chen is currently in a gamified world. The Ghost-Faced King Spider is not cold data, but a living alien creature, a life form. Thus, the healing scroll can certainly have an effect on it. However, if it got out that recovery scrolls could be used on bosses, who knows how many adventurers' worldviews would shatter. Moments later, the golden light from the healing scroll gradually weakened, signaling the completion of the healing skill. Under the effect of the scroll, the previously consumed energy of the Ghost-Faced King Spider had been completely restored, along with some minor damage caused earlier by the blood-kin magic spiders. At this moment, the Ghost-Faced King Spider crawled to the edge of the web, looking down coldly at Gu Chen and the others. After all, the Ghost-Faced King Spider is merely an insect among alien creatures. With its mindset, it couldn't understand why these humans would help it kill. Gu Chen did not explain, as his help to the Ghost-Faced King Spider was not out of kindness. With a single command, the blood-kin magic spiders, who had long been waiting, rushed forward without hesitation to attack the Ghost-Faced King Spider. Under the fierce encirclement, the life points of the Ghost-Faced King Spider began to decrease. Amidst the violent attacks, the Ghost-Faced King Spider's massive body trembled, letting out an angry roar. Hiss! It leaped up, breaking through the encirclement of the blood-kin magic spiders, and jumped back to the center of the massive web. Immediately, a bright red light suddenly burst from its body. It's done! This is the prelude to unleashing a summoning skill. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with joy, and he quickly commanded the blood-kin magic spiders to retreat. In the next second, a huge black vortex appeared at the top of the cave. Within the vortex, shadows moved, and one by one, ghost-faced magic spiders jumped out of it. In the blink of an eye, the cave was filled with large numbers of ghost-faced magic spiders again. Behind Gu Chen, Su Xia and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions filled with unbelievable excitement. It's happening. The Ghost-Faced King Spider began to summon again. It really works. Following this method, does that mean as long as enough healing scrolls are prepared, they can keep fighting in the dungeon? Once the Ghost-Faced King Spider is exhausted, they will use a healing scroll on it. Once its condition is fully restored, it can unleash the summoning skill again. This way, they can continuously gain kill experience. It's a good method, but even capitalists would weep at it. As a large number of ghost-faced magic spiders appeared in the cave, the three summoned beasts focused their eyes, bursting with strong battle intent. They roared and charged directly into the dense swarm of spiders, igniting more slaughter. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1030. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1050. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.20. Experience plus 1070. Experience messages popped up again, and a knowing smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Lin Yuan and the others were overjoyed. As long as they could ensure the Ghost-Faced King Spider's condition, they could enjoy the experience. This experience was simply unprecedentedly delightful. By the way, old Gu, how many healing scrolls did you bring? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Not much. I only brought 3. Gu Chen's tone revealed a hint of regret. The reason for only bringing 3 was because he approached the dungeon with a try-and-see attitude. At that time, 3 beginner recovery scrolls seemed to be enough. But he didn't expect that this operation could really restore the boss's state. Only 3? Isn't that a huge loss? Lin Yuan's face showed pain. Chapter 89. Clearing the level, the enthusiastic people of Wan City. Not just Lin Yuan. Even Lin Qingqing and others showed painful expressions. Gu Chun was already level 21, and once they cleared this level, he could enter the second-tier abyss. The difficulty of the second-tier abyss was higher, and the entry requirements were stricter, but Gu Chun could definitely enter. However, whether he could bring the 3 of them along was still a question mark. So, this hell-level dungeon might be their last chance to hug Gu Chen's thigh. Wanting to maximize their benefits was understandable. 3 should be enough. Gu Chen thought for a moment. Even if he could use recovery scrolls to treat the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen as an experience extractor, killing still took time. The experience from killing spiders in the cave was already low, mainly relying on quantity to win. This meant the longer they spent here, the lower the cost-effectiveness would be. Next, the Summoned Beast army launched a fierce attack on the Ghost-Faced Spider, and experience began to increase rapidly. Seeing large numbers of magic spiders being forced to retreat, the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen didn't hesitate to use her second skill. The result was the same as last time. Even with the abyssal power, the dense swarm of magic spiders couldn't resist the attack of the summoned army. Soon, accompanied by a feeble wail from the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen, a disturbance appeared in the black vortex, and the summoned magic spiders began to decrease. Gu Chen stepped forward again, activated the scroll, and the golden light, representing the recovery spell, surged into the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen's body, rapidly restoring her state. The Ghost-Faced Spider Queen regained her peak state, burst forth from the center of the web, and let out a sharp scream, her cold eyes fixed on Gu Chun and the others. The Summoned Beast army did not stop, continuing to attack large groups of magic spiders, and some Blood Clan magic spiders even charged in front of the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen to self-destruct. After more than 10 minutes, the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen could no longer hold out. Gu Chen moved forward and used the last recovery scroll. Moments later, the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen's status returned to peak. After a short cooldown, she began to cast summoning skills again. However, this time the summoned creatures were not the ghost-faced magic spiders, but they transformed into ghost-faced magic spider larvae. Alien species, ghost-faced magic spider larvae. Level, LV.15. Health, 8,360. Attributes, Strength 120, Agility 173, Constitution 142, Spirit 175. Skill, Evil Gaze. Why did it turn into larvae? Isn't the experience lower now? Lin Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. It seems that even with sufficient recovery scrolls, it's impossible to continuously gain experience from the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen. Gu Chen realized this problem. Facing the level 15 larvae, the Blood Clan Lord couldn't even be bothered to use skills, shooting out a series of normal attack bullets. Boom! 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 Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.15. Experience plus 548. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.15. Experience plus 533. Kill Ghost-Faced Magic Spider LV.15. Experience plus 569. This experience was simply shockingly low. Gu Chen suddenly lost his patience, directly ordering the summoned army to charge up again without mercy and start the slaughter. Until the third wave of magic spiders was wiped out, they only gained over 600,000 experience in this dungeon, leaving them still needing over 200,000 to level up. Gu Chen shook his head. It was time to end this. He saw the Blood Clan Lord give a command, and all the Blood Clan magic spiders charged recklessly towards the ghost-faced Spider Queen at the top of the cave, unhesitatingly self-destructing. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the ghost-faced Spider Queen's health was finally completely cleared. Kill the ghost-faced Spider King, boss LV.20. Experience plus 13,890. Loot acquired, Spider King's Strong Bow LV.20 Epic. Loot acquired, Spider King's Gauntlets LV.20 Rare. Loot acquired, Teleportation Scroll *1. Loot acquired, Strengthening Stone *20. Loot acquired, Abyssal Emblem *1. Congratulations! You have cleared the Spider Cave. Hell level. Rewards received. Professional experience plus 100,000. Dungeon treasure chest *1. Rare level. Dungeon ended. Exiting the current scene. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spider Cave Dungeon Square. Suddenly, an announcement popped up on the screen, stopping countless professionals in their tracks. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the clearing record of the Spider Cave. Hell level. Clearing time. 3 hours 22 minutes 15 seconds. Clearing team information. Captain. Gu Chun Summoner. Members. Lin Yuan, Swordsman. Lin Qingqing, Warrior. Su Ran, Assassin. Su Xia, Unemployed. Rewards received. Professional experience plus 100,000. Personal achievement plus 1. Record-breaking gift box *1 rare level. This clearing evaluation, SSS. Clearing a hell level dungeon took less than 3.5 hours. The professionals waiting in the dungeon square were all shocked. This was a first-tier hell level dungeon. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least over 7 hours to clear, but Gu Chen cut this time by more than half, which was hard to believe. However, despite the shock, no one doubted this clearing time, because the one who cleared this hell level dungeon was Gu Chen. Before Li Feng took Gu Chen and the others to the dungeon square, the Wanqing City Hall had already drafted the announcement of Gu Chen's clearing. When the news of Gu Chen entering the Spider Cave dungeon spread, the staff in the dungeon square had already prepared the banner congratulating Gu Chen for successfully clearing. Even on major media platforms, they were speculating how much earlier Gu Chen would refresh the historical record of the hell level dungeon. All signs pointed to the fact that in the whole of Wanqing, no one thought Gu Chen couldn't clear the hell level dungeon. After all, Gu Chen had achieved the Abyss achievement in the Hell Level Tomb of the Dead, and a mere Hell Level dungeon was just a piece of cake for him. City Lord's office. Receiving the news of Gu Chen's clearing, Liang, he could no longer hide the smile at the corner of his mouth and immediately took Li Feng to the teleportation hall. After arriving at the dungeon square, the person in charge of the dungeon square was already waiting by the side. Where's Gu Chen? Has he come out yet? Li Feng asked the person in charge. City Lord, Secretary Li, you two came just in time. Gu Chen has just come out from the dungeon. The person in charge beamed with a smile. Liang nodded and looked in the direction pointed by the person in charge, where the entrance of the dungeon square was surrounded by an excited crowd. The staff at the dungeon square had unfurled the banner, and everywhere in the crowd were professionals holding their phones and flowers, while reporters from major media platforms had set up their cameras. The scale was grand, as if a high-level abyss had just been cleared. Gu Chen, you are my idol. Gu Chen, I love you. I want to have your babies. Hubby. After Gu Chen and the others came out of the dungeon, they were all stunned at this scene. They had only cleared a dungeon. Why was there a press conference in the square? Old Gu, look, there's a guy over there calling you hubby. Lin Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel confused and amused at the same time. So passionate. He was just a summoner. How did it turn into being treated like a star? It seems the people of Wanqing really welcome him. Chapter 90. Do you know the Dragon Clan? In the end, it was still Liang Yi and Li Feng who went up to rescue Gu Chen. Lin Yuan and others were pushed up to face the enthusiastic people of Wanqing, while Gu Chen followed Liang, Yi, and Li Feng to the City Lord's office located in the Wanqing City Hall. Haha, the scene is even more enthusiastic than when I was young, Gu Chen. Can you feel the passion of our Wan City people? Liang Yi laughed heartily. Today's mood was very beautiful. I was really caught off guard, Gu Chen said with some embarrassment. Fortunately, Liang Yi and the others arrived in time. Otherwise, he really couldn't leave. Gu Chen, would you like something to drink? Li Feng handed a teacup to Liang Yi. Coke, please add some ice. Thank you. Gu Chen said with a smile. Li Feng was momentarily stunned. It seemed there was no Coke in the refrigerator of the Lord's office. Please wait a moment. After Li Feng left, Liang Yi said with a happy face. Gu Chen, congratulations. The novice instance has just opened for 7 days. Most of the job changers have just reached level 1. And you are already level 2. With your speed of leveling up, not to mention in the East Continent, even looking at the entire divine summer empire. You are a rare existence. Gu Chen said thank you. The Lord came to find me so urgently. Should it not just be to congratulate me? Well, I like dealing with smart people, simple and efficient. Liang Yi's expression turned serious, so I'll get straight to the point. Gu Chen, have you ever thought about joining the Jinyuan army? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen showed a strange expression. I have already received a guaranteed quota for the prestigious academy in the capital. And you want me to be a soldier? Maybe I wasn't very accurate in my phrasing. Whether it's the prestigious academy or the Jinyuan army, it's not as simple as you think. There are different forces involved. Confusion appeared in Gu Chen's eyes, and Liang Yi continued. For those above level 2, not all abysses can be casually entered. Some high-yield abysses are basically controlled by major forces. To put it simply, if you haven't joined this force, you basically have no chance to enter the abyss controlled by that faction. So, abysses above level 2 are more like a kind of resource, and to obtain these resources, you must choose to join a force. For example, with the prestigious academy represented by the academy faction, the Jinyuan army represented by the military, and various guilds formed by major families, etc. So, before you are about to enter the prestigious academy, I hope you can think carefully about whether you want to join the Jinyuan army. Gu Chen did not respond, falling into deep thought. To be honest, he had always believed that entering the prestigious academy was the highest achievement for a job changer. But through what Liang Yi said, whether it was the prestigious academy or the Jinyuan army, both were forces within the divine summer empire, and different forces controlled different abysses. It was easy to see that the Jinyuan army definitely controlled the most abysses in the divine summer empire. Perhaps sensing Gu Chen's lack of response, Liang Yi continued, in simple terms, the prestigious academy controls the most instances, while the Jinyuan army guards nearly 80% of the abysses in the divine summer empire. Comparatively speaking, the cost of entering instances is higher. Even if you join the academy faction, you have to pay high usage fees to enter instances, but as you know, the advantages are controllable difficulty and safety. As for abysses, the difficulty is higher than instances, with unpredictable dangers happening at any time. Each year, tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers die on the Abyss battlefield. Gu Chen frowned. Since it is so dangerous, you still want me to consider it? Liang Yi waved his hand. You can completely rest assured about this. My suggestion for you to join the Jinyuan army is definitely not for you to go and be a simple soldier. I believe you have guessed it. The force I belong to is the Imperial military, and I just happen to have a recommendation slot, which can allow you to enter the most elite organization within the Jinyuan army. What organization? Involving confidentiality regulations. You can't know for now. Liang Yi held back the information, took a sip from the teacup, and looked up and down at Gu Chen. By the way, have you reached the second stage and contracted your 5th summoned beast yet? I just came out of the dungeon and haven't had the chance. That's good. Good? What does that mean? This is obviously loaded with meaning. Gu Chen's expression shifted. You don't recommend I contract the 5th summoned beast? Is there a reason? Liang Yi revealed a mysterious smile. Let's put it this way. If you can join the most elite organization within the Town Abyss army, then the 5th summoned beast you contract will definitely be very powerful. Oh, how powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. Gu Chen couldn't help but ask, can you be more specific? Liang Yi's voice dropped a notch. Do you know about the Dragon Clan? Those casual words made Gu Chen's pupils shrink suddenly. The Dragon Clan. They are terrifying existences at the very top of the biological hierarchy. Contracting a dragon. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. You mean if I can join that organization in the Town Abyss army, I can contract a dragon as my summoned beast? Liang Yi put down his teacup and said with a smile, I told you, it's simple and efficient to deal with smart people. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and asked, what are the conditions to join that organization? Are there any limitations? Good question. Although I am from the military, I am just here to recommend you. It's just an opportunity. Only by passing the Town Abyss Army's assessment can you qualify to join. As for limitations, well, as long as you don't betray the country, the military won't restrict your personal freedom. In fact, if your performance in the Abyss is particularly outstanding, you could even earn military merit and privileges, like priority access to some highly profitable abysses. Is there such a good thing? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's eyes immediately brightened. The Town Abyss Army controls nearly 80% of the Abyss in the Divine Summer Empire. That means if he joins the military, he will have priority in the Abyss. And he can contract a dragon. This is an opportunity that can't be found even with a lantern. As for the assessment from the Town Abyss Army, who could possibly look down on him? If he couldn't pass, then no one from this batch of transfer students from the Divine Summer Empire could. Thinking of this, Gu Chen suddenly looked at Liang Yi again. By the way, the Dragon Clan is rare, but if I join the Capital Academy, I should also have the opportunity to contract the Dragon Clan, right? Liang Yi didn't hide the truth and nodded. That's right. With your talent, you can also contract a dragon if you enter the Capital Academy, but you'll have to wait until next year at least. Next year? Gu Chun was slightly surprised. That's right. Your brother, Gu Ci, has already been accepted into the Capital Academy. He is a rare profession, a dragon knight, which means the quota for the academy has already been taken. You should understand my explanation, right? Chapter 91. Acting is the best way to solve problems. As the name suggests, a dragon knight is a profession that can ride dragons into battle. Like summoners contracting summoned beasts, dragon knights must also sign contracts with dragons to maximize their combat strength. What Gu Chun didn't expect was that the opportunity to contract a dragon in the academy was already taken. And the one who occupied this chance was none other than his genius half-brother, Gu Ci. At this moment, Liang Yi continued, dragons are one of the alien races in the abyss. They pride themselves on the noble blood of the dragon god flowing in their veins, looking at humans as mere insects. In fact, for most dragons, they would rather be killed by humans than sign a contract with them, as it is a great shame for them. Therefore, for humans, signing a contract with a dragon is definitely a rare opportunity. And the only way for you to obtain this opportunity is to join the Town Abyss Army. If you can pass the assessment successfully, you can become a junior officer with a basic monthly salary of 30,000. On the first month of joining, I started purchasing 6 insurances and 3 funds. If you enter the Abyss, the military will provide extra subsidies, and military merits earned by killing other races can be exchanged for equipment, items, materials, and more. Moreover, being an officer in the Town Abyss Army can bring you certain privileges, including priority selection rights in the Abyss, wartime command rights, and unconditional cooperation from local departments. What else is there to say? The Town Abyss Army can offer him a chance to contract a dragon clan. Being an officer grants him social status and privileges, and killing other races can earn him military merits, which he can exchange for resources in the military treasury. Thinking of this, Gu Chun said without hesitation, I am willing to join the Town Abyss Army. There's no way around it. The military offered too much. Upon hearing Gu Chun's answer, Liang Yi's smile clearly spread across his face. Even with his strict training, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. According to military regulations, if the newcomer he recommended passes the Town Abyss Army's assessment, he will also receive corresponding rewards. Based on Gu Chun's displayed talent, he would definitely pass the assessment of the Town Abyss Army, and joining that organization would not be a problem at all. When that happens, as the recommender, he would receive a generous reward in resources. Liang Yi's excitement was beyond words. He wished he could take Gu Chun to the Eastern Continent Military District right away. However, he still gave Gu Chun 2 hours since he needed time to submit an application to the Town Abyss Army. Gu Chun also had a farewell meal with Lin Yuan and the other 3. In 7 days, they had cleared 1 Hell-level abyss, 1 Nightmare-level abyss, and 2 Hell-level dungeons together. Aside from leveling up, they also received significant resource gains. Even without Gu Chun in the future, they could easily handle first-order abysses below the Hell level by forming their own team. Among everyone, only Su Xia was the most reluctant to see Gu Chun leave. According to him, every time he followed Gu Chun to clear a dungeon, his physical fitness improved to some extent. Although this couldn't grant him the fighting power to kill other races, a strong physique could allow him to handle even more powerful battle armor. Gu Chun could sense that Su Xia must have some unavoidable reasons. Otherwise, as a core member of the Eternal Life Group, why would he frequently run to the abyss or dungeons? Gu Chun didn't ask, and with Su Xia's personality, even if he did, Su Xia might not be willing to share. After saying goodbye, Liang Yi took Gu Chun into the teleportation hall of the city hall. Bright silver light burst forth from the intricate runes of the magic formation, dazzling, intense, and in an instant, it enveloped the 2 of them. As the scene in front changed suddenly, Gu Chun instinctively looked around, realizing they had already arrived at a base in the wilderness. The base was located in a valley, surrounded by gray mist outside, but unaffected by the mist inside. Curiosity sparkled in Gu Chun's eyes as he followed Liang Yi to a hall to register information. After answering some questions, he was taken to a closed elevator door. All right, the next part of the journey, you will have to walk alone. A complex emotion appeared in Liang Yi's eyes. He knew that from this moment on, this young man before him and he would be from 2 different worlds. As Liang Yi was about to leave, he suddenly turned back to remind him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Everyone who can participate in the assessment are talented professionals from one city and nearby cities. If any conflict occurs here, fighting is the best way to solve the problem. Gu Chun nodded and entered the elevator. The elevator descended without knowing how many floors it went down. When the doors opened, a young soldier in military uniform guided him through the twists and turns of the base. Finally, they arrived at the assessment venue. This venue is about the size of 2 basketball courts, with 4 to 5 dozen job changers scattered around. Gu Chen glanced around and found that most of these people had rare professions, and they were wearing shielding props that blocked any perception of levels and attributes. So, he also shielded his own level and attributes, leaving only his profession for others to sense. As he stepped into the venue, whispers filled his ears. There are quite a few geniuses participating in the Zhang Yuan army assessment this time. I wonder who can successfully pass? Zhou Xiaotian from Wanqing is one. He is a rare demon hunter at level 16, and he has epic weapons and armor. With him here, we are just here to make up the numbers. I think Zhang Shiran from Lincheng is not bad either. At level 15, he is a rare space mage, strong in both survival and output. Listening to the discussions around him, Gu Chun felt a sense of familiarity. He grew up in Lincheng, so he was naturally familiar with the name Zhang Shiran. It can be said that the family Zhang Shiran belongs to is the largest family in Lincheng aside from the Li family. As for Zhou Xiaotian from Wanqing, Li Feng had mentioned his name before entering the spider cave. He merely asked if Zhou Xiaotian could join his team. However, at that time, Gu Chen's team was already full, so he did not agree. As soon as Gu Chen entered the assessment venue, many eyes turned towards him. A summoner is here for the Zhang Yuan army assessment? Isn't that asking for death? He must be here just to make up the numbers. He probably isn't even level 10. He's wearing a shielding prop, so we can't see his level, but I bet he's the lowest level among everyone here. Gu Chen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Zhou Xiaotian and Zhang Shiran, standing at the center of the venue, looked over at him. Chapter 92. Zhang Yuan Army Assessment. How did another summoner show up? Zhang Shiran was surprised. Looking at Gu Chen's handsome face, he felt as if he had seen him somewhere. Zhou Xiaotian merely glanced at Gu Chen, then disdainfully turned his gaze away. He paid no attention to the suddenly appearing summoner. Don't mind him. Does a summoner dare to participate in the Zhang Yuan army assessment? Does he think he's the main character of the world? In a battle against a summoner, the first to be eliminated should be the summoner. Just watch. Once the assessment starts, he will definitely be the first one out. Zhang Shiran did not pick up on this topic, but instead asked, "Don't you think this person looks a bit familiar?" Familiar? Zhou Xiaotian smirked contemptuously. Forget it. I'm not interested in wasting time on a nameless pawn. Someone like him, who comes to participate in the Zhang Yuan army assessment without knowing the situation, I'd say he is overestimating himself. If such a person dares to enter the abyss, he will definitely be the first to die. The blunt words did not shy away from reaching Gu Chen's ears. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Even in the Zhang Yuan army assessment venue, there are still such idiots? How does coming to participate in the Zhang Yuan army assessment bother him? Saying he doesn't know the sky from the earth? That he would definitely die first in the abyss? Looking up, Gu Chen happened to meet Zhou Xiaotian's gaze, which was filled with disdain. That posture, so arrogant, that inexplicable sense of superiority almost overflowed. Gu Chen was not a broad-minded person. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he activated the Chaos Elemental skill through his medium cloak. Dimensional Assassination. In an instant, terrifying spatial fluctuations appeared above Zhou Xiaotian's head, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Before he had time to react, his body suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground. Beside him, Zhang Shiran rushed over to try and help Zhou Xiaotian up, but when she looked at Zhou Xiaotian, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. He's dead. Zhou Xiaotian was actually killed. Zhang Shiran's delicate face turned pale. Looking at the body in front of her, she felt a chill crawl up her spine. Murder? How dare he? This is the assessment venue of the Zhang Yuan army. Others also noticed that Zhou Xiaotian had been killed, and they all looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of fear. For a moment, the idle chatter in the venue completely disappeared, and it fell into a deathly silence. Shua! A dazzling golden light burst from Zhou Xiaotian's body, and he was revived. At this moment, his face was pale, with only 30% of his health remaining, and he entered a weakened state. Resurrection Cross. Zhou Xiaotian's eyes were filled with fear. If he hadn't carried a resurrection cross, he would have already become a corpse. He looked at Gu Chen, his face full of anger and frustration. I just said a few wrong words. It was an innocent mistake, and you actually tried to kill me? Said a few wrong words? Innocent mistake? Do you want to hear what you actually said? You're an adult. Do you really think what you said was just nonsense? Gu Chen didn't care and said indifferently, "Oh, you just said something wrong? Then you'd better remember it. Next time, you won't have a resurrection item. If you make a mistake, you should admit it, and if you get hit, stand up straight. What? Don't you accept it? If you don't accept it, I'll kill you again, explode you." Gu Chen had one strength. He listens to advice. Zhang Songhua suggested that he beat Li Renjie up, so he did. Liang Yi said that fighting was the best way to solve problems, so he fought. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but Zhou Xiaotian was too weak and got killed in one hit. What could Gu Chen do? Can he be blamed for this? Zhang Shiran turned her face with an ugly expression. Isn't what you did a bit too much? Gu Chen raised his eyes slightly. Do you want to stand up for him? How many resurrection crosses did you bring? Zhang Shuren's face changed, and she immediately suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart, not daring to say a word. She disliked Gu Chen's actions, but what could she do? How did Zhou Xiaodian die just now? She didn't even see it clearly. If Gu Chen decided to attack her, she would also be the one to die in a second. No fighting between candidates. The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. A mechanical-like prompt sound echoed around the venue. Gu Chen ignored the two of them, casually finding a place to sit on the ground. The others instinctively distanced themselves from Gu Chen, lowering their voices and starting to discuss. This is a real god. I didn't even see how he made his move. One skill, and Zhou Xiaodian was instantly killed. What level is this big shot? This is terrifying. This person really has some skill, but he's too arrogant. Someone says one wrong word, and he kills them. He doesn't put anyone else in his eyes. Shut up, or you might be the next one to die. What's there to be afraid of? Before his energy is exhausted, he might not be able to kill all of us. You mother! Nearby, Zhou Xiaoyan's face was ashen, his body still trembling uncontrollably. His eyes, filled with fear, were fixed on Gu Chen. He was wearing an epic-level armor. He was killed by a single move. Thinking about this, the fear in his eyes turned into deep terror. He was afraid, not even daring to think about revenge. Gu Chen's cold gaze seemed like the stare of death. Before this, he had looked down on everyone, never taking any of his peers seriously. Rare profession demon hunter, epic-level weapon, epic-level armor. Yet everything he relied on was nothing more than worthless trash in front of Gu Chen, not even worth a single strike. Now, although he wasn't dead, he had entered a weakened state, and this death-induced weakened state couldn't be removed, only slowly recovering with time. From now on, this assessment has nothing to do with him. The assessment is about to begin. After a period of waiting, a massive vertical eye made of golden nebula suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the venue. A voice free of any emotional color suddenly echoed, as if coming from afar, yet also sounding right beside one's ear, filled with power and majesty, making one involuntarily feel a sense of submission. Eye of the Secret Realm. Everyone in the venue looked up, their faces slightly changed, their bodies tensing involuntarily. So the assessment takes place in the Secret Realm. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling an unprecedented mental shock from that golden vertical eye. That enormous vertical eye exuded a sense of magnificence, the golden nebula slowly moving within it, as if containing some kind of captivating and terrifying power. At the center of the eye, the pupil composed of countless starlight was deep and boundless. Just a glance made one dizzy with awe. The emotionless voice resounded again. All candidates, listen up, the explanation of the rules is about to begin. The difficulty levels of this assessment are categorized into ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell levels. The higher the difficulty, the more points earned. The scores of this assessment will be ranked based on points, which can later be converted into military merits. To achieve the assessment objective, no recovery items are allowed in this major examination. If any candidate is found using recovery items, their qualifications will be directly revoked. The reading of the assessment rules is complete. Now, all candidates prepare, the secret realm is about to open. After hearing the assessment rules, all candidates in the venue stood still, their expressions filled with seriousness. No recovery items allowed. How could the Jinyuan Army's assessment be so strict? This really leaves no room for survival. The eye of the secret realm hovered above everyone, its overwhelming pressure making each person feel unease. Moments later, countless golden streams of light shot out from the pupil, targeting the people in the venue. The candidates were covered by the golden light and instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, the entire venue became empty. Then, the brilliance on the surface of the eye of the secret realm gradually faded, hovering above the venue, no longer changing. Only the golden nebula inside continued to flow slowly. Chapter 93. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Jinyuan Army Base. In the command room, several middle-aged men in military uniforms, exuding a heavy aura, were sitting in front of a huge screen. These officers were all senior officers from the Eastern Continent military region and also served as examiners for this assessment. Commander Ling, the summoner recommended by Liang, he has also joined this assessment. Here's the related information. A civilian staff member walked up and handed a paper document to the middle-aged man sitting in the center. Both the position he occupied and the insignia of a one-star war general on his shoulders indicated that this person's status was extraordinary. He was the chief examiner for this assessment, Ling Feng. Gu Chen, son of Gu Qingfeng, level 21, summoner. The job transfer ceremony just ended a week ago, and this kid has jumped from level 1 to level 21. Gu Qingfeng really raised a good son. Commander Ling, Since Gu Chen's level far exceeds the average level of candidates this time, I suggest setting his secret realm to hell level. Do you think this is feasible? Yes. Additionally, prepare a detailed evaluation report based on examination data. I want to know how this summoner achieved such a terrifying upgrade speed. Ling Feng issued a few orders, then looked down at a thick stack of documents on the table. The other officers nodded one after another and adjusted their viewing perspectives to the secret realm where Gu Chen was situated. In the assessment secret realm, with a flash of golden light, Gu Chen's figure appeared in a sandy land. Before him stood a humanoid demoness with blood-red skin, clad in beast skins and bones. In the demoness' hand, a staff made of beast bones was radiating fierce flames. A lore-related alien. Gu Chen was not hesitant either. He summoned the Blood Clan Duke to stand in front of him, confronting the red-skinned demoness. Assessment Task I. Kill Blood-stained Demoness LV.21. The moment the hint appeared, the blood-stained demoness moved. The beast bone staff in its hand erupted with intense fire elements. Invisible flames gathered in the air, swiftly coalescing into a blazing fireball. Boom! 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 Before the fireball could reach them, the Blood Clan Duke's gun had already fired a silver bolt of lightning. Deadly shot. In the next second, the blood-stained demoness shuddered. Its head exploded by the bullet. Without even a scream escaping its lips, it fell dead on the ground. Instant kill. Gu Chen's eyes were calm. He was already used to scenes like this. A 21-level ordinary alien, in front of a 21-level Blood Clan Duke, was simply destined to be instantaneously killed. The Blood Clan Duke was Gu Chen's first legendary summoned beast. Although its skills had not seen much enhancement, each upgrade had led to a significant increase in growth. All the way through, ordinary aliens of the same level had been one-hit killed under the Blood Clan Duke's attacks. Thus, this scene had already been anticipated by Gu Chen. Instant kill. Inside the command room, several examiners showed strong shock on their faces. What kind of summon creature is this? How can it be so strong? No way. How can it be an instant kill? Check if there was a mistake in the secret realm's level setting. Report, already checked. Gu Chen's secret realm level is hell level. No errors. The strength of that blood-stained demoness is also 21, in accordance with the set level. The candidates participating in the assessment would receive a prompt to select the difficulty level as soon as they entered the secret realm. However, since Gu Chen had the highest level, he had no choice and was directly sent into the hell level secret realm. The gap between the 4 difficulty levels was very clear. In the ordinary level secret realm, an alien's base attributes were the original attributes, with no enhancements. In the hard level secret realm, an alien's base attributes were increased by 25% on the basis of the original attributes. In the nightmare level secret realm, alien attributes were increased by 50%. In the hell level difficulty, alien attributes were increased by 100%. This means that the 21 level alien Gu Chen just faced had its base attributes doubled. If Gu Chen killed it, that could be understood, but an instant kill, isn't that a bit ridiculous? Chapter 94. Cliff-like lead. The assessment scores were based on a series of performances during the battle, including but not limited to quick reactions, tactical uses, attacking skills, and striking weaknesses. Although aliens of the same level might be a bit stronger than humans, for professionals who underwent systematic training, as long as they performed normally, they could definitely kill them. In this process, the examiners could also identify the shortcomings in the professionals and provide corrections. But now, Gu Chen hadn't even attacked. Just one skill from his summoned beast had instantly killed the blood-stained demoness. How should this be scored? In past assessment records, there had never been such a precedent. What to do? The examiners were in a dilemma, unable to help but look toward Ling Feng, who was sitting in the center. He was a 5-star general from the Eastern Continent Military District and the chief examiner for this assessment. How to evaluate should be decided by him. For a moment, the eyes of the examiners turned to the figure sitting at the top. Feeling several gazes on him, Ling Feng set down the document he was reviewing and turned to the young officer to ask, "What happened?" The young officer immediately replayed the previous recording. Commander Ling, Gu Chen was assigned to the Hell-level secret realm, facing a level 21 Blood Mud Demoness, with basic attributes increased by 100%. However, that alien was actually killed instantly by his summoned beast, the young officer explained beside him. Instant kill. This little guy is quite interesting. Ling Feng rubbed his thumb against the stubble on his chin, watching the video with great interest. He slightly squinted his eyes, appearing to ponder. In that case, let's adjust the parameters and raise the levels of all aliens in the Hell-level secret realm to level 30. Ah, level 30? That's a tier 3 alien. Is that a bit too high? After all, Gu Chen just reached tier 2. No problem. These kinds of geniuses cannot be treated in ordinary ways. I have a feeling that even facing a tier 3 alien won't stump this kid. What if he can easily kill Tier 3 aliens? Another examiner immediately asked. The purpose of this evaluation is to select outstanding talents for the Jinyuan army, not to defeat the candidates. If he can pass the assessment while facing Tier 3 aliens, then he is exactly the kind of talent we are looking for. Then how will the points be calculated? Originally, killing an alien in the Hell-level secret realm was worth 10 points. Now, the examiner responsible for calculating the points showed a difficult expression. The emergence of a genius naturally cannot follow established rules and common logic. I am the chief examiner of this assessment, and I have the right to handle special circumstances occurring during the evaluation. Hereby, I propose that in the Hell-level secret realm, for every Tier 3 alien killed, an additional 5 points will be added to the original score. After saying this, Ling Feng looked left and right inquiring. Several examiners nodded in agreement without hesitation. Though Ling Feng appeared to be asking, they all knew this was not to seek their opinions. As lower-ranking officials, they only needed to nod in agreement. In ordinary secret realms, the full score for each kill is 1 point. In difficult secret realms, the full score for each kill is 3 points. In nightmare-level secret realms, the full score for each kill is 6 points. As for the Hell level, the full score for each kill is 10 points. Note that this refers to the full score. This means that if there are any flaws in the battle, even if an alien is killed, there is a great possibility of not receiving this score. Ling Feng nodded and spoke with a firm tone. Since there are no objections, I announce that Gu Qin's previous assessment score is void. We will now adjust the difficulty of the Hell-level secret realm and conduct a re-evaluation. Yes, in the assessment secret realm, after killing the Blood Mud Demoness, Gu Qin stood still waiting for a prompt, not taking further action. At this moment, the corpse of the alien on the ground suddenly disappeared. In the next second, another Blood Mud Demoness appeared in the spot where the previous corpse was located. Compared to before, the aura radiating from this Blood Mud Demoness was clearly many times stronger. Assessment Task I. Kill a level 30 Blood Mud Demoness. A prompt appeared, and surprise illuminated Gu Qin's eyes. Why is it Assessment Task I instead of Assessment Task 2? However, he didn't think much about the suddenly appearing level 30 alien. After all, it was the assessment of the Jinyuan army. If it were too easy, wouldn't it be just child's play? Whatever, just do it. With a command, the Blood Clan Lord raised its gun and shot. Although the level of the Blood Mud Demoness had risen to level 30, its attributes were still crushed by the Blood Clan Lord, stirring no waves at all. After all, one was a regular alien, and the other was a legendary level summoned beast. This was a fundamental gap. How could it resist? Bang! 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 The bullets turned into silver-gray lightning, instantly exploding the head of the Blood Mud Demoness. Without any surprise, another instant kill. The eyelids of the examiners twitched violently, once again shocked. Level 21 was an instant kill for you. Now level 30 is also an instant kill for you. Are you kidding me? Another instant kill? What on earth is a summoned beast? With such a summoned beast, it's almost like having a dragon knight's dragon. When did the summoner become so powerful? The examiners turned their gaze to Ling Feng, waiting for his decision. Continue the assessment. A commanding voice echoed in everyone's ears as Ling Feng made his statement. Immediately, the first round of the assessment was declared over. First round of assessment finished. Number of candidates this round: 54. Number of qualified: 43. As the prompt appeared, everyone received their rankings, but they could only see their own scores. As for others, they could only see the scores. 1. Gu Chun, score 15. 2. Zhang Shuran, score 5. 19. Zhou Xiaotian, score 2. Gu Qin ranked first with an outstanding score of 15, like a powerful bomb making every candidate's heart race. Coming in second was Zhang Shuran, showing that the power of space mages should not be underestimated. As for the names that followed in third and fourth place, Gu Chun had never seen them. He had no impression at all. If one looked closely at each candidate's score, they would see that Gu Chen's lead was like a sheer cliff. His score was 15, while Zhang Shuran in second place had only 5 points, just a fraction of his score. The others following didn't even have a fraction of that. The score assessment was not only related to combat skills. The duration of battles also played a huge role. Even if one killed an enemy, if the battle time did not meet the standard, they would still get a low score. Damn it. Is that first place guy a freak? Even in hell-level secret realms, the full score for each kill is only 10 points. How do you get 15? Is there a bug in the secret realm settings? This score has to be wrong. I didn't dodge earlier. I was careless. Otherwise, I could have definitely gotten 6 points. In the secret realm, Zhou Xiaotian glanced at his 19th place ranking, feeling frustrated and stifled. He had aimed for first place in this assessment. Unexpectedly, he was directly killed by Gu Chun in the venue. Now, in the first round, He was almost pushed out of the top 20. Things would only get worse from here. He had completely become a runner-up this time. At this moment, the vast majority of candidates, after seeing Gu Chen's scores, had the first reaction that the data was wrong. After all, in the history of the Jinyuan Army's assessment, no one had ever gotten 15 points in the first round. Gu Chen's gaze was calm, showing a demeanor of complete ease. He was not surprised at all by his first ranking. He had already reached the second tier. What was there to compare with these first-tier novices? At this time, the prompt appeared again. Assessment Task 2. Kill as many enemies as possible within the specified time. Note, this round of assessment will refresh enemies indefinitely within the specified time. If you feel unable to continue, you can give up the assessment at any time. As the prompt for the second round of the exam appeared, all candidates' expressions subtly changed. What does it mean to refresh enemies indefinitely within the specified time? Does it mean killing endlessly? Can they only keep killing until they collapse from exhaustion and then give up? Giving up would mean no longer being able to earn points from kills. The time limit was not specified, which would truly be a torment. For ordinary professionals, this was indeed a considerable strain, but for Gu Chen, it was nothing. Killing one enemy is the same as killing 1,000. It's not him doing the hands-on work. He just needs to go for it. In the Hell-level Secret Realm, each enemy killed would give him 15 points. This reward was several times that of others. The more enemies he killed, the more points he would earn, and the higher he would rank. In this assessment, the vast majority of people chose the difficult level Secret Realm, with only a few choosing the Nightmare level Secret Realm. As for the Hell level, no one dared to choose it. Although higher difficulty means more points, no one could guarantee they would definitely pass through the Hell level Secret Realm. After all, the selection results are ranked based on points. The higher the points, the closer the rank. There is only one chance. If eliminated midway, there is no hope left. If one chooses the second-rate Nightmare level Secret Realm, there is a great possibility of passing all selections, thereby gaining the most points. Unlimited respawn of other races? A look of seriousness appeared on Zhang Shuren's pretty face. For the mage profession, she is actually better at quickly ending fights with high damage. Prolonged battles are not appealing. However, she did not feel discouraged. Besides her own impressive strength, she also held an epic-level staff in her hands. The staff comes with a skill that provides a recovery effect after a kill, which will greatly reduce her pressure. As long as the other races have not yet respawned, her gaze instinctively glanced at the top position on the leaderboard. Each candidate can only see their own name, so in Zhang Shuren's eyes, Gu Chen's name had already been replaced by 2 asterisks. Although she didn't know who it was, that 15 points looked exceptionally eye-catching. How is this possible? How could someone get such a high score in the first round of assessment? Even for Hell level, the full score in the first round is only 10 points. Could it be that this person has broken some kind of assessment record? Thinking of this, Gu Chen's figure involuntarily appeared in Zhang Shuren's mind. Is it him? No, it definitely isn't. The moment she thought of Gu Chen's previously unceremonious threat to her at the venue, Zhang Shuren immediately denied this idea. No matter who it is, she just doesn't want that person at the top to be Gu Chen, even though his appearance gives her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a brief preparation time, the second round of exams began. Opposite Gu Chen, the bloodstained female demon's body had already vanished. A spatial vortex appeared out of thin air. Then, in the space vortex, shadows flickered, and a humanoid monster covered in large patches of dried bones emerged. The monster opened its eyes, and fierce, bloodthirsty killing intent erupted from its emerald-green pupils, charging straight at Gu Chen. Bloodstained Bone Demon. Level, LV.30. Health, 108,500. Attributes, Strength 580, Agility 300, Constitution 320, Spirit 330. Skill, Bone Blade Slash. At this moment, there was no need for him to give commands. The Blood Clan Duke immediately pulled the trigger, a series of bullets shot towards the other race's head. Whether it was the previous bloodstained female demon or the current bloodstained bone demon, although both were ordinary other races at level 30, their combat power far exceeded that of the same level. Stronger than ordinary other races, but weaker than elite other races. It seems the other races in the secret realm have been adjusted. In other words, these other races are not truly other races. The other races in the assessment secret realm are like visible data. After a kill, no experience is gained. The bodies of the other races cannot be transformed into Blood Clan descendants, and even the Blood Clan Duke receives no health bonus after the kill. Apart from points, there are no other gains. Gu Chen felt that this was completely a data-centric test. A series of silvery white bullets whizzed out, accurately striking the blood-stained bone demon's head. The blood-stained bone demon's main attribute is strength, far exceeding the same level, almost reaching 600 points. However, its speed, constitution, and spirit are just above 300, with health as ordinary, just over 100,000. With this, how could it withstand the Blood Clan Duke's skills? Deadly Shot plus Crimson Feast. The two skills seamlessly connected, and with a bang, the blood-stained bone demon's body was shattered into a pile of broken bones. The body fragments fell to the ground, gradually fading, then disappearing at a visible speed. After a few breaths, right where the body fragments disappeared, another blood-stained bone demon appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, the Blood Clan Duke launched an attack. As soon as the blood-soaked bone demon appeared, before it could even take a step, the attack from the Blood Clan Lord had already landed on it. The deadly shot was still on cooldown, but it did not greatly affect the battle power of the Blood Clan Lord, because the damage from basic attacks was also considerable. Soon, with storm-like basic attacks plus the chase damage from Crimson Feast, the second blood-soaked bone demon fell dead to the ground. Next, the Blood Clan Lord stood guard beside Gu Chun with a wary look, its attacks crisp and decisive, never dragging out the process. As long as a blood-soaked bone demon appeared, it would be killed in just a few breaths. Gu Chun watched from the side, feeling like he was watching a game on autopilot, finding it extremely boring, so he found a vacant spot and sat down. Perhaps to alleviate the pressure of the assessment, after one alien died, the next alien would appear in about 10 seconds. This was a humane design, giving the candidates a moment to breathe during this gap. However, to Gu Chun, this truly felt like a waste of time. If only the appearance speed of the aliens could be increased, or even better, if several aliens could appear at once. I wanted to fight 10. In the command room, several officers were watching Gu Chun's performance through the screen, their faces exhibiting very strange expressions. What kind of summoned beast is this? Why is it so strong? The data says it's the Blood Clan Lord. I've never seen such a summoned beast. I don't even know its qualifications. Treating our designed aliens as moving targets, they should at least be above Epic 3-star. This battle power is simply unprecedented. So far, Gu Chun has only summoned one beast, yet he has already left all others far behind in the assessment. But generally, a level 21 summoner should have 5 summoned beasts. Are you saying that Gu Chun's current performance is just the tip of the iceberg of his true battle power? As soon as the words fell, the officers exchanged glances, looking at one another. Is this a candidate? He would be more than sufficient even as an officer. Chapter 96. Absolutely a cover-up. Each candidate's assessment takes place in a separate secret realm, and as one alien after another was killed, the status of all candidates began to decline. Except for Gu Chun. At this moment, he was lying on a gentle slope, his hands resting behind his head, leisurely watching the battle between the Blood Clan Lord and the blood-soaked bone demons. Meanwhile, several examiners in the control room were so angry at this scene that they were fuming. So arrogant. This is the selection assessment of the Jinyuan army, and he actually plans to pass while lying down. This is disregarding the assessment. I must make a note of this. Is this what genius looks like? It really makes people furious. Hearing the conversation among the examiners, Ling Feng subconsciously looked up at the screen, and when he saw Gu Chun's situation, a hint of intriguing amusement flashed across his stern face. About 15 minutes later, the first candidate announced his withdrawal from the assessment. He was a swordsman who gave fatigue as the reason for his withdrawal. This swordsman entered the nightmare-level secret realm with a total score of 55 points, effectively stopping there. Gu Chun glanced at his own score out of boredom, 690 points. It was more than 10 times that of the swordsman. If it weren't for the slow, refreshing time of the aliens, he would have already broken 1,000 points. Next, the number of candidates withdrawing gradually increased. There were even a few candidates who, due to misjudgment, did not manage to withdraw in time and were directly killed by the blood-soaked bone demons. Dying in the assessment was very common, and everyone participating in the assessment had signed a series of agreements, including Gu Chun. The lack of a clear assessment time inherently created a sense of anxiety, and combined with the unlimited refreshing of aliens, this was an invisible test of every candidate's physical and psychological endurance. Under normal circumstances, when the status is insufficient, props can still be used, and even without props, one can rest in place. But the current situation clearly does not apply. When tired, one can grab the timing of the alien race's respawn to take a breath. When out of status, one can only withstand it hard. Every time an alien is killed, a new alien appears, one after another, endlessly. Never-ending, simply never-ending. An hour later, the number of people taking the test had already decreased by half compared to the beginning, and the remaining people all showed signs of fatigue. Their eyes bloodshot, and the despair and oppression in their hearts were almost driving them mad. The test has ended, and now the settlement begins. Please rest in place, all candidates. Finally, a cold voice suddenly rang out, sounding like a divine melody in the ears of the candidates. That was close. I almost gave up. Finally made it. Who knows what I went through? Phew, it's finally over. With the sound of the prompt, all the aliens instantly disappeared. The candidates collapsed to the ground, relief washing over them, their faces pale, gasping for breath. Their stamina and spirit had endured painful torment in this cruel environment, and being able to hold on until now was truly not easy. Zhang Shuren's pretty face was pale. With an epic-level staff in hand, her consumption had already dropped to a minimum. Yet even so, the continuous appearance of aliens still brought her intense oppression and suffocation. This was a double torment of physical strength and mental state. There was even a moment when she considered giving up on the test, but just thinking of the humiliation of being scared away by Guchen earlier made her grit her teeth and persevere. Damn, it's finally over. If it didn't end now, I probably would have died here today. Zhou Xiaotian was completely exhausted, his face as pale as paper, feeling like he was about to fall apart, with no strength left even to move a finger. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body limp like mud. He should have entered the nightmare-level secret realm like Zhang Shuren, but he was weakened by being killed by Guchun, so he reluctantly chose the difficulty level. Plus, he was a rare profession, Demon Hunter, which had a talent to recover status after killing that allowed him to hold on until now. Otherwise, if he had been another profession, he would have been eliminated already. But even so, Zhou Xiaotian was already exhausted, his combat strength almost non-existent, and if he entered the third round in this state, he would undoubtedly be eliminated directly. Is it over? Hearing the prompt, Guchen sat up from the ground, his posture relaxed and natural. In the second round of the test, he had completely coasted through. Although the Blood Race Lord had been killing monsters the whole time, thanks to the Blood Race's recovery, his status consumption was also minimal. In this round of the test, there are 43 candidates, of which 26 have been disqualified due to injury, death, or voluntary withdrawal. Warning: the difficulty of the next round of the test will continue to increase. To avoid a high casualty rate, candidates may choose to voluntarily withdraw. Seeing the prompt, the faces of the candidates suddenly became serious. People had already died in this round of the test, and the difficulty of the next round would increase. Continuing to take the test, the chance of death would greatly increase. To give up like this, yet feeling unwilling. For a moment, all the candidates showed a struggle on their faces. I give up. After a moment, one candidate finally made up his mind. With his words, his figure appeared in the external training ground. Reaching this point was already his limit. Even if he withdrew from the test, he could still attend a higher education institution afterwards, so there was no need to fight for his life. I'm out. This is it. I've done my best. After this candidate, 6 more candidates chose to give up one after another. The rest, however, chose to continue the test with determined faces. As the group of students made their choices, the number of candidates for the second round of exams has also been determined. Qualified candidates, 10, successfully advanced to the next round of assessment. A few examiners looked on with blank expressions, neither praising those who remained nor despising those who gave up. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. Immediately after, the results of the second round exam were also announced. First, Gu Chun, score 1815. Second, Zhang Shuren, score 358. 10th, Zhou Xiaotian, score 63. Gu Chun was at the top, racing ahead, far in the lead. How is this possible? The first place score is actually as high as 1815. Zhang Shuren's gaze was fixed on the ranking, her eyebrows knitted tightly together, her eyes filled with shock. If the first place in this round is still that same person from the previous round, it means this person has scored a total of 1,800 points in the second round. Impossible. This is too outrageous. Who does this? For a moment, the candidates advancing to the third round expressed strong resentment. This data, when calculated, becomes clear. Even if the first place is from the hell-level secret realm, killing a single alien race would yield 10 points, and 1,800 points would mean killing 180 aliens. Moreover, the test duration is exactly 1 hour, and there is a 10-second interval after each alien is killed. The total interval time for 180 aliens is 30 minutes. That means the person ranked first only had a real fighting time of 30 minutes. 30 minutes, killing 180 aliens? Killing 6 aliens per minute? Killing 1 alien every 10 seconds? Isn't this nonsense? A dark scheme? It's definitely a dark scheme. Not just a dark scheme. It's simply ridiculous. Everyone is just graduating as transitional students at most level 15. Killing an alien race of the same level within 10 seconds? If someone is exceptionally gifted, they might do it once or twice, but over 100 times in a row? Isn't this ridiculous? If you're so amazing, why not go to heaven? Why even take part in the Jinyuan Army assessment? Damn, what's up with that first place score? There's definitely something wrong. No need to say, that person must have cheated. The Jinyuan Army assessment dares to play dark schemes. Just wait. I'm reporting to the Imperial Military Council. Retake the exam. I demand a retake. The candidates cursed loudly, shouting that the assessment was unfair. Zhou Xiaotian was the most aggressive, shouting to the sky in the secret realm, constantly calling for a retake. At this moment, he firmly believed the first-place score must be a dark scheme, or else it was from a high-ranking child of the Jinyuan army. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous score be explained? In fact, not only Zhou Xiaotian, but the other candidates also expressed strong dissatisfaction with the score at the first place. After all, this score exceeded their understanding, killing 180 aliens of the same level all within 10 seconds. Even with restorative potions, it would be impossible. What? Do you have infinite energy? Seeing the candidates' negative emotions affecting the normal examination process, causing an uncontrollable situation, the cold voice appeared again in the secret realm. In order to ensure this assessment is fair and just, and to ensure the normal progress of the assessment, the following is hereby announced. Candidate Gu Chun, Summoner Profession, Level 21, entered the Hell-level Secret Realm. Due to Gu Chun's level far exceeding the usual level, the Chief Examiner decided to temporarily increase the difficulty of the Hell-level Secret Realm. Within the Hell-level Secret Realm, all aliens enter a Berserk state, leveling up to level 30. Each alien killed will yield plus 15 points. All decisions have been reported to the Jinyuan Army Assessment Review Council and have been approved by the Council. Anyone with objections may submit a reconsideration to the Jinyuan Army Assessment Review Council after the assessment. Seeing the prompt, the candidates suddenly realized the difficulty of the Hell-level Secret Realm has been raised. Inside are all 30-level aliens in a Berserk state, and each alien killed gives 15 points? Compared to before, the points only increased by 5. But how much did the difficulty increase? Those candidates who complained about injustice were all shocked beyond measure by this fact. Gu Chun from the 21st level killed 123rd tier alien creatures alone in 1 hour? How is that possible? They were all dumbfounded, and at this point, they leaned even more towards believing Gu Chun was cheating. After all, this sounded more credible. Everyone was a talented professional from different cities. Under the combined pressure of physical and mental strain, every additional alien killed would greatly increase the difficulty. How could anyone kill 123rd tier alien creatures? Although they had many doubts, everyone knew that since the assessment statement had already been released, it meant the fact was as stated. Moreover, this was the assessment of the Jinyuan army. Who would dare to cheat during an assessment? That would surely lead to death. Dark schemes were simply impossible, unless someone wanted to be sent to the abyss. After the statement was released, some people were unhappy. Gu Chen's level was higher than others, which was his issue. Raising the difficulty for him meant what? Wasn't this just widening the gap? A few candidates had strong opinions on this. However, they didn't speak out. After all, even the Jinyuan Army's Assessment Council had approved this decision, so what use were their opinions? At this moment, Zhang Shuran, who ranked second, changed her expression slightly. Gu Chen, it's actually him. No wonder he scored so high. As a resident of Lin City, how could Zhang Shuran not recognize this name? During this time, Gu Chen's name had become deafening in Lin City, to the point that it almost calloused people's ears. However, due to City Lord Su, Gu Chen had betrayed Lin City and turned to the camp of Wan City. What a pity if Gu Chen hadn't betrayed Lin City. Just because we are all from Lin City, we could have asked him to help teach that person who threatened me a lesson. Zhang Shuran sighed inwardly, recalling the humiliating scene from earlier in the meeting. She had never been threatened like that her whole life. She remembered this grudge. It had to be avenged no matter what. Thinking of this, that person's face appeared in her mind again, and the familiar feeling grew more intense. Suddenly, Zhang Shuran seemed to think of something. Her eyelid twitched violently, her body shook as if struck by lightning, and she froze in place. No, how could it be? He is actually Gu Chen? In an instant, Zhang Shuran's pretty face turned pale. Then she thought of Li Renjia's death and the extermination of the Li family in Lin City. A chill ran up her spine to the top of her head. Despair, even collapse. At first, she thought the person threatening her was a small character, so her heart was filled with resentment, waiting for revenge. However, when she realized that person was Gu Chun, all her resentment vanished in an instant. The gap was too great. Facing Gu Chun, she didn't dare to harbor even the slightest thought of revenge. Now she was left with fear, terror. On the other hand, unlike the terrified Zhang Shuran, when Zhou Xiaotian learned that the first place on the leaderboard was Gu Chun, he beamed with confidence. It's Gu Chun. The person at the top of the leaderboard is actually Gu Chun, my fellow townsman. Since Gu Chun has joined Wan City, and he is from a famous family in Wan City, this connection is naturally something to build on. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Zhou Xiaotian's face. After the assessment ends, I'll find Gu Chun a chat, then present an epic-level piece of equipment as a meeting gift. and then ask Gu Chun to help me take revenge. We are all from one city. Isn't this a small matter that makes perfect sense? However, since I've never had dealings with Gu Chun, after leaving the assessment secret realm, I still need to find someone to ask for Gu Chin's contact information. That bastard, I don't care who he is, he wants to kill me. Today he must die. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes burst with intense resentment. At that moment, golden streams of light fell from the sky above the secret realm, streaming into the bodies of the remaining contestants. After the golden light flickered, all the contestants' fatigue vanished, their states fully restored, completely back to normal. At the same time, the voice in the secret realm rang out again. Number of qualified contestants: 10. Successfully advanced to the third round of the assessment. Assessment Task 3. Kill an elite otherworldly being. The one who takes the least time will earn the most points. First place points plus 100, second place points plus 60, third place points plus 30, after fourth place, points plus 10. If the elite otherworldly being is not killed within 30 minutes, the assessment fails. If killed by the elite otherworldly being during the assessment fails. Chapter 98. It's not enough to just have hands. The declaration just made revealed Gu Chin's information, which was naturally given with his consent. Once all the contestants were fully restored, the third round of the assessment began. This time, elite otherworldly beings appeared. As soon as the word elite came up, one could tell without thinking that the difficulty had increased several times compared to before. Only by killing the elite otherworldly being in the shortest time can one earn 100 points. From fourth place and below, contestants who kill the elite otherworldly being can only earn 10 points. All contestants were being assessed individually, meaning each contestant could only kill the elite otherworldly being solo. Though the remaining contestants were all rare professions, with their current battle power, how could they handle killing an elite otherworldly being alone? Just hearing this assessment task sent chills down the backs of the contestants. It seemed that this assessment would test not only extreme output capability, but also extreme survival ability. After all, only by staying alive could one inflict damage on the elite otherworldly being. If one were to be accidentally killed by the elite otherworldly being, not only would the assessment fail, but their life would be lost as well. Those who were previously jealous of Gu Chun began to secretly rejoice and laugh maliciously. Are you high level? Is there a point bonus in the hell level secret realm? Okay, no problem. What will you do if a 30-level elite otherworldly being appears? That's a 30-level elite otherworldly being, with health surely over 800,000. I want to see if Gu Chun can clear this time. How tragic. If he can't kill the elite otherworldly being within 30 minutes, he'll be deemed a failure in the assessment. Ha ha ha, which means Gu Chun needs to deal at least 26,000 damage per minute to avoid being eliminated. How is that possible? Unless he can unleash unlimited firepower. In the command room, several officers watched Gu Chun in the secret realm through the screen, their faces showing a gloating smile. A 30-level elite otherworldly being. In a berserk state, this kid should face some hardships. That's right, the intensity is just right solid. Not necessarily. Maybe this elite otherworldly being can be easily killed by him. That summoned beast of his seems a bit strange. The examiners held differing opinions, each voicing their thoughts. Ling Feng was signing a military document at his desk, ignoring the disagreements of those around him. Liang had already reported in writing that Gu Chen's goal in taking the assessment was to enter the most elite organization within the Zhuanyuan army. If he couldn't withstand even this level of intensity, it would be so disappointing. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoyan looked full of spirit. Fortunately, I chose the difficult level secret realm. Plus the golden light in the secret realm can replenish consumption. I believe I can last another round. The golden light just now only replenished consumption and did not dispel his weakened state. However, as a rare profession, if he plays it safe, he should also be able to clear this round of the assessment. But over there with Gu Chun, it seems a bit dangerous. To take down the elite otherworldly beings, over 800,000 health in 30 minutes, needing to deal at least 27,000 damage per minute. How is that possible? Even if he is level 21 in power, even if he exhausts all his energy, he still cannot do it. Among the other candidates, there are quite a few who share this thought. In the eyes of the majority of candidates, Gu Chun has lost all chance to turn the situation around. Stopping at the third round of assessment is his final outcome. Actually, it is not so. One can only say that these candidates have thought too simply about the problem. The Blood Clan Lord is a legendary summoning beast. Although he is only level 21, his four-dimensional attributes have all surpassed 600. A mere level 30 elite alien, with its main attributes not reaching 600 and secondary attributes generally around 300, with an average attribute at most just over 400. So precise. In the secret realm, the space ahead suddenly became distorted, and after a shift, a huge tree demon with a dark red body appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Alien species. Blood-soaked tree demon elite. Level. LV.30. Health. 831,000. Attributes. Strength 518. Agility 213. Constitution 546. Spirit 375. Skill I. Life absorption. Skill 2. Tree demon cage. Glancing at the attributes of the elite alien, apart from health reaching over 830,000 due to elite enhancement, there was nothing particularly impressive. No wonder the third round of assessment requires candidates to solo kill elite aliens. So it is. Although this blood-soaked tree demon has a strength of 518 points, its agility is just over 200. This number is far from the normal attributes of elite aliens. Not to mention elite aliens. It is even lower than ordinary aliens of the same level. This is still a level 30 elite alien in a hell-level secret realm. If it were in other lower-level secret realms, the agility attribute would be even lower. In other words, although this elite alien has high health and high strength, its speed is very slow, far below the average level of the same rank. In this case, as long as one is careful during the fight, even the most ordinary profession has a great chance of dodging the elite alien's attacks. If it were an assassin or shadow ranger, those professions that focus on agility and bursts, they could completely use their advantages to face this elite alien head-on. With 830,000 health, 518 strength, 213 agility, and a stipulated time of 30 minutes. Finding a high attack, high defense, yet slow-moving elite alien to test the candidate's extreme output capability, the Genuine Army really went to great lengths. Gu Chen nodded slightly. He had grasped the core point of the third round of examination. Now he only needs to clarify one thing. How to kill an elite alien with over 800,000 health within 30 minutes. Gu Chen had a relaxed expression. Isn't it just about having hands? At that moment, the blood-soaked tree demon swayed its massive body and approached. A dark red light burst forth from its dense treetops, and suddenly, the ground at Gu Chen's feet opened up, and thick vines as wide as adult arms broke through the soil, instantly forming a cage that trapped Gu Chen inside. Skill Tree Demon Cage. The blood-soaked tree demon successfully trapped Gu Chen with its skill. It let out a triumphant roar and slowly moved its huge body forward. In the command room, it's over. Gu Chen carelessly got trapped by the tree demon cage. How could he make such a rookie mistake? This tree demon cage is extremely tough. Even warriors of the same level cannot break it. As long as the tree demon catches up, he is definitely dead. Alas, what a pity. Gu Chen was too complacent. He probably won too easily in the previous rounds and, just for a moment, was caught by the blood-soaked tree demon. Several officers shook their heads and sighed as they witnessed this scene. However, Gu Chen, trapped in the tree demon cage, did not look like he was in danger. His gaze was calm, without a trace of turbulence. Since I need to kill this elite alien in the shortest amount of time, then, Chapter 99, the fourth round, 10 elite aliens. Gu Chen's mind shifted, and thick black mist appeared beside him, revealing the figure of the Chaos Primordial Spirit. After reaching the advanced legendary level, the mental attribute of the Chaotic Origin Spirit has broken the 700 mark. For a spirit-type summon focused on attack, the higher the mental attribute, the higher the attack power. It's no exaggeration to say that even without any boosts, a level 21 Chaotic Origin Spirit could easily kill a level 30 Blood-Soaked Tree Elite. However, to kill quickly, the Chaotic Origin Spirit directly cast 30 Chaotic Shadows, wrapping around the Blood-Soaked Tree Elite. 30 Chaotic Shadows raised the damage multiplier to 30. Next, the Chaotic Origin Spirit only needed to cast a basic skill, Dimensional Assault, to unleash an unprecedented terrifying damage. The blood-soaked tree demon was still caught up in the excitement of capturing its prey, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper's scythe had already descended upon it. In the next moment, a pitch-black space crack suddenly appeared, piercing through the thick trunk like an incredibly deep blade, without any obstruction. At the same time, a rich shadow enveloped the blood-soaked tree demon's body, and a tremendously powerful damage erupted, instantly draining its health bar completely. The massive tree body suddenly stiffened, as if all life had been drained away in an instant, crashing to the ground, and didn't move again. Dead? In the command room, several officers rubbed their eyes, almost thinking they were seeing things. Even Ling Feng, sitting in the chief examiner's position, rarely showed a shocked expression. Instant kill? That was an elite alien with over 800,000 health. How could it be killed instantly? What skill was that? How could it unleash such horrifying damage? One skill dealing over 800,000 damage. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions stiff, and it took them quite a while to calm the shock within. They had originally thought Gu Chen was trapped by the tree demon's cage and was in danger. Who would have thought he killed the blood-soaked tree demon with a single skill? That was a level 30 elite alien. For other adventurers at the same level, breaking through its defenses was not an easy feat. How could such a tough elite alien be killed in an instant? Isn't this too farcical? The expressions of several officers were incredibly complicated, all wearing looks of disbelief. Yet they had to accept the reality that the blood-soaked tree demon had been killed. Frowning, they stopped talking and, in perfect agreement, turned their attention to the assessment screens of the other candidates. Zhou Xiaotian, relying on the speed advantage of the demon hunter, dodged and maneuvered under the attacks of the blood-soaked tree demon. He avoided the tree vine strikes with agile positioning, then took the opportunity to attack its weaknesses. With the boost of that epic weapon in his hand, each attack would deal at least 1,000 damage. Zhang Xiran was a space mage. Facing the extremely low agility of the blood-soaked tree elite, she could fully utilize her professional characteristics. Every candidate was giving their all against the elite alien, except for Gu Chen. He remained effortlessly relaxed, as if this assessment was just a child's game in his eyes. In the command room, the officers' faces showed frustration. If an elite alien with 800,000 health could be killed instantly, shouldn't this kid face some harder challenges? Are they really going to let him win so easily? Commander Ling, Gu Chen's performance is too unusual. What do you think? No need to worry. The purpose of the assessment is to filter talent, not to defeat talent. Ling Feng directly interrupted the officer who was about to speak. Gu Chen's performance was already outstanding enough. There was no need to increase difficulty just because he excelled. Seeing Ling Feng's attitude, the other officers also remained silent. Soon, the 30 minutes ended. Among the 10 candidates, some were killed, some chose to surrender. 3 more people were eliminated in this round. 10 people in this round, 7 passed. 1. Gu Chen, points, 1915. 2. Zhang Xiran, points, 418. 8. Zhou Xiaotian, points, 63. Zhou Xiaotian was eliminated, not killed, nor did he give up willingly, but because he failed to kill the elite foreign tribe within the time limit. For his weakened state, trying to kill an elite foreign tribe known for its strength in half an hour was simply too difficult. At this moment, everyone noticed the leaderboard information, with Gu Chen still in first place. 1915 points, far ahead. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Damn, he's a freak. Can't even be killed by a level 30 elite foreign tribe? Wow, how awesome is he? Why doesn't he just ascend to heaven? I'm in awe. We are all professionals. Why is he so excellent? Forget it. A freak like him is not something I can compare to. The next assessment is the final one. As long as I can enter the top 5, I can smoothly join the Town Abyss army. Whatever, he can be strong, as long as he only takes 1 slot. My goal now is to get into the top 5. The gap was too large, and no one was willing to find trouble for themselves by comparing with Gu Chen. The successful candidates readjusted their mindset, cracking their knuckles, and rekindled their fighting spirit. Warning, the difficulty of the 4th round of assessment will continue to increase. To avoid a high casualty rate, candidates can choose to give up voluntarily. The discouragement reminder appeared again. This time, no one chose to give up, as everyone knew that their energy would be replenished before the next round started. Sure enough, after confirming that no one withdrew, beams of golden light descended from the sky, replenishing everyone's energy once again. At the same time, a prompt appeared. Assessment Task 4. Conduct a counterkill under the siege of 10 elite foreign tribes. Those who achieve the most counterkills will earn the most points. Those who kill all 10 elite foreign tribes will double their points. First place points plus 1,000, second place points plus 600, third place points plus 300. After fourth place, points plus 100. This round of assessment is limited to 120 minutes. Failure to kill an elite foreign tribe within the time limit results in assessment failure. Being killed by an elite foreign tribe during the assessment results in assessment failure. After reading the rules, Gu Chen understood completely. The 4th round of assessment was also a test of extreme survival and extreme output. But this increase in difficulty was not trivial. In normal circumstances, trying to counterkill under the siege of 10 elite foreign tribes was nothing but a dream. However, if it were replaced by blood-stained tree demons, which had very low agility, it would be another story. As long as one made good use of this elite foreign tribe's weaknesses and attributes, there was still plenty of room to maneuver. 10 elite foreign tribes? For others, it may be said lightly. Risking their lives might allow them to complete the assessment. But Gu Chen is in trouble. One level 30 elite foreign tribe has over 800,000 health points. 10 would mean over 8 million health points. How can it be killed in 2 hours? To kill 8 million health points in 2 hours means dealing 70,000 damage per minute. Simply impossible. Luckily, I chose the difficult level. I never expected that a lower level could be an advantage. I'm sure that Gu Chun will definitely not pass the next round of assessment. At the same time, after understanding the rules of the fourth round of assessment, a hint of joy appeared on Zhang Shuren's delicate face. In her view, perhaps in the last round, Gu Chun was lucky to have killed that blood-stained tree demon. But this round, under the siege of 10 elite foreign tribes, there would definitely be no luck left. Gu Chun would either die or be eliminated. Either outcome would allow her to smoothly rise to first place. So, this fourth round of assessment was her time to shine. Chapter 100. Come, tell me, who is your backing? The fourth round of assessment began. In the secret realm, the space in front of Gu Chun kept twisting. Soon, 10 bloodstained tree demons appeared from the void, slowly moving while waving their thick branches. Rushing over to this side. This round of assessment mainly focuses on the number of kills. If one can kill all 10 elite otherworlders, they not only gain corresponding points, but also a reward of double points. To kill 10 elite otherworlders, one must deal over 8 million health points. The Chaos Spirit said there's no need to complicate things. Its new talent is just right for this situation. Shadow Kill Arc. When the Chaos Spirit skill directly kills a target, all targets entangled by the Chaos Shadows will receive equal damage. A series of Chaos Shadows quickly flew out, wrapping the 9 blood-soaked Treants in place. The last remaining blood-soaked Treant hadn't realized what was happening and let out a dull, prolonged roar while dragging its heavy body forward. The Chaos Spirit would not be lenient with it. One could see a series of Chaos Shadows entwining around that blood-soaked Treant, instantly pushing the damage multiplier to the maximum. Then, the Chaos Spirit activated its skill. Dimensional Assassination. In an instant, 30 times the damage exploded on that blood-soaked Treant, without any surprise, completely draining its health. At the same time, the talent Shadow Kill Arc was triggered, and the remaining 9 blood-soaked Treants entangled by the Chaos Shadows let out loud wails, their tree bodies trembling violently, and in the blink of an eye, all died. Boom! 10 huge tree bodies fell to the ground almost simultaneously, completely silent. In just a few breaths, all 10 blood-soaked Treants were dead, leaving the instructors in the command room dumbfounded. A single summoned beast just killed 10 elite otherworlders? How is that possible? Chaos Spirit. Is that his second summon beast? This is just too terrifying. How can he be this strong at just second tier? Is he going against the heavens? Gu Chun looked at the corpses of the 10 elite otherworlders and sighed, shaking his head. Is this the assessment of the Jinyuan army? It has absolutely no challenge. With a thought, Gu Chun took the Chaos Spirit back into the summoned beast space, allowing it to go back and recover. In 2 rounds of assessment, a total of 69 Chaos Shadows were consumed, nearly depleting half of the Chaos Shadows reserves. Although Chaos Shadows can increase the damage multiplier, there's a limit. One gets used every time one is used. Under normal circumstances, while in the summoned beast space, the Chaos Spirit can only recover 1 every 3 hours, accumulating only 8 in a day. One cannot just waste them all at once. Just as Gu Chun killed all the elite otherworlders, a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the assessment's secret realm. Buzz! He saw a flash, and Gu Chun appeared back in the previous assessment venue, surrounded by several eliminated candidates. He's out? He had just killed 10 elite otherworlders and hadn't even seen his score yet. Gu Chun's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He was sent out so quickly? But upon reflection, since it was an assessment, the scores would surely be announced after all candidates finished. Understanding this, he didn't dwell on the issue too much. After all, he had already killed 10 elite otherworlders, and not only would he earn 1,000 points, but also a doubled reward. 3,915 points. This completely crushed all candidates in the assessment. In other words, he was undoubtedly the first place in the assessment. From now on, it was just a matter of waiting a little longer in the venue. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotian, standing in a corner of the venue, noticed Gu Chun and his eyes brightened. The fourth round of the assessment had just begun, and Gu Chun appeared in the venue. In his eyes, this clearly indicated that Gu Chun had failed the assessment and was sent out. I thought this kid was something special. He's eliminated right at the start of the fourth round, far behind Gu Chun, Zhou Xiaotian thought, a look of disdain on his face.